Champions Series. I love the sound of that.
And EXO against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule.
Welcome to the third day of the OWCS Stage 2 main event. Zoe here, joined by my dear friends and trusted analysts. It is Jake, it is Johnny, and we are ready. That was a very polite little wave there.
Wave to the crowd, Jake. Wave to the crowd.
Give the fans what they want, Jake. More than a wave, I tell you that. How are you guys doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Fantastic this morning, sorry. A little tired, but we'll get into it. We got good Overwatch. Wake me up.
Yeah, I'm doing fantastic too. We're all fantastic. Are you fantastic?
I'm phenomenal.
Thrilled. Thrilled for some European Overwatch.
I mean, honestly, if something gets you awake, it should be EMEA Overwatch. We have a lot of action, of course, coming our way. But before we dive in, I want to once again remind everyone in this studio and somewhere out there in the world to connect their Battle.net account to their favorite streaming platform. And then you can get drops.
The ironclad dual spray. Who wouldn't want that? Who wouldn't want the
Mari.
You got to throw down the gauntlet. You're Torb on Torb and ranked. Someone's got to throw down the gauntlet. Drop the spray.
Dude, Jaws is waiting. Sometimes I just see Jaws and he's walking around with a hammer and he's waiting for a dueler.
Somewhere out there.
To duel him.
You see that, Torb? You got to give him a little air hammer swing at long range. Send a message. If they don't pull out their hammer, they've already lost. Really, they've lost the mental game.
That's true. Where do you even go from there? Now, if you're not just watching to get drops, but if you're a player who's watching the stream, then also what are you doing? But you're currently participating in this. You're not just doing it for drops, you're also doing it for money and circuit points, which are, of course, very, very, very important.
Yeah.
Also, with a good placement here at the main event, teams also may qualify for the first ever OWCS Major, which will be held in Dallas, Texas at the DreamHack, the gaming festival, as Johnny likes to point out.
Yeah. You can't set up a tent, but you can go party and watch games.
Those days are behind us.
Yeah.
We're not tenting anymore.
the sleep halls went crazy back in the day, but I don't know if they have those in Dallas. But what is going to happen in Dallas is some great Overwatch, Zoe.
Throwback, man.
Yeah.
There's a surprising amount of people snoring in those halls.
Yeah.
It does add up. That's what
People would always make noise. They wouldn't let people sleep.
Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah. There was some serious LAN parties back in the day. 2009 was my first one, Zoe. I was a good DreamHack.
I was already like fully employed in esports by then. What are you doing?
I was 14.
Yeah, you were a child.
I was 13 actually.
You still are a child. Oh.
You guys are brutal this time.
Oh my God.
That noise, whatever it was, that came from deep within. That was his real voice.
He's got range.
Never grow up, Zoe. Never grow up.
That was range. Now, let's dive into the action. Let's take a look at the bracket and at the games that we have for you today. This is our main stage, double elimination, EMEA Stage 2 bracket. Look, I said all the words.
There's a lot of words back to back.
I know.
Space Station versus ENCE, I feel like this is a matchup we've been really waiting for.
Oh, yeah.
In EMEA with SSG being resurgent. And maybe that's not enough. I think they flipped the script from being sort of a mid-high team to now looking like clearly the favorites. And ENCE is sort of the last team standing in their way with Twisted Minds not looking like the strongest competitor. That could change in the next couple days, but it seems unlikely.
Yeah, here the lower bracket though, we're seeing Twisted Minds in there going up against Team Peps, which will also be our first match of the day. Johnny, I think a lot of people would not have expected Twisted Minds, the winner of Stage 2 Stage 1 main event, finding themselves in such a position.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people expected KSA to no longer compete for the team. They released a statement yesterday saying KSA, their primary tank, wouldn't be playing the rest of Stage 2. So now you find yourself in a spot where you kind of need some of your damage players to step up in that tank role. So, you know, that's the Overwatch scene for you. Things change quickly.
They do indeed. And now, of course, I mean, let's not beat around the bush. Yesterday was the first look we did see with Lopta in fact, they swapped 2 damage players.
Yubi got his turn.
Yubi got a turn as well. In the tank role, short turnaround because just the day before, KSA was still playing with them, so we can just assume that there was not a lot of practice time. With such a short turnaround now heading into today's match, I mean, is there anything one can even do, or is it just full send it and see what happens?
You got to lock in for this one. You definitely have to lock in, because for Twisted Minds, yes, you were first place last stage. You put yourself in a great spot. You don't need to win here, but you do need to put up some good wins. At least like this match, not getting eliminated. You still want to make it to Dallas, right? If you can just qualify to Dallas, you buy yourself like a month more prep time. You could figure out a lot more issues. But now Twisted Minds, I mean, as much as you have a great excuse, like this unfortunate thing happened, in the end for these players, it's not going to feel too good if you're watching Dallas from home. So these players, this match against Peps is a must win for them.
Yeah. It's going to be a tough kind of demand as well. You're playing Sky as well, replacing Admiral, because Admiral is competing in Collegiate. So you're playing this kind of like double flex line. Curious to see what supports they'll bring out to aid their tank. I was well, you can maybe get away with Lambda playing like a lot of Orisa, and then you kind of just need Quartz and Yubi to pop off because they're a really talented damage duo. But we'll see how they support their tank and what they opt for in the end.
And Team Peps, on the other hand, I feel like Tread's been a real strong point for them. So to have, a really confident, comfortable Orisa, I hope for the sake of Twisted Minds that there's not too much of an Orisa gap in this game, with the rest of the team on Team Peps actually looking much stronger than they have in previous stages. So Twisted Minds, you gotta shake off any kind of fears and worries here and come out and play a strong game, because this Team Peps is not a pushover.
Yep.
No, and I mean, the changes they've made from stage 1 to stage 2, they've worked out so well for them. They added Exodial, Tread, Johan, and Crook, and they didn't just mesh well with the rest of the team. They actually really stood out, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it all kind of started when they went 5 maps against ENCE in the group stage, where we were like, whoa, Peps, could be a team that, to be reckoned with this stage. And now you're going up against a Twisted Minds roster that is kind of hamstrung by not having their primary tank being fielded right. So this is a great opportunity for Peps to get out there and get a win and, increase the odds of ultimately qualifying for Dallas.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a good match. I'm very excited. I hope they're going to make it close. I mean, I just hope the Twisted Minds have figured out something that might work for them. Obviously, again, the turnover is short.
It would be a shame if they weren't able to make it to Dallas after their incredible performance stage 1, and so many of these players we're still talking about Quartz and Yubi as some of the best damage players in the region. For them to not make Dallas, I think would be a huge disappointment for the whole squad.
Well, they're the best team qualify,
True.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, who knows if they qualify for Dallas, if KSA will be there. So,
but I mean, you could have time to find a new tank player, right? If you can qualify for this event, you just duct tape and bubble gum, keep it together, and just win 1 or 2 more games, make it to Dallas. You've got you buy yourself a ton of time to solve roster issues and to change things, which they have to earn right now. So, I mean, I'd say huge pressure on especially the damage players on Twisted Minds, because they're going to probably need to carry this game.
Yep. And you know what? If looking at the threats here, I have to go with Team Peps. I've actually been really impressed with them. The only team that beat them handedly, was the best team we have in the region with SSG. Other than that, they've been looking very dominant. They've been looking, the cohesion is just on point. I like what I'm seeing from this team, so I give it to them in a 3-1 fashion.
I think you're not crazy to predict it. I think I'm a little crazy for my pred, but I'm still a believer in Twisted Minds. I think they can pull it together and get a win here in this match. I think it is going to require a full lift from Quartz and Yubi, though. I think they're going to need to have a huge performance, but I just kind of feel like they could still make that happen. Yeah,
I'm going with Peps in this one, and I don't even feel pressure to really rationalize it. Just Twisted Minds don't really have their primary tank player, so I'll go with Peps in this one. I find it
pretty good rationale, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, I think Team Peps, they're a real organized team. Jake, I know we have our kind of differences in some of their decision making, but for the most part, Peps, it's a veteran team. For the most part, you get FD God in the back line, but you also got some young guns, like Exodial, for example, stand out on the hit scan, and Tread has been impressive on the tank roll. So I think Peps will take it to him.
Yeah, and they sounded really confident about this one as well. We got to talk to Crook as well after one of their victories, and I don't know, lots of faith from my side anyway for Team Peps. That's not just because I'm a French stan as well. It's just beside the point. We are ready for this game, I believe. Looks like the audience is with us on this one, Johnny. Let's see where our casters are leaning. Who's it going to be, Necro and Jaws, Team Peps or Twisted Minds?
I don't know. It's really hard to tell, of course, with the with Twisted Minds not having their main tank player. It's kind of rough, honestly. It wasn't the best showing they had yesterday, Rose, but lower bracket, this is where dreams are made.
Oh, it's so true, though. And if there's any team that could make a deep run, you're looking at two of the teams that have the highest likelihood. Team Peps, they already came into the main event as one of the teams in contention for that 4th place spot in EMEA. And the way that Twisted Minds had looked, they came in here from after main event 1 with 210 circuit points and leading that leaderboard. And now, I don't know, I think it's a toss-up how these two teams could really play. But is 24 hours enough for Twisted Minds to kind of get it together?
You can fit a lot of solo queue games in 24 hours, to be fair. A lot of solo queue games, that's all I'm saying. Here's the matchup. This is Vestola versus Labda from map 1 the other day. I mean, look, Labda on tank, like you're expecting KSA to kind of come in. Obviously, they put out a statement on Twitter saying KSA, for personal reasons, isn't going to be playing for the rest of the tournament. So it's going to be Labda. So we'll see if those stats can improve going later on in the run here in the lower bracket. Of course, this is where Peps also got knocked out last time in the main event. Wow, Rose is gone. She's disappeared. She's
back.
Like, I'm peaced.
I swift stepped over to Busan, you know.
I think that was Busan. That was good. You got that from the blurry image? That's kind of crazy, actually. Good for you. Good for you. That should be a death segment, actually. Just a blurry image of a map, and they have to guess it.
Or just like a random pigeon and figure out which map it's on.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we are going to Busan as our first map, Twisted Minds versus Peps. And like you mentioned, Rose, I think it was a really good point. Twisted Minds have a really good opportunity to make it. Like, getting so many circuit points from the main event, from winning main event in stage 1, is massive. So if they can pick up some small W's here, you know, knock Peps out of the lower bracket, same place they got knocked out before, like, there's a very good chance they do make it to Dallas. Let's jump in, though. It is going to be Labda starting on tank, and we did see a small shift in UB switching over to tank later on in their series. That was yesterday. We'll see if that continues, or maybe Labda is feeling a little bit more confident jumping onto the Aristas to start off with. Team Peps, I mean, Tread on the ball. Wouldn't be too surprised, or a little bit wrecking ball yesterday from NA.
That's true. I mean, maybe a little bit more wrecking ball power coming in. And Tread has been one of those tanks that have really surprised us over their last stage performance. Coming into the Team Peps roster has had a lot of flexibility to play multiple different tanks so far. So it's been like the Winston, the Sigma, the Ramatra, the Orisa. Gonna go back to the Winston for now. Maybe not opting to show the secret wrecking ball tech just yet. But Twisted Minds, this is where I really want to start seeing some improvements. Yesterday, they looked really meek heading into a lot of these fights. Knowing that you're playing in Orisa, you've got to be a bit more aggressive and make sure that you're able to get in when the going's hot. Watch when those Winston is out of those cooldowns and go in as that Orisa.
Well, off angle being held here by Quartz and Slay on the left-hand side. Exodio has to deal with it, or at least poke them out, fire a few shots towards them. Speaking of which, Exodio takes a railgun shot from Quartz. Pretty scary, though. Labda ends up going down. Good bubble there by Tread. Stopped some of that healing coming through. Nice shot onto Sky. Doesn't end up landing the kill, but with the Orisa not being on the point, there's no chance for Twisted Minds to come back here. So Peps are going to take it and push up as well. Get a little bit more poke damage in before this next fight.
That's a really great angle for Exodial to be able to take too, because talk about poke, well, Sojourn is the perfect hero to be able to do that. You can see the angle that he's taking throughout that circular window and just kind of also forcing Quartz in this position to have to go fight in his territory. They're going to try to play a little bit maybe more far apart, but oh, Naga did not want to be there.
Can't disrespect Quartz who's on the Soj. He's got a 100 charge railgun. Then we have Degot going down to UB of all people. All right, oh, here you go. Twisted Minds. Very quick team fight there. Yeah, Quartz is still a mean person to deal with. I mean, it was a standout for the Saudi Arabian World Cup team. Of course, UB as well, being just a phenomenal DPS lineup. I have to do a little bit heavy lifting, of course, with Labda being on their off roll, but with Orisa, a little bit more of a safe pick, you got to say. And yeah, being able to pick up the pieces here for Twisted Minds is going to be what's important. They can still make it to the main event. They want to make sure Team Peps go down.
And they've got to win here to be able to kick off that dream and really make that a reality. At Quartz and Yubi, these are heroes that they're both really comfortable with. So even if you might have a new tank in that role, yes, a lot of expectations on Labda's shoulders to make sure that you can still glue the team together. But Quartz and Yubi are no slouches, and they can be a big difference maker in this match.
Labda in the bubble. Taking so much damage. Pop the Fortify. Pulse Bomb landed too, somehow being kept alive by Slay. thanks to that rush. Here come the sound barriers from both sides. Sky letting loose a later one. You'd imagine it'd be better, but Quark's under a lot of pressure from Tread and Exodial too. That overclock from the high ground stair position, sniping people from across the map. Labda uses the Terror Surge though, just managed to catch Crook out, who was trying to help his frontliners win that duel. Team Peps struggling to flip the point here with Tread running out of resources. So that's the Primal Rage, but they're going to think better of using it. In fact, he gets caught out by Yubi on the exit. And Twisted Minds, they're holding down the fort. 70% of building. This will be last fight for Team Peps with no support ultimates from either side now.
Yeah, you're really looking at Team Peps maybe helping to elongate the fight with this Winston Primal Rage, but Naga almost gets his head taken off with that spear as soon as he walks in. This is where Twisted Minds have really started to find some footing, is getting those off picks and setting up Quartz and Yubi with enough space
Yubi's
to
got
help
one.
make that a reality.
Crook goes down to Yubi.
Wow.
Surely
Can you
that
get a
wasn't
second?
just a one clip. Primal Rage coming in from Treads, who trying to boop Quartz off the edge, but can't quite make it happen. He's trying. He's been hit in the juggle lobbies. It's Exodial that ends up taking him out in the end. 99% potential flip here for Peps. Crook's coming back in just a moment with Slay nearing that rush. We'll see if they want to invest more into this fight. Looking unlikely now as there's only both supports left. And Team Peps, despite losing Crook fairly early on to Yubi's Tracer, they managed to come back.
Oh, this is sustained from the Primal Rage. Bought so much time, not only for level 1 Crook to come back into the fight, but FD God, you know, let's not forget how good of a Lucio this player can be. Just really making sure the team is healed up and ready to go. But Twisted Minds, holding on to this Kitsune Rush feels really nice, and you've got the sound barrier advantage. So even if this raw damage output from this Kitsune Rush isn't enough, then Sky can help to extend this fight with the sound barrier, maybe even after FD God is going to get that up too.
Very defensive rush here coming through from Twisted Minds, but it's going to give an angle for Quartz to fire down. FD God almost getting one shot. Got to be sub 20 HP there, or maybe even 10. He was so low. Sound barrier available for Team Peps as they disengage. They do let the point go, but here comes the beat. Labda in a whole heap of trouble. Use the spear spin to try and get Tread away, but Crook and Naga off on the off angle, just peppering Labda. No CDs were available for the Orisa. With Twisted Minds capping though, that's going to afford them another fight here. Because Team Peps losing the point, you'd expect them to be near 90%, but now they only get the flip. They aren't able to get any more staggers coming through, so Twisted Minds have afforded themselves another engagement. However, they're going to make it pay a little bit at least. Exodial jumping to the back line with that overclock, lands a couple of body shots, but that about it. That Terraso's doing a lot of work. Exodial gets one on the exit here. Both Lucios are down, but Exodial eventually gets chased up by Labda. Yubi gets the kill onto level 1 Crook as well, as Yubi now pressuring the point. Yubi's doing a hard carrying work for Twisted Minds right now. The stick onto Tread, no Primal Rage, no healing, no Suzu, and that will be Twisted Minds getting the flip. What a perfect response there from Labda, showing a little bit more confidence from what we saw yesterday as Twisted Minds looking like they want to close out round 1 in a close fashion, 100 to 97. Good turnaround for Twisted Minds.
Really good turnaround. It's just been so night and day, it feels like, to what we ended up seeing yesterday. So much more confidence for Labda to get in there. We did see Twisted Minds go in with a very, very aggressive Sound Barrier and Kitsune Rush combo, which left them a little bit vulnerable to when FD God was able to come back into the Sound Barrier of his own. But the punish from Twisted Minds, as soon as Team Peps ended up trying to push the tempo and meet them at their spawn, there was no hesitation there. Labda knew, I can respond with a Terror Surge. Everyone's going to be really low. Our respawns are now going to be closer, and as long as we just take you out even just a couple of pieces, getting Exodial and level 1 Crook in the process, that was the fight win. So Twisted Minds, they're executing, and I'm excited to see this, Jaws, because it feels like this might be a little bit closer than people expected.
Oh, Tread forcing the recall from Yubi pretty early there. Just saw that in the corner of my eye. Okay, Orisa, no Monkey now for Tread. However, Exodial switching over to the Cassidy. I can't imagine Quartz is going to switch over. Very much his best hero, that Sojourn. Labda going down so early though. Look at this high ground push. Just so decisive from Team Peps. Means they're going to get that point first.
Team Team Peps being on the Orisa, they can play this damage way better front to back because you aren't necessarily expecting the Winston from Tread to have to jump in, try to displace a player like or Quartz, excuse me, on the Sojourn, or even try to force out any cooldowns from like the Suzu from Slay, for example. So I think you were able to just stand up to the plate better versus Labda, but it's about making sure that Quartz has enough time to be able to get some of these big charge railgun shots, or vice versa. Exodial on this Cassidy just helped to just pump that damage out to the front.
Crooks won. Oh yeah, there you go.
What?
No chance UB wasn't going to finish that kill. That was a long time Crook was won there, but they had to blow their Suzu super early as UB was again kind of harassing the backline. UB's doing a lot of, I wouldn't say silent carrying right now. It's very evident on our screens, but UB is forcing out a lot from Team Peps' backline, either the kind of the amp it up or the Suzu, and then he's able to deal with the rest of the cleanup, really. I mean, as soon as Twisted Minds here, Suzu go out, you got to push, you got to press that issue, and it's exactly what they're doing. Very decisive, like you were saying, Rose. A little bit more confidence here coming through from Twisted Minds, it seems.
Yeah, and it's great that they're able to track those cooldowns, because I think that's something else that Twisted Minds struggled with yesterday, is just knowing when to be able to push that objective. So Suzu's, you also look at Spear Spin here, Tread's already used that.
Yeah, both rushes though. Gotta say Twisted Minds a little bit better rush up on this high ground. They're gonna be able to hold that pretty consistently. Not anymore though, as that sound barrier and the Terror Surge is going to send them to the low grounds. Unfortunately, that High Noon getting eaten all up by that Spear Spin. But Exodial dragged in once again with the Terror Surge, helped Quartz set up for kills. Disruptor shot straight on the Terror Surge, a mean combo to deal with. And now they just need to keep Quartz alive, and they do so successfully. Twisted Minds find themselves a team kill and 50+% on board.
Oh, it's been so fun to watch how these teams have started to evolve their use of the Terror Surge. Originally, we saw it and they're like, okay, it's really not doing very much. But as teams have played around with multiple different combo options, like the Disruptor Shot, the Pulse Bombs, sometimes that we end up seeing from the Terror Surge, it's really cool to see just how much more value you can squeeze out of an ultimate like that. That's not necessarily been the flashiest of plays. But Twisted Minds, they have control now. They can bring this to last fight territory, and they've got the sound barrier advantage, Jaws.
Yeah, really nice sound barrier usage. You know for a fact FD God used that last fight, so you can just run on into them. It's 90% for TM. They need to get these stagger kills here. FD God is so low. Nice place blinks there from UB. Chases down the Lucio, and who touches now? Maybe Naga? Well, not so much anymore. 99%, and there you go. Twisted Minds starting off the series with a bang.
What a big bang. Quite honestly, I feel like we just entered into a whole new universe. Twisted Minds yesterday, I think the stocks, they started to get sold instantly after we ended up seeing their performance going down 0-3 versus ENCE. But today, does it look like a brand new team? And that's not easy to accomplish, knowing that a new player is stepping up into the tank role, and you also are trying to still kind of find your footing and your synergy again.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of shell shock from Team Peps there. Kind of you're expecting, especially after the performance, like you said, with Twisted Minds and ENCE yesterday, that, hey, we might be able to not BM them a little bit, but maybe test them some more, maybe push them to their limits. But a lot of the time, especially on Sanctuary, like, okay, we're going to push the spawn, not a problem. Labda answering perfectly with the Terror Surge, kind of running at the back line, spotting Exodial, overextending a little bit on the Sojourn, trying to get a little bit greedy, and Peps get punished for it. A 2-0 on control, although it was fairly close. This is what you want to see from Twisted Minds. Quick adaptations. Can it be done in 24 hours? I'm not sure. They're not going to be at full strength like they were with KSA, but they're looking a lot better than they did.
I think a lot of that you can start to put a little bit more into the hands of Quartz and UB. They both had quite a quiet series versus ENCE. It was not the same level of pop-offs we typically see with like an overclock from Quartz, getting 2 or 3 players at a time. UB as well struggled to be able to get into the backline and actually land some pulse bombs or grab those picks. This is also a very different look from them. So that's what it's going to take. Just the carry potential of Quartz and UB coming through to really glue this team together.
Yeah, Peps doesn't want to underestimate them. Not anymore. Hollywood is our next map as well, coming up in just a moment here in the lower quarterfinals. Of course, loser here does get eliminated from the tournament. Peps don't want a repeat of stage 1. Here are some stats for you on the screen also. Pretty similar, kind of, right? I mean, Twisted Minds obviously winning out. You'd expect them to have more here. Damage mitigated is quite interesting. 11.5 to 8k. I think that very much kind of tells the tale of like who are shooting who. Like a lot of the time they're kind of ignoring Labda, I'd imagine. Obviously the Orisa mitigating a lot of damage when they press Fortify and Terra Surge.
Oh yeah.
A lot of damage mitigated and no headshot hitbox. I wonder if you added headshot hitbox on the Fortify would make it a little bit more fun to play. I'm not sure, but regardless, Twisted Minds coming out of the gate strong with a 1-0. I mean, Rose, what do we expect to see on Hollywood? Do you think Tread's going to play the Winston?
Tread could play the Winston. You know, Winston is one of those heroes that has been in Tread's wheelhouse. We've seen Winston come out from Tread before. We literally just saw it on Busan as well. But it's so nice to be able to have that hero, to have the dive up to the high grounds. You don't have to take the elevators. It's just a little bit faster, right? But I think something where you also saw a struggle is with the Winston, that was kind of punishable. Labda and Quartz and Yubi found those opportunities against the Winston to be able to actually go in after those backline units. And if Tread's not there to play a bit more reactively, I think that's where you can actually see the Winston suffer in that regard. But I want to take a look at the head-to-head here, Jack, because while we did see like the Orisa versus Winston, Tread eventually went up going over to the Winston. These stats based on versus yesterday look way better.
Yeah, a lot of nice damage coming through from Tread, as well as Labda, of course, and the damage mitigated from the Winston, with a lot of that coming through for the bubble. Pretty similar on the face of it, but this the last map was really just about the DPS, Yubi especially, Tracer play coming alive, really, compared to what we saw yesterday versus Ents. But as we jump onto Hollywood, it's Peps' choice after Twisted Minds banned Paraíso, and Midtown was banned by Peps. Esperanza, of course, being our third map. And Twisted Minds, exceptionally important series for them to win. If they do, honestly, like, they are so close to just locking their spot in at Dallas, joining that top 3. And that has been a big question over the last couple of days too. This top 4, top 3 spot. Like, Peace and Love as a team is, look, we can take that spot away from teams right now. We can be them. We can be them in the top 3 right now. Because we know Space Station and Ents, they're definitely top 2. Twisted Minds are up there. A small roster shuffle, of course, with KSA kind of stepping back, kind of put that into question. But that top 3 might be a little bit more solidified if Twisted Minds take this series. Yeah. But of course, Peps don't want to let that happen. Let's load on to Hollywood. Second map here on day number 3 of the main event.
All right, and Twisted Minds, after what they put up in terms of performance on that first map, Jack, I gotta say, they've got a pretty good shot here to actually just lock in their spot after this match. If they beat Team Peps, I think that the circuit point differential is too high for most other teams to match. We gotta go back and do the math, and we've got some excellent people in our stats room that are helping us with that, but I do think that would just be it.
Just lock it in. Lock it in, job's done, brush your hands away from it, and there you go. Let's see what Twisted Minds want to play. I'd imagine Orisa still. Well, the Tread, like you mentioned, Rose, like we talked about a second ago, playing the Winston, Exodia on the Cassidy. Much more pressure on the Orisa player here, so maybe that's what they want to do, and that's what they've kind of decided during the break is, hey, if we run the Cass here, we can put a lot of pressure on the Orisa to burn the cooldowns, then Tread is a little bit more free on the Winston. We start off with a very quick rotation for Twisted Minds, though. Up onto the high ground, trying to force people away. Exodia is the main focus. You can see Labda always perfectly tracking him there through the bubble. It's actually Sky that falls first to Naga. Got a little bit out-rotated themselves by the looks of it, as Quartz and Sky bite the dust.
There's good reaction times from Twisted Minds. When Tread had jumped in, you noticed that all focus fire was headed towards that Winston. There was a spear to stop the jump. Labda's reaction time was really good to try to negate that Winston's ability to get away. And Twisted Minds have also taken that engagement so quickly, they're able to come back really fast for another one. No ultimates on the board quite yet, so we're really looking at like, okay, Naga, with all the work that he put in, might have a pulse bomb heading into this next fight, but where do Twisted Minds actually want to take this? Heading up to the high ground and once again waiting for Tread to make the first move.
Oh, Yubi down to a Magnate. Sameka didn't mention, Cassidy pretty good against Tracer with the Magnate. Maybe another reason why they want to run the Cassidy, which is up to a lot of interpretation now. Which one you want to play, the Surge or the Cass. But it's looking good for Peps at the moment.
Looking really good for their defense. And Tread in this position too, you know, we talked about heading into this map, how the Winston could be a little bit punished if you are leaving your backline so exposed. But the nice thing about the Kiriko is that she's able to get in there with you, and then the Swiss step also to be able to get away. And then as well, I think you're looking at the bubble just to help section off something like the Orisa to make it a little bit more vulnerable. But look at, like, Tread is just truly tanking.
Yeah, true to the namesake of the role. Tank the pulse bomb, got healed up. Here comes the Terror Surge. Labda, fortunately not getting any damage on Exodio. They're just hiding around this corner. Another good Magnade. Shubi peeked his head around the corner. Quartz in trouble, rips the overclock with a sound barrier just in time from Sky to keep him alive up on the high ground. Might not be doing damage, but my God, is he being a distraction right now. Tread permanently focusing the Sojourn down, or at least trying to. Quartz now jumping to the dumpsters in the back, eventually taking down Exodio, who's been setting up a little camp there on the sidelines. And now Tread still being able to control this point on the Winston. It's going to be tough for Twisted Minds to clear them off as the spawns come back in for Team Peps.
Spawns are coming back in, but is it going to be enough to stabilize, especially when Quartz is going to hit this overclock?
Yeah, pretty easy. You got to say, FD got also inting onto the points to try and buy some additional time. Nice bit of time burnt there, but of course, Quartz fills the kill feed with his name. Oh, okay, Exodio. Oh, all good, all good. We're chilling. 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Scary.
An instant high ground take too, look at this. They took high ground so quickly, and now it's up to Team Peps to kind of push them off, and that's tough against the Orisa play.
The Deadeye could do that, though. If you were able to force out Spear Spin, maybe you are able to get the Deadeye to force Twisted Minds to scatter. You're also without Yubi right now, so there's not really anybody that can help close the gap versus that Cassidy at the moment. But yeah, here's the Deadeye.
Called it perfectly there. That's just super low.
Good Spear.
How they not go down there, I do not know. But that High Noon cleared the high ground pretty easily. Thought Quartz was going to die there. You saw him like sailing through the air. I'm like, yeah, that's a death sentence for sure, but ended up surviving. And now Labda and the rest of Twisted Minds just kind of jostling the payloads, waiting for another opportunity to either get have Quartz get a kill or rotate to the high ground. Looks like they're just satisfied with just pushing the payload under this small little roof here.
It gives more natural cover to Twisted Minds to play around, and especially when you have the Terror Surge, and you know that high ground access isn't going to be as easy. Just wait for them to come to you.
Okay, Naga. Okay, nice little triple. Where's the Suzu from Slay there? They must have used it.
Where did that go?
Oh my God, we'll get a replay of that one for sure. Don't worry about it. 2 minutes for Twisted Minds as they try and recover themselves. After that triple pulse from Naga. Boop, straight in the back. Everybody's pushed back too because they're like backing up because Tread's like holding the door.
Yeah. They're sandwiching them.
Rush on the high ground. Ooh, look at that fan the hammer. My God, that's quick. Labda is going to use that Terror Surge. Beats come through from both sides. Yubi landing a nice stick, but Exodio with the roll. Puts himself in a bad spot though, straight in front of Labda's Fusion Driver. Ends up getting taken down. Trev with the Primal Rage. This payload slowly but surely moving back. And these fights, they're taking a long time and they're a little bit scrappy too. These picks are taking a fair amount of time despite the ults being kind of thrown in to actually secure. And so this time bank for Twisted Minds not looking the healthiest anymore. Only a minute to go and that payload barely through the streets phase.
Twisted Minds need a decisive team fight win here if they want to have a chance at being able to push this payload to the end of this second objective. And I would be concerned, knowing what Naga did last time with that pulse bomb. I don't know if I would sit in a tiny room.
Okay, that is how you make a statement, Naga.
Didn't have
pulse bomb, Yubi, no recall. High Noon from high ground. Speaking about Tracer players that have been popping off over the last few days, there's one in the kill feed right now. Naga taking names and numbers. Twisted Minds with 30 seconds to go still have to push this payload around this corner. They've got high ground. Quartz is in fact switch over to the Cassidy, but it's looking dire.
Deadeye is just not the same type of high impact ultimate that you expect out of an overclock. You're still able to keep high ground control with that, but with something like the Winston, you could just bat him off. We are going to see a high ground uptake here, but with the Deadeye, it pushes Team Peps back. So we're entering into last fight for this point.
Labda has to drop, put themselves on the point. Good kill from Quartz, though, on the high ground, who was still peering over. Crooks trying to hide behind the boxes, but unable to do so. Naga gets two-dapped by Quartz. And here we go. Okay, carry down, tread 2. And Quartz, even fighting from low to high, still winning out that duel versus Exodial. And by a miracle, Twisted Minds end up capping that point in OT. They got a minute and 20 to move through this last point. My word, this is turning out to be a lot closer than I think Peps wanted it to be, despite Naga even at popping off. Let's get a small Twisted Minds listen as they try and make a plan to push for third.
Are you okay, Quads?
Okay.
Yeah, I have Q as well when they Q. They're all top.
You guys can play inside right. You say
Kill low. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
swinging
play
red.
inside.
Keep shooting them,
top.
keep shooting them.
Kill low, kill one,
I
guys.
killed.
Oh. Gonna
Still
block
one
the
Guys, kill one, no places.
Gonna die.
Enten free.
Back to one.
Here's
Please,
cripples, they have
please.
I
primal.
wanna go back. Miss Monkey.
Primal
Yeah.
beat Heinun.
Primal beat High Noon. Primal beat High Noon. Just build backline. I'm gonna go back as well. We can kill the monkey when he primals, by the way. If we just build backline, just chill, Quads.
Yeah.
I'm ready. Where is Tracer? Monkey hiding far right. I'm shooting monkey.
Just shoot monkey.
Tracer low, far right. No Rico, far right. No Rico, no blinks.
Can't get him.
Is that him?
Monkey. I beat.
Monkey, all of you monkey.
Shoot monkey.
They're on sec.
Yeah, those are kill low.
Walk main. Cannot
Monkey
beat
no
next.
beat, in our spawn.
Can you touch UB? I wanna, can you touch UB?
Monkey.
Yeah.
Monkey one. I'm ping you.
Monkey one. Left next to you, far right.
Oh, you have to touch
Yeah, touch.
Oh, just unable to touch at the very last second. Back-to-back fights there. Team Peps playing up to Twisted Minds, almost at the doors. And you could call them like, we got to shoot Monkey. We've got to be able to, even in Primal Rage, we got to take him down. We cannot let him get on top of Quartz. We've got to let Quartz have space, get round the corner, High Noon to kind of zone everybody. But it was just a battle of attrition there, and it was Peps that won it out in the end.
It was so interesting to hear the call too. It's like, there's might be a good window of opportunity. The Winston didn't get any of the overhealth from the sound barrier, so it might have been an easier target to take out in that instance. But what a good call and response from Team Peps. They saw Twisted Minds go for the beat in the High Noon. It did zone everybody back, but then Team Peps are like, oh, would you look at that? We also have a sound barrier. So we're just gonna make this an even more aggressive push right back at you. But as we switch sides, it's going to be Team Peps now that are going to step up to the plate. So let's hear how they're going to approach their first attack push.
Yeah, but then you just gotta say when you go. I say I can kitsu, but I can't kitsu before you jump. Otherwise, they just run out.
We also don't always, like, we do one turn right there. They're on point. Just drop one turn. We do
Zodiel,
without moves, you know?
Zodiel, you hit the shot, 10 pounds.
Fuck. I wanted that deal.
Yeah.
Howdy.
I'm giving him a Sonic.
Oh, area. Resurgent. We can look to like full flip to the high ground. Can we look for the surge off? Full surge off, yeah.
Really, I'm going top left, guys.
I'm ready.
No, full flip onto the high ground, yeah.
Yeah,
Ready? One side. Go surge. All together. I'm together.
Send the city.
Switch off. Press off.
Also good.
Fade rolling, Trey one.
They have no gold. They're pushing under. Look at
Only one.
I need leave now. Try to leave.
Equal. One.
I need to. I'm trying to run.
I'm back now.
Yeah, you can force point. Trolley, Lu1.
Nice. Up to you. Okay, this is gonna be black first. I think they recontest maybe.
Don't think.
Tracer with flash right
Back in one.
Just kill only. Trade.
Pass on Go inside. Carry search one. Carry. 3, 2, 1. I'm in. Turn the wrist. Wrist one.
Right. Play point,
I'm
play
on,
point, play
I'm on.
point.
Look, I'm on Surge, I'm bubble Surge off, just fight.
Tracer one.
I'm done.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm done.
Tracer on me, low. I really need to,
Cap.
Nice.
Let's get 3 points. We can
They use
take.
house bomb.
Yes,
Get B and take top. Let's go top,
Yeah, yeah. Good top.
Beautiful attack there from Peps. Not too many ults used either as well. They got Primal, they got double support ult coming in too. You see the calling go crazy there for Naga as well, calling a lot of the shots at Team Peps.
It was nice too. He pulled out the pulse bomb
nice
and then
kill.
got the Suzu out. That was enough for that push. And now look at how aggressive they're getting with this Kitsune rush on the high ground.
Yeah, I really like this. You get a lot of free space on the payload too. You just got to get this fight clean. Got to kill Labda. There you go. Okay, Labda down. Orisa dead. Get back to that point. Get 2 on, maybe 3. Maybe the whole team. Just, you know, get the payload going even faster. If you could have 5 stacking on point, that'd be
Payload party.
insane. Oh my god. Imagine how fast the payload would go if you could actually get 5 speed. That'd be ridiculous. Exodio on the high ground. This is going to be the big
That'd be
difference
crazy.
maker. Twisted Minds need to get Exodio off height, or at least... Well, no, that's it. They need to get Exodio off high
It's
ground, or they
difficult to.
hide. Like, it's going to be rough.
Yeah, like it's too difficult. Even on jail, look at the beautiful sight lines that Exodial has. And if Trey can just like pop him up with something like a Primal Rage,
Oh, okay.
there you go.
Naga just falls over to a railgun of Quartz. Just heard the Tracer screaming from halfway across the map. He can still hold the high ground here, but Lab's going to try and make it difficult. Pushing up solo, has to drop. Fortify already used. He's got the other CDs if they really want to do it, but there you go. There's the response from Tread. I mean, too far forward. I mean, Labda trying to just be a bit of a nuisance, really. Just try and force him off high ground, but Team Peps take the trade. And they end up just jumping on top of that Jail and killing off Quartz. They're still getting the payload going, but it's being sold out right now by Yubi, buying a little bit of time for his team to come back as a 4. And here comes the rush. Sound barrier available from Team Peps, but they're going to decide against it. They're going to disengage instead. Oh, FD God is completely caught though. He's going to beat!
Ooh,
he's actually going to beat that. Oh, and Naga lands the pulse onto Quartz as well. Oh my word, I thought FD God was surely dead.
So close to an AJ.
I mean, Yubi's got no recall either. Easy kill on the Tracer. 2.5 minutes for Team Peps. They are dancing with death, but they are coming out on top. They got 3 on. Lab just switched over to D.Va, so there is a chance for a retouch. They use their thrusters to get on the point. There it is. They do get the boop on the D.Va initially, but there's still 2.2 meters to go. And Quartz gets primaled away from the fight, so this overclock is not going to mean all of anything. A rush from Team Peps. There's no point really fighting into that, especially for just a solo DPS. You need your tank to absorb some of that aggro and absorb some of that damage. Quartz at least takes 1, but he's not going to live too much longer as Team Peps got 3.5 minutes. They don't want to repeat a map number 1. They want to end this decisively.
Hello.
And this is so much time to work with for Team Peps to be able to do that. We're gonna see Tread switch off of the Winston over to the Orisa. Winston is, in this point, is typically where it starts to lose a lot of its potency with lack of high ground. But we say that, Left is up there just to make sure that there isn't any funny business with the Sojourn. But this is already moving so far. The payload is meters away from Team Peps, tying up the score.
Quartz is so low as well. Quartz is 1! Quartz is 1! Sound barrier comes in from Sky a little bit too late to save their Cassidy. And with 2 and a bit minutes to go, I mean, Twisted Minds have to play a little bit more passive here, but they can't afford too much space because that golden box of victory is only right around the corner. Pulse bomb ends up missing range Exodial. The kite is good and the heals are good too. Exodial being kept alive, but finally Slay takes him down with a kunai. If that kunai doesn't land there, maybe they end up surviving even through the additional damage coming through from the rush. Team Pep switching over to Cassidy. Quartz is even on the Widowmaker too. A decent point for it too, Rose, on the defense. Actually changing his mind, going over to the Soldier. Maybe a little bit too risky.
At least you're, I mean, because when you're on the Widowmaker, right, you don't have nearly as much point presence if you need it. You also are reliant on just being able to get those headshots rather than just any body damage too. But
Rose,
the
they
rush
have
is gonna
rush
make
and
this
beat.
so hard for Twisted Minds.
FD got beat in 1%. I mean, Lapta's already dead. I don't think they even need the sound barrier. that rush to secure that corner, that previous fight was what Twisted Minds had to invest, and Team Peps happy to disengage. And bada bing, bada boom. We got 2 support ults, you got none. Hey, easy time. Peps end up taking the map, tying the series up 1 apiece. It's looking rather close. No more 3 Overwatch. Promise, promise.
No, hey, we already don't have any more 3 Overwatch, at least today, so far. So yeah, it feels really good.
That series, it's all good.
So
Let's not get ahead of ourselves just yet. Hang on, chill.
Okay. No, but it's been good. I think it's been really good look from Twisted Minds to show us so much strength on that first map, and even on Hollywood, this ended up being way closer. At the end of the second point, I think we saw some struggles from the team to use their ultimates effectively. We got a 2-player sound barrier out of Sky, and it just didn't feel like you were actually getting enough out of the overhealth for the 2 members that got it to actually keep them in the fight. I would have rather seen that for a last-second contest on the second point and maybe even stopping the cart there. But yeah, either way, still much closer affair than what a lot of people, including myself, had thought coming into this one after what we saw from Twisted Minds yesterday.
Ooh, I didn't even see that. Trevor's like 1 HP. I wonder if he died at the end of that. Yeah, Naga's looking quite devious on the Tracer, I will say. Kind of scary when your Tracer's got that much confidence, hitting that pulse bomb on the enemy Tracer and hitting the triple pulse, yeah. Looking pretty clean so far from Naga. He's definitely been a player, like historically, was extremely good in contenders, like way back when I cast him in like 2018, 2019. Obviously made it to the Overwatch League, was playing for Paris Eternal for a little while, and has been a player that wasn't necessarily flying under the radar, but in Overwatch League, he had very much like hot streaks. There was a point where he was playing far on certain maps, and it was like, damn, Naga's kind of cracked. Like, this guy's insane. And then he had a bit of a lull in like his play, and he didn't really find the same level of success he found in contenders in that brief stint on Paris Eternal. But coming back in, like, Naga is looking like a brand new man out there, honestly, and it's really good to see. Found a home on Team Peps. So look at the head-to-head between Labda and I'm assuming Tread. There you go. Eliminations wise. 35 and 15, yeah, okay. So we'll have a look at those stats a little bit later on. Most important thing is as well, Esperanza is the next map, so I don't think there will be any subs. I mean, last time they put UB in on tank.
I can't imagine.
Here are the stats again.
I think there was like desperation maybe, and just like throwing a little bit at the wall to see if it would stick a little bit better than this. But when you look at the tank head-to-head now, it is getting a little closer. I mean, Tread, they ended up winning the map, and you know, it's always going to be tilted a little bit in their favor, but I think Labda over the course of the last few maps has progressively put up better and better stats, and this is more proof of that.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't think there are any subs, like you were saying, Rose. It doesn't... I felt like yesterday it was more of a maybe a confidence thing. Like, QB's like, okay, I can step into tank role. Like, a lot of these players across the roles, to be fair, will be able to play every single role at a high level. But obviously, there's one thing playing at a high level in like ranked, getting like top 500, etc. And then there's playing in like comp, like actual like OWCS level like gameplay. Like it's extremely different.
Yeah.
It's a completely different game sometimes on the face of it, even though it sometimes looks fairly similar, you know. But it's especially playing in these environments, players that aren't too familiar on the role, sometimes it's a little bit stressful. You're coming in, especially after KSA kind of stepping away. Maybe you be just kind of saying, look, I can play this, I can come in, we can dominate here, maybe we can kind of come back, give the team a little bit more confidence. But with them not having any substitutions, we are going to see Labda continue on the tank. And like you said, there has been small bits of improvement there for the Orisa, but can that continue? We're guaranteed to get a map number 4, of course, which will be Sorobasa, but Esperanza is the map in question right now. And this gives a lot of opportunity to Peps as well to also kind of flex their comp too. There's a lot they can play, and they've proven, and Tread specifically has proven he has a lot of tools in his wheelhouse, and that is so important for a tank player right now.
Yeah, Tread, it can play multiple different tank heroes into very high success levels. The reason why Team Pepsis looks so good is with the addition of Tread, the addition of Exodial. One of the reasons why Naga has looked so much better over the last couple of weeks is because of how much space Tread has been able to make for the team. I just think that everybody is started to really gel those play styles together. And so I kind of look at Esperanza and I go, well, there's definitely an avenue to play the Winston here. We've seen teams do it before, but Tread's Orisa has looked really good too, especially being able to get those spears, and that's so disruptive to an enemy team.
All right, let's load in. Map number 3, Twisted Minds and Team Peps here in the lower quarterfinals. A chance to move on or a chance to get eliminated on the line. They're a one apiece, and with Push, and how ridiculous Push has been over the last couple of days, I'm expecting something a little silly, a little something wild. We've had a couple of full caps, we've had a couple of ridiculous comebacks as well. We'll see if this map treats us to anything like that. Let's have a look what both teams are run. Looks like it's just going to be Orisa for both sides, and yeah, okay, Quartz not starting on Soj, but Cassidy is where it's at, especially focusing down the Orisa. Can be quite annoying having to blow a lot of those cooldowns early on after receiving a number of headshots from the Cassidy.
Yeah. I mean, what, 5 headshots to take out an Orisa without Fortify? It's so strong, and Cassidy's been able to do so much consistent damage, and especially when you can also be a little bit more self-sufficient, help hinder a very dominant Tracer on either sides of that magnetic grenade. You just get a lot of utility.
Exodio is farming on the Cassidy. Every other shot is a headshot. It was keeping like 3 people at bay. Like just then, that was insane. Also, I'm pretty sure this is one of the fastest team fights we've had on Esperanza 2 in the last few days. Like my word, normally they last for so long. But that's a really fight and definitive fight win too for Peps. Getting the high ground control. There's no weird stragglers that might be able to poke them. A clear team wipe, and now Twisted Minds have to attack into this high ground.
I mean, you gotta walk into the sightlines of Exodial again. That's not ever gonna feel very good. So Twisted Minds are gonna make this rotation up to height, forcing Team Peps to have to go back down to the bot. Quartz now maybe gets a chance to take this high ground away, but all the while, the really nice rotation coming out here from Team Peps to make sure that Twisted Minds aren't getting too much value.
Hainu's really good. Oh, that's Suzu.
Suzu?
My God. Suzu moment. Number 57 here in this first series. So I think he was just waiting there too. He was holding for so long. I'm like, why didn't he pull just to kill the Lucio when they were going to the bot? But I think he was waiting for Suzu. And obviously with a lot of Lucio players being very cognizant of the high noon, like they boot people out. We saw Astro do it yesterday. Boot people out into the foreground. Exodial getting taxied
so good to have
back.
that Suzu online.
There's 2 meters to go. That's really unfortunate.
Right.
Actually, they didn't get the cap there.
I think if you want to go for that though, Team Peps is overextending, and knowing that Twisted Minds, if they're tracking, have 4 ultimates, even 5 with the sound barrier, that's just so risky.
Oh, risky pulse one from Yubi there, just throwing it off the edge of the high ground, hoping it finds its targets. Both rushes have been utilized, but the problem for Team Peps right now, they're on the wrong side of the map, and that bot is in control of Twisted. Slate. Both the support players from Twisted Minds putting in a whole lot of work. Nice Suzu from Crook. Any kills here is just a bonus, but getting away is going to be more important for Team Peps. Looks like Yubi and Quartz are giving chase, but they're going to think better of it. And there you go. There's the payload moving Twisted Minds now. They're getting meterage.
Very economical fight there for Twisted Minds as well. They had the Kitsune Rush to match the one on Team Peps, but you still have the Terra Surge with a Deadeye combo. That might be pretty fun, especially if you can force out the Suzu from level 1 Crook. Might be able to hit its mark. I don't know, I'm considering all the possibilities with the Terra Surge now. Nothing is out of that realm.
No, it is such a good combo. Well, here comes the sound barrier after Tread tried to pull everybody close. Nice force of beat though. Twisted Minds didn't want to like engage off of that one. They were happy just to disengage. So Team Peps have got the advantage in terms of their own sound barrier, and they know it too. They can just run to this high ground. Quartz with the high noon is going to prevent that from happening. A preventative measure more often than not this high noon. Looks like he knows Naga is like down, tucked into the bottom right. He's probably going to make his way to the rest of the team in just a moment as FD God tries to boot Labda away. Lot of ultimates from both sides now are available. And Exodial just determined to take high ground. But Twisted Minds are not making it easy. Here comes the rush from both sides. A pulse bomb going wide. Exodial dodging out pretty easily. And the target is Quartz yet again. And this latest sound barrier from the rest of Peps should see them through this fight pretty perfectly too. I can't imagine they're going to lose anybody. And this will be checkpoint, I'd imagine. I mean, Twisted Minds, they're not going to be able to get back to this point quickly enough.
No, and if they do, they could be walking into a pulse bomb from Naga. You also have the Deadeye to help zone people back from Team Peps. So it should be just the point capture. And this is going to give such a power position to Team Peps. They have the forward spawns unlocked now. They could also take this forward corner if Twisted Minds are going to take a while to get back here. But they don't want to give it up. The high ground going to be even more important here for Team Peps. And just see if they can get Exodial set up.
Oh, crook. I always just hear the sound, you know. It's like the Doom or the Quake strafing sound, like
right.
Whenever he gets hit with the spear. All right, high ground. Good boot. Really good boot from FD God. So what you should be doing if you're a Lucio player, stop people coming from high ground. That, however, is probably not what you should be doing. FD God almost feeding into the front line. Escapes to 1 HP though. It's all good. He's a pro. Naga Quartz end up trading Slay to fall though. There you go. There's the overwhelming presence on the point for Team Peps. Good stuff. These fights are breaking down near the end of it. It's really tough. And like you were saying, Twisted Minds want to be able to set up Quartz on this high ground, but FD God permanently kind of booping them away and booping them off height. Because if you don't have the Orisa there, good luck running up on the height. It ain't happening, Chief. And now this is where the gap really begins to exceed what Twisted Minds want it to be. 70+ meters moving around this corner.
I mean, FD God has to play a little bit risky to help get Quartz out of position, but that's where the difference between the Sojourn and the Cassidy come in, because you can just power slide away, but not always, and oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So it's such aggressive fights.
Yeah, you see that pulse bomb come in from UB, not finding a connection again. It's been a little bit lackluster with the pulse bombs over this map. Normally pretty on point with them. They're not connecting, and when they do, it's like, you know, instant Suzu. Pretty hard though, I will say. You know, you can give Tracer players that one. Suzu exists. Comes up with a kill though. There you go. No pulse bomb kill, but just a standard one's good enough. Exodial with the high noon. Looks like UB wanted to try and go for the one clip, but Tread's just standing in front of Exodial, make sure he doesn't get randomly headshot by the Sojourn. And with 100+ meters, Team Peps made the executive decision to try and play on this corner, wait for the rest of the gang to show up again.
Well, it's smart because you take away those sight lines from Quartz, right? If you give Quartz these big straightaways or these long sight angles, then that's where the Sojourn can really thrive versus something like the Cassidy. So Team Peps too, with all of this meterage, they're just playing keep away from Twisted Minds. They have a sizable lead.
That is a big terror surge, but Tread has put himself in a precarious spot. But more offer, I mean, more than Quartz and Slay, I mean, they just ended up diving in. There was a huge sideline as well for Exodial just to kind of ping both the DPS and the supports down. But Trev was just so low in that fight. I mean, that was a good terror surge too, just grabbing everybody together. But that really set Exodial up, but it looked like it was going the way of Peps, but Twisted Minds, their ability to kind of stay alive, same with Labda, not even using that terror surge of their own. Really nice stuff from Twisted. It was unfortunate that both teams just ended up kind of trading, and trading at this point in the game is not what you need. You need definitive team fights, and you can see the result of that here.
Yeah, Twisted Minds are the ones that are on the back foot, and so they would need, what, 4 team fights wins in a row? And it starts by trying to get some value out of this Terror Surge and Pulse Bomb combo that they have unlocked if they want to go for putting those ultimates together. But they're at a standstill. Team Peps have this high ground control, and so Twisted Minds have to wrap around underneath, but it's so tough to get Exodial off of that bridge.
I mean, the correct play almost here for Team Peps is just wait out this 2 minutes, right? Oh, Exodial takes down UB, who was trying to go for a cheeky flank pulse bomb. Now he's just hunting for the back line. Lab just so low, just out of position completely. Or I wouldn't say out of position, they were trying to make a play, but it just didn't end up happening. 1 minute and 30. I mean, Team Peps are happy just to also not even push the bot if they don't want to.
No, they could just stay here. They could literally just stay here. Like, I think moving the bot forward too much is a mistake. Like, you go forward to make sure that the bot gets the checkpoint, and then you go back to that strong defensive position. Because if you overextend, you get punished, and that could be the snowball opening Twisted Minds needs to really get this bot any amount of progress to make up for the differential Team Peps have worked up to. But it could be just final fight soon, depending on how long this takes. There's a minute left.
There's a minute left. A lot of ultimates for Twisted Minds, that being 4, almost 5. Quartz on the high ground with a railgun. Trying to set up for some kills, but he's just getting booted away by FD God, and Sky's already down, and now he's against Exodio on high ground. Like, he's got very little healing. DPS passive deployed on him too. This is going to be it, surely. I mean, Twisted Minds, they only use one ult. They've got another fight here, but with 30 seconds, I mean, this bot is just so far away from not only their own barrier, but like 70, 80 meters. And Team Peps, they're going to push it even further. They know Twisted Minds have to win like 6, 7, like 100 fights to try and get back this lead.
It's a lot. Oh, it's a lot. And heading through this main chokeway, you're walking right into a Terror Surge from Tread.
He walks into a High Noon. Good spear from Labda, though. There you go. Okay, they're going to start this fight off with a good spear on that High Noon and a rush. But Peps see this, instantly disengage. As long as Tread survives, Peps are in a good spot. He's going pretty low. There's the Terror Surge from both Orissas. Sound Barrier comes through from Sky. Sky almost getting eliminated by Tread, but Tread with a Pulse Bomb at his feet and his spear in his front. All signal with a kill, and Twisted Minds, they're coming up with a fight win here, even though they are losing people. But they're going to need to find a lot more than that. Naga ends up coming over the Pulse Bomb onto Slay. A little bit thrown away, you got to say, as they probably could have used that in the next fight, but making it sting maybe a little bit. Team Peps are going to lose this checkpoint, Rose, but
scrappy.
Victory is in their sights.
I mean, Team Peps, like, they don't mind losing that fight there because think about the number of chances they get now, and it's an overtime. Twisted Minds have to play around this card, otherwise that overtime wick is going to expire, and that's just going to be the map. And
Labda is
look
one.
at Labda!
Labda is one. Labda is dead. Very unfortunate. I mean, this might just be it. With UB especially coming back on the sim too. TP to get back from the spawn and help the rest of the squad as well. There's the rush. Sky's on the point, and that is it. Team Peps on Esperanza take the map, find themselves a match point in Twisted Minds. They're one more map away from being eliminated. Our Stage 1 champions as well, coming in with a run in the lower bracket is the best that they can hope for.
This map, it looked a little bit more Team Pep's favor, just knowing how push maps can work, though. I'm still tempering some expectations, and the other two maps have been close, right? So maybe it's not going to be the end of their journey as we take a look at Saravasa, but just to reestablish what Team Peps are playing for, they need to win here, they need to beat Peace and Love later, and they still need a second place to lock in that spot at Dallas, which is what our teams are playing for. Twisted Minds, though, the journey's a little bit easier, but getting a win here would also solidify a spot for them. So just so much to play for when your tournament life is on the line and your chances to move forward.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Peps too, they have to get through like Ent/Space Station at some point as well. Some point you're going to have to get through one of those teams. Like, that's a rough ask. But, I mean, look, they're setting themselves up for success right now as we jump into map number 4, Saravasa, in just a moment. I mean, yeah, it was a little bit more of a one-sided affair here with Team Peps taking the victory. And the map play is really nice. I mean, this is just what Push is kind of broken down to. It's been interesting to see the evolution of Push, like across since the game mode was kind of launched up until now, in like how you play the bot and how you end up taking the checkpoint more often than not and then going, well, we don't play anymore. We sit and we chill on high ground, and that is it. We don't need to do anything because you need to not only fight us on height, but then you need to push us like 5 more. Like, there's just, it's really tough. It's a really tough game mode to kind of break down, especially with Twisted Minds. Not a new team, but new pieces on the team playing different roles can be tough when you're a little bit inexperienced in that regard. But Labda still coming up bigger on the Orisa than he was yesterday. We'll see if they can come back on Saravasa. We're going to jump to a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec.
One more time. One more time. One more time. One more time.
Welcome back. Team Peps and Twisted Minds facing off. Team Peps currently leading the series 2-1. Suravasa up next. Of course, Dallas not too far away. Both teams still vying to get there. But Peps getting the upper hand on Esperanza against Twisted Minds. Kind of clinical play, looking pretty clean. No substitutions either. We're not seeing Labda stepping away and like Yubi going on tank. They're feels like they're very much more confident now in this series compared to yesterday.
Yeah.
So Suravasa just going to keep the same 5 in.
They're locked in. They're locked in and they know they have to, because Twisted Minds with a win here, they would be able to secure a spot at the DreamHack Dallas event. Bar any other scenarios that could happen with a team upsetting Ensign Space Station in the event. But Team Peps, this is where they got to start that treacherous journey through the lower bracket. A win here, a win versus Peace and Love later, and then a win versus either of the behemoths of Ents versus Space Station. But, you know, I think Team Peps, they're off to a great start, especially after Esperanza ended up going in their favor. They also started to feel like they figured out how to play against Twisted Minds, how to limit the potential of Quartz to just have those pop-off moments. But that's what Twisted Minds are relying upon, is Quartz, Yubi coming out and making big plays to really step it up in that DPS role.
Naga Genji? Okay.
Really? Ooh.
Speaking to Jake about this a couple of days ago, maybe yesterday, I can't remember exactly, but speaking about the Genji versus the Tracer. Couldn't get a lot done on the Genji, but the Tracer seems a little bit more...
it's interesting.
A little bit more consistent for a lot of players. Naga, known for his Genji at least a long time ago, so it's not too much of a shock to see someone like Naga on it, but versus the Tracer can be a little bit difficult. However, UB is running the Sim, so they're going back to like almost ye old faithful with the Sim TPs. Something that they found great success on back in stage 1, and something that UB is very good at too. It's very strange, like, oh, they're so good at Sim, like, okay, you just beam people, but hitting the right click can be quite difficult sometimes, but they do an immense amount of damage, and like one shot through window as well, which is Slay, of course, playing through the Baptiste. Though Quartz going down first, not the best of starts. After taking so much damage, yeah, here come the resets for Naga.
Oh, you know, if there's one thing about the Symmetra teleporter, it gets you in really fast and it gets you out really fast. So, Twisted Minds are able to take a quick disengage, not before UB is still going to get caught out by Exodial. But kind of going back to the Genji point, we've seen even in North America region, Kevster pick up the Genji in some of these matchups. So I don't think it's totally unheard of if a player is really confident in being able to play that hero. They just might feel like it's better in the matchup that they have. The one downside versus something like a Symmetra is you can't deflect some of the Symmetra beam damage. So I don't know. We'll have to see how it's going to play out.
That window being quite the hindrance there to Exodial. But it doesn't seem to care all too much. Had to get through the lamp. Still did a fair amount of damage. However, it is again Quartz going down first. That window from Twisted Minds not netting them any kills. A bit of space, I suppose, but look at Labs there, looking 2 different directions at once. Trying to look at Tread, stopping all the damage coming through and the spears and whatnot. But there was Twisted Minds just trying to find a position on the point, unable to do so, and that will be Peps with only the overclock used. Moving on to the second point with a whole host, and Twisted Minds not quite so lucky. Used overclock and the window to try and make that happen.
Well, the Genji Blade too. I think this is where we really start to see some of the power of this hero.
This is cheeky. You can TP out, but are you quick enough on the draw? I don't think so. It's high noon somewhere, and Exodial finds 3. Slay, Sky, and Yubi.
Not even an overclock.
Good early play from Tread. I really like those early fights on Flashpoint, because you just get the point for free, and then you get a free setup as well. It's not like you're permanently fighting, losing people, trading randomly, and then finally capping the point after a messy fight. You get it easily, and then you can set up again.
Twisted Minds are able to get back into this one quickly too, though. But it's just, again, pushing the tempo. The blade coming out.
Not pressing it either. Look, Naga's got the dash, doesn't want to use it to get to the backline. No, he has to deal with that overhealth from the sound barrier. That's one less ult that Twisted Minds have got now as they move on in. War is deployed, splits the point. Now they can basically use it as a giant Ryan shield as Yubi gets booped out of his own TP. Tried for something a little bit cheeky, but Naga punished for it. And FD God too. That boop and then the dash. Easy kill on the Symmetra. Just so vulnerable when isolated in the backlines like that. Nice window from Slay though. Temper the aggression from Team Peps, but here comes the sound barrier. Some of the Twisted Minds don't have after using it to get away from that blade from Naga. And that Terror Surge on point. Not good enough for Labda, and there's Peps capping again.
That's the power of the Genji. It's not maybe the most flashy of the DPS right now, because when you just have a naked blade without something like the on a nano boost, you're not going to be able to get the same type of slashes and dashes as we've seen from Genji's prior. But it forced out that sound barrier, as you said. So not having that as a defensive tool for later when Team Peps was able to attack with so much else they still had left in the bank, that's what the blade is for. Force out those really important cooldowns and ultimates so that the rest of the team can put in the work too.
Okay, here's the overclock. There's a return here from Exodial. Nice spear. Pushes Quartz all the way back, but here's a swap up too from Twisted Minds as Lab just switches over to the Winston. They didn't find the flip. Lab's just alone though. There's no shot he gets out of this alive. Yeah, the leap, unable to get around the corner. Oh, hello. Hello, Slay. Just a bit out of nowhere. That's an unlucky TP timing from Slay, trying to get to Lambda, trying to heal him up. There's the point. It's 2-0, and Twisted Minds looking a little bit distraught right now.
I mean, they switched off of the Symmetra to put UB on the Tracer, Labda going over to the Winston. They're still trying to take these engagements quickly, but you're looking at just maybe a mismatch in tempo for the team when playing around that teleporter, which is something that we hadn't really seen before, with UB making those big teleporter plays or just rotations. Exodial is going to switch off of the Sojourn now to head over to the Cassidy, recognizing that there is a really great way to weave in this damage now that Labda is going to be on this Winston instead.
Looks like UB got the call there that Exodial was low, so he tried to make the play, try and get that flank, but it's hard, really, with Labda playing the Winston. Really tough against Orisa at the best of times for some of the best Winston players, right? But now Exodial switching over to the Cassidy on the rotation. Makes it even tougher. And I think this is going to be kind of part and parcel of what we saw before, Rose. Naga is going to pull the blade. It's going to force Twisted Minds, use the sound barrier, and then Team Peps are just, with the sound barrier advantage, are just going to use theirs in the next fight and then win and crush him. Exactly. I mean, Naga's setting up for it. He's just playing on the sidelines. Here's the blade. Where's the beat? There it is. Naga doesn't dash in, saves the dash to dash away. Pulse Bomb on the point, narrowly avoided by Naga there as Tread uses the Terror Surge. Crook is dead and means no healing for Tread anymore. As Twisted Minds, they're still cooking up at kills. Exodio and Naga still finding damage and final blows. And Naga kills 3 at the end of that fight too. So on what looked like a lost team fight there from Peps, end up turning it around and even getting a stagger kill on Sky. He's 1 HP. Oh, FD God. Okay, he gets him with a Cheerios at the very end. A rush, an attempt now from Twisted Minds to get back. A Primal Rage, a nice little boost from FD God, but he manages to get there.
And just to get there, but for how long? Because Twisted Minds aren't coming back with much else. Quartz is going to have to get this overclock and get in a position to use it, or Twisted Minds are going home.
Oh dear, overtime's in session. Peps 1 more point away from netting themselves an advancement in the lower brackets. Naga's already come up with kills. I mean, Sky, Labda, UB gonna have to come up with a miracle and then some to get back in this one. Oh, the pulse. Oh, there's the miracle. The double kill from UB. Naga Crook down. Prayers have been answered from Twisted Minds fans as Tread hits the reset on the Doom Fist. Twisted Minds at the hands of UB find the cap.
Oh man, this is what we needed to see though from Twisted Minds, is these big power plays from these DPS in order to find those picks. So UB got that instant pulse bomb with the Tracer, heads over to the Genji to come back with that hero, as we see an even different look from Twisted Minds dive. Quartz on the Echo as well. So lots of different angles that Twisted Minds can attack into this one, but they've got their work cut out for them. Team Peps are coming into this with that Kitsune rush to kick things off, and then they also have the blade again.
Oh, well, UB's already low and already dead. There's the rush, and as quick as it started, as quick as it was over, a victory blade for Naga, looking for anybody else to add to his resume. Thank you very much, Team Peps, with a 3-0 on Suravasa, lock their place in the lower semi-finals as they move on. What an impressive showing. Twisted Minds eliminated from the competition.
And Twisted Minds, they looked so much better today too. And so I think this is something that we can point to and say, like, oh, you know, Team Peps, they weren't playing against a strong opponent, because they were. And I think we can still have hope for how far Team Peps can make it into the rest of this lower bracket. They still have Peace and Love ahead of them, and they still have to get through one of the Titans in order to make it to that DreamHack Dallas spot. But on such a good start.
Yeah, Team Peps, this is where they got eliminated last time as well, in the lower quarters in stage 1. So building on that success for sure. But yeah, tough opposition coming up, but the road is not ending here just yet for Team Peps. Eliminating the stage 1 champions has got to feel good. Their confidence is definitely high. Let's throw it over to the desk. They're going to break that one down. And yeah, wrap that one up. And well, how do you feel about that one? Was that what you were asking for, what you're hoping for?
I mean, Johnny and I got to be feeling pretty good. Jake
was feeling really good after the first round.
I was just about to say the same thing. Welcome back
usual.
So here, joined by Jake and Johnny. Let's dive into this. I think Necra really hit it there at the very end of the cast. You know, it's not like Twisted Minds were looking that bad. The individual skill is, of course, still there, so they are still an opponent that you have to respect and that you have to fear. And I think there were a lot of individual moments from Juby and the like, which showed that. Team Peps, though, they came in prepared. They did not underestimate what Twisted Minds squad can throw at them, and they came out on top in a convincing fashion there at the very end.
Yeah, I feel, Peps was playing their game looking solid, and honestly, for Twisted Minds, the 3 players on their main role looked pretty good, as expected, but the Lucio play and the Orisa play was pretty off, and to be honest, from Labda, like when his pushes were on the right timings, his execution is strong. Like he was still making the plays and looking good, putting out big damage. The problem is just the timing, the experience on the roll is not there. So a lot of these beats, I think, were really, really awkward from Sky, like a few forced beats that they really missed in the later fights. And then some of the pushes from Labda, just not aware of the position of his team and overextends past the point that they could reasonably fight. On top of that, great series out of the DPS on the side of Team Peps, right? With Naga and Exodial, I think going very even toe-to-toe, maybe even having better games than their DPS counterparts. So this was a game where I think Twisted Minds needed to heavily overperform in the comfort roles, and instead they just sort of matched in the comfort roles, and then, the experience on Tank and Lucio just had way too much impact.
Yeah, I don't think you can underestimate how important it is to have a really good Orisa, and I'm not trying to throw, particular shade at Labda, very tough position to be in, but like, on the upper end, if you have 2 really good Orisas, realistically, you can't really outplay each other that much. You're pretty much going to optimize your Fortify ability usage and ability usage in general. But if you're like on a worse Orisa, you're really setting your team back so much. Because if you use your Fortify early or your Spear Spin early, those are the kind of ability miscorrections that like you can really abuse. You can really capitalize on that, and that's why Exodial and Naga, they put themselves in a really good position to capitalize on some of the poor ability usage from Twisted Minds. So they're almost a bit GOAT-esque in that regard. It's really important to have really good ability management in this meta, because if you don't, then you are going to get punished by the enemy team. So Naga, player of the match.
Yeah, great performance from him on the Tracer. A couple huge pulse bombs that really set the momentum in the series, turned it back in favor of Team Pep. So you got to look to Naga's having a huge performance here. But I feel that Orisa, the big problem is just positionally. If you're just a little bit out of position, you're gonna have to use those cooldowns just to live. And it's that experience on Orisa of, okay, how much do I expose myself? In the end, Orisa, people have this mindset you can just do whatever you want on the hero, which is somewhat true, but in a high-level game with, the enemy team having basically a mirror comp, or with the Winston, that Winston puts the bubble behind you. If you're not perfectly aware of the game state, you don't realize that you're not getting any more heals once that bubble comes down. You can just easily die. So that's where the experience comes in, understanding the positional game of the matchup. Peps really dominated the series on that front. Positionally, it wasn't really close.
Yeah, and I mean, there was just so much pressure from every single side. Naga and Exodial, of course, playing a big part in there, pressuring the back line, making sure that Labda's Orisa was dead before it even arrived, So it's a tough spot, of course, for Twisted Minds to be in, but what a great performance we're seeing from Team Peps. We just saw the player of the match. Naga was awarded the honor, rightfully so, and we actually have Naga joining us for a quick chat now as well. Naga, how are you doing?
Hello. I'm doing good, thank you.
It's been a while since we got to chat to you, so let's dive into this. Of course, you went up against the Twisted Minds that, had to deal with some roster, I won't call it issues or changes, whatever you want to call it. Did that change your preparation heading into today's match?
Not really, because we didn't want to underestimate them anyways, right? It's like one match at a time, regardless of what the opponent has of issues. So we just prepared as much as we could, regardless.
Yeah, I'm curious about the roster for you guys on the side of Team Peps, retooling the team almost completely for this stage, but you do look so much stronger. So tell us a little bit about the new look on the team, about the new players you guys have brought in, and what it feels like to be playing together and to be hitting a new peak in terms of results in OWCS.
Yeah, so like they're all pretty young, first of all, and they grind really hard. And I think personally, I think they were extremely underrated, every single one of them, right? And that's like, I always like being an underdog team and know that my team can do more than what everyone else expects of us, right? So it feels very great being in that position.
I was curious how your mentality for the rest of the tournament. We kicked things off with the main event, and you took a pretty hard loss to Space Station. We were all hyping up that match, like, oh, Peps look really good, but It was a pretty brutal loss. How did you kind of like recover from that loss? What was the talk between the team? And do you think if you got a rematch later in this bracket, do you think you would put up a way better fight against Space Station?
Well, first of all, they're just like the best team right now, in my opinion, and I think my entire team would agree with that. And they have like a unique style, so you kind of have to like prepare really well for them, and it's hard to practice against as well. So to put up a better fight next time, we would have to really sit down and theory craft a lot on how to deal with every single thing they throw at us, and then we will only know in the match whether that will pay off or no, right? It's that's the hard part about them. But I definitely think we would do better if we played them again, and when we will play them again.
That's right, that's the spirit. Well, we hope to see that rematch, and we hope to see you guys succeed in your next match as well. Naga, thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you so much, my pleasure.
Best of luck.
Naga from Team Peps. Yeah, I super agree with what he says. Like a lot of the members of that team that they picked up, they went under everyone's radar. I don't think they can claim the underdog for much longer though, because the performances they've been putting up as individuals, not just as a team, it's been very impressive.
I still think they're the underdog compared to Space Station or Ents.
I mean, yes, but...
Well, keep in mind, they're playing Peace and Love next, if I'm correct.
That
and
one,
they're actually
take
favored.
Team Peps on that one, yeah.
So then you're like the third best team in the region.
Yeah, that could be a big performance. I mean, there is still a road here for Team Peps to qualify to Dallas. It is a pretty unlikely one, though. They need to, they're going to need to, I think, get at least top 2, which means beating at least Ents. And I think they might actually rely on some unfortunate scenarios where Space Station has like a really bad performance. So regardless, though, I think the Team Peps we've seen today look strong, right? Like they were so punishing against Labda's mistakes. You know, every time any slip-ups came from Twisted Minds and these off-rolling players, it's immediately pounced upon by Tread, by Naga, by Exodio, these aggressive players on the side of Team Peps, really making it look pretty easy, honestly, as the series goes on. Feels like Twisted Minds, it's tough to see them go out this way, honestly, with the talented players we know are on that team. To have these, I mean, I do think it's unfortunate, right? To have to, you off-rolling on Tank and having a non-Lucio player on Lucio. That's like a double whammy is pretty rough.
It's the nature of this type of tournament, right?
Yeah,
like,
you got to be ready. It's no one's fault but their own.
Things happen on short notice. You got to deal. That could be changes in the game, changes in your roster. It is what it is. Unfortunate it may be. Team Peps came out on top, and they did, I don't want to say abuse, but they took advantage of the issues that were going on Twisted Minds side.
Yeah, so let's look at some of those mistakes from that team. Yeah, so first Illustrator of the week, and this time I just want to showcase how Peps played around the fact that Twisted Minds, they didn't have their original main tank and Lucio player. So we're going to find ourselves here on Esperanza, and you can see that Twisted Minds, you know, they're playing the standard composition, and they've actually established some kind of like bridge control here. So they got the high ground for their Cassidy. And if we just quickly look at the ultimates, you know, Labda and Quartz and Sky, you know, they have pretty important ultimates here, whereas on Peps, you only really have a sound barrier and a Terra Surge. Hard to really get value from this, especially when you don't have the high ground advantage. So how do you really approach this fight? So we can go ahead and play this one out. And we can actually see at Team Peps, they thought about pushing bridge. You know, so many often we see that these teams, they try to commit high ground and try to get the Cassidy off this very high ground. But in this case, they realize, actually, we can't really do that, because if we push high ground, we can go ahead and pause here real quick, actually. There you go. That's a great Terra Surge, by the way. Great pause, Neil. Love that from you. But if you would have gone to high ground, actually, you would have been forced to kind of commit this sound barrier from FD God, and that's not really how you want to use sound barrier, because, you know, you can get some space, but like, are you really going to win the fight? Are you really going to utilize the duration of sound barrier to get picks? No, I mean, Twisted Minds are just going to disengage. So instead, you take this kind of like Orisa battle, you see this Terra Surge coming through, and this is where the first mistake really comes. Twisted Minds, Sky utilizes the sound barrier, we can go ahead and play it out. Whereas actually, you know, the Susu moment, as Jaws loves to call it, that probably would have been enough. So now you got the sound barrier going for Twisted Minds. Team Pep say like, great, we got Sky's sound barrier out, and we didn't really have to do anything. We just poked with the Orisa mirror for a little bit. Now again, we go high ground. Now we can go ahead and pause here, and actually, okay, we're kind of baiting here actually. So this is going to force Quartz to utilize his high noon here early, because they don't have the sound barrier, so they need to use the Deadeye to kind of mitigate this push coming from Peps. So you can go ahead and play this one out. Quartz is going to utilize the Deadeye, and that, okay, we'll just disengage. Like, that was so premature, we'll just disengage. That's another ultimate out for Twisted Minds. No value whatsoever. And now Team Peps, they can go ahead and poke. We're actually going to build out 2 Kitsune Rushes here. But as this kind of Kitsune Rush battle kicks off, because Team Peps, they played so patient in this one, they're going to have that extra sound barrier from FD God to really give them an advantage in this one. So yeah, you can go ahead and play it out, Neil. Yeah, just roll it, just roll it. And we can see 2 Kitsune Rush coming out, and FD God is finally going to drop his sound barrier. That is how you get an extra advantage in these fights and how you really manipulate the enemy ultimate economy to give you an advantage. So great execution from Peps. They baited out a couple of ultimates and they get an advantage in the Kitsune Rush fight. So there you go.
There you have it.
It's a great clip. I think it actually highlights this aspect of the Orisa mirror that I don't think people realize enough. People think about Orisa as this hero that just like runs into the enemy team, which is true in non-mirror matches. But when you're in the mirror match, right, you can't just run into the enemy Orisa, right? You know, unstoppable force and an immovable object there. So it really is this pre-fight poking phase where you should just be trading poke without really committing ults, ideally not even committing important skills, just trying to pressure the objective, force somebody to touch the objective, get that person's skills out, repeat, and then the ult should only come once the fight already breaks down, realistically. But for the Twisted Minds, they were just so anxious from their play. Like, they were skipping the poking phase entirely, and they're just going in. And if you don't get a quick kill on like a backliner as an Orisa, that's pretty much a suicide play. Like, it's a one and done. You have one chance, go and get kills, or else you're just going to be way far behind in the trade. And that anxiety doesn't pay off. A team like Peps, you know, the great patience you highlighted in that clip, Johnny. There's no way they're going to win like that.
Yeah, the patience and of course the experience you need to have on those heroes that can make or break a game. Unfortunately, it broke the game for Twisted Minds. They are out of the tournament as that was a lower bracket match. Let's actually take a look at said bracket where Team Peps are managing to staying alive, and they will be facing off against Peace and Love. That is going to be the next match for them. I'm going to be very interested to see how this one plays out. Also noteworthy to mention here is, of course, that with this victory from Team Peps over Twisted Minds, SSG actually secured their spot in Dallas. Is that correct? Am I?
Yeah.
Yes, that is
clinched.
correct.
I think they thought they clinched yesterday. They tweeted it, and so I believe them. But in fact, technically, there were still scenarios in which they didn't.
I'm just staying away.
Premature.
I'm not doing anything.
I don't do
I'm sitting back. Like you figure that out. I'll analyze the gameplay.
That's on you.
Yeah.
We spread the right information. I'm feeling very proud of everyone involved. Go team. Now, we do have another match, of course, coming up, and that will feature SSG. That will go up against ENS. This is going to be a good one. You don't want to miss it. All of that is going down after this break. Champions Series. I love the sound of that.
And EXO against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny, and we're getting ready for the one. No.
Actually,
Yes?
the best match
Actually,
of
maybe.
the day, maybe?
Of EU at least. I mean, well, this is the one we've been waiting for. I'm
of the best
starting to
matches.
wonder whether even ENCE will really be putting up a really competitive fight against
They
SSG.
have to.
I mean, they have to. This
Someone
is the
has
last.
to, yeah.
I feel like this is the last real contender, right? Like in that we haven't seen play Space Station, but. You know, like Naga said in the interview, this Space Station team is really, really good at what they do, and they're playing their best comfort style right now, right? They found the way with the RAM, all the swaps from Backbone, whether it's the Sim or the May. I mean, this stuff is really hard to play against, very challenging to prep for, because no one else is going to play this style, and even if somebody did, they wouldn't be executing it the way Space Station Gaming does. So, such a hard thing to do, to go up against a unique team that actually found a comp that's not really a cheese, that like has flexibility and has lots of options how to play in the meta.
I mean, the obvious problem here is also they don't have to play the RAM. Like, they can play the quote-unquote meta as well, and it still looks very good. What can ENCE do here, Johnny?
I think ENCE are going to play it pretty straight up. Vestola is probably going to come out and play the Orisa here. I was going to pitch this as well. I don't think we'll see Bastion.
I think he might play Sig.
Well, he could play Sig. That's true, actually. I don't know the map pool, so I don't know what map will play. That's going to change things. But I was going to ask you, Jake, do you think there's any way that they come out and play Kevster Echo against this Backbone, Symmetra kind of thing?
I think the Echo is much more viable if you play a Sig style, if we play like a pure poke style. Although I honestly don't love it. I'd rather see other heroes, frankly, like a Tracer, let's say. But I think the Sig style, one of the way the BAP plays, right? The BAP and the RAM play is very passive, very pokey, slow style. Against the Orisa, you're using your shield, cycling your cooldowns over and over again, and just outlasting the enemy in the fight to where you're getting a BAP window that closes things out for you. But against a Sigma, you don't have the option to play slow solely. So the question for me is, does the Sigma still work against the Sim and the RAM? I can see those TPs and the RAM just aggressively.
Yeah, the RAM.
I can see that running you over.
Things, yeah.
But I think ENCE, I mean, playing the Sigma against. At first, I thought versus Twisted Minds, they're just playing the Sigma to like put Twisted Mind into a weird matchup that they don't understand with inexperienced tank players. But I start to wonder maybe that ENCE thinks this Sigma poke style has potential in the meta due to the RAM already looking good, the BAP already looking good. The meta has kind of opened up in a way where maybe the Sig can work.
And it's a great comfort pick for Vestola as well. So.
Yeah. Well, let's see. If there is a team which can get it done against SSG, it would be ENCE. Let's see how our viewers are feeling about that one. Well, SSG clearly the favorite still, but quite a few ENCE heads in chat as well.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, these are two of the fan favorite teams in the regions because they have really stacked rosters, really fun rosters, a lot of identity, of course, and they're evenly matched. So this needs to be the banger, Zoe. If there is a banger, this is the one.
Yeah, I mean, this is the one. You heard it here first. This is going to be the USDA certified free
Not
range
even,
banger.
because this is EMEA, not the USDA.
EMEA certified organic.
Where are you going with
banger.
this?
I don't know. I just
What's
want
the
to make
EU's
it special.
food certification?
I don't know.
Because our food is just good. We don't need to label it. It's just good food, and that is a base take. Speaking of good things, we do have, of course, our casters ready for all the action. So Necra, Jaws, take it away.
Please.
Is this gonna be it? Is this one
That'd
it?
be good.
This one is it.
This is the banger.
This has gotta be
You
it.
say spoon certified?
Spoon.
Spoon?
I'm still on that.
Spoon? Did someone say spoon?
I did not say that.
What?
USDA.
Spoon? It was
USDA.
USDA, not spoon.
Organic.
Oh,
Spoon.
You're doing
It's
great,
spoon
Necro.
certified.
It's gonna be
You
a
can
good
eat it with
game.
a spoon.
If you can spoon it, it's
eat
good.
it on a spoon.
Fine. It's going to be a good game.
Ravi spoon fed.
You guys
yeah.
need to. Okay, you guys need to chill. You're giggling
Sorry.
over there. This is the banger that we're all hoping for this weekend. Space Station Gaming taking on ENCE, rank 1 and rank 2 here in EU. I mean, Rose, in this one, the devs all voted 3 and 1. Sure. It's a map 5. I can almost guarantee it.
Yeah, for sure. I smell it. I smell it. It's a map 5 today. I would love for that to be the case. And this is just a glimpse of what the winners finals should look like out of this bracket. Like, take a look at ENCE and SSG. They have a really good shot of meeting each other again at the very end of everything. So it's just like our appetizer, Jaws. A great first look.
Yeah, this is the winners finals, of course, with a spot in the grand finals here in OWCS. Main event stage 2. Samoa, the first map for ENCE and SSG. I wanted to start off with like what kind of Johnny and Jake were saying on the desk. Like, SSG, they're playing their own style. They have found it. Like, they love playing Rush, and EU in general loves playing the Rush, but Hardy and the rest of the gang specifically very well versed on that style of comp. Will we see Vestola switching over to Sigma? Maybe a little Bastion, maybe a little Echo. We've seen sparks of it, but Space Station, they know what they love, they know what they can play, and they have backbone as well to facilitate their team too on these wacky picks in the Sim and the May. Sparker, of course, going to be perma on Cass. I wouldn't want to have him on anything else. As the gates open in 5 seconds, looks like ENCE going to run out with the Bastion and the Genji. Or the May.
I mean, we've seen the Bastion before from ENCE. Taking a look at what happened in yesterday's matches, so Kai was able to play that. Kevster does have the flexibility as a flex DPS to bring out the Genji or the May or the Tracer, what have you, right? But Vestola picking up the Ramatra. This is very exciting just to see where this meta evolution throughout this match is really gonna go.
Space Station, you have to be careful. Playing around that turret form from Kai is going to be so important. They see the turret form disengage. Oh, Sparker almost caught out there by the wall. Definitely the target too. ENCE want to focus. Kai on one side, Sparker on the other. A battle of the Titans really, but it's Master that's first to fall to a Hindenade. Kai's also pretty low, not receiving any healing right now. In fact, supplemented by that Immortality field is going to keep him alive and actually aid the kill onto Funny Astro. But you can see, like, the point for Space Station Gaming, so much easier to take when you have land and being able to play around this sidelines and have pretty much everybody in his line of sight. But Crimso on the opposite side for ENCE has to look 2 different ways to heal Kai and heal Vestola. Vestola tried to step up, but Kai was permanently getting poked out. There will be Space Station capping first.
It will, and as ENCE walk back into this one, they're still going to struggle to find those same angles for the Baptiste, especially when Space Station are going to play this far forward. You just have so much more room for Landon to work with. With his amplification matrix, it's all available on both sides, so maybe this is a way that ENCE can get back into this, hitting the window on this
Really
point.
aggro window. Good usage too. I mean, you could look at the point and also look at the people that are trying to go for the retreats. There's a lot of damage from Bastion too. Got to be careful though. Annihilation from around the corner. Kai going pretty low, but Spark is in the back line. No one's paying attention to him again. And they're going to stagger the Ram as well. Oh dear, Vestola. Surely they take the shot. Nope. Not worth the 1% ult charge. Looks like Space Station are going to try and catch anybody from ENCE that was peeking their head out the spawn. Good start from Space Station thus far. Oh, there's no way Crimson dies. There you go. All good. John.
I was like, oh, surely not, but it's also Sparker, so I also wouldn't put it past him to be able to land a shot like that from that far away. But still, only Annihilation being used here as well as the window on Space Station, so they get to walk into this with the Deadeye. The Photon Barrier is going to be so nice, too, to help split up the team and once ENCE makes their approach.
There's the sound barrier. Sparker not saved. Where's the damage to Space Station now? They're going to have to rely on Backbone. They've got a lot of ultimates, and there's the Blizzard. Good wall off too. Landon's going to get frozen. Land's going to save him, protect him for a little while. And Astro comes in with the save. Kevster ends up falling over to the Cheerios. Maybe should have been a little bit more proactive there, trying to guarantee the kill. Was playing a little bit greedy. Vestola too, just overextending. Somehow Astro is just the difference maker for Space Station. Going absolutely wacky and wild to the Lucio. Marsha falls to Sparker as he comes back and joins the fight again. ENCE found the flip, and now they're gonna have to go for the touch. Vestola onto the Doomfist to Space Station. They're poised, they've got ults, they've got Wall and the High Noon.
Yeah, they got to hold on to both of them. So to use them now is going to feel so good. The boom, it just disrupts everybody moving back in. And ENCE, they've got to throw this mortar strike.
No CDs for the Doom. It's Bastional. It's going to have to be something crazy, and crazy it is not. And now it's a slow bleed out from ENCE. Everybody trickling onto the point. There's just too many ultimates for you to deal with. Sparker and Backbone having two of some of the best ultimates to kind of stall out the point, both in the Wall and the High Noon. And ENCE just couldn't make it happen in the end. Nice little cap, but only 10% on first round. Space Station, yeah, they're looking pretty clean.
I mean, Funny Astro too. It looks like a deadlift there from Funny Astro. Not in the same sense of like you're carrying in terms of.
Hey,
like,
no, he
feelings,
deadlifted.
but,
I've seen that boy deadlift.
Kept up Landon, came in there with like such a strong beat. Like Funny Astro sliding into this team is just makes the team churn like.
Churn like milk in a butter churn. I've used that one before. Yeah.
There you go. But it's so fluid. Funny Astro's beats have been phenomenal. The way that he's able to peel for Landon just means that in general, you just have way more healing on the board for Space Station. And being left alive longer, we all know how that goes. You just hopefully get to do more damage. So, and they're going to walk back out with a similar type of composition, this time with Vistola on the Sigma. So plays a little bit different to that Ramatra. You have maybe a little bit more comfort on that pick if you're Vistola.
Yeah, you got to guarantee kills with this turret form from Kai. That's 2 for the Bastion. Sparker's making it even though. Klebs takes him out. Backbone still playing rather tricky with Landon. TPing around all over the place. But as soon as Ents also hear that teleporter come through, Rose, like it's a very easy like go sign, like a green flag. Kai and the rest of the gang just end up moving forward and they just pin everybody in the small room. Now, this is something I wanted to see for a long time and I think everybody's going to be happy with this one. Hardy on the Rhine.
Hardy. It's Chatty, excuse me, Chatty. I'm so pumped. I mean, like, just go to the Sigma and swing the hammer past him.
He's wearing the Spitfire
Where's your shield
too.
now?
You love to see that. Window.
Yeah.
Rhine moment. He's stuck. Help him. That lamp is surviving for a little bit too long. There we go. Eventually taken down. Yeah, unfortunately, Rhine does one thing very well, hold shield, and then the other thing is swing, but unfortunately you can't do both at the same time. Window from Landon, though, a really late one, in fact. Ents is struggling to clean up these kills, and it's actually Kai that ends up falling over. And shouldn't let this point go for free. Master comes back in, sniped away from Backbone. Landon's still got the lamp. It is disposal. Tries to leap over the wall, but Kevster catches him. Here's the backswings from Hardy as he comes back on the Rhine. Even a sound barrier invested. No more block, no more wall for the May. Had the Blizzard, could have thrown it, but Hardy somehow manages to get back in time, earn himself a shatter, and they get the flip.
All that investment was finally worth something. Ents walking away with 57% of this point, and they still get to come in with the dirty combo, the Gravitic Flux and the Mortar Strikes.
Oh, yeah.
There's no sound barrier here from Space Station, so there's not really a good way for them to be able to combat
there's the forbidden combo. Everybody slammed back down to the ground, somehow surviving with only the lamp, and Hattie gets the pin. I mean, of course he does, on Crimzo in the backline while the chaos was ensuing on the point. I mean, Kevster is as good as dead. I mean, could have used the Blizzard, but that fight was pretty much over as soon as Crimzo gets pinned. The forbidden combo used and found no kills. That's a miracle they survived.
It's hard to see everything in the current angle that we have, but you do have the teleporter play from Backbone. You also have the burst healing from Landon, plus the immortality field. So Space Station, just seeing how Ents played yesterday, they probably had an idea that this could be coming and a way to play around it. So just like that, we're tied up on the progress on this point. Backbone with the photon barrier as well. Gonna buy some room here for Space Station to help negate even the amplification mixer from Crimzo that they're working on too. But
he tried.
Teleporter
TP shatter didn't end up working out, and that teleporter was just Sparker's demise. Hardy's got a pin in 1 second. Can he get out of the Blizzard? No, he cannot. Even the lamp's not enough to save him, unfortunately. Vesta gets traded, though, by Funny Astro, and here comes the wall. They don't need Hardy's Rhine shield to play around this one, luckily. Kai is just dancing between it, though, dancing between the barriers. Astro doing the little do-si-do. No shot, he takes down Kai with him. Ends to end up getting the flip, Rose, as Space Day was at 88%. Hardy is back. Not in just a moment's notice, and with the sound barrier for Funny Astro, they could continue this fight, but against a window, they think better of it.
Tank form Kai, another Mortar Strike potentially online. Solo switch over to the Orisa and all of this chaos as well.
High Noon TP straight in the back, Kai in trouble. Here comes the Mortar Strike. They're still going super low as 3 people from Space Station teleport through into the backline, spotted Kai out, and Kai could basically just sit there and react. That's all he could do as he watched Vestola getting torn apart. Funny Astro and Backbone come up with kills, and it's Kevster on the run. He's going to be able to get the touch here as Space Station Gaming looking to close this first map out.
Ooh, on the run on the run though. Still maybe able to come in and get the touch. Kevster's also switched over to the Tracer to be able to have that mobility as well, and everybody's on the fast heroes on Ents to get back and hope to have a clean 5v5 fight.
We've got to continue to touch zone, that's going to be the problem. Especially against this window from Landon. Sparker under a lot of pressure. There's the lamp to save him, and now's the perfect time to use that window behind the team. Nice little off-angle pulse bomb comes in from Kev. Hardy and Landon already down. 90%, 97% even for Ents as they find the flip. Space Station Gaming wondering what happened, but it is Kevster all day long. Space Station Gaming taken to around 3 as Ents find this second one.
I'm expecting us to see a lot of hero swaps throughout this match. You already hit on it at the top of the match. We just have so many different styles that we could see come out from either of these teams. They've opted to play like Sigma, or we just saw Vistola play the Ram not too long ago. Orisa is also in his wheelhouse. But then how do you support that? I think we're going to see fewer swaps coming out from Space Station, just knowing that they are really going with the composition that they know inside and out. But then the onus is on Ents to try to figure out how they're going to break that combo. They figured it out once, but they've got to do it again on the next round. And it's going to be a Kevster Sojourn. I'm excited about that.
Would like to see more on the Trace, to be honest. Those pulse ones are crazy, but against the Ram,
so true.
Maybe things better on it. Also Nade. I really like the adaptation of the Bastion. Really, the only teams running it right now. But they've still got to be careful. I mean, they're not going to be as aggressive, that being Space Station with the TPs here, because Ryan pretty good at like surviving on a TP flank, and you can just jump on somebody. Teleport used just to gain some space here from Backbone, put pressure on the point as Kevster tries to off-angle. Just nades being thrown in from Kai as much as he possibly can. It's actually Landon that goes down first. A railgun across the map. Backbone can't really check Kevster a lot of the time too. Can like dodge in and out of the cover right with the right clicks, try and tag Kevster down, but I mean, really, Kevster and Kai, the amount of damage that they can output, Backbone's there for utility and, like, as the fight breaks down, using that beam to charge up and pressure down the tanks. But that instant burst damage, that's where you look at Kevster and Kai really to put the work in.
Yeah, I mean, Kevster with a charged railgun shot is still not going to be a full pick onto Backbone, but when you have the extra damage coming through from the Bastion as well, that is like, you know, insta kills in a lot of senses regardless. But already coming back into this, and Kevster, big pick onto Hadi right away.
All right, okay. Yeah, Hadi and Spark are already down. Swift retreat for Space Station. Shouldn't lose any more. Oh, that sucks. That's a couple more seconds.
This is going to be so hard to approach the Bastion. What we've seen from Space Station before is using these teleporters to not only just wrap around behind the team, helps out of Sparker on an off angle, but Ents has been able to play with Kai and Masa together so that the Bastion gets set up whenever the teleporter appears. So they can't really go for the same tricky maneuvers as we would have opted to see before.
Although speaking of which, TP straight into the window, try and catch someone from Ents off guard.
Quick disengage.
Here comes the railgun in response. Of course, they are flipping at the map right now, them being Space Station. Got to be careful, though. Kevster can't stray too far inwards either. There's the Vortex and the hindered A2. Look at that. Kevster manages to get out alive by the skin of his teeth somehow. He has been spotted, and Hardy can get him on the left-hand side, but here comes the Forbidden Combo. Sound Barrier comes in. They're holding this Flux quite considerably. Here comes the Mortar Strike. Landon healed up, though, and actually kills Masa as he's ascending to the sky to try and get away from the Bastion ult. Kevster eventually ends Landon's life as Space and Hash found the flipper. Look at those health bars. Astro, Backbone, Hardy, so low. They're all scattered, and with Landon dead, there's just no hope for survival on the points. And of course, Sparker finds two. Someone please kill him. Ents with 90% now. Space Station try and get back to the point in time. They've got Wall, they've got High Noon, they've got Hardy on the right.
Oh, but are they going to actually come back as a full team of 5? You at least have the teleporter to help get you there a little bit faster, but Hardy's going to take this low ground approach. They're going to get the flip, But ENCE just so strong, backing up, waiting for that damage to come through before they make their next move to pounce.
I mean, look at this.
They've got no ult.
They know Hardy's down below too. They have no fear running up on this high ground, trying to catch some of these players off guard, and exactly what they've just done. Hardy's onto the sidelines. He can't say anything in this fight. He can't do anything to help the rest of his team. Vestola kills both supports, and Hardy is nowhere to be found. MIA. ENCE take the round, take the map, and start off the series strong.
We have such a good match on our hands. I think when we came into this one, Space Station, we're like, okay, we're gonna see you play the Ramatra Rush. It's just the kind of classic for the players that are on this roster, but how do ENCE actually deal with that? And when I think back to how they were able to handle their match versus Twisted Minds with the Bastion strategy and just knowing that UB was gonna have those teleporter plays, I'm like, oh, okay. No, you know what? It's like they probably practice this. I don't even know how many times these teams have played against each other when both of them are in such high demand for scrims, but I've got to imagine they've had practice being able to play these comps against each other.
Yeah, I mean, it's been rough, I'd imagine, as well for ENCE, like watching Space Station also just kind of walk through the upper bracket. You can imagine they're watching some of those games, seeing how they can find a strategy, find something to deal with this rush. It was nice, obviously, to see Hardy on the Reinhardt too. They've still got a lot of tools and a lot of cheeky things with the TPs and the shatters and the high noons, but ENCE, they're not caught out by them, like a lot of other teams have been. I mean, you see here, look, Hardy TPs, hits the shatter, and already Kai is backing up. As soon as they see the TP, they know Hardy's going for something cheeky, and Kevster playing this one perfectly too. Kevster all day on this map, destroying on the Tracer, that pulse bomb on top of the teleport. Just a classic Overwatch moment. Oh, you sim TP? Oh, no worries. Let me just pop a little pulse bomb there where everybody's grouped up, and yeah, Kevster makes it work.
But even Vestola being able to play the Sigma here, you saw just how ENCE was sandwiching under the lower level of beach, right? You go down there, you delete the teleporter, you make Backbone so much more vulnerable, and everybody else that was hoping to use that teleporter as like a get out of jail free card or something like that.
I mean, that's so tough for Hardy too, because he comes back on Ryan. He's like, okay, so I can charge back to the point, I can put myself under, and then they have to like walk at me to try and get me off. But he's basically stood there with his shield and his hammer, and then he's watching the rest of his team die. And you're like, oh, we're on high ground. We need to then go down to low, but then it's weird because ENCE have pushed into us, so we can't join Hardy behind the shield, and we just sat there, and then Vestola just kind of punches us. Like, it's really rough, and that's just really an overtime situation where you're not coming back on the most optimal pick. And with the Ryan against the Sigma, it's pretty bad. Like, it's good when the Sigma has to kind of walk into you and you're in swinging range, but Vestola is just so well versed on the hero, and a lot of heroes on ENCE's side too can just play far back. They can just chill, poke down the shield, or just kind of kill everybody else, which is exactly what they did. Yeah. ENCE had a lot of answers there for what Space Station were bringing, Rose, but Space Station, they still got a couple of tricks in their book, I'd imagine. We've got Paraiso as our next map. I mean, this is like a dive, surely, coming in from Space Station. But we are getting a substitution, in fact, as we see Psycho coming in. So this is kind of what they've been doing over the last few days here.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Psycho can come in, play the Tracer. We're actually going to see an ENCE sub to Chase. Wow, okay, so Chase is one of the newest pickups that ENCE made to their roster. Chase is a main tank that came through from Ex-Oblivione and was one of the keys to success for that team in main event 1. One of the things that Chase was really well known for was also his versatility on playing these tank roles and just how aggressive of a player that he can really be. Actually hearing him talk about his experience recently, he was saying there is a little bit of a mismatch currently with how he likes to coordinate and communicate, and the rest of the players on ENCE are very, very vocal. As I'm sure you can tell, Jaws, like, these are just all-star players that have had so much success in Overwatch history that it might be difficult as a tank who's used to having to call a lot of the shots for the team to also know that he can trust the people behind him to make those same calls.
Yeah, a lot of veterinary talent as well, right? Veterinary? Wait.
Veteran?
No, they're not vets. They're not vets. They are.
They're not that.
Yeah, they're not that
vet.
type of vet. Like veteran talent in Marsa, like Crimzo, Kai, and Kev, right? So yeah, a very different, a different team to kind of come into, but a strong one at that. Let's get a quick Space Station listen in though, as they prepare for their first attack.
Do watch out, Spark.
You know, you have to really watch out because we can one-shot them with fucking monkey loser kill.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go. Keep
gaming.
Big
Fucking go,
dick.
guys.
Let's fucking go. Let's check the comp.
On a brig.
Yeah, on a brick monkey.
Yeah, monkey.
Ready? Pokemon jump.
Yeah,
3, 2, 1. Look for break. Break one.
Stop on him.
They dropped already.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can walk up. We can take space. Take full space.
Tray monkey here. No hinder.
Oh, I'm into that.
Picking me.
Ready? Walk up. I can cleave all guys. Trainery. Go on my next timing, guys. Go on my next timing. Touch point.
Yeah, I need help on point. That's just shooting me.
Yeah, pop blocking you, but don't worry.
Yeah.
Trace him bottom left. Monkey me.
Guys, 3, 2, 1. Leave him back. No sleep.
Monkey
1v5. Tray 1 on you, Spark. 1.
Look at Trace. Point. Cast under.
No sleep. Ana 1. No nade, just pressure point, guys.
Yeah, just kill point.
Look at Trey.
Brick cast both things. One.
Nice, guys.
All one. They use nano, they can have pulse. Pulse rally. Close high noon.
Yeah, moving the fucking point.
Yep.
Going back. Yeah,
My kill top.
Really decisive call in there. You wouldn't really expect anything more, really, from Space Station, or anything less, I should say. Astro calling the ultimates. A good main support. They know they got Pulse coming up, Rally, and the High Noon. They ended up nanoing Kevster there as well, Rose, but Sparker was doing a good job of kind of checking the Tracer, even though nanoed. Hint a nade onto Crimzo, has to play a little bit more safe now, a little bit more scared, as Kai going extraordinarily low, and it's getting pressured out on this high ground. Even fighting high to low, these nades from Crimzo have to land, they have to force the Suzu. Looks like they're going to try and go in again, but that Rally instantly popped. And look at Hardy, has to pop the Primal Rage, just booping everybody back. And it's Kevster that ends up falling first, just getting isolated from the rest of his team as those supports were just not in LOS. Nano onto Kai, another Nano onto a DPS as Chase takes care of Astro. And Nano and a sleeping Winston. Oh, you are very dead, Hardy. Sparker trying to make this one even, but kind of in no man's land at this point, as I think the payload should stop here. No more trade kills coming through, but what a first push from Space Station.
ENCE's backline is so tough to dive. You've got Crimzo on the Ana and Masa on the Brig, which means you've got Whip Shot, you've got Sleep, you've got Shield Bash. So many different ways that ENCE can stop Hadi from being able to jump onto the backline or even just kind of like the ball if they want to all group up together. So it's going to be really tough not to crack. Maybe you spin Sparker or Psycho back there, but at the very least, like Hadi in that last push, it didn't really net in a whole lot of progress, but you did get the rally out and you still don't have the nano to work with. So maybe now is the time for Space Station to push that objective.
Floor pulse, all good, still killed him. You're chilling. Chase taking a lot of damage, just got the Primal Rage, instantly pops it as soon as he drops. Low 100 HP, a pulse bomb onto Hardy, quickly Suzu by landed, should be healed up in just a moment. Chase just kind of monkeying around on the high ground there, not really going down to low, but I would be pretty scared. You're still kind of dealing with this casting nade and pretty much everything that Space Station can throw at you. There is going to be a touch, no Primal Rage, so the staying power here for the Winston is pretty low, especially against this High Noon. Nice little boot from Astro, just aiding in the kill once again. ENCE on the back foot, 4.5 minutes on Paraíso. I mean, that is a heck of a time back for Space Station Gaming.
So much to work with, and knowing that you also have the Kitsune Rush heading into this next fight, the Primal and the Pulse Bomb should be up as well. Space Station have a lot that they can throw at this. Now, this is also where we see some teams end up swapping off of the Winston, just not as much verticality to play around. So Chase is going to swap over to the Ramatra here. Also provides you a lot of point presence if you want to try to take these brawls up close, knowing that you have the rally as well as this nano boost to also kind of like help you get your ults online and stick together as a team.
Feels kind of rough as Ana, I will say. Especially after the...
She's so hard to play right now.
Yeah, especially after all the changes with DPS passive and whatnot. Feels like you always need an AoE healer. Of course, that's what Masa kind of supplements the healing with. But this nano boost is still so powerful. He needs to apply it at some point. Yeah, I'm surprised Kevster didn't rip it sooner, but trusting in Masa to keep him alive, especially with that rally. That overhealth just so powerful. Yeah, the Ana's just permanently healing. because there's no AoE heals coming out. You know, you're playing Kiri, you're playing Bat, there's just so much extra additional healing, but Ana's still extremely powerful in terms of utility and the massive amounts of trust.
Yeah, Bionade doesn't hit the same as like AoE healing. It certainly does not. And in a lot of cases, you want to still use that Bionade to get those big purples. But you know, ends with the nano into chase. Like, they're gonna have this annihilation, so they've at least have to stabilize some of these ultimates. You also, of course, like can always put your trust in Kevster and Kai, and both ultimates ready for them as well. But Space Station with 4. Sound barrier for this annihilation
good
too.
Stick, really good stick. Hardy didn't have a chance to pull Primal Rage.
Nice.
Okay, that's fight over. All done.
Put your trust in Kevster and Kai. Yeah. You could always do that, and then we trust if your team ends. And they still get to hold on to the annihilation and the Deadeye as well. So this is already a ton of time that ENCE has bought off this clock. They came in with how what they only have 10 left. Not bad.
Wow, almost instantly Demasterful. Good. Oh, he rolled out of that one. I got out of dodge so fast. Funny Astro takes down Crimzo. Master died first in the fight, and Chase. This is a ridiculous fight. A Primal Raging Winston versus Annihilation Ram. Which one are you picking? I'd probably take the Winston, but I mean, Chase is proving quite the formidable foe to take down. Actually survives with the help of Master, who comes back just in the nick of time. 1 minute and 45. This Space Station time bank looking rather meek now.
Oh my goodness. It's always so tough having like a new tank that has to fit into a roster. We've already seen some other teams have a couple of synergy issues with that, but Chase really getting on the same page with the rest of the team and trusting in that backline to be able to keep him alive. Well, time to do it again because there is a nano boost for Crimzo and you're trying to keep this defense alive.
Sparker's gonna have to be careful here. Yeah, that nano boost with the Nemesis form could be quite deadly. High noon from Sparker. That pulse bomb going wide. Even Suzu came out. Here comes the antidote. There's no Suzu available anymore. Called that perfectly, and Crimzo listening out for that audio cue with the Suzu is such an important skill for an Ana player to have in their arsenal. Psycho just running over the front line though. That Kitsune Rush is so powerful. If there's no nano, no rally, like you can't really survive as a 5-man unit on top of the enemy rush. 50 seconds to go and the payloads are moving. Oh, Kevster dying to Sparker. That's not a good death at all. Space Station coming back with reinforcements in just a moment.
Chase is on Doomfist. Maybe even for a short while to see if that's going to be enough disruption here for Space Station. Goes back to the Orisa though, thinks wiser of it. It's still going to be a bit for Space Station to come back, so you want to have just even a bit more point presence here. But you're hoping this rally's going to come through here from Masa in order to keep this team stable.
Pulse Bomb's got his name on it though, Rose. This Pulse Bomb could end it all if he gets it onto Masa. Psycho, we're looking at him. There's the stick, it does land. It goes onto Crimzo, the lamp is down. Rally comes in from Masa, the only supplemental healing and over health to be had now for ENCE. Crimzo will be back in just a moment, but a hint nade from Kai does end Fanny Astro's life. He's trying to land some shots on the front line, playing it safe, make sure he doesn't take too much damage, because here comes the Annihilation. Too much pressure on the points. Crimzo, with no TP target on the Kiriko, can't make it back in time, and with a 0.6 second time bank, Space Station managed to cap.
That's something. I think you'll take anything, especially with how close this match might go.
Like, that's a free attack.
That's a free attack.
If ENCE finished with over a minute, like, that's a really big amount of time, even if it is so minuscule. Very important to finish that.
You take that. You definitely take that. So yeah, Space Station, good on them for being able to finish all 3 points. But boy, did ENCE make that so difficult. Like, the Winston from Chase was just so aggressive, did really good job of displacing the rest of the team. And then I think the standouts have to be Crimzo and Masa. Right now in this day and age, not so easy to play the Ana. We talked about that a little bit. You mentioned like the just having to focus so much on the healing output, but Masa too, coming in clutch to give big heals over to Chase, making sure that front line is going to be shored up with all of that Inspire healing, and just making it so difficult for Hadi to ever make an approach with the Winston.
It is like kind of the El Clasico backline, right?
Yeah.
In the Ana and the Brig. Despite the DPS passive like being implemented, you know, before that, like it was the I won't die to a frontline 3-2-1, like the Chio Fielder backline, like disgusting amounts of healing. Like it is, it brings back tears of joy, that is for sure. Watching Ana being played again with the Brig.
Especially Crimzo, but especially Crimzo, right?
Easily his
Crimzo's
best
such an
hero.
all-star
Yes.
Ana.
Absolute nutcase on the pick. And a true veteran talent, a veteran player in the scene. Been around for such a long time and been at the top of his game for even longer, it feels like. Oh, well, Chase just fell over there. Unlucky. It's all good. I love this position too. You roll onto the bus behind them and they're like, oh, there's a Castium behind us. Nice bit of proactive play there from Space Station.
Anymore. Yeah, I think that's something that Space Station, like, I've gotten really, really good at over the last stage, is just being confident and making these big aggressive plays. So knowing that they can play a little bit more far forward, they can get the collapse onto the team, maybe surprise ends after these mobility cooldowns like this, right? Now that jump is going to be offline even for a second. It's still an opening that Space Station can take.
Look at Hardy's ult charge already. He's got Primal.
So
Insta-pops the
he's
Primal.
using it.
I mean, Landon's down, not great. Chase is still killing, but I mean, with this Primal Rage, Hardy's going to get a triple here by the looks of it. Oh, yes. An extremely quick Primal Rage. That first fight, it didn't last too long, but Hardy was cleaving so many people. The ult charge rate was ridiculous. I'm not sure Enter were expecting that one so early.
That was crazy. I mean, just being able to pop Chase's bubble so quickly as well means that the cleave is going to be even more powerful. And so, yeah, I don't know if I would have expected the Primal to get popped there either, but if Hardy's going to keep charging him like that, you may as well throw them as if they're an expendable cooldown at this point. Space Station, oh my god.
Nano Boost rally available from Ents though, Rose. And Hardy's already dead. Ends up just dying in the front line, and Crimzo and Massa are going to be super safe now. They can play extremely far up and get an off angle. Nice little whip shot kill on Psycho. Always feels good when you hit those long range ones on DPS players. Feels pretty nice. 2 minutes to go. There's a chance to recontest. You can see there's a 3-man unit for Space Station. Couple of them anti-landed to sleep. Oh, Sparker. What a sleep from Crimzo. A sleep anti. You sleep landed so he can't Suzu the anti off. Okay, you're feeling pretty good. And Kai taking care of 3 of them. And there we go. There's the point.
Oh, the clean up. I listen, if anyone's going to make Ana look good and look easy to play in this meta, it is Crimzo.
Sure.
That was a sick nade. All the purple, just so much follow-up as well for Chase to be able to go in and get the rest of that damage. We're actually get a chance to see the replay of how this worked because Kai's on the high ground. You look at the bubble to just help give him some protection, and then
nice
bam,
stuff.
bam, bam. Oh, it feels so good to see the Cassidy just chunk down a target when you're playing that hero. So Space Station, they get a chance to set up on the high ground here, but and still have 5 ults. Jaws, that's crazy.
5 ult fight coming in for Ents. Let's take a quick listen and see how they approach the fight.
I can handle Kai if they come. I can handle Kai if they come.
I'm walking over, okay?
This one. Can you walk?
Yeah, I'm walking.
Trace one as well. Can you push them? Come. Push them. Yeah. Monkey one.
Crew on top.
Okay, stop.
Which is
No recall here.
1-1-1.
I can back you.
Monkey is coming soon.
High new point, okay? When they touch.
Okay, I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm moving. I'm moving the monkey. 2, 1. Wait for Crimson.
Coming.
I'm back.
Yeah, watch their beat. Dive. Let's go.
Get ready, go.
3, 2, 1, go. Give. Lucy one, Kev. Lucy one. Monkey on bubble.
I'm loud.
Push now.
3, 2, 1. I'm in. Monkey.
Get a DPK. Come on. Crate top. Yeah, I'll come to grenade in top.
Come on. Go point. Okay, 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna lose. Reset.
Yeah. Only Noon coming, I think. They use Beat Monkey. They foxed pretty early though.
Yeah. No fox yet. He died.
Pretty much every single ult thrown into that fight from both sides, and Space Station still holding on with a, what, like 1.4 meters or something stupid? Like, unbelievably close from Ents there. You saw Kai just calling out, well, not calling out, but like, he was waiting for a boob so the High Noon could go through onto the Winston, but it never ended up coming through. Maybe that would have been the difference maker. Ents coming in for another fight. As Sparker's just holding this high ground with this High Noon. It's going to be a deadly one.
I know. Harder for the Brig to get in there and get that boop, you know, but let's see if Sparker can make a Deadeye happen here. It's still kind of a standstill on the high ground, but look at the yeet of that mag grenade. Oh my god.
Hey, that home's like no tomorrow. I'm just saying. Oh, the Hind in the corner going to run. Chase is out of there. Hardy too, back in spawn, in fact. Sparker trying to find yet another flank. Oh, really good reactions there from Chase. Going up to the high ground, noticing Sparker was trying to pick off the supports in the back line. Psycho already using that recall, lays down the pulse, misses the Brig. And with Funny, Astro and Landon being the only two from Space Station left on the point, no chance for them to survive. And with 2 minutes to go, and to cap the point, they're going to get the payload going. It's going to be a tough upwards hill battle. We saw how much time Space Station had before, and in general, this point is so tough to take. We'll see how they end up doing it. They've got a couple of supports too. I mean, rally onto high ground. They got to take it away from Sparker, although he's going to do the devil's work in your backline.
Rally will definitely help to give them that sustain, but I'm even looking at the nano from Crimzo to just really make sure that Chase can get a little bit greedy, I think, with the positioning and help bully them away. Maybe even get up to that primal rage just a little bit faster. But Space Station, they can push the gas. They've got the Kitsune Rush, and what a better place to do it after you see the dive in from Ents.
Psycho, sorry, is doing such a good job of just stalling point right now. And desperately trying to move it for free as far as they possibly can before they want to invest ultimates. Rush coming in from Landon. Paying attention to Psycho as he was going pretty low. Look how fast he's firing. It's a wonder how you can control that thing, to be very honest with you. And with Crimzo dead, this rally, I mean, it's not going to help too many other people. Kai is nanoed, but they're just playing in the bubble. Nicely done by Sparker there. That nano could have been the end of Space Station Gaming. But with a minute to go, Ents burning both support ultimates in that fight, it's looking rough.
They're gonna keep it though. They're gonna keep the Ana and the Brig heading into what could be final fight. They have the Deadeye from Kai, could help push some of Space Station back, but the biggest key difference is that Funny Astro has the sound barrier. So what a great response for Space Station to have, as Kai's gonna hit the Deadeye now.
Oh, good primal rage from Hardy. You saw he was trapped in the corner, couldn't move forward. Oh, quad headshot from Kai. Hardy's super low, has the back. Sound barrier still available from Space Station. Primal rage from Chase. If he can manage to juggle Astro, which is hard at the best of times, they might be able to come in with a W. However, they use it to beat aggressively. 15 seconds to go, and Ents backs against the wall as Master goes down. Only Crimzo to help them fend off the overwhelming aggression from Space Station. And with 5 seconds here, it's up to Kevster to touch. He's on the payload, but he's going to have to hit the recall. Chase comes in for yet another one, and Psycho with a pulse bomb in his hand spots Kevster trying to lurk around the point. Oh, a pulse on the wall. A cheeky try for a pulse on the enemy Tracer. Not good enough for a kill, but it was Kevster and Marsha once again having to hold on, but Ents can't quite do it as Space Station take map 2.
Wow, Space Station show us yet another one of their looks that they have in their arsenal. The Winston dive can be just as deadly as their Ramatra rush. It's awesome. I mean, Hadi's one of those players that obviously known for the Reinhardt, but has been doing so much work to be able to show up on the Winston, on the Ramatra, and looks really good doing it. So we have such a close series, Jaws. It's crazy.
This does really feel like the grand finals, right, of this main event. Like, this is maybe a small preview. One apiece so far for Space Station, and Ents want to make it all the way. And of course, Space Station coming into this this main event, this bracket, like they're looking to really prove that they are the best in the region. Everybody was touting them as like rank 1. This team is going to go all the way every single time. They are going to make it to finals, at least at the very minimum. It was a disappointing stage 1 for them, but now really showing everybody why they are here, why they form the team, why they have the players on their squad, like just so well-rounded. Ents, on the other hand, though, you know, everybody like, okay, they're ranked 2. It felt pretty easy coming into, I think, OWCS, looking at both teams, especially in Stage 2, and go, okay, Space Station 1, Ents 2, oh, sorry, Twisted Minds 1, Ents 3rd, and then Space Station 2nd. Did that out of order, but you get what I mean. Twisted Minds, of course, making changes, falling by the wayside, and it really just empowered Space Station really to prove that they are the best in the region. ENCE is giving them a run for their money. A very, very hard map to finish. Space Station did it with 0.6 seconds, Rose, and just so many highlight plays from both teams. And like you mentioned, this is going the distance. Like, there is absolutely no shot. Because everybody, also all the tanks can play everything as well. Like, there's unending possibilities with what comes these teams are going to run.
Yeah, I think the biggest key though for ENCE, and I think like, you know, while we look at Space Station Gaming and we're just like, yeah, okay, they should be #1 in their region now. I think that ENCE can give them a really good run for their money, like not even in just this matchup, but just pound for pound, the star power on both of these rosters is pretty amazing. Like Kai versus Sparker, I think that's always a head-to-head that I'm so excited about watching. Just knowing just how big of a sharpshooter Kai is, how much he was able to show us on the Sojourn and Overwatch League, and even being able to pick out like Widowmaker. Oh my gosh, could you imagine if we saw some Widowmaker today?
I would not complain.
Like, it's awesome.
I would not complain.
I know, we got Happy yesterday.
I know, Happy, oh my god. And then Pelly played the Torb. Dude, yesterday was a good day for me specifically.
Maybe
we do see a little bit of Widowmaker, because you are right. Like, Kai on the hit scan is just insane. He's just a freak, bro. Like, his aim on the Widowmaker is just unbelievable. Definitely his best hero by far, but
it's like not human.
Exactly, it isn't, right? And like Kev's is kind of the same thing. Like, he is also kind of like an android to play Overwatch. He was built in a lab like to play Overwatch. That's kind of just been the joke since he very first touched the game, it feels like. We are getting a small substitution. Chase going out, Vestola coming in as we going to Esperanza. So less Monkey, I would imagine. And we're going to more of a Sigma, maybe the Ram even as well. And we have seen Space Station do this once more. Backbone coming in for Psycho. So big substitutions, making use of the players on their bench.
That's the one thing about both of these rosters that also just makes this matchup so exciting, is the rosters go so deep. And they have people in every role that are just so good at what they do. I think having like, especially in EMEA, I feel like we're really treated to have such good tanks. I don't know about you, but I feel like every time I was like casting EMEA contenders, it was always just like the tanks that were so exciting, maybe even breeding some of the best in all the regions. So just knowing that you have the opportunity to, like, if you're switch in Vestola or switch in Chase to be able to play that like aggressive main tank style, it feels so good.
All right, that's what we're going to see on Esperanza, Rose. I think just going to be rush for Huddy. Can imagine the same for ENCE. You can't. I guess you can play the Sig, but feels a little bit more beneficial to run the Ram. But I'm curious if Backbone is, well, with the Sim, and especially at this stage in the competition too, I was thinking about this morning, like, with Space Station and ENCE being in the upper winners finals here, you're thinking, okay, they're not really going to save anything. This is like the chance to use any like crazy weird thing that you've got saved away that you don't want to show any other team, right? This is the chance to use it. So sometimes you've got to expect the unexpected. And I think ENCE are going to show us a little bit of that here with Kai once again on the Bastion, Kev's on May, and Vestola on the Sigma. Something they're very happy with, it seems, to run into this known quantity that is Space Station's rush.
Well, we saw it on Samoa. And it was so powerful because you see the teleporter, you instantly react to it. You have so many ways to either just delete the teleporter right away. You can wrap around yourself, having Moss on the Lucio. The wall as well to section somebody off. You saw Kevster think about it right there. Once you saw the teleporter, but thought better of being able to maybe just get that tool out of the kit. But I expect to see that. Like, there's so many different ways to segment the team with the comp that ENCE is
if you're quick about it too, you put the wall on the TP. Like, good luck. Like, there's no way you can't come through, and you're just kind of stuck on the other side. And your Sim, who's trying to off angle, trying to get some big right clicks in, soften people up for Sparker. It's a bit more difficult to do that once you're walled off. Speaking of walls, Sparker overstaying his welcome by the looks of it in the front line. Just getting walled off, and then Kai insta-hitting turret 4. Oh, window on high ground 2 from Landon. He's all up there alone. Yeah, you can see Marsa paying him a little visit, trying to boop him down from high to low, but a grenade through the window. That reminds me of a meta not too long ago. Nade through window from Bastion, insta-kill. Good start from Ents already.
How do you teleport past this Bastion? You know, when we've seen FACEIT go for these big teleporter plays, it's like bamboozling the other team. And, you know, Bastion, maybe not the easiest to bamboozle, especially if you're going to be in tank mode. But Sparker is going to switch. It's time for the Ashe. So very unique pick to have here. You at least have the Dynamites, maybe help get some burn damage onto the rest of Ents, but wow, I'm excited to see if this is some damage that they can follow up with that damage passive.
I mean, checkpoint's already been garnered, and there is the forbidden combo.
Oh my god.
Asher already died to the Flux. Annihilation, you can see that giant purple like haze on the high ground, and Ents just disengage. Perfect rotations thus far from Ents. Looking easy. Space Station Gaming having to push themselves on point. Hardy, no Annihilation anymore. A teleporter for Backbone on the left. They're going to put down that wall too. Here comes the Blizzard. Hardy just dodging out the way on the other side of the wall, which means no healing, no support, and no more health. Ends with 76 meters and counting. Space Station have to retreat. They can't fight it.
No, they can't. And Hardy is going back over to the Reinhardt. Reinhardt did not feel like it was the most impactful when we saw it on Samoa, but maybe we get a chance to see something a little bit different. But a lot of it was just, you know, forcing Hadi to just have to hold that shield. If you're holding shields, you're not doing very much. And the Bastion's here to just delete the shield too.
There's like, what, 3,000 DPS or something stupid? I'm not sure on the exact number, but it's very high. Bastion through window.
It's a lot.
105 to 0. Space Station.
Are they just gonna full cap?
Unlikely, but it could happen. I mean, I don't want to say never because we've seen 2 full caps yesterday. Just saying. Just saying. Over the last couple of days, in fact. Kai dead. There you go. That's the start you want to see.
Okay.
No deaths here. Two BAPs fighting against it. It's always funny watching 2 BAPs fighting against each other because they both have the shift and then they just whack Lamp down. It's just like, okay, well, no one's dying for it's like the longest duel in history. All right, TP to high ground. Astro's going to escort the bot. At least they can take a forward position. Maybe they can try for a TP shatter again, but I think Ents are a little bit more wise to that.
Super wise. Like the reaction time of Crimzo to pop down an Immortality Field, Masa, as well as a sound barrier. So as long as he's not in the earth shatter, then he also has a response.
Saving Private Hardy. Good shatter hits Kai, but Beat is already here. Master ends up going down to land, and through the window is Kai, struggling to get an angle in the front line as Hardy just holding that shield. It's going to be tough now, though. Kai has to die. He somehow didn't kill Hardy. Looked like even a melee would have done it there, but that choke point against the window after getting shattered and hitting the fire strike, that overhealth from Master's sound barrier disappearing pretty damn quickly. Space Station, importantly, their Rose didn't use Bob. It was a very tempting Bob spot, right? You put it in or like close to the doorway. But they didn't use Wall either, so Space Station got a lot of tools to deal with this Blizzard. But the forbidden combo from Ents is ever encroaching.
They really, really want the checkpoint here.
Bob. Oh, Bob TP'd! Wait, where's Bob? Oh, Bob's out of the fight. He's all the way on the other side of the map. Oh, Vestola's finally getting chunked down by him, but here's the wall. Forbidden combo a little bit too late as the checkpoint was captured by Space Station. Crimzo the first to fall from Sparker from across the map. And Hardy's just going to hold the shield on the point. Landon pops down the lamp. There's a TP there if he really needs to use it to get away. Was pretty chunked out, but this is Ents on the retreats. Backbone lasering down Vestola with the help of Sparker. Still a lot of trays going back and forth here as Kevza goes pretty low. Wall and Ice Block weren't really available there for him to survive, and Space Station narrowly escaping with a win in that fight.
Oh my god, and almost just like that, we might be matching the progress that Ents made. After they remember that the bot has to actually have somebody touching it in order to move it forward. But yeah, I mean, look at this. Hadi way more confident with the Reinhardt right now too. Not just subject to having to hold up that shield. And with Landon having this window, Ents are going to have to walk into that. But a little bit better cover here for the station of pan around.
Landon just a small bit of red mist there. Blood and Viscera just spread across the pavement as Kai lobs a nade through a window again, and he just explodes. Oh my god, Space Station. Yeah, they ended up using the window because Vestola dropped down to low ground, had the lamp deployed. Even when you're fortified, like you're still going to die pretty fast. But a good, well-placed nade from Kai, killed Landon, and then they capture the bot, and they get checkpoint Rose, but they're backing up. They know how quickly Space Station could re-engage.
Yeah, they don't want to get caught off guard by that teleporter range. And so just stay behind the team. Kevster as well, also just holding this flank so that you can also maybe, I don't know, you're seeing a little bit more of the field, but also...
Shadow?
Where's this teleporter? Shatter into fortified Orisa?
Yeah, it kind of weaved itself around. Lucky he got one, but there's no follow-up there. Kai now popping that turret form. Taking care of TP. Bob in the back. Where's the knock-up? There it is. Oh, the ice block high in the sky. Sound barrier comes through from Astro. Only hits 3. Backbone and Land in a little bit of trouble by that Bob, creating so much space. Omnipresent. Next, his fellow robots in TS1. Kevster takes down Backbone. But Space Station Gaming find a team kill. They're going to be able to get forward spawns in a moment as well as soon as they pass that checkpoint. You can see Sparker already peeking his head over, looking for forward spawners, but they will be coming from main spawn.
Yeah, was like, anybody there?
Nope, knocking on the door.
All good, all good. Well, back to where we were before when this bots are around the corner. Amplification Matrix coming up for both Crimzo and Landon. This time around, though, there is that Photon Barrier from Backbone, which is such a nice defensive tool to have, especially when Kai's going to be set up on these stairs. Just gives you so much more space to work with, just to bypass a lot of that Bastion damage. But they're waiting for the skills to be ready.
There's the wall. That's a really nice wall from Backbone.
So good.
Window on the high ground. I mean, you're going to be able to crack the wall, you'd think. Look at how it's kind of like cracking, kind of going down. There it is. But is it going to be enough? The nade coming in from Kai. Under Hardy, who's knocked up into the skies. Astro in a little bit of trouble. Master finishes him off with a boot. An extremely messy fight with Sparker holding a long angle flank. 50 HP, not much healing to be had. And it's now only Kai on the bots. 3 people from Space Station surviving, finding Astro and Landon, giving their lives for the cause.
Oh, they can't take the distance back though, because the Ents has already beaten them to this corner. Visola, the spawns are just going to be a little bit closer, but already forced to use spear spin to get in.
Bob is up, available. Wall coming in. Oh, perfect time, in fact. Oh, Hardy playing a little danger game there. Oh, the TP's gone down and he gets instantly frozen. Nothing left to save Hardy, unfortunately. Bob still comes out, though, as they've ended up trading a kill with Kevster. Got to be careful, though. Kai in amongst that lamp activates that turret form. Bob's not going to be able to get a decent angle on him, but Sparker is. Kai ends up falling over, and Vestola's now the only one in the front line. No one's left. Vestola ends up falling over, and by some miracle, Space Station are able to win this without Hardy. They're going to take the lead here, Rose, and with only 39 seconds to go, Space Station have made a comeback. Hardy's going to join the team in just a moment with a shatter in hand. Master's sound barrier is the only thing here that's really going to save them from the onslaught of Space Station Gaming.
Oh, I mean, they do have the Mortar Strike as well as the Amplification Matrix, so if they are able to set up on this corner, they have a bunch of tools to work with, but this is going to be final fight. Is this Earthshatter going to be enough?
Sparker's already dead. A Fire Strike through it kills Master. Shatter in hand of Hardy. Here comes the Mortar Strike. Oh, Backbone, there's no chance he survives. It actually does. It's actually funny Astro that falls over to it. But remember, Space Station still have the lead. 130 meters to 112, and overtime is here.
No, but Space Station used so much in that last fight. They don't have the Amplification Matrix anymore. Hardy's actually going to switch off of the Reinhardt to go to the Sigma. Just a little bit more shielding there for Sparker to potentially play around with. But Ents, they have so many tools. They've got the Terra Surge. They have the window to just push everybody back.
Okay, they're getting a little bit of space here with that window. That nade as well. Hit a hit marker, but no initial kill. Here comes the wall from Space Station Gaming. Terra Surge on the other side of it. As Sparker's already killed Crimzo. It's a decent trade onto Backbone, but is it enough? Sparker eventually gets focused down by Kevster's railgun. Hardy's still holding on to the bot with Vestola's health bar just slipping away from him. Hence, they might have been wiped here in OT, but they're still finding trade kills. It's double DPS versus 2 supports. Our supports that OP. It looks like it. Funny Astro comes up with 2, secures the bot, and Space Station Gaming find themselves in match point.
Support is such a thankless job sometimes, but I really hope that Space Station are thanking their supports right now.
DPS players molding. 2 DPS versus 2 supports. Who wins? Both the supports. Funny Astro and Land at the very end, just saving the day, securing the win. But what an unbelievable push from Space Station. Like, they had 0 meters by the time ENCE had like a 70 to 100. It was ridiculous. In fact, let's listen into the winning comms at the very end there from Space Station.
I'm saying, kill him.
Rewind, bash one. We still one, yeah, just speak together, guys. Rewind.
Bash one, two.
Lu one on point. Lu one bar. Soul. You win that. Soul, slide. Need to push Soul right now. Peek him, guys. They have no support. Soul. 1 bar. Nice.
Oh my god.
The amount of times they called Orisa 1 was insane. But she was one for most of that time. Yeah, being slowly like fed health, like please heal me, and then all the cooldowns kind of the fight descended into a little bit of chaos at the very end. But Space Station supports come out on top. Landon and Funny Astro, the sole survivors for them. And well, we find ourselves in match point heroes for Space Station Gaming, so close to that final spot, and of course. A trip to Dallas if they do end up winning, but they have already secured their spot, to be fair as well. These teams fighting for that like rank 1 supremacy here in EMEA. Let's have a look at some highlights here before we jump into the next map.
Yeah, I mean, that seeding could matter too when you think about just all of these teams stacked up against each other with other teams from all of the other regions that are participating in OWCS right now as well. So it'll feel good to be able to come in like a power position heading into the main event. But oh my god, like the window placement from Landon, this one was crazy because it looked like they were in such a good spot, especially being able to break through that wall. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, just kidding. We had one.
He just insta-died. You saw the lamp come out, and obviously the lamp has a little bit of deploy time, but it was like, oh, okay, I'm just dead. Guys, sorry.
Like, I'm dead.
This was an unbelievable fight too, Rose, where Hardy ended up dying so early on, and the ability for Space Station to keep in this was only thanks to Funny Astro Sound Barrier. You can see he hasn't even got it yet, and they're still playing up. They know they've got the Bob, so it's a little bit of safety.
Bob holding the
exactly. No, seriously though, he is the tank in that situation because ENCE aren't pushing into the Bob sight lines. Like, there's no way. Like, Bob in that close quarters, you're just gonna get run over by the Bob, right? And then it is just Funny Astro Sound Barrier that wanted out, and the focus fire too is just sublime. Here are some stats from that last map too. A lot more one-sided on this screen here, Rose, than it actually was in terms of score.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as ENCE came right out of the gate and got that big lead in meterage, it did feel like, oh my gosh, what are Space Station gonna do in order to match that? Because most often when we see these push type maps, one team will get a, 170 something-ish meters lead, and then it's, the comeback potential is like 10%?
Yeah, it feels that way, doesn't it? Especially when you get checkpoint and around that first corner after checkpoint, it's like the comeback is insane.
And it was
like,
so
please.
fast.
Okay, we can't lose this, guys. We've got 100 meters, they got 0. Like, it's real rough. But yeah, sheer will and determination there from Space Station Gaming on Esperanza. They're in match point. Can this go the distance? Survasa up next. ENCE, they got to find a comeback. Space Station Gaming with one mission to end up in those finals tomorrow. They are one map away from doing so. We're going to Suravasa as our next map here in the series versus ENCE. ENCE with quite an impressive lead on Esperanza on our last map. End up falling prey to SSG's Ryan a little bit there again. Little chatty Ryan, huh? It was a very back and forth game. And as we head over to Suravasa, not sure we're getting any subs here, Rose. We'll have to wait and see in just a moment. But with Suravasa being at the map, thinking less Ryan, probably more Orisa, or, well, for the side of ENCE at least. There's no substitutions, so SSG...
You can still just play Ram if
they're
you're
just playing
SSG.
Ram, and they're going to play the Mei or the Sim. Taylor's old as time at this point.
It took them a bit of time, though, to actually figure out how to break through the Bastion. And so if we do see ENCE stick to the Sigma, the Bastion, the Mei composition, Space Station are going to have to figure out a way to actually break through that. I saw that. Observers, I saw that.
They're trolling. Get out of here. We've got a match to watch. We're not watching pigeons. All right, they're going to roll out the gate pretty damn fast. Vestola on the Sigma.
There's the Bastion.
And here's the Bastion again, yeah. I mean, honestly, it's been finding value, especially with these windows, the window nades.
It has.
Kind of nasty, kind of nasty.
But how do Space Station deal with that, right? Because it took them a while to get through that sort of conglomerate when we were on Esperanza. Even on Samoa, they didn't win. They couldn't figure out quite how to break that, right? So they're going to have to do that now.
It's going to be hard for them to push into without CDs, and especially without this turret form. Stepping up to Space Station even, it's going to be pretty tough. I mean, you also need a fully healthy shield from Vestola too, and now they're going to make their play. Two people on opposite high grounds as well. Masa and Kevster trying to get an angle onto the backline. But Backbone landing some decent right clicks, using that TB to get away from that nade once more. And Hardy's staying power is kind of ginormous on the ramp. Here's the TP. Sparkin looking like he's faking taking it. Nope, not today. Just going to stand in front of your face and shoot you down. There you go. Okay, Space Station with a good first fight. And winning this fight as well because it took so long. It's very beneficial for Space Station. Team kill, 70%. Hence, gotta come back. Master dying last isn't good. Or close to last.
Yeah, like, do they actually even try
Astro,
to?
what are you doing?
Kevster's gonna come back. Oh my god, Astro.
Dude, Astro.
Astro's crazy. He's just in the back line. He needs to put up on himself.
This is a normal Solo Q Lucio gameplay right now, is what you're seeing from Astro. Oh, he's going to get chased by the Trey, but... Oh no, he messed up the wall ride. Window for... Oh, there he is. Yeah, he messed up the wall ride on the little door there.
That's
unfortunate, but it doesn't matter.
No, but Sparker moment?
Doesn't matter at all, in fact, because they aren't able to touch that point. A little bit too scared to step up, even with that Bastion. All right, ENCE end up losing that one. A Space Station take it almost for free. Even with Astro doing a little bit silliness in the back line.
Astro is the distraction they needed to close out the point. Let's just call it tactical. To turn their attention away.
Nah, he wasn't feeding that much. He was distracting a lot of the time, but yeah, he didn't. Ideally, didn't want to be there. Or,
but you know, is it stupid if it works out?
Exactly, yeah. Distracted Kev, I suppose. Very early flux here coming from Vestola. Forbidden combo coming in. Pulse bomb on the ground as well. I mean, that's a lot of ults. Like, they use the pulse bomb. That's the forbidden combo. The pulse bomb with the Bastion ult and the flux. You're forced to sound barrier and lamp, and they still die. Like, my word. ENCE pretty mad, I'd imagine. They end up switching actually to Vestola. They're going to Ram instead now.
Okay, so Ram gonna make it back before Space Station can kind of come back into this though, but they're walking into an annihilation and a photon barrier. They have the ultimate advantage now after ENCE used so many ults.
It is almost like a free flip when you have that wall too. I mean, you saw it there. ENCE can't fight into that because the way it's placed, exactly, so far forward, it's tough to walk through because you're not getting any support if you do. Lamp already forced out from Crimzo. Or by Crimzo, and here comes the annihilation. Good little boot. Kai without any turret form now. They're going to have to rely on this window for the extra damage. Hardy a little bit too scared to peek around this corner. And ENCE halfway through the fight end up capping the point too. And they're going to stagger Hardy for it. Oh, a little rough. The edge of the map's quite far away as well, which is really bad for Hardy. This is an extra like 20% on the clock for Ents. This is going to make it close to final fight. Like Hardy's going to take a little while to respawn and then group up and then make the push.
Symmetra teleporter moment? Maybe.
They can.
I don't know.
They got High Noon and Window. They've done it before.
There you go. Taxi. Yeah, Deadeye, Window, there's still things that Space Station can throw at this fight. It's just about actually making it in as a full team of 5.
Oh, Backbone is very dead. All right, they do manage to isolate Vestor on the sidelines with this Window. Unfortunately, it's not too much of an insane angle. Oh, Kai saves himself with the Bastion ult. As Kevster, or Sparker, sorry, tried to get an angle on the Bastion. Good job from Crimzo and Master 2 picking up those kills as they make their rotation to the next point now. This Bastion is so annoying to deal with, actually.
Well, yeah, because you've got the nades, you have your just tank form. Especially if you could just pop a squat in a corner, you're taking so much damage as you peek your head around if you're Space Station. Not to mention all of the great reactive plays we've seen from Ents for the Symmetra teleporters. A lot of this damage that Space Station have to take is very front to back.
Masto's going to be pretty omnipresent on this point, especially with Kai on the side, right behind him. Nice TP. Skull didn't build up quick enough though. Only Master taking all that damage. Sparker has to TP back. Kevster. Oh, Magnade insta-kill. Reminds me of times of old with Flashbang the Hammer. Backbone going down to Kai. A second kill for Kai in the fight, and Hardy's not going to survive all too long. Sound barrier coming in, but still, look at that chunk damage from Kai. Somehow doesn't take out Hardy. Perma blocking. Annihilation after Nemesis form. Seeing the extra survivability, but now it's Vestola with a annihilation of his own on the point. Funny Astro getting focused out. Here comes the wall. It's been good for Space Station, but is this one good enough? I mean, look at the way Ents are positioned. Space Station can't fight into this. The entirety of Ents flooded over the wall. In order for Space Station to make use of it, they have to kind of dance between it. And a rough stagger onto land and 2. Not good.
You were hoping, I think, with that, like the photon barrier was just like at an awkward position where once you push Space Station away, there's no way for you to be able to use the protection of that ultimate. But the fight gets elongated as long as it does because Space Station had original control of the flashpoint. Coming back into this with the Window, it's really nice to help open up the fight. Sparker's gonna have the Deadeye as well, so you at least have a couple of tools to zone back Ents, but you also are walking into a Mortar Strike. At least there's still grab.
He's so patient with it too.
Still.
Was waiting for that teleporter to come through. Crimso's the first one to go down though. Of course, Kai is pretty useless in the fight. When he's using the ultimate, like timing that is very important, but you're a non-factor when you're just in the like the Mortar Strike mode, right? Ents still get 99% though, as Space Station do win that fight with an initial kill onto Crimzo.
Yeah, sometimes you need to babysit the Bastion too. Like if Crimzo going down means the user won't have the healing as well for Kai to stay alive as long, and Masa is just not gonna have the same type of healing impact if you need to go peel for somebody else. So we're gonna end up seeing Ents come back at this once again, already with 99% though on this flashpoint. Don't have a whole lot that they can work with outside of getting this Window available for Crimzo, but good ways to be able to keep that at bay. Space Station still with the Deadeye, and now a sound barrier from Funny Astro too.
Yeah, nice stuff. Teleport, High Noon, instantly gets booed. Crimzo in trouble though in the front line. Didn't quite get the memo. The rest of his team were backing up in Space Station Gaming. That's a good stick from Kevster, but Backbone's already done the dirty work. Ents wiped from the points, and that's a cap for Space Station. One more point to go to lock themselves in the finals tomorrow.
One more flashpoint, a couple of ultimates that they get to work with again, and as we head over to what this next one's going to be, that photon barrier. What a great way that Space Station has been using these to help split up these fights, and with what is left for our flashpoints, they're kind of tiny. So I think the photon barrier feels even better in a place like this where you have the natural cover behind you, but you also have the photon barrier to help you play way more confident in the front. Oh, Annihilation 2 on both sides, but Masa with Sound Barrier might make this more difficult
there,
for
Rose.
Space Station.
There's the wall. Sound Barrier coming in. quite swiftly from Master to stop all the damage come, but look at that, Hardy just a walk into the back line with the Annihilation. ENCE didn't stand a chance. As soon as they laid down that beat, it felt like it was all over already. ENCE up losing control of the fight,
Which is crazy.
and Space Station get the cap.
It's just so wild to think about that, because Sound Barrier, you usually look at that and then you can go, oh my god, that could be just a fight winner. If you have enough sustain, especially when you're trying to amp up your very own Ramatra for an Annihilation, you just go, yeah, like that really should be a fight win with Sound Barrier advantage. But we're gonna see another switch up, knowing that Space Station have control at this point and ENCE's backs are against a wall. It's gonna be back over to the Sigma here for Vestola. I think that'll help create just a little bit more space, but they can't play too patient. They're gonna have to get into this one knowing that this is their winners finals on the line.
It's already 60% for Space Station 2. ENCE need to make a move. Crimzo in trouble. Lamp down. He's so low in that corridor as well. Kai just trying to play bodyguard right now, but he's all on his lonesome. Oh, Kai, he's picking up kills, but will it be enough? Landon, Hardy, Sparker end up surviving, and Kevster's on the side. He throws down the Blizzard. Can Kevster make the hero play? He ends up freezing Hardy, but he's got the damage. No, he doesn't. Sparker comes back, and that should just be it. ENCE, they've got people being taxied to the point. Even Vestola jumping onto the Doomfist, but it's a 4v1, and a Doom and a Lucio against them. Oh, what? Wait, he kills Astro. The lamp comes in for Crimzo, instantly deleted. But overtime is here, and ENCE don't have the numbers. Kai can't even use his ult, and Space Station, they find the win. Mission accomplished. They go into the finals, a 3-1 victory over ENCE.
Wow. Space Station 2 in those final moments, just like knowing when to pop the ultimates, when to be able to help push back. And it's like, and it took some evolution over the course of this series to be able to do that. At the very beginning, that Kai Bastion gave them so much trouble, and you had to watch them figure out how to like do the teleporters in a different way. But like, if there's any team that's gonna figure that out on the fly, Space Station. You know that this team was ready for answers that were going to be.
And they look like the best team in EU right now. And imagine the Des probably smiling too. Everybody guessing a 3-1. In fact, let's get a little word from them as well as we jump over to the Des to break down that incredible series.
Thank you so much, both. Yeah, what a great series this was. And as the casters just said, the adaptation we saw from both of those teams throughout the series was just so very interesting. We talked about the compositions that we're going to see, the potential of taking down that Ramatra that we've seen so much from Space Station Gaming. Let's chat about what we saw, which adaptation have been made, and which worked out.
You call it, Jake.
Yeah.
That's why they pay you the big bucks.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. No, I mean, I think ENCE came to the series with a lot of great adaptations, running the Sigma, a Bastion, clearly coming into this intention with playing an even slower style than the BAP and the Ram, trying to outlast Space Station, but that made them so vulnerable to Backbone Sim. I feel like Backbone really was the player of the series for me. The Symmetra was the variable that ENCE can never quite be ready for, and honestly, I don't fully blame them for that, because Space Station is the best team in the world at abusing these sim strats. It's not just the sim on her own, it's every single player on the team that she can combo with, getting these unique rotations. It's so hard to be ready for it. We saw Crimzo caught a couple times on BAP, but as BAP, there's no verticality for you. How can you escape a sim TP and a speed boost? It's a really rough matchup. So, to be honest, taking SSG down in the rush mirror, it looks harder and harder. The more you bring out these, the Maze and the Symmetras, I feel like you're playing right into their hands. This was a big map to win, though, for SSG here on Paraiso. The Winston map, I mean, this is ENCE's pick. They want to play Winston. They think they have a big edge there, but losing Paraiso probably cost them the series.
Yeah, I actually really like that point. I think if you look back on this series and you go, well, ENCE, they're probably not going to win these brawl maps, right? Like Suravalsa, I think it's seriously a map that you kind of expect Space Station to win. Where you need to get the map wins is Paraiso, but also, like, you should have won this Esperanza right here. An incredible comeback from Sparker and Hadi, flexing over to these Ashe and Reinhardt picks that give them an edge to close this one out. But these are two maps where I think that ENCE are looking back and saying, the fact that we won control, that's really good for us in this series, but we needed to close out either the hybrid map or the push map in that. But now we're in a pretty similar scenario. We're in stage 1 between Twisted Minds and ENCE, where back in stage 1, it was ENCE who actually advanced to the grand final, but Twisted Minds, they came back in the lower bracket and they made some real crucial adaptations based on what happened in the winner bracket final. So I actually think we have a pretty similar scenario here where, okay, I think Space Station has established they are the better Ram team. They are so clutch when it comes to Backbone and Sparker, but maybe there is something to the Sigma. If you can iron out and get either the hybrid or the push map, that is a path to victory for ENCE. And I think they're onto something with this Sigma composition. If you can make some adaptations when it comes to your micro play, I really do think it could make a big difference. And it's not at all a case where Space Station is by far the best teams.
Yeah, Sparker put up big numbers here, enabled by the Sim TPs, but really player of the match on this Cassidy. We've seen him a lot on it, but it was the Ashe today on Esperanza. That was really the performance of the series. I mean, they had no business winning that map, so far behind on push, and yet he makes the comeback a possibility with some just incredible Ashe plays, incredibly consistent, putting in headshot after headshot. And I mean, the enemy team just feeling the pressure. There was this one moment on Esperanza with the flanking Bob, catches the back line, forces all of their resources and gets away. I mean, that was a monster play. And it's so risky, right? If you get caught doing that, if your timing is just a little bit off, you die for free and your team can't help you, and it looks like a terrible play. But Sparker had the perfect read at that moment, and throughout this series, I mean, just look how comfortable he is using those TPs. Like, these players have clearly so much experience in this style. They're going to be tough to beat, but like you said, I think ENCE, if they make a comeback to get to the grand final, which I think is likely, I think this is a winnable series for them. It was much more competitive than anyone we've seen so far going up against Space Station.
I mean, Necra said it at the beginning of the series. This is probably just a preview of what we are going to see in the grand finals of the main event stage 2. I am hyped for it because this was already a very tight series. Yeah, it was a 3-1 score, but there was a lot of chess being played throughout the series. Very interesting to break it all down for us. We do have, of course, a winner's interview as well for this one, so I'm very excited to bring in Bunny Astro. How you doing? Congratulations on the W.
I'm good, thanks. Thanks for having me.
I love the Lucy OOs in the background there too. That's a nice throwback. Let's chat about the series, Bunny Astro, because there was a lot of adaptation we saw from both of those teams. I feel like this is the first time we got to see you guys sweat a little bit. Do you feel like that the opposition had at least half an answer to the Ramatra composition that has been so successful for you guys?
I think a lot of other teams haven't really tried to counter it yet. They've just been playing the Orisa Soj comp, which you sort of see everywhere. I think we're super confident against that. ENCE is the first team to sort of throw us a curveball. It's the first time we've had to adapt in any of our matches, and I think we did it pretty well today.
Yeah, so I'm curious how you look at the tournament now with any other team surviving. Do you think there's anyone but ENCE to take it to you in the grand final? And moreover, if it is ENCE in that grand final, do you think there's more steps of adaptation you'll have to continue to make? Like, how do you see that series going if you were to face off again?
I think if we face them again, we'll do even better next time. I think we won't drop a map. I think like losing Samoa was honestly just like, it was poor gameplay from us. And I think we can do a lot better. I think there's not really any answers ENCE have to our comps. They showed everything that they have today, and we've got like a million more things we can play, so I'm not worried about them in grand finals.
Oh, a million more things to come. Well, maybe we'll see some of that in Dallas. You know, that's also something to prepare for. Is Dallas something you keep in mind at all when you're practicing right now? Or are you preparing for, Korean teams, what you think could work well against those teams? Or are you solely focused on ENCE and winning stage 2 here in OWCS?
I just want to make Gumba have his last tournament be a loss before he retires, to be honest. I've not really thought about Dallas much. I just want to be ENCE.
All right, everyone comes into this tournament with different motivations. We do love yours, though. Bunny Astro, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your next match.
Great, thank you very much.
You love to hear it. Solid background there as well. Jersey collection.
Yeah, looking nice. I was going to say, it looks clean, tasteful.
Good.
You're a veteran player. He's been around the block.
Bunny Astro really has been a godsend to this squad. I think they've looked incredibly strong since they've added him, and I don't think that's a coincidence. I think him and Psycho have really upped the DM level of the team and allowed them to take, I think, more of like a heads-up fight. In the past, they were relying on the rush style to allow them to match a stronger team. Now the rush style puts them head and shoulders above other teams, and yet when they play a more DM heavy, like a dive style with a Lucio and the Tracer, they are still very competitive. They're still fighting really strong. So, I mean, this team much scarier than previous iterations, and I think it's partly is those roster additions.
But Johnny, like he said, they have a million more things in their arsenal. What could that be? What do you think they? What else might they?
I mean, we saw the
Reinhardt,
Reinhardt, so that is.
We saw the Ryan.
We saw the Reinhardt.
Everybody knew about the Hottie Ryan.
We
right?
knew about the Reinhardt.
That was not a surprise. All right.
Yeah, that was not a surprise. But I really do think the fact that they've added to kind of add this dive composition as well. I don't think Hadi will bring out the wrecking ball. Even if Hadi is really good on the Winston and the wrecking ball, I just don't know if there's sufficient value there to really have is it worth bringing out, or should we just play what's meta in the first place kind of thing? So, they have a lot of... Because Hadi has become this really flexible tank player for this team, I don't expect him to come out there playing Doomfist or anything, but the fact that Hadi is so flexible, and you now have Funny Astro, who's a really mechanical Lucio, it does mean that this team can now... Hadi brought out the Sigma, for example. They can play the Ramatra, Reinhardt, Winston. They have so many different compositions they can play. So even if it gets to a point where ENCE theoretically throws something to counter Space Station, then they're just so comfortable adapting in the moment. They're really stacked roster at this point. So that is what makes them the best team in EMEA right now.
Yeah, what a great story there for Hadi, from a one-trick pony to an all-round show horse. Let's see if they can trot their way to victory in the main stage. Making it look pretty smooth thus far in the grand finals is where they're waiting now for the opposition. So we still have to, play some more games here in our double elimination bracket, looking at the lower half here.
Yeah, Peps versus Peace and Love to determine who goes up against ENCE. And I mean, ENCE looks scary. It really is hard to see anybody going up against them, but this match does matter, right? You do really want to win, get a better placement, not only for the cash prize, but for the circuit points and for the future. Both of these squads, Peps and Peace and Love, I really feel that they're both contenders of, now there's a real opening in EMEA for that top 3 spot, where you would have thought teams like Twisted Minds or Exhibizione would have been solidly right there, but space has opened up, and I think everyone wants to be filling it. So this match, Peps versus Peace and Love, has a lot of implications for maybe the future of EMEA standings.
Yeah. So do you think they would potentially put Backbone back on support? Is that something, an ace up their sleeve?
I think this is
the
not
bone
a question
back?
of would they. The question is, should they? No.
Oh, you have Funny Astro now. No.
Why would you do that?
You have potentially one of the best Lucio in the world, or at least in the top. There's only no one's above Funny Astro for me. There's side grades, other Lucios at that level, but there's no one. He really is
a player
final
of
boss
such
of
caliber,
Lucio.
and also
The
just consistency. Why?
Yeah.
Bone back
Lucio is God this meta. Don't swap out Funny Astro for anything.
I mean, unless you're really confident or really
Zenyatta? No? Ilari?
I don't know what you're cooking over there, but I do not want to be part of that.
I'm not cooking, I'm suggesting.
Yeah,
you are cooking.
Yeah, that's
I can smell it.
Cooking.
I don't like
you at home are cooking.
I want to see the Backbone Ilari.
Lots of hot takes obviously out there in the internet as well. And if you have some things for us to break down, any questions, any recipes you want to share, put these guys to work. Submit your takes, your questions over on social media, and be part of the broadcast.
This will be
easy. Ask us anything.
I
will gap Johnny in any debate.
Any debate.
Easily.
This wasn't even a competition.
Easily.
Let's go. Just giving you guys a platform to chat to us, and if there's any game-related questions, team-related questions, player-related questions, food-related questions, hit us up with it. We give you a short break to think it over. Make sure to use the hashtag OWCS. For now, however, we will be heading into a very short break, and after that, we're going to break down all the action between Peace and Love and Team Peps. Champions Series. I love the sound of that.
And EXO against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny, and we have one more match to play on day 3 in our EMEA region. So let's take a look at the bracket, starting with the lower bracket, to see where we're currently at and where we're headed. Because these teams are still fighting for survival. Team Peps is making their run through the lower bracket, and so are Peace and Love.
Yeah, and really competing for that final spot in Dallas with Space Station and ENCE locked in for top 2 in the region. Now it comes down to Peace and Love, comes down to Peps, or will it be Twisted Minds, who don't have their own destiny in their own fate, in their own hands anymore?
It doesn't feel good. However, I do still think Twisted Minds have the best odds because, to be honest, either Peps or Peace and Love beating ENCE would be a huge upset. But it's possible, right? Peps played ENCE close in the group stage. I mean, anything could happen.
That will be some heroics which have to be pulled by the players. But, you know, as you said, anything can happen in the world of Overwatch if you just truly believe.
I mean, I wouldn't have believed it, except for Peps making it a game 5 in group stage. It's like, well, I wouldn't have thought that was possible, but they did.
Peps took it to map 5 against ENCE in the group stage. Run it back, but win this time.
Run it back, but win. Simple as that. Let's take a look at who is going to make the effort to do just that. Team Peps, of course, had a really, really great run thus far. New pieces slotting in perfectly. I'm having my eye on not just the Tracer player, of course. Naga had a really, really good day thus far in their first match, but also for this particular match, I am keeping my eyes on Exodial because he will go up against Lauren on the other side, and they've both been really standout Sojourn players thus far, and also, of course, made some really good showings on Cassidy.
Yeah, it's definitely a fearsome DPS line going up against Peace and Love. On this side, I feel this is more, for me, I'm like more interested in the support, so to see extra production from Avik, and then on DPS side from Psycho. But to be honest, I see Peace and Love as a pretty significant underdog here. I feel like from what we've seen from Peps, taking it to the top teams, making it look a little bit more competitive. We've seen Peace and Love dominate the rest of the mid-table, but we haven't seen them do so well against tougher opponents. And I think Team Peps are becoming just that, becoming very, very challenging opponents to beat. So we're going to need to see, I think you're right to look at the hit scan. I think that's a crucial element in this matchup, but also I think the tank matchup is going to be really impactful. Can Alisu match to Tread, who Tread has looked like one of the better Orisas here in the tournament, very stable, very punishing against any mistakes from the opponent. So yeah, chat's going almost 80% for Team Peps, and I'm inclined to agree.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's been a bit of a miracle run here for Peace and Love, making out a Group D, but then also taking down teams like the Impero and Super Shy as well to advance this far, making it into the top 4 in the bracket here. I mean, that's a fantastic achievement for a roster that was put together pretty close to the event. I'm actually keeping my eyes on Psycho in this one. I actually think if you can get a leg up in the kind of Tracer duel, that's going to give your team a big boon there. So I think Psycho's been a standout so far, playing both the Echo against some of these Symmetra and May compositions. I don't think we'll see that coming out in this one, but the Tracer has been equally on par. So that is sort of like a key for success here. For
I mean, if Psycho goes Echo and Naga has to match him, I'm not mad at seeing Naga on Echo either.
Well, Echo.
You know, he doubles, and it looks pretty good. I hope for a close series, but I do think Team Peps should be considered the favorite heading into this one. And no matter what, one of those teams will be going home, and the other one will keep their main event dreams alive. Let's see who is going to get it done. And for all the action, we once again send it over to Joss and Necro.
Thank you, guys. Yes, Peace and Love versus Team Peps. Is Team Peps going to win? They need to win, but can they beat ENCE? I don't know about that. We'll have to wait and see. Could be a big salty run back for Team Peps. Peace and Love stands in their way, of course. couple more chances to make it to that finals there. Space Station Gaming, they're waiting for any opponent. Feels like they could face anybody right now, especially after that that Ents game, and they can just brush them off. Have to wait and see though. Jake thinks Peace and Love, a little bit of an underdog here, and I'd have to agree with them as we go into Oasis as our first map.
I do too. Peace and Love, they've put up a very strong fight throughout this group stage, being able to take down Super Shy, being able to take down DM Pero, but Team Peps is just a whole different beast. Both of these teams also vying for that coveted, like, are we actually the 4th place team when it comes down to what these power rankings look like for the EMEA region. So I think this is a great way to find out. If both of them have staked the claim on it, only one can actually come out on top in this matchup, and I think Peps are just favored. Whether you point to the tank line or not, or just honestly the power that is on Team Peps, they've got the veterancy for sure.
See what Peps want to bring to the table. I think Naga's been very well warmed up at this point. He's already putting up big numbers, big pulse bombs earlier on. Exodal the same. All right, let's have a look. Exodial on the Cass, Naga Tracer, a little dive from both sides. Only difference here, of course, being Lauren. Who's also been a very good player for Peace and Love. Bit of a standout, bit of a central star in the
Car? I think he got hit by a car.
Surely vehicular manslaughter was the culprit. Well, that's not a good start.
I mean, almost has to have a level 1 crook too, so
whoops.
Yeah,
reset.
Not great.
All good. Unfortunately though, that does mean Bayer is fairly far ahead in terms of ult charge for that sound barrier. Luckily FD God is back in the mix. And here becomes the stall. Can Crook stay alive on the point? Oh, FD God back to spawn. Second death of the game is FD God. Oh dear, Tread also falls. That's not going to feel good. Not the best of starts we've seen from Peps today.
Oh man, I mean, you talk about Lauren being on the Sojourn and just how much this player has been able to step up in this DPS role. You just saw the power of the Sojourn right there. A charged railgun shot to the head, easy takeout on a squishier member of Team Peps with a little bit of follow-up damage, and you get to play with so many better sightlines on this map. You can take the high ground with the power slide. You can just take a different angle through a window.
Very early rush. They want to punish him with their spawns. Exodial down, just hiding behind that tree. Fortunately, the tree wasn't thick enough to protect him. Oh, LSU doesn't really want to pop Primal here. In fact, decides against it, especially with Tread picking up 2 kills with a peak falling. Not good. LSU has to come up with something rather large here, hunting for that Lucio. FD God 1 HP. Decides against going for FD God, who looked pretty out of the fight. In fact, Crook caught unawares. 90 HP. Oh no, the boop. Okay, that was a nice boop from FD God there, making sure they can't get through the archway. Good pick up on the Winstons, but a very scrappy fight. And I mean, Peace and Love is still in control. Like, they're pretty chilling right now with Team Peps touching.
Yeah, they haven't
That's
lost
about it.
They haven't lost control, so when Team Peps come back, we're realistically looking at last fight for Peace and Love, but Lauren's down, so what a big way for Team Peps to open this up.
Those Hindernays just flying towards the tanks. Nice little rolling right click there. All right, there you go. Team Peps finally take control of the first point here in round number 1.
That was a big pick. That was a super big pick onto Lauren to remove them from the fight. Didn't give them a chance to use the overclock. So Peace and Love, they do have that coming back into this fight, but the Deadeye is first. So quick to
Don't get
punch.
boomed into traffic. Oh, Bayer. They end up falling. Unfortunate. All good though. Not many 2 places to hide, to be fair. There's a couple of cars, but you think you're out of LOS, but sometimes you're just not. Sometimes Casti just hits you with that. They do no trading with Naga, which is a little bit unfortunate for Peps, but they do make the executive decision just to run back to the point. Sound barrier from FD God, unless you with no primal, way too deep. Healers, I don't think even had LOS there, to be honest with you. That central pavilion just causing a bit of a line of sight here.
Good progress though being made for Team Peps. Try to still gonna get aggressive at the spawn. Taking some damage now to feed over some ult charge. Level 1 Crook could get this Kitsune Russian line when Peace and Love start to make their way in. Oh, already having a Swift step away though.
Swift step, Psycho with a pulse bomb too. Oh, pulse bomb from Naga, a little bit of damage. No stick, no connection. Both rushes basically on top of each other at this point, and Team Peps closing in on that overtime mark. Naga getting chased away by Psycho. Wants to make a re-engagement, but it's Peace and Love with the flip. Here comes the Primal Rage from LSU. He's got Exodal in their sights, but can they actually secure this kill? My word, so much damage. Any follow-up? Both into traffic? Can they get him? No! They're dancing on the edge of traffic, and somehow, some way, Crook gets away, but not until Psycho has a little word with him. Crook eventually taken down, same with Exodial. What a nice juggle from LSU, and they do end up flipping the point, putting themselves in OT. FD God with a 2-person sound barrier, and Tread on the point with only Lucio Hills. Is not long for this world. Eventually ends up going down. FD God doing a good job of stalling, but the inevitable is here, and Peace and Love take this first round.
Peace and Love took the opportunity to get FD God out of the way so early on in that fight and just ran with it, right? Like, as soon as we entered into the map, a quick pick onto the Lucio just meant that Peace and Love could really get the ball rolling. And I was so impressed with LSU's use of the Primal Rage, like not even just to juggle supports away, but you completely set them apart from the team. That isolation was just a really key way to just make sure that the rest of your damage dealers could keep the damage down onto Team Peps. So a really good round for Peace and Love there to kick things off. I'm interested to see how the second one's going to go once we've swapped off of these Winstons.
TP's out. A little bit of fakey there with the Mauga. Not happening though, no way, not happening.
No way. I was like,
Both Lucio's doing, it's like you could put a mirror down the center of the screen there, and they did exactly the same thing pretty much. Just boop each other. Oh, Naga. First blood for Lauren. Oh dear, not a good sign for Peps, but they don't really seem to mind whatsoever. They're trying to kill the tank, but here's Lauren that's putting in the work here on the Sojourn. Oh, Crook. Goodbye. Peace and Love with a very quick fight. Killing Naga that early on is, I mean, I think Naga's a bit shell-shocked by that. I mean, that's the thing, you've got to be careful against the Sojourns. Any kind of small amount of damage, you're just going to die to a body shot, especially if you're a Tracer, right? Your health ball isn't as big as like a Cassidy's, for example. Sometimes that damage can just come out of nowhere and you can just get insta-killed.
Yeah. You actually like do Tracer is like one of the few heroes, I think if not the only one, that can actually get headshot and killed by a Sojourn. So like you just sometimes just never know if that's going to be coming in your direction. So yeah, I definitely have to be very, very careful about that. But high ground control right now over to Peace and Love. Apik's going to have this Kitsune rush. Lauren's very low though, so you're just trying to win out this poke war. Who can get the pick first, Lauren or Exudial?
Well, here's the rush. They're strong to the mega health pack. Tread will steal that one away, so Peace and Love can't make use of it. Terror Surge available in just a moment. LSU almost getting a spear onto FD God. You saw him peek his little head out. That would have been quite disastrous. Lauren there with a high ground control. He's got a railgun. This overclock is going to hurt. Exodio takes a headshot, then an instant body shot. FD God lays down the sound barrier as LSU ends up falling over. Crook now in the line of sight of Lauren, but look, there's so much disruption. FD God booping the Sojourn down to the low ground, getting them on the rest of his team's level. And that early kill onto the Orisa just afforded Peps so much space.
Team Peps now still have their work cut out for them. Like, they've got to win this round. It's going to have to be off of some really clean team fight wins. Naga can't get chunked out by somebody like Lauren or even clipped by Psycho. This pulse bomb going to be really important to try to just help open up the fight. He can sniff Psycho though, trying to get that flame.
Oh my. Okay, Naga was like looking one way, looking the other. Instantly turned into a skewer. The high noon from the high ground. LSU falls to the floor in a crumpled mess of scrap metal. 40% for Peps. Exodio trying to hold their own on the point. A lot of incoming fire. Naga comes back and takes care handily of Lauren. Good little, a couple of little stagger kills here. Might not mean all too much as they were still regrouping, but still pretty good.
It feels okay too. Like Team Peps had lost Naga so early on in that fight. I think they felt forced to use ultimates a little bit sooner than they wanted to. You saw the Terror Surge as well as the Deadeye come out there. But you still have that rotation. You've got the Kitsune Rush now as Peace and Love make their way back. But it's time for Peace and Love to have their own combo as well. Terror Surge and Pulse Bomb on the table for them to work with.
Good stick. That's a lot of damage. Tread needs immediate care. It's going to receive it too. It's going to cause a rotation, though, from Peps actually off of the point. So this is Peace and Love finding a flip on them almost. Team Peps almost baiting them in. There's the rush. Here comes LSU. Terror Surge hits 3. Kitsune Rush with the help of the Suzu. Make sure Team Peps stays alive. A sound barrier on top. Team Peps. Oh, hello. Goodbye. Psycho. Team Peps control the point, even after Peace and Love kind of flip the script on them. That'll be the second round going over to Team Peps, tying OWCS up.
Seem to get a bit of a better handle on how Peace and Love want to play. As a reminder, these two teams haven't played each other yet in Stage 2. So you have your first litmus test right here is who are you really relying upon on the team to actually get the damage? What types of rotations do you like to play? How reactive? How aggressive? Like, there's so many different factors you have to keep in mind on how you're going to play the Orisa versus Orisa. So I think, like, as the series goes on, we'll maybe start to see Team Peps be a little bit more confident in making their plays. But it will be Orisa's once again as we head over to University for another shot at this. So high ground, very quick rollout from Team Peps to try to get there, but you can't be too cautious of those spears.
Yeah. We saw it the other day. Tragic way to start off this round, for sure. Like FD God randomly dying in traffic in the first round. I don't know. I want to see a little replay or something of that one. That was a little silly, but here we go. Peace and Love with a decent point presence. Krug was taking a little bit of damage there. You saw Psycho was weaving himself in. You can see now Naga also just trying to tag the Tracer, just trying to keep... Oh, okay. No, all good. Did hit the recall. I thought Psycho might have just fallen over, but Psycho now underground. You got to mark the Tracer sometimes if you're Naga, making sure Krug doesn't have to blow any cooldowns early.
Lauren's on that left side.
Oh, that's not good.
Psycho got picked.
Yeah, picked with a Magnate of all things. I mean, everybody from Peace and Love is like 1 HP. Nice little lamp to get the secure. There's a flip. That was a nice push in initially there from Peace and Love. Psycho, you can see the idea from Peace and Love, and Psycho specifically just trying to get in the back, harass the BAP as much as possible, maybe make him force using shift or like use the lamp. Only with Pulse Bomb realistically as the Tracer, but the Hidden Age is just so, it's a hindrance, right? I mean, that's, you know, its namesake.
For sure. Yeah, definitely lives up to that. But Team Peps have played this so carefully. Like, they're not overextending. They don't want to peek their heads out too much to get randomly taken out by Exodial. But, you know, they're still kind of waiting to have that reaction. Oh, there was a huge spear into the back. And the Immortality Field could come out so fast.
Yeah, luckily had the Evo Field, exactly.
Oh my
God.
God.
The window, so nice response there normally from the Orisa, just a spear through the window, because, you know, people are standing behind it, but... Yeah, you just have to deal with the damage that's flying at you. Another reset for Peace and Love.
Yeah, I mean, the Baptiste is also a big difference maker between these two teams. Peak has felt more comfortable playing the Kiriko throughout this stage.
What's going on?
Exodial
things is high noon on Laurent. Okay, a little bit of a messy fight here. You can see Naga's in the backline. Pulse Bomb comes out, Terror Surge, beat, rush, everything. All hit the Qs. Peace and Love still have to deal with the sound barrier coming from Peps, however, as FD God lays it down super late. That spear going a little bit wide as Peps put themselves back on the point. Don't want to overextend. They're welcome. As the high noon now comes out from Laurent, dodges the spear. Suzu came out just in case, and it is Tread on the point. Takes a lot of damage from the high noon, but Tread is going to be able to shrug that one off by going golden. Flip from Peace and Love too, and here come the kills. Both DPS now down for Team Peps as Crook tries to get out of there. Probably won't survive all too long.
No, going back to spawn. Has the Baptiste amplification matrix So that is something they can help to engage this fight with. I was like, nah, gun. I don't think we're gonna stay there, but not a bad way to potentially get a quick pick if somebody decides to, you know, ego PQ there on the main choke. But you've got Baptiste Matrix. Team Peps, like they can come back into this one, I think, pretty confidently, as long as they just keep just being reactive when they see Peace and Love make a move.
Whoop! That hit an A through the window. It's a fair bit of damage. Peps find the cap off that window alone. No kills garnered from Peps there. It was just ult and then space control. Peace and Love, that's not a spot you want to be in. You wanted someone perma-touching, but it's so hard at this point when there's a window in the choke point in mid. Speaking of which, no kills still, and a rush use for a retake from Peace and Love. Everybody playing the pacifist run right now. There's an achievement for that, probably. All right, Terror Surge. I mean, this looks almost too obvious. Nice anti-spear spin there from Tread, but straight to the back line. Grabs 3. There's the pulse ball on top as well. Sound barrier, everything thrown in to try and deal with this Orisa in the back line. Bi's gonna be able to save LSU, but ends up paying for it with their life. 90% for Peace and Love, but Naga is just running rings around Peace and Love right now. Team Peps without control, but they got bodies on the point, and they get the flip. Here comes the Terror Surge from Tread, and that should be it. Peace and Love only needs to deal with the Tracer, who's on the point, hitting the recall already. Pulse Bomb goes a little bit wide from Naga, but it's all good. You are forgiven. OT is here, and Team Peps with the victory on map number 1.
Aren't you just saying, heading into this map, Naga's warm.
He's warmed up.
You know, on the Tracer, he's got it. He's done his push-ups or whatever, and coming into this matchup, like, oh, the Tracer's just so...
Yeah, Naga's looking really good this tournament so far. It's really nice to see a player continue that skill. That I mentioned before in the series with Peps, like, I've casted Naga for a long time, like, and it's still good to see him near the top of his game. And with Peps, with a firm sight on those final spots, you want to get to Dallas, but getting past Peace and Love is one thing, getting past Ents is another. Of course, Peace and Love can do the same thing. We'll have to wait and see how we end up in map number 2. Because Control was a little bit back and forth. They went to all 3 rounds.
It's close. It was a close map. And I think both teams just trying their best to get a feel for each other, but also know when they can actually push the gas. I think that's so tough, right? Especially if you've never played against this team. Trying to have to think on the fly and make those adjustments is not necessarily the easiest thing. But on one hand, you have a team that has no expectations on their shoulders and Peace and Love, and a team that kind of feels like they have everything to lose, Team Peps. They've got that legacy they have to keep up. That pressure.
Yeah, I mean, continuing to build it, right? I mean, that's exactly what they want. Going into Dallas would be a heck of a feat for them. It's going to be tough opposition at Dallas, though. I'll tell you right now, the Korean teams are, oh my.
They look so
best in the
good.
world currently, but it's up to EU and NA to try and get those upsets, and Team Peps wants to be there with them. So look at some stats from that last map. Of course, this is the lowest semi-finals right now, with a victory here, meaning Ents will be the opposition to get to the grand finals here at main event stage 2. Pretty similar across the board there. I mean, Peps with the 4 KDA and Peace and Love with the 2. So yeah, Icon Bother will be the next map. Rose, not seen this one yet today, and no substitutions either. I'm just getting word.
Okay, so definitely could still just continue to see the Orisa here. We have seen most teams in EMEA tend to do that versus playing something like the Winston, especially because Winston loses that potency over at that 3rd point. So may as well just kind of like stick to it, just use the Lucio, try to capture those high grounds away, just walking upstairs. But yeah, I'd be interested to see like what, if any, are there adaptations that need to come out from either team to just play a bit more together, aggressive.
I think Peps has done a good job of that in the past. Tread being a new addition to the roster has been a big boon for them for sure. Like the hero pools in general for the tank roster on the squad have been just expanded, sorry. So I think Tread being a bit of a new addition, you expecting a little bit of time to kind of warm up to the team and just getting all on the same page. Like we see Team Space Station, for example, all look like they're like neuro-linked, right? All thinking the same thought at the same time. Like it's gonna take a little bit of time to kind of get there, but you can really see how well Tread has been able to integrate with the team. All right, Team Peps on the defense, Peace and Love on the offense. Let's get a Peace and Love listen in, though, as they plan their first attack.
Bro, guys, we can't lose third place to Peps. It's impossible. Look at those players. Locked in, locked in. Actually, look at those players on the enemy team and think, do you really want to lose out on third place or second place or first to them?
Real.
Want to get Tread, get top 3 in a year. Do you? Like, Tread should not be getting top 3 in a year.
No spear. Come on, walk left.
Who picking right?
Left.
Creasing right. Wide. Yeah.
I'm on the left.
Creasing right. 3-1, crew on.
I'm just saying.
They're inting. Walk.
I'm fine.
Walk up.
Just hurry.
No Suzu all in, no Suzu, careful.
They're swinging right.
Free right.
Swing right is 5. Swing right is 5.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm already speeding 2.
Listen.
Castle.
3-1.
Season 3, have Suzu. Yeah, push, we can push now. Chase it. We go. Now, look Cree.
Take space. They're gonna come on me. Castle. Oh, I need to go boop. I'm just getting gone.
Ursula forward fire. Ursula, going. Cree here, spare. I'm gonna die. Can me left.
Already dies as well.
Ursula dies at least. Kill Ursula at least. Nice, we go fast.
They're fast on B, they're Kiri. They already just spawned as well. They don't have a result.
We can go for Kiri out here.
Maybe a little grudge match there from Peace and Love. Just, do you really want to see Tread in the top 3? Like, that's kind of nasty. Okay, I like it. A bit of spice.
Hey, I know, listening to how, like, Peak has kind of instigated some of these other teams. Yeah. I would not expect any less trash talk coming out from Peace and Love, even if it was in just like a funny joking way. But yeah, not necessarily the push that they were looking to have on their first attack, but they were tracking the ultimates, knowing level 1 Kirk and FT got her ready, so at Peak also gonna rip the Kitsune.
Oh, Lauren in trouble, was high in the sky there. Nice pulse bomb eat from Tread. Lauren's like 30 HP, needs some swift healing, but actually catches Naga lacking a little bit in the back. There is the Kitsune rush already used from both Kiri, so it's all up to Lucio's. These beats have to be perfect. This is exactly what FD Gods was. Initially, you know, kind of winning at the frontline duel against Lauren, but Peace and Love staying in this fight a beak and by being able to stay alive, just not only kind of escorting the Sojourn, but peeling from this Tracer too. We know how deadly Naga has been. Just didn't get a chance to use that pulse bomb in the end.
It's not the first time we've seen Peace and Love do that either. Like, Naga is definitely forced to be reckoned with in the backline, and so Peace and Love, they've played very reactively. You saw in their attack push too just how much that they were turning around to try to just get Naga to use recall, to use a blink.
No way FD God dies there. There's 2 people in the back line. No TP though from a beat.
Oh my god.
Real rough. Lauren also ends up going down. I like the move there from Peps. They wanted to flip on him, make sure the gate doesn't open, but they were a little bit too late to that. The gate initially started to open, and then, yeah, Peace and Love, they ended up sending players all there and everywhere.
Ooh. Use the Suzu to get away. I was not entirely convinced Alessio was going to be able to do that. Especially if Tread was going to keep using the Fortify to get closer. But not a bad position for Team Peps to take in this castle. And Naga, Psycho, both once again able to step up to the plate with their pulse bombs.
All right, here comes the rush from Crook. Return 1 from a beak. Focusing down LSU pretty well is Tread and the rest of the gang. And now Naga, nice tracking, nice looking at Lauren there, making sure they can't get this railgun shot off. You play without fear if you're Naga too. Of course, a lot of the time, Lauren is looking for a kill on someone like Exodia or sniping out the backline, so Naga's a little bit more free in that instance.
And Psycho and Naga aren't always marking each other down either. So you do have a little bit more free range if you're Naga to try to go after like Mia or Peak. Exodial, oh my god.
Nice stuff from Team Peps. I mean, they're just playing at a different tempo right now. I mean, Terrorsurge is coming in. There's the sound barrier. Peace and Love do not win this fight, especially after beat has been used. I mean, Peace and Love feels like they're going to have to use sound barrier to like even get through this door. And yeah, Team Pep's playing on a new level of aggression. They're going to have to back off though, Rose, as they did lose Tread.
But it doesn't feel good if you have to use a sound barrier to engage. Like, yes, of course, you have that at your disposal, but you'd rather use it to be able to extend a fight. I guess a few times we've seen it from teams, but it just feels like that their health expires before you're able to actually get an advantage for yourself. Especially if you have to deal with Naga or somebody. Yes. It's just gonna chunk away that overhealth with a full clip into your head.
Yeah, or pulse bombs in hand. Psycho and Naga now.
Two.
Oh, now Naga's checking Psycho, at least a little bit. Checking the stairs, making sure no one's coming up. Put a banana down maybe so someone slips up before they get up there. Do a little Mario Kart on them. Or Beacon a little bit of trouble. Only takes one shot. Lauren. Oh, that was a nice spear. LSU just stops Exodio actually securing the kill on Loren, and now, straight in the line of sight of Loren with this overclock. Spots FD, God, can he get the final shot? Of course he can. Handily dealing with the front line.
That's more progress here for Peace and Love. And with this Kitsune Rush running the corner, you just lay that on top of the card. But the problem is that Team Peps, they also have one. Exodial is going to be shooting like crazy on the Kitsune. And then, yeah.
Nice dodge to the nades there. That hinder nade would have been a death sentence to the Tracer. I mean, this rush on the point is just so deadly. Oh, Exodial comes out 2 with the Deadeye. Just peeks out the castle doors. And see you later. 20 seconds to go for Peace and Love. What a disastrous fight to lose. Team Pep's on the defense. This payload's going to start slowly rolling back, but Peace and Love need to be able to get to this point. It's going to be up to Lucio Tracer to touch here.
Just have to touch.
Touching as 5 is really not an option. They're going to be able to go through the castle. It's up to Vaya. Oh, they're going to go in. I don't think that was a touch. No, it wasn't.
Nope. Nope, it's too far away. Like, what good reaction times from Team Peps to see Bia coming? Hit it with the boop. There are spears heading in that direction. There's just so much damage. That was crazy. Like, Peace and Love, like, you call it out. They weren't ever going to get there as a full team of 5 to touch, but they couldn't even get there with 1. And they split the focus so that Tracer and Lucio were coming from a different direction each. Wow.
All right, let's go to Peps listening on their first attack.
I mean, this is really good. How do we want to take this? Do we want to keep going really aggro or what?
It depends. Like, it depends on the CD trades. Like, just play normal, and if you want, we can just hold.
Yeah. I mean, I think if they just impact cooldowns again, I just want to go quicker.
Yeah, yeah.
Fuck, bro.
So we try to kill our cast when we rotate.
Widow shots?
Yeah. I think by fucking... Okay, they could be on like Monkey or something, so we just make sure what they're on.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright, let's go. Inshallah, go.
Oh, they're picking that very sucky, really sharp.
I go inside left, you ready for FD?
All right, kind of reminiscent to Peace and Love's listening there as well. A little bit quiet to begin with. Not a crazy amount of talking, just showing up the game plan, making sure they know exactly what Peace and Love are running as soon as they run out the gate. Another reason to run the Widow.
It would have been so sick if you heard the Widow clip. I just wanted to hear the pop-up of like, let's go.
It's gonna happen eventually. Oh, Psycho getting the best of Naga there. Nice off angle too, taken by the Soj.
Peace and Love can just set up on this central pillar though. As we saw, like kind of them have a little bit of trouble on how they wrapped around Team Peps. We heard them talking about waiting for those opportunities where those cooldowns are down, and Spear Spin is now off the table here for LSU.
Psycho perma-marking Naga at this point. Naga requires FD God as well to kind of move with him for fear of just falling over. Kitsune Rush available already from Crook. Rips it super early. I mean, Abik's 5% away, 4% away, 3% away, 1% away. He's got it. Point's gone though. It's too late. They had a Kitsune Rush at the same time. Maybe they actually pop it as well and just fight it, but unfortunate timing there for Peace and Love, it felt like. 5 minutes on the time bank. Although, nice little quick push there from Team Peps, okay.
Well, it's just so decisive. By the time that you ended up seeing, like, Spear Spin got used, Spear was gone, you also had the Fortify off the table. That's when Team Peps went, yeah, okay, that's our game plan. Those are down, let's just go kill them.
Pulse?
And so that...
Suzu. All good. High Noon. Oh, what a spear! Oh my Naga! Taking out both supports. Tread. Spin to win. A little pulse on top. Nice double from Naga there. Really clean.
That looks so good. I like Pulse Bomb and Terra Surge combo. We've seen a couple of teams use that now, and it's so good. Like, we'll go back and actually watch the replay, but you see Tread actually go hit the Terra. Oh, the Terra Surge, and then you also were able to hit them while the supports are cowering. Everything is coming up so big for Team Peps right now. They need to win one more team fight. And they might even just be able to get the end of the map right here. Peace and Love are coming in with a lot, though, especially an overclock down a stairway.
Yeah, they don't want to mess with that. They've got to know Lauren's pretty close to it. Still getting the payload going. It's under the bridge at this point. You can see there. Lauren just peeks over the other way. Just thinking of combo names, too. Terra Bomb, like Pulse Surge? I don't know. There's something there. There's something there for that combo.
Terra
Pulse. It's like terrifying pulse kind of thing. Nice little disrupt shot.
Yeah.
Just taking everybody. Stand barrier for FD God doesn't really want to go first. He's playing in the front line right now. Has to back off. Yeah, look, there's the beats. Terra Surge coming in. No pulse bomb on top. There isn't one available. Nice little boop into the wall from FD God as well. The boop and the spear spin, and everybody is trapped, huddled in the corner. It's like there's spiders in the corner of your room, but they're just getting smashed with a little mallet, you know? 3 minutes to go. Team Peps walking over the bridge now with a golden box of victory in their sights. Peace and Love with a beak. Spawning last here is going to be a little bit of a rough touch. The Tracers marking each other. Look, you can see Psycho's getting marked by Naga. That is exactly where he is. High Noon being popped from Exodio on the bridge. Gets speared. Whew, nice accuracy. Oh my god. Little 45-degree headshot there. I think that's about done it as well. Peace and Love only have LSU on the point. The gold has already been used. I mean, Naga and FD God should be able to kill the Orisa. Abik may have returns, but it is Team Peps sinking in that payload. I mean, the Sojourn not working out for Team Peps a little bit earlier on, but the Cassidy, they make it work. Exodial's aim is just something to behold. Although Abik does end up coming back and Suzuing for a second time. I guess just that's just Kiriko things, I suppose. There's the Terra set. Eventually it ends, and Team Peps on a match point versus Peace and Love.
Wow. And that map did not feel particularly close. I think Team Peps, they started to figure out, you could hear in their comms, right, when they were planning their attack push. All right, here's our game plan. Let's just go execute. They were marking those cooldowns from the Orisa super well, marking the Suzus coming out from Abik, and just pushing the advantage when they saw that those cooldowns were not available.
All right.
They're so fluid with it.
Really nice stuff from Team Peps. A really good showing, too, after their last series a little bit earlier on today. Feeling pretty confident, you'd imagine. And Naga coming out with big kills. He's got to be one of the standouts right now for the team. Exodio as well. I think it feels like a lot of the time in this meta, it's like you take it in terms of being like the pop-off character. I mean, Naga and Exodial do take it in terms with how good Exodial is on the Cassidy and the Sojourn. I feel like I much prefer the Cassidy from Exodial. He's looked very good in setting his team up with the High Noons, and then his team also setting him up, like booping people into his LOS. And then Naga just very consistent on the Tracer. Has not really had a dull moment as of yet. Of course, winner here, and if Team Peps do end up 3-0ing, with Colosseo coming up as our next map. They get the prestigious honor of facing ENCE up next, right? It's going to be a tough match, but if you can finish here strong tomorrow, you're going to feel real confident going into that series, despite how one-sided it might look on paper.
Yeah, I think you're already feeling really strong if you're Team Peps because you took out Twisted Minds, a very tough opponent earlier on already today. And now you're going into this Peace and Love match and you go, you know what? Like, we're doing it. We're up 2-0. We only have to win one more map. And then we get a chance at a really big dog. And Team Peps have always been that type of team that just want to keep being better and better. And wow, yeah, the Naga Psycho head-to-head with Tracer is...
It's funny because Psycho doing more damage too, like a little bit more damage, but Naga getting those final blows and like helping the team out. Obviously, Limbs doesn't equal the final blows. It's like a combination of like assists and whatnot as well. But KDA looking pretty solid for Naga at 18.5 versus 2.3 from Psycho. Colosseo is our next map. I mean, Peace and Love, they really don't want Tread specifically, apparently, being the top 3 in the region. So reverse sweep does start here. Peps making an incredible lower bracket run.
They want that.
I love team comms. Keep them coming.
That's so funny. No, it's been so interesting to get the insight. Either we get something really funny out of the team comms, or we actually get like something educational.
Yeah, something educational.
More often than not.
Monkey. Yeah. Rizzo, Lucio. Educational. Learn the calls. That's what you got to take away from the team comms.
Osmosis.
Exactly, via osmosis. Looks like we're having a small substitution though, coming through from Peace and Love. We'll see where they want to sub in and out. Oh, okay. Ice coming in for Peace and Love now as we go on to Colosseo, Rose.
Wow, okay. So it's really interesting because like Alessio has seen most of the play in stage 2 and Ice has only come in under very specific circumstances to play some heroes. Winston, a hero that Ice is very good at. Orisa as well is another hero that we've seen Ice play just to be able to have like a different type of pressure. So maybe a play style difference for Alessio versus Ice.
Well, I'll have to see if that changes up the game here. Of course, the reverse sweep has to start here for Peace and Love. Colosseo, let's load on in for our third and potential final map here in the lowest semi-finals of the main event. Peace and Love, this is their selection too, so they've got to have a game plan initially coming into it, like we're going to play Ice here, I would have imagined. We'll see how they vibe with it. I mean, Winston, you know, you can play a lot of Winston on this map. In the neutral and the mid, it's very difficult. You have to you win first fight, and then you can control height and low, but Orisa and the rush is very powerful. Yeah. Winston doable, but maybe not advisable.
I think we've seen most often Ice come out with Winston or Orisa. Sure. So if we're on Colosseo, I would assume it would be Orisa. And Winston's just that's hard mode, playing a map like this. But Orisa makes sense. Maybe you just need a fresh perspective in the roster, especially if you're already down 0-2. It's not bad to bring somebody in and maybe just refresh the mental. But again, maybe some playstyle differences that they're also seeing between Ice and Alessio for that role.
All right, let's get it on. 10 minutes on that clock. 0 meters on either side as they roll out the gates. Team Peps running the same kind of thing here. Exodio on the Soj. I think we've spoken it to death, to be honest, Roge, but Soj in the mid. A bit better than the Cassidy because you need those. You need that insta-kill. I'm taking bets again. How long does it take for first heal to come through? I'm going to say
30 seconds.
30 seconds?
30 more seconds.
30 more, so about 9 minutes, okay.
Oh, sorry, 30 more seconds. 9 minutes, 9 minutes.
There you go. I'll go at 8:42. There you go. Oh, okay, well, you were closer. There's a nice spear kill onto FD God from Ice. That's a good way to start. There you go. Confidence building for Peace and Love. Not for me, though. Apparently my decisive skills suck, or my picking skills, even.
I mean, look at that. Already out of the gates, Ice is so aggressive. This is a very different looking Peace and Love roster. Oh my god. Like even getting up close to Exodio, sending him back to spawn.
I like what I see.
Wow, just I love this.
And this is exactly what you want as well when someone gets subbed in. You want maybe like a change of pace if you are feeling a little bit, not like down about your player or anything, but maybe the team needs something a little bit extra right now, and Ice is exactly what that gives them. I'm glad a lot of teams are willing to use their substitutions, and Ice is coming in pretty strong already with an initial kill. Pulse bomb for Psycho, lands on Tread, did get Suzu, but a Beak is in, level 1 Krug is in trouble, and Tread and Krug end up falling. Good tempo swing here from Peace and Love. The bot had been stolen for a brief moment as Exodial managed to just snipe Ice from across the map. Pulse bomb avoided by
Wow,
Kia.
Naga just yeeting that out into the sun, but still not able to take back control of the bot. Team Peps are coming out of spawn way too quickly, even though the picks were coming up in favor of Peace and Love. And if you are on PAL, just don't get split up and don't get picked before Team Peps are coming back. Now your tank is here, Ice is the Terror Surge, but it's a Kitsune Rush first here from Peps as Peace and Love can't respond with one of their own. They just kite away. So smart.
Yeah, Bia does have that sound barrier too for Peace and Love, so didn't want to invest it on that corner. They're more than happy just to play a little bit more tempered. Oh, here come the sound barriers. Oh, Exodial. A headshot from the overclock and a kunai on top. The perfect combo, some would say. Not for the player on the receiving end of it, of course. Oh, FD God. Skates in there. It's always terrifying when the Lucio's hurtling at you at like F1, Formula 1 car speed. Bots are moving again.
Wow, that's so close to getting a pick there onto Habib. But Naga just learning yet another pulse bomb after throwing it out not too long ago. Team Peps can come back though to contest this before we do see that first point get captured. But there's still FD God trying to come back into this so low already.
Well, there's the Terror Surge already lined up for Exodial to swing, but it was a bit of a swing and a miss. Pulse bomb on the ground. Oh, rest in peace, Saik. Unfortunate. Peace and Love. Though, unfortunately losing picks to Naga, but they are winning out the fight. Naga doesn't have any CDs. Had the re there. Maybe only just come on like the frame of him dying. But Peace and Love with a checkpoint. This is a very different team we're witnessing right now. From coming from map number 2 to map number 3. Psycho's going to hang around for a little bit here just to push it a little bit further past that checkpoint. That's actually a pretty important Rose. Worth keeping in mind, of course, with the checkpoint. The butt scratch mode gets initiated, it stalls out for a little bit. But if you get it a couple of meters forward, it can really be a difference maker if both teams are unable to really get it close to that checkpoint. So it might not matter in the grand scheme of things, but it's worth keeping in mind. There's a couple of extra meters.
Hey, you carve out the advantage, right?
It does matter.
Just in case it is worth it. And it does matter, then you want it to actually matter. But no, it's going to go back to neutral now as it's a full 5v5. Another standstill. Any guesses on how long it might take for a pick to come through this time?
Not happening. There's a trace with a pulse bomb. You can't guess now. That'd be cheating.
20 seconds.
20 seconds? Okay, I'll take that.
So like
5-10-ish. There you go. I mean, I think Peace and Love more than happy to extend that for a little bit longer than 5 minutes 10. They're chilling. They got the lead and the checkpoint. Uh-oh, Psycho. In a little bit of trouble. Well, you got 6 seconds, Rose. Tread's AFK. Just waiting to get healed. Same with Ice now. Uses that spear spin to relocate behind the next archway. Oh, here comes the rush. Okay, kills surely in the near future. Don't need to be a psychic for that to be a thing. Oh dear. Ice in the wrong place at the wrong time. And Exodial comes up large with a couple of kills. And a lot of that was actually just on Tread, to be very honest with you. He just corralled 3 people into a corner and just stood there and spun the spear. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to wait for my DPS players to kill people. 4 minutes to go. Peace and Love lose control of the bot.
Took enough time. Exodial was able to get a charge railgun shot. A big chunk of damage down onto Ice, and now gets to play with this overclock on the bridge. Oh, scatter, 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 scatter.
Loren was so close to going down. Sound barrier comes through to help live through that Terror Surge. Oh, Loren dragged back down, tried to slide up onto high ground, and FD God secured the kill with the help of Tread. Still moving this bot, or at least contesting it for the time being. A Beak trying to heal the Lucio. Be as narrowly at dodge and death there, especially hiding up on this little ledge. There's the kills that you want to see. Psycho taking care of Naga. Very much checking him in this one, marking the enemy traces. Also important. A lot less pressure on your other DPS plus your supports. This is Peace and Love stopping Team Peps in their tracks, forcing them to fight on that point just to try and get the checkpoint, but they're unable to do so.
See, it could matter though, because it's 3 minutes and 40 seconds, underneath half of the time bank on this map. Peace and Love, they have an opportunity though to extend their lead. Lauren now with the overclock, Naga just waiting in the wings to see if maybe he could catch like Psycho trying to take a flank. Lauren also standing in that windowsill, but yeah, there you go, Lauren out.
Yeah, very patient from Naga, like you were saying, Rose. And they must have had a feeling too that both DPSs were close to ults, if not had them. Of course, we know that for a fact. Nice fight win from Team Peps. Really well executed. Didn't cost them a single thing either.
No, even more to work with now heading into the next one. It's going to be Kitsune Rush here for level 1 Crook.
Oh!
Wow, early pulse from Psycho. Where was the Suzu?
Oh, not sure. Still on the belt, I think, of the Kiriko. Oh dear. That's not the best of starts there for Team Peps. They lose control, and that was their fight to win there, right? I mean, they wanted to use that rush pretty early.
Yeah.
End up just kind of running it down and then get the checkpoint, but... All right, we're back to where we were about a minute ago, and here comes the overclock. Oh, FD God narrowly getting away with his life. Is that rush actually from Team Peps? FD God determined to peek every single railgun overclock shot. I mean, all right, it's still good, he survives. And Naga again kills Lauren at the start of the fight.
Then that's just the fight, right? That just has to be the fight. Lauren goes down. Team Peps should be able to pick up and finish up these kills.
They're going to go for the re-engage.
Wow.
They're going to try and push up these stairs, try and force Team Peps to use something else. Terror Surge comes in for both Orissas. Ice is so low, forced into a corner, taken care of by Naga. And Peace and Love now battling against 1 minute and 50 seconds with Peps in control of the bot once more. Oh, that was really nice. Predicted the falling of Psycho there. Little blink smack. Very, very clean from Naga. All right, that checkpoint is 3 meters away, Rose.
You know?
But they still need to actually activate the checkpoint as well, which is a big pain.
Yeah. But that's where you were talking about, right? Like, you have to get the point, and now you have to win 2 decisive team fights. 1 here would also be enough to seal the deal.
Look at this positioning from Exodio. Someone's got to pay attention. Finally, the spear does land. A little stun at the wall, but I think the damage has already been done. Yeah, checkpoint gathered. Naga just cleans everybody up. So many body shots there. No insta-kill from Exodio, but they're going to take the lead off of it with a minute to go. It doesn't matter what time you do it in. As soon as you get that lead, you're feeling pretty good. And Peps, they back off. They let control of the bot go over to Peace and Love, because now they know getting the lead and having control of the high ground is more important. And Exodio kills Lauren.
Oh! No way! Yeah, a pick there is devastating for Peace and Love. Because now they have to back up. They've got to go scatter, and Team Peps, they want to push this.
Force them to the very brink. Psycho forced to recall, pulse bomb in hand. Exodio still scared. You can see him playing back, trying to find people that are peeking their little heads over the high ground. A little boop onto Ice to try and get him from perma-contesting bot from the high ground. Pulse bomb eaten by Tread. And Psycho, he's doing a lot of damage, but where's the initial kills? Where's the value from the Tracer in the backlines? It's not to be had. FD God lays down the beat, it hits 5, and Team Peps still control the bots. Exodio, fearing for his life. Someone was descending from him from high ground, but the rest of his team, they're just dishing out dirt here. 5 seconds to go, a late beat only hits 2. A miracle is required once again. Overtime, the bot is in control right now of Peace and Love, but Team Peps, they have too many players on the bot, and Exodio's, he's dealing with people in the spawn. A 1v1 versus a beacon, he ends up winning it, and Team Peps, by the very end, but a minute to go, end up securing the checkpoint and the bot and the series. A 3-0 for Peps.
Just in the nick of time, but Team Peps, they've already gotten 2 of 3 checkboxes marked. They beat Twisted Minds, they beat Peace and Love, they have 1 more opponent ahead of them. But Jack, that's what it's gonna take. It's gonna take that final victory over ENCE in order to actually make it into the main event at Dallas.
They are so
That's
close.
Crazy.
So close from getting
They're
there.
right
But they have to
there.
face ENCE of all people. Like, that is going to be a rough game, but coming off of this series with a 3-0, They're feeling pretty good. Obviously, the audience, a lot of them were behind Peps as well. I know the desk was pretty high on them going into this series. I mean, ENCE is a tough opposition, but the way Naga and Exodia were playing in this series, if they just kind of keep that up, I mean, maybe a spot in Dallas is in their sights. Let's take a listen, actually, to the winning comms, the very final few moments there from Team Peps.
Literally 1 point, literally 1 point, literally 1 point. One team.
No, Suzu.
Look team still, look team still. Tracer.
Place me.
Okay, who's touching?
No one. Nice.
Let's go! Let's fucking go!
Let's go!
I like
nice
team.
Team Peps got it done, one step closer to reaching the grand finals in the main event. What a great lower bracket run they're currently having. But of course, credit where credit is due. Peace and love, they came far as well. And quite frankly, on that very last map, I did like the changes they did. They tried different things. We saw ice in the mix. Wasn't a bad look for them either.
Yeah, I think, I mean, they came out to a lead on the map. I think they kind of had the opportunity to win for sure, but Peps clearly the stronger team in the series, right? I'm not surprised they found an opening to come back in the map. Yeah, I don't know if, for me, that wasn't the Abyss. I think Eisen did play well, but yeah, Peps overall stronger team. They're the team to progress onward. All things as they should be. The real question, though, looking ahead is, you know, can you beat ENCE? It's a different level. You know, peace and love, yes, you get that win. Looks easy, but ENCE is a team on a whole other level, and there's so much more complexity to that matchup with all the comps a team like ENCE will field.
Well, they're feeling good, and I feel like they've been improving throughout. I think we've seen some pretty clean engages from Team Peps here. So yes, obviously ENCE is on a different level, but you know, I'm not even gonna count them out, Jay.
Agree.
I'm never gonna count them out.
I think, and Peps played them close last time. The big question in my mind is in the compositional diversity, because here in the mid-table, we're seeing almost exclusively full mirrors. The only swap we're seeing is the Cass and the Sojourn, but you know, as long as you're both playing Kiri, Lucio, Orisa, the game is pretty consistent. They might have a good read on this style, how to play the matchups here. But what happens when ENCE throws a Sigma at you or something of that nature, or more Winston comps come out? I think the game changes pretty drastically. And I'm not saying Peps can't do it. I'm saying we just haven't seen them be tested by those other comps and come out looking as good. I think they're very comfortable in the mirror. And so if ENCE gives them a mirror, you know, that's, I'd say strategically, I think that might be a mistake for ENCE. But at the same time, you are going up against players like Kepster and Kai on DPS.
Yeah.
So I think they're really going to have to focus the prep tomorrow, because, you know, any of these teams, if they can make it to the grand final, they can beat ENCE, they could be going to Dallas as well.
Yeah, we'll see what ENCE brings to the table. Obviously, against Twisted Minds, they also played some of that Sigma, right? Kai was on the Bastion for a couple of maps as well.
Yeah.
And so that is something we've seen from ENCE consistently. But we know that, of course, they have this Orisa composition up their sleeve if they want to play it. Now, player of the match is going to be Exodio. A youngster, up-and-comer here on the scene, 17 years old, just popping heads here in the OWCS. It's always good to see new talent coming into the scene, and you know, super impressive there as well. Like especially you saw in Colosseo, the push map at the end there, just like conjuring up picks out of nowhere, and that is really why you love playing the Sojourn, right? Utilizing that railgun and finding picks early in these compositions. That is what you want from a Hiscan player, but also the Cassidy early on here as well. So yeah, he's been performing to the absolute top here in OWCS.
Yeah, and having both of those heroes on such a level in your wheelhouse is an absolute game changer for your team. Exodial definitely far exceeding any expectations anyone could have had, integrating himself so well into this roster. And of course, having such a performance next to someone like Naga, who's been around for such a long time, absolutely phenomenal. So of course, that is going to earn you the player of the match, but also you're going to make it into our post-game interview. Exodial joining us now for a quick chat. First of all, of course, congratulations. How are you doing?
Thank you. I mean, we're doing really good. It's exciting to win, and maybe just like I'm very, shy to talk on like how the people see me, but I don't know. It's just very exciting to win like this, like 3-0, because we're like expecting them to just pull up some fight, but we just rolled them. So it's fine.
It was dominant, man. And honestly, your performance and your team thus far in the main event, it's been so exciting to watch. Looking ahead, we are getting closer and closer to making it to the grand final. Your next opponent is going to be ENCE. How do you feel about the compositions that we've seen ENCE having in their wheelhouse? Do you expect them to take it to a mirror match? Do you think they're going to throw a Sigma at you? And if so, do you feel like you can match that? What else do you have?
I mean, we're pretty confident on the mirror because I just think like mechanical. I mean, I'm at my peak level right now, so I'm pretty confident on winning all these duels. But I really think that they played a lot of Sigma recently, so I might think they're gonna pull up the Sig right now. But if we're on a mirror, I think we're gonna do really good.
Yeah, so I'm curious about your personal journey, Exodial, coming into the scene now, playing in OWCS, having great success. What are your personal goals looking forward, right? Whether this event going to Dallas, do you want to make it to an international LAN, or have you even thought about stuff like that? Did you even think that was an option, I guess, before getting to this point?
I mean, I wasn't really like getting this option because I was on sheer gold back then, no? And we got like top 8. I wasn't really imagining like going for aiming for Dallas. But right now at this point, we just like aiming for Dallas at 100%. So I'm pretty confident on my team, and let's see how it goes.
Yeah, you talked about the fact that you were on sheer cold for quite some time there, but you're also relatively new to the scene here. So I want to know more about you. How did you decide to pursue competitive Overwatch? When did you get into it? And what's the journey been from the start?
I mean, I just got like into Pro Overwatch like a year and a half ago. I don't have like that much of a career, but I don't know, it was like a improvement like so fast that I just got like addicted to it. I just wanted to keep going for more. So just like becoming one of the best hit scans out there. So I think right now I'm just one of those, so I'm hungry for more, just hungry for being the best of all.
Well, we're hungry to see more of you as well. An explosive performance. It's been so much fun to watch you in action. Exodial, thank you so much for taking the time, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you. See you in the next game.
Thank you, good luck.
See you in game once again, popping off on that Cassidy, on that Sojourn. Phenomenal, being around for just a year, improving, and then showing up like this against a lot of seasoned players as well. That is no small feat.
It's so awesome seeing new talent come into the scene and then take it to the old guard now. And now you're going up against Kai, who's been around the scene for what feels like a real long time now. So
it's something we've seen a ton in NA recently, right? Where some of these up-and-coming DPS players have made their mark on the scene and really taken it to experienced vets, potentially unseating them. Could be what happens in that next match, but I'm a little worried. I mean, I think Kai and Kevster, there's not really a pairing of two vets. I want to go.
I'm worried about Kevster, but like if you're a young up-and-comer playing hit scan, like I'd just be excited to go up against Kai.
You've got to believe.
Go in. Just go in. Don't have to be scared of anything. Overclock, slide aggressively, and try to find some picks. Like, don't worry too much about it.
Just go in.
I think at that age you don't worry about anything. Like you are going in. Like that's the beauty of being such a young and explosive talent. Now, of course, as you say, it's not going to be easy. ENCE is going to put up a fight for sure. But Team Peps, they are hungry for more. Maybe they can ride that high. We'll find out very soon. That today won't be the day because we will close it out in the EMEA region tomorrow. It was a great day of great matches. So, of course, that also produced a lot of fantastic plays. Let's take a look at some of our favorite moments that EMEA had to offer on day number 3.
It's going to be more Sojourn clips. Oh, this pull spawn was sick.
Actually,
positioning, like his team's forcing them to kite into him. That's exactly the scenario to get this pulse spawn. And mechanically, it's not like the craziest pulse spawn. He's just in exactly the right place at the right time. And I think that's been the story of Naga's Tracer. He's been really consistent, always being where he needs to be for the team.
All right. Well, I believe then right after this, he actually pulls the enemy Tracer as well.
Yeah, I got it on.
So, it did both. Got a 3K and a Tracer pulse bomb.
Yeah, mechanically, the Tracer has looked really good. I think he's really, like, historically, I don't remember Naga looking this good on Tracer, so clearly he's been putting in the work. But here's Sparker on the Ashe. Man, we've barely seen any Ashe this meta, but Sparker just found the opportunity, felt, against the Sigma, those dynamites over the shield, be a little bit more consistent, and that Bob value in the middle.
I was about to say, this was Bob's thing. That's not on Sparker.
Okay, well, also, you gotta give credit to the 2018 away Florida Mayhem skin.
True.
I don't actually have to give any credit to the skin.
Classic. An away 2018 skin, that's classic.
Honestly, though, I've been loving it. Like, seeing what skins the players are rocking out with has actually been so much fun. Like, it's like all we do literally backstage. I mean, yeah, game is interesting, but which skins and which players?
What is it? All we do, but a lot of it is just breaking out skins.
It's jobs.
It's like 85% roughly of our analysis.
I'm sure we're not alone.
Skins-based.
I'm sure we're not alone in that. Of course, not just the skins get us excited. No, also a lot of those players get us hyped up in the back rooms here in the studio, and a few of them unfortunately went out today. But that won't stop us from highlighting them. Who are your sleeper picks on day 3?
I want to give a send-off to Psycho, who I felt in Peace and Love had a really great performance on the Tracer. A lot of big picks from him, looking like a strong performer. So it's cool to see, you know, more of these exciting, talented players, whether they make it very far in the main event. I mean, think about Exodio, right? He was on Sheer Coal in, you know, sort of like a top 8 team, not expecting to go much further than that. Now finds himself in top 3, vying for more, vying for a slot at Dallas. And so it's cool to see so much, you know, talent coming up in the scene and EMEA as well. And excited to see more of these players compete in the future in OWCS and other events here in our open ecosystem. So Psycho, great performance on the Tracer. It did not go unappreciated. And a great skin combo. He's got the spark,
skin combo.
The spark pink with the jade, the little pink and green. Ooh, that's kind of nice, kind of clean.
Yeah, and then the donut as the weapon shot.
I did not.
Like, it was thought out.
Zoe's ahead of us. She's onto the charms, you know.
The charms.
Yeah,
of course, I saw the skin. How
detail.
about the weapon charm?
We're all
What
about
emotes do you have equipped?
Well, we're gonna make some tier lists about that. Rest assured. Any honorable mentions from you? You just want to throw in?
I mean, I gave credit to Psycho before the match, so I was already on the case before it happened.
You were way ahead of us.
That's why they pay Johnny the big bucks.
you predict the comms, and I'll say the players will do well.
A lot of Johnny this event has been like, yeah, what he said, or I've already said that, or like I wanted to say that.
Oh my God, sorry, that's brutal.
That's pretty brutal, yeah.
That just means to me that you are just a hive mind, always on the same page. And
I got the Yapmeister next to me. I need to not let him breathe.
It's rough, that's true.
My bad. All bad.
Now, we're heading, I believe, into a quick break. Of course, we have a lot more Overwatch to come today as we're heading into the NA region. And actually, before we're heading into a break, I got something even better. I mean, anything is better than a break, honestly. Especially this one, SK. We love her.
Hi, SK.
And she's with us right now, the best loser in the world.
Yep.
Oh my God, hi.
Hi.
I love you all.
How are you doing, SK?
I want to give you a hug.
I feel hugged.
I'm doing great.
I'm feeling
How are you?
I feel embraced. Now better that I got a distance SK hug. Currently, as the best Lucio in our open ecosystem.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Well, I just said it, so I just made that statement. You know, we saw you taking them down like flies. So obviously you're a harsh critic of their performances, even though you're not competing in OWCS anymore. But who's standing out for you? Are there any individuals, Lucios or not, that have been really impressing you in Stage 2?
Okay, I am the biggest Funny Astro and FD God fan. They're the 1 and 2 Lucios. I look up to them very much. They're awesome. And Sparker was just hitting every shot. That was terrifying. I want what he had for breakfast. I'm not gonna lie. I need to know.
Same. Yep. Look, I gotta ask you now. You've teamed up with Jake. You're ready for the FACEIT League. How does it feel to play alongside Jake?
Put me on the spot.
Okay, playing alongside Jake is so much fun because he's actually like the smartest player I've ever played with. He just micros everyone so hard. My life is so easy. He's like, hey, SK, come over here. I'm like, okay, sure. And then we win. Life is good. Life is good.
SK is the only person who can make my yapping sound like a good thing. So I appreciate the kind words, SK.
Which team you have your eyes on? Who do you think is going to take it all?
I'm cheering for Space Station. I love Space Station. They were so fun to play against. They were really cool.
Do you feel there's any team which really can take it to them? Like, is ENS the only answer that the EMEA has here?
You know, it's always anyone's game. I think if one team has a bad day and another team has a good day, anyone can take it. But Space Station favorites for sure.
So I'm curious, SK, we're watching EU games is exciting, but let's talk a little about NA. Who are the teams you're watching there? Do you think, I mean, I think M80 Toronto Defiant is kind of like the big question mark where Toronto's been on top for a while now. What do you think about M80? Have you seen some of their games? Do you like their play?
I'm bad. I'm like so invested in EU. I'm kind of a traitor. I don't know anything about NA except that Toronto just clears everyone.
Yeah, that's That's kind of it.
So.
Toronto clearing everyone is so far has been the story. But M80, to catch you up, M80 does look competitive. Could be interesting. We got Happy and Pelican.
I'm excited to see you.
Yeah, it'll be a fun match to watch today.
Yeah, I mean, SK is a Lucio player. We have all the best Lucios, so.
That is true. You got Astra.
That is true.
It's OP.
That's a good focus to have as a European person, of course. I may or may not be biased. SK, one last thing. Of course, you've been co-streaming as well. I've just been enjoying all the action in Overwatch. Where can people catch you next, and what can they expect when they watch your stream?
Oh my goodness. I wasn't ready for this. I play a lot of Overwatch, like 12 hours a day. I'm kind of addicted. My Twitch is SK. We're watch partying today, and then later we're gonna play a lot of ranked, and hopefully I will hit champion. I'm GM2 right now.
Oh, okay. The road continues then. I'll be tuning in as soon as I'm off work. SK, thank you so much for joining us. It's always lovely to see you and, of course, to hear from you. And best of luck in your rank games today.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Much love to SK.
Goodbye.
We love you. Thanks for everything you do. It's been just so much fun to see our streamers.
That's why we got SK on the team.
Right.
She's a grinder. She's got that motivation. Out there grinding rank games. That's what I need to see.
You're slacking. You're slacking. You're just sitting around.
I'm over here. Somebody give me a PC on the desk.
I was watching the last qualifier game they had to qualify for FACEIT, and SK actually clutched out because it was like overtime on Rialto, and SK swapped over to Ana in spawn and hit a Bionate to get a kill, but then also died and swapped over to Lifeweaver and actually gripped.
It was even nastier. It was.
So SK is the only reason why Jake is in FACEIT League.
SK. Oh, I gotta explain this play. This was too next level. She swaps Moira on the spawn to fade across the spawn to go Ana to be faster to get out the nade. Again, always like she's multi-swapping on the spawn, which is something you even in pro games, I only see a few pros consistently doing the multi-swaps in spawn. One of the most weird optimizations in the game that you just never see, so.
Such wrinkly brain moments I can absolutely not relate to, but that's why I'm watching my streamers. And you can too, so make sure to support them and love them. And we will, of course, continue to shout them out here in the OWCS. For now, we're gonna head into a quick break, and when we're coming back, we're gonna have NA action on the line, everything to fight for our teams. Let's see who's gonna make it out on top. Luminosity going up against Citrus Nation after this. You guys, did you hear? New Blowout Boys album just dropped.
Oh yeah.
Of course, it's fire.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's some real bangers in it. Like, Don't Deny My Heart.
Classic.
That really speaks to me.
Oh, it's a good one.
Yeah, I mean that song was chill, but for me, it's Every Time We Rush. I can't get any better than that.
Oof. It's pretty slow, but what about High Noon My Heart?
Of course.
No one ever talks about how cool these stairs are.
True. It's pretty cool. Overwatch Champions Series. I love the sound of that.
And EXO against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule.
Welcome back, one and all. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny and the Blowout Boys.
Hey, do you guys have touch my body? Are you guys get ready for that? Or you guys, the live performance was scheduled now, I think.
Yeah, no, I had to prove to Matt that I don't use a ghostwriter. You know, it's the only way we could do it was by producing an album together. But I'm pretty sure royalties get split by height, so get stuffed, mate. You're in trouble.
Yeah, Mitch has these like MC Hammer like outfits with the silk shirt. You just gotta start give us a little hammer time. There you go. Yeah, get it.
Don't worry, we're working on the choreography.
I'm
taking this guy to Orange Theory for a couple sessions before we try the choreography, though. It's a little intense, you know what I mean?
Hey, yeah. I gotta get back in the lab. You know, write some more music for us.
Of all the names to stick for us, it had to be that one. Like, come on, the Blowout Boy. This is your.
We did not come up with it.
Bro.
That's all Matt. That is completely
just kind of came to my head, you know.
Matt. It's a keeper, though. It's a keeper.
We love the Blowout Boys in this house.
We do love the Blowout Boys. We also love some good Overwatch. And guess what? You get both in this show. We're going to head over to the NA side of things. Some more matches to play, 3 in fact. And we're going to say bye to some teams today as well. But first things first, a bit earlier today, I did ask you for some hot takes, opinions, tweets, anything really with Desperate over here. And you guys delivered.
Whoa!
Please would like to know who
it's a family show.
Oiled up twerk off, Reinhardt or Torbjorn, and why? It is a family show, and this is
dancing is an art form.
A form of expression. Does it need to be oiled
Why
up?
oiled up? Why oiled up? I'm going with Reinhardt. I'm planting the flag.
All right.
Reinhardt.
Make your case.
Totally.
Make your case. Because you're wrong, but make your case.
Look, he's out there on the battlefield. He's out there swinging hammers. You need a lot of, like, I don't know what muscles go into twerking, but maybe the hip muscles, like, you know.
It's not the same as swinging.
He's got a big armor. Like, he's thick. Like, he's out there swinging, you know?
No. You guys, trust me. Torb, he pops that overload, you're done for on Ryan. There's no way you're keeping up with that twerking speed. Come on.
Torb has the better skins for it.
He's got you.
By
He's gonna pull out
standards.
He's gonna pull out the beach skin. You know, he's gonna get that tanning oil. He's ready to go at the beach. You know, Paraiso start role playing on the beach. Don't try to cap the point.
Yeah, where do
Pop
you
an
even take
overload,
it
start
skin-wise? Like, I don't know which Orion skin is
Well,
lending
Ryan's
itself to be oiled up.
got to oil up the armor, you know? Because otherwise it'll rust and stuff.
Ryan does need a shirtless skin. Let's be honest.
I mean, honestly, yes.
Probably
Do I lie?
Probably has.
No.
I don't think he does. Who won? I'm being asked. I have to give it to Torb. I just not because that's what I want to see personally, because I honestly don't want to see either.
We got some fan artists out there.
If I had to, I just think like
What have you done?
Torb is more nimble. I can see the twerking
Exactly.
working.
What
you know
are we
what I mean?
talking about?
He's quick.
He's quick. He's just a little guy.
What are we talking about?
What are we doing?
I don't know.
We had to move it to North America, and it's like we've been, I don't know.
Things change.
We're losing. We're yassifying out here. We're bringing it.
That's true. Well, I mean, that wasn't on us. That was on you. So if you're taking issue with the choice of topics we're discussing here, we asked for tweets. They're coming from you. We take absolutely no responsibility for anything that came out of our mouths after that. However, we of course also have some serious matters on hand, such as drops, because if you out there have not connected your Battle.net account yet to Twitch or YouTube, then what are you even doing? Because you're going to miss out on googly Mari. I can say what?
You got to get those Ryan skins.
Do you?
Hottie played Ryan. It's possible.
Yeah, it is possible, actually. It is
Next
possible.
stage, they're going to be oiled up. You never know.
I hope they are now, because otherwise, I mean, Reinhardt is already slow enough.
I'm planting my flag. We need some kind of shirtless Reinhardt skin.
Okay.
Let's be honest.
I think that is a fantastic help.
That's a good take. That's a good take.
That's actually
Another
very
good
ice
take
cold
is, of course, that we would love to meet you in person. Please see us in Dallas. Grab your tickets right now.
We're probably normal.
We're totally normal. This is completely normal types of conversations that you can expect if you, hang out with us in Dallas, Texas at DreamHack. Watching some good Overwatch, hanging out with friends, that's what it's all about.
That is really the most fun way to watch Overwatch.
And I mean, this is going to be the first time in OWCS that we see the true international competition. Who's the best in the whole world? It's a question I feel like every esport you always want to ask, you always want to see. We get to see each region, their looks, their specialities, who's coming out on top. But to see the clash among the best of the best in the world, that's something special. That's something a little bit different. That's why we're going to do it in person. That's why it's going to be on LAN.
That's right. Super exciting stuff, of course, heading our way, or we are heading towards it, or I don't know, sentences. But one thing's for sure, we're going to figure out who's going to make it out there from the NA region. And that's what we're here for. Let's take a look at our brackets to see where we're currently at. This is how it currently looks like. Toronto Defiant are flying through this one.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Like Gigabang.
At this point, though, there's only one slot left up for grabs. Toronto and M80 have both locked in based on circuit points. So now it's really, I mean, you do want to get this win. I mean, this is a huge statement win for M80 to come out on top and put themselves on the map for NA. But Students of the Game, Luminosity Gaming, and Citrus Nation, all three vying for one last chance to go to Dallas. So these matches in the lower bracket are going to be hard fought. No one's going to be holding anything back today.
I love that there is so much more on the line here. Of course, are the scenarios, if you will, of how these three teams can still qualify for their slot in Dallas.
Yeah, and it essentially comes down to, very much Luminosity and Citrus Nation. Whoever wins it out of those two teams will have a chance against Students of the Game to lock in their spot as well. So it's a bit of a brawl down there in the lower bracket between these three teams, of course. Timeless, who had a really good placing last stage, got second place last stage. They lost in the group stage, so therefore it opened things up here in the North American side of things a little bit for the others.
Yeah, and Students of the Game are incredibly confident. They're hitting, it seems like a peak for their team. Everyone's playing incredibly well together. So whoever wins Luminosity versus Citrus Nation has a very serious opponent headed next. But even this match is not going to be easy. I mean, Luminosity might be the favorite, but Citrus Nation have shown they really like getting upsets. Luminosity, though, I mean, this squad, Vision and King, Vision especially, I think, on the hit scan has had some really high highs. False is going to be coming in, so we've seen mostly Dante. This is a bit of a change up. especially with how the meta's been going, I wonder, is there an interest in a Ram, a Diva, and we know False can also handle the Orisa. So this is a change-up for Luminosity Gaming, but False also a very, very strong tank player. I don't think this signals weakness for them. They might have something special cooked up for Citrus.
Yeah.
I mean, is this especially for Citrus, or is this also just based on the learnings they had in their last match?
No.
Because they suffered a devastating 3-0 loss.
They did, but this is pre-planned, right? You have a role for False, and he's going to fill that role. You don't make last-minute changes this time in the main event, so nothing rational. They probably have or something rational rather. For Citrus Nation, though, I think that they've looked really solid this event, particularly when they beat Timeless. I thought that Seb did an amazing job on their reset duel, getting more value in that regard and beating out Riker. But it comes down to the support players, in my opinion. Jacob, he has had a couple of moments this main event where he struggled to get the sound barrier out in time or questionable usage of it, and you just can't afford to make mistakes when you are a support player in these compositions. Both the Kitsune Rush and the sound barrier are so crucial, and so when you go up against a team like Luminosity, your damage players can't just like solve the puzzle for you. They can't make up for the mistakes you make. So if in this scenario you are Jacob or neutral, you gotta come out and have really good support ultimate usage. Otherwise, this game is gonna slip away from you.
But I mean, their frontline has been putting in the work. Lethal has been a phenomenal pickup for this team. They looked so very strong when they were fighting their stride.
Yeah, I think a lot of strong players on both teams. I think you're right to look at the support matchup, though. They don't get enough love normally in the meta. But I think Squid is a player on Luminosity that I'm really excited by as like for the future of NA, for a player that's really has a ton of potential already on a high level and seems like he has more to give. So eyes on the Kiriko or the BAP, whatever they decide to bring out here. I think Squid could be a huge difference maker.
Yep.
Now, I may have fallen victim to, recency bias here. I was really impressed with what we've seen from Citrus Nation in their match against Pip. It was one of the most exciting matches I feel like we've seen in the region thus far. It was a very close match that they fought there in the lower bracket. And meanwhile, of course, Luminosity Gaming, they struggled in their last match. Of course, it was against a very tough opponent. I went for it. I believe in Citrus. Love lemons, love limes. What's not to love about that team?
I think Citrus is an exciting competitor, but I still had to go with Luminosity here. I think they're the favorite. As much as that loss yesterday was tough, it was to a team of a different caliber, frankly, than Citrus Nation, with MED looking resurgent, looking like a team that wants to challenge Toronto Defiant. Not necessarily the worst loss to take. So if Luminosity can iron out their differences and find the synergy to go into this match and play their best game, I think their peak is going to be a little bit higher based on their experience, how long they've played together as a full unit.
Yeah, as much as Citrus Nation is a good story, Zoe, Luminosity is the better team. So I would predict the Luminosity to win this one. So you got the brains versus the heart. I'm sorry, Zoe.
I'm rolling with it. I don't care. I love making bad calls if they.
I don't think it's that crazy though. To be clear, I think there's a real chance here. This is not.
It'd be an upset.
It would be an upset, but not as shocking as some others. I think Citrus Nation has shown a tendency to play up to the level of their opponents, and strong DPS are strong DPS.
Acidity may be winning this out. Probably not, but I want to believe. Let's see what our casters think about this one. Mitch, Matt, how we doing?
AKA the blow-up.
Good, the blow-up boys, yeah.
AKA. Knew that one was coming. Mitch is gonna hate me forever on this one, I think.
On the name, I'll probably just roll with it at some point, Matt. You've really got to own this kind of stuff. It's better than being called UberX for the next 7 years, so I'm fine with it. I think it's important to point out, and I think like Jake made it very clear, while the Preds are favouring Luminosity, like I don't think anybody is willing to die on that particular hill. Yeah. And it's always interesting to get two teams that came out of the same group, from that GSL stage, now playing in that lower bracket, with the threat of elimination looming over their heads. Does Luminosity have to win this game to sort of still be in the running for a spot at Dallas?
Both these teams, right? Citrus Nation pretty much needs to like run the table, make it to the grand finals, win or loss there. They're kind of, in that spot. LG needs to obviously win here against Citrus Nation, but then also take out Students of the Game. So they have a really tough day ahead of them if they want to qualify. Also making a change in terms of tank, right? False comes in for a friend of the program, Dante, here, at least the beginning, kick things off. So potentially maybe for this Sigma that they're hovering.
Yeah, both those Luminosity games, with extremely high stakes on them, are just going to be incredibly fun to see play out. Today's matches that we have lined up are all really compelling as we have our teams here fighting through this lower bracket. This is still a lower quarter-final that we need to resolve, and like was mentioned, waiting on the other side, Students of the Game. Looking at either of these two teams, trying to decide where they'd rather be paired up. But first, let's jump into the poll here. It's time for a bit of Sanctum. We do have that dichotomy of Sigma versus the Orisa comp. Citrus Nation just love the Orisa setup, man. We saw it against Pirates in Pajamas. They really got a lot of mileage out of this.
And we've seen this type of Sigma-based play from teams before, right? You're almost trying to bait them into coming in with like a little bit of a rush, landing that big dynamite, putting damage down, and you see the Orisa Zeb getting right up in the face of Luminosity. That's going to be Immortality Field out already. They got to do everything they can to keep Zeb alive, and they lose Jacob in the process.
I'm going to point out the Echo is here, right? Which is something that wants to push up and take a lot of space, otherwise Vision has a pretty easy time clipping Tap's wings. Normally Tap was seen on the Tracer, who's looked incredible on that roll. And I feel like Citrus Nation, Matt, maybe just push up a little too far. Zeb takes a ton of damage and gets out. But I think it was Neutral, or Jacob rather, they got caught.
Well, when they pushed in, actually, Vision is like kind of like playing like a little bit of an off angle, right? So he's not even there for them to kind of collapse onto. So he's over on the side, putting down some serious damage on the Ashe, and never able to make a play for that Ashe, who's a pretty susceptible target. No one coming with that dive.
Still have to see how Tap finds value for the Echo here, considering the Vision is at large on the Ashe and playing in a safe corner of this main room. King here with a recall. No risk of getting booped off without ability available, but look at that. They managed to zero in on Lethal and pick them off. Now Citrus Nation still pushing, by the way. They are still well and truly trying to dive on Luminosity. But again, Squid's there with the Baptiste. There's an Immortality Field, and False is able to get the better of Zeb here. This Orisa composition is just overextending too far.
Well, LG just like runs, right? They just speed boost away, right? Then you're kind of stuck still, in the middle of nowhere for Citrus Nation, where I think you'd probably be better off playing like a Tracer here versus instead of the Echo. Like the Echo, you're gonna need to get in there and burn a target down, where if they keep kind of like rotating out, it's just an easy target for the hit scan to pick off.
Tap has to play awfully safe here for most of the map. Staying out of those sight lines of Vision is not going to be easy. You can see where Vision is over just by the stairs on the other side of the room, and Tap's forced to play these really tight angles like this to get damage until they're ready to actually dive. Citrus Nation, though, beginning the cap here. Squid with an amplification matrix can make good use of this, and especially linking up with Vision would be lethal for Tap or anybody else who got too close. That's a flank attempt there from Tap, trying to put pressure on this Sigma. But Zeb, again, so low when they push in. False is chilling.
And all sticky bombs there from Tap actually just hit one of the lamps. That'll actually be a sound barrier here, keeping everybody for Luminosity up as we're going to hit OT.
Okay, I like to see the rush in with the beat. Can they convert on the rest of the fight, though? Jacob actually went down to Bob. He had a sound barrier of his own. Citrus Nation might have lost the round with that kill. Tap at least is able to find a duplicated pulse bomb onto Juby, though. And that's going to give them a fighting chance here. That could have been nasty business, losing the Lucio.
And let's see what type of position they take now that they actually have control of the point, right? Do they kind of like back up and play a little bit of a distance, or do they want to, press up, not allow Luminosity to take some of this space? So they kind of show a little bit, push back towards that mid-bridge area.
Vision, good pressure there, especially on a Lucio.
Oh, Zeb's so weak.
Lethal gets the drop on Vision and finds a railgun, but Vision is able to withstand it. Another one, constantly getting topped up. Able to stay outside of the Terror Surge, but spends all this time reloading while Zeb goes to work on the rest of Luminosity. They get False at the very least, but it's going to be a trade. Once again, Zeb has to put himself in harm's way in order to get rid of the Sigma.
Yeah, I mean, the point does flip, but it's going to be Citrus Nation who ends up taking it back, as it looks like still a few players here from Luminosity and the Amp Matrix. They want to try and fight this. It's going to be a sound barrier for Citrus Nation just to get out of that small corridor.
Tap had a beat. It didn't last on them very long because they were facing down Vision through an Amp Matrix. Eventually, their life force runs out, but Tap was able to find the assassination on a Baptiste, at the very least. Luminosity here, starting to give over some capture progress, but they're looking much stronger. Bob now to contest the point. We see False pushing up, looking very healthy. Zeb is anything but.
Yeah, the Bob and the Tracer get on the point, then end up flipping it. So the point control to Luminosity as Citrus Nation they drop that Kitsune Rush, get really no value from it.
Spear thrown over to the point. Zeb trying to, keep tabs on King over there, but a double pulse on the whole backline is going to secure it. What a way for Luminosity to find the opening to end the round. There's no way they're coming back from that. Citrus Nation keep it competitive here. Again, having to play a little differently in order to properly threaten a Sigma, but False is very comfortable in that role and in that matchup.
And man, and the Pulse Bomb connecting with both supports there at the end. We'll take a look at it here from King's POV is...
Suzu and Swiftstep both got used. There's nothing that backline could have done.
No. That is a brutal, brutal scenario to be, right? That backline is like kind of playing in that corridor, trying to like contest point when that happens, and use all your kind of utility, and then get hit with the pulse bomb. It's worst case scenario. There's Luminosity hovering a potential Ramatra comp here, so not going to play the Sigma on this point. Is the Sigma's not really great here. We've talked a little bit about it when teams have tried to run it, like can control high ground, but when the fight breaks out of the point, pretty difficult. Where Ramatra gives a little bit more flexibility.
Yeah, we saw Sigma on Samoa in that sort of SSG series, I think, and they found some value, but here on Village, a little bit risky to make this work. False poking Zeb down. Well, something we noticed in Citrus Nation's last game is that Zeb was taking the brunt of that frontline damage. And the question of whether or not they were able to win the fight really hinged on keeping that Orisa standing. False again seems pretty unperturbed by Citrus Nation's probing for the time being. There is a little flank being set up by Lethal, but they've just been spotted out.
Yeah, I also think Tap needs to be really careful, right? Playing around vision on that Cassidy, so Lethal, though, connects with King at range. That's a huge shot there for Lethal. Citrus Nation needed something to go their way.
He's being careful.
That's probably it.
That's a great point. You see, they really just sit around that corner and bide their time here. Very aware of the mag grenade that could ruin their plans, but eventually they hit the front line at the same time as Zeb does. So Citrus Nation, at risk of losing the point, now are looking very comfortable.
Yeah, Pulse Bomb connects there from Tap onto Vision, so getting off to a good start here for Citrus Nation is be able to control some of this high ground where the Sojourn can build up some railgun damage, right, on the Ramatra shield, can kind of outrange that Cassidy here on this point. It's really kind of like the Tracers just both pestering out some of those hit scans. That time it's Lethal taking out King right off the rip.
Luminosity really want to take a fight in a position where Nemesis form can get maximum value. Sound barrier here, and I do want to see if Luminosity try and lead with it or use it to save someone and turn the fight around. Talking to Jake, he feels like leading with a sound barrier is generally not a good idea in many of these fights and has a low win rate. Squid taken down here. Lethal's able to find purchase with this overclock. Citrus Nation, another consecutive fight win. A fight in which Juby used the beat as well. That is backbreaking.
Yeah, we typically see the sound barrier used in response to like overclock, right? Provide some of that extra overhealth, make it a little bit harder for the Sojourn to result in just kind of getting some of those easy pickoffs, and Lethal ends up popping the overclock. They end up using their sound barrier, and then Zeb kind of grabs everybody in with a Terror Surge, plus that overclock does a lethal damage to a few players. This will be quite brutal. Potentially last fight territory. It'll be a Deadeye to open things up. But Citrus Nation, they're totally fine fighting on the point, right, with double support ults.
Luminosity want to close the gap if they can. Gotta be a tough ask though, especially now against a Kitsune Rush that might be inadvisable. Zeb drops. Duke's put up here by False, soaking much of that damage along with the Immortality Field. Very early deployment of that for Luminosity. They must have felt quite threatened. Now Citrus Nation can try and leverage the beat into a point flip and a round win. That would have been a big pulse for Luminosity, but now the beat comes down. Neutral, not going to be benefiting from it, but Tap is more than happy to use it to get in Squid's face and find the backline all on their own. Great pulse on the Lucio to end it. This should be Citrus Nation running away with the game. That annihilation from False reeked of desperation.
Yes, it looks like this will be Citrus Nation taking our second round, so a much different looking round here than round one, where I think the Orisa comps definitely obviously play better than Ramatra. I think in kind of like that head-to-head, we've seen Orisa win out a significant portion of the time, where it looks like False already potentially going towards this Orisa here for this final point.
Definitely feels like Ramatra, while favored against Sigma in some circumstances, falls over to Orisa. Orisa has probably, the ability to mitigate that damage while also taking space, with the Javelin Spin, whereas Ramatra gets slowed down greatly and can only sort of really defend himself there. So doesn't break up projectiles, doesn't cancel out things like pulse bombs and such. And when push came to shove, Citrus Nation were really able to set Zeb up for success while Tap goes and just kills entire backlines on their own. They've been a standout for me, I think, over the last couple of days.
Absolutely. So you'll get another Tracer head-to-head here. Biggest difference, obviously, is the Sojourn versus the Cassidy. And then if you're going to run the Cassidy, you're going to play that Baptiste, right? The Immortality Field. You need the Kriko Swift Step to kind of move around with that Sojourn, where the Immortality Field keeping the Cassidy alive is pretty important.
Having access to Amp Matrix is a big deal, but the Kitsune Rush really supercharges that rush from the Citrus Nation composition. Decent damage here, but eventually Vision probably wants to drop to the point to get the most out of this Cassidy pick. That, of course, carries an element of risk, though, and maybe getting these Orisas a little bit lower before he gets involved might be advisable. Zeb trying to fall back to a safe spot to get healed, and Neutral really trying to get the Orisa topped up quickly, but just that damage deficit on frontline has forced Citrus off the point.
Yeah, it was everything used there for Seb at the start, right? Ended up using Spearson and Fortify. King in a lot of trouble, makes it to the health pack. That's huge to be able to stay alive, as didn't have any blinks, no recall.
Need to find a way as Citrus Nation to clear Luminosity off the point properly. Working from an off angle, Lethal is able to ignore the Ant Matrix for the most part. But King wins the Tracer duel. Vision says, I don't want to stand here anymore, I'm going to come forward. We have a double player advantage. I'm going to exacerbate it as much as I can. And Luminosity, I mean, both these maps, very back and forth. The Citrus Nation, very much dominated Village. Luminosity up to a great start.
This is a really weird spot for Lethal to be in. Very far behind enemy lines is no King, and it looked like Juby were trying to hunt him down. As I look at this, I mean, this is in the spot. This is in their spawn.
Yeah, and also uses a overclock there. That probably feels bad. Now, if you have the point and you're 48% up, it's probably much more reasonable to go for that kind of play. If you can find, at the best, trade.
They flip it?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I just think if they already had control of the point, the delay on backliner seems worthwhile. Tap's able to find Falso with the pulse bomb. King, no such fortune with their ultimate. Citrus Nation still have the Orisa in play, though. Now, it's a big problem for Luminosity. Forced to concede, but the point had already been flipped here, so this is just bonus time now being gained by the Nation. Juby throws a beat in here. Looks like Luminosity are back and ready to make use of it, with the exception of False, who I'm sure is rushing to return to the fray. Jacob gets picked off there after having used the beat, and Zeb can't afford to Terror Surge here. They're a little bit too low, I think. Take the one, trade out their kill. Now Luminosity looking to flip back.
Yeah, Zeb was so weak. So I guess, that long flank there from Lethal ends up giving them, 39% there. Kitsune Rush ends up keeping Zeb alive. They lose False, so you're able to extend that probably a little bit longer than you originally had thought for Citrus Nation. But now Citrus Nation really kind of stuck with nothing here. Is gonna need Lethal and Tap to come up with one of the two to come up with an early pick.
I don't even know if they had the point while Lethal was flanking there, but they did. I mean, Lethal did tie up two players that might have led to the flip being possible.
There were three. They had that immortality field back there.
Oh,
so they had three
this is
all the way
awkward.
back there.
This is awkward. Yeah, Air Magic's thrown up, but Zeb pushed up so far. King is able to make use of the window. Squid being removed here, but probably already used that immortality field, so their job essentially is done. Luminosity still in a position of power now. They might have lost False, but King still wants to push up. Dangerous, though, playing at that range against the Cassidy. Very risky business indeed. Waits for Lethal's head to get turned, and there's damage coming from three different directions. Lethal could not hold on there. Vision able to come up with a kill. Luminosity very close now. Zeb to the point first, but False should be back in time to contest this now, as Luminosity just cycle players on and off the point to avoid giving it over.
Yeah, as LG does have a sound barrier to use, and that's going to be sound barrier plus immortality field, keeping everybody topped up. Everybody gets hit by that sound barrier, as a little bit of a desperation Deadeye here for Lethal. Just gets one shot into King, but not going to be enough to finish him
That
off.
should be the round now with Lethal out of the picture. Zeb mostly being ignored for that fight until the heavy hitters had been removed. And there it is, Luminosity start off strong here. If this has been any way to gauge the rest of the series, we're in for a close one. Both teams trying different compositions. I think the Ramatra look from False was probably a little bit of a miss for me, but they're still able to take out the entirety of Nepal after a strong showing going back to the Orisa comp.
Yeah, really close game there. I know get a little dance going. That's what I was laughing at. Hey, I gotta say, looking good today. Not going with the one tuck, going with the totally
Oh, I did have it, but then I yawned and stretched and it pulled out. Now you've made me self-conscious about it. I might have to fix that in the break.
Nah, it's all good. It's all good. Really close game for this first game of the series. We've had a lot of blowouts in NA, but this one potentially looks like it could be a pretty close series. Where at the start it was really Luminosity in control, right, running this Sigma comp, giving Citrus Nation a lot of trouble. And then the second point is where Citrus Nation really kind of took over.
Well, False played three different tanks over the course of Nepal, right? First the Sigma, then the Ramatra, and then finally the Orisa. So, I mean, it's great to see such a variety, whereas I think, Citrus Nation are the counterpoint to this idea where they generally just prefer to play that Orisa. And she is very, very strong, but I think if there are situations in which you have a deep enough hero pool, and you may be, a specialist at either Ramatra or the Sigma, you can actually, finagle your way into a position where you have a favored matchup in that front line. Look, Tap was pretty incredible. I think the DPS line of Citrus Nation are very, very good. But I like that the desks wanted to draw attention to supports, because I think that, you know, both these teams have great DPS and tank lines. That's maybe where we're looking closest. Juby with some really key beats here. The timing very, very good. Squid, of course, setting up that awkward air matrix there that actually allows King just to burn Zeb down and really give Luminosity a huge advantage going into the last phase of Shrine. You can see here, hotly contested, very competitive matchup. I do think that the 5k, you know, difference in damage mitigated when you have an Orisa mirror is pretty interesting, but that might also be sort of the entirety of the pool, so that might make sense when you've got Sigma and Ramatra mixed in.
Yeah, and I assume they don't have Dante in because they want to run some of that Sigma, right? Because, you know, we've seen Dante play, you know, Ramatra, we've seen him play Orisa in the past, right? You know, just as, you know, yesterday, right? So you'll actually see Dante come back in here for the next map coming up. So this probably gives them a little bit more flexibility in terms of like a Orisa Diva type stuff,
Winston?
right?
Is this like a Dante Winston map potentially? We've seen some teams try for it.
Potentially, we've seen teams try for like Diva or Winston here. I think you probably just come out and play the Orisa just because it's so good, and then if you feel like you need to access that high ground, then you can move over and try and, you know, the Diva or the Winston.
I think like the consensus is that the Winston comp is just fundamentally weaker than the Orisa one, and if you ever have to take a pitched battle for whatever reason, you probably lose. Yes, I mean, attacking into the high ground with a Orisa comp can be kind of awkward, but you just push the card to the corner and then take castle, drop back down and keep going. So there are a number of ways that you can overcome like your inherent lack of mobility as Orisa on this map without having to switch to a Winston comp entirely, which, as we know, completely changes the way you have to play.
I mean, you just get Lucio's speed, you have spear spin, right? You're so fast with Orisa. Like, sure, you can't access high ground per se, but you can definitely, you know, get into the back line or, you know, get into the spots that you absolutely need to.
So that's something to keep an eye on here. Dante's calling, if you recall, for Luminosity. I think up against M80 he's very adamant that they were, you know, scared. He felt like they were playing scared. They were sort of refusing to take fights or just like trade themselves out. Citrus Nation, tough loss to take in map 1 where they look competitive. Let's hear what's on the docket for map 2.
Kiri Kree right side and then the rest left.
Alright, are we faking left or are we just like slow walk right and then go fast?
I think no matter where we go, we fake the other side. It's just a good rule.
I bet. Okay, Tap, so this fight, triple blink in and kill 24 people.
Yeah, that's probably a good play.
I like that. No, let's
hit a god pulse. Loki go to fight plan.
Gonna broke with the gold weapon. Walk. Sag.
Urus. Kiri's up. I'm gonna walk in left soon. 3, 2, 1, walking left. Okay, walking right. I can walk in 4. Hopefully they'll play though. 3 seconds, okay? 3, 2, 1, walk in.
I'm in there. I'm good. Careful.
You good, Zeb? How's that?
I'm just dead. I mean, we need some help.
I think.
Turn away.
Really. Walk left with lethal. Walk left with lethal. Walk left.
Crew on.
Wrist now. Yeah, nice. I'm in. I kill.
I'm on point.
He's so low.
I'm going to swing my team.
Are we still on? Here's on point.
Okay.
You guys need TP, let me know. I'm on point, you guys.
They're taking fight early here, by the way, through choke.
I'm going with lethal. Me and lethal are going flank, okay?
Just help me stuff this so they can't touch.
They will touch.
All about lethal there, Matt. Finding 2 quick picks to open up the point for Citrus Nation when things were starting to look dire. But Luminosity want to shove right back here, take advantage of some spawn camp potential.
Yeah, they use that Kitsune Rush. They're not able to get anything, though. Citrus Nation kind of read it a little bit, back up all the way, and then Lethal finds another one. What you did see in that first fight, though, Mitch, is a little bit of kind of what like Dante was talking about the other day, right? They got a few players weak. We saw Dante kind of like moving around the pillar, and nobody else really kind of like trying to follow up, allow Citrus Nation to back out and Lethal to get that first kill, and then things kind of fall apart after that. So Luminosity pushing past that door. They get they end up using their rush. That actually Citrus Nation does a nice job. They don't use anything, right? probably pulse bomb here in that fight.
That's
but
huge.
He built it so fast. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, Lethal opened it up yet again, Matt, with a pick onto Squid to begin that fight. So this Cassidy play when, you know, these comps are rushing each other down, playing within close proximity, adds a lot of volatility to the mix.
I'm laughing the mag grenade just goes so far.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've seen so many times it just gets yeeted in. I've even seen it like get a kill just because I think Cassidy throws it through like a BAP window. And he does like 50 damage or something like that. It's like actually reasonable damage at that point.
An arm like that, they should have invited him to the NFL Combine. I mean, throwing darts.
Yeah, finally get the Bears a franchise QB, you know what I'm saying? Sort them out.
I mean, I feel bad for. I mean, hopefully it works out for you guys, Bears fans out there.
Good luck, Windy City. All right, Lethal run over there, tries to go for a dead eye.
Didn't work out for Lethal.
No, that was a little bit awkward. I think getting. I don't know, just hoping to trade that into some kind of kill. Citrus got split there. I think that's the reality. Lethal caught on their own. Still,
they still use the rush.
That is an interesting commitment. I think they're also hoping to, get a lot of good card push off this moment here, Matt. Spear thrown out here. Obviously, Dante is a killing machine when inside that Kitsune rush, and Tap's able to find the Tracer kill.
Tap.
Lethal just dead again off spawn.
Tap's had a good series thus far. I mean, really early, but at least from what we've seen from the Tracer on Citrus Nations, looked really good. You heard it in their comms, like, go kill 20 people. He might be able to do it. Stick, and a sound barrier. Perfect time there from Jacob.
Yeah, that came up beautifully. Great. I mean, Tap is so sick, man.
Yeah, he's crushing.
And it's just as well because Vision, I think, killed Lethal off spawn twice in quick succession, playing from the top of the castle. So Lethal probably, thanking Tap for allowing him to play the game.
Well, Jake talked a little bit about it on the desk where he's like, the Citrus Nation, they can kind of play up to the competition, right? Some teams kind of, play down to their competition. Some teams, step up in opportunities like this, where I think you're seeing that from them thus far, even though you lose map number 1, very close.
That is what life is like for Kiriko in these Cassidy matchups, right? You stand out in the open without a shield, you're probably going to get punished here. Kitsune Rush, though, still came down at the very least, so Squid did their job, deployed the key ultimate, and then went back to spawn for a bit.
Yeah, the beat is good there for Juby as well, right? I know the Terror Surge kind of comes down. Things could have fell apart rather quickly, but I know beat keeps everybody alive, and that would have been a second point checkpoint take for Citrus Nation with a decent amount of time. So that was a big fight there for Luminosity.
They had to spend pretty heavily, though, Luminosity, to hold here. So they would love to drag this next fight out if possible. Especially start to race into some more of those ultimates. That's the last thing Citrus Nation want to see. They might even rush across this bridge. No, they see the disengagement. Oh, what? Oh, that is just
like falling down.
That is so marginal. Yeah, King just has no idea how that happens. I think, and now with the pick, you can throw the rush in, and he should be able to flatten Dante, who's desperately trying to get away. And they've left Vision all on his own on that high ground. Mag grenade. Vision has nowhere to go, and that is that second checkpoint.
Yeah, Juby was pretty close actually getting a boop off the side on the bridge there, but it doesn't get it as everybody ends up living there for Citrus Nation. So that's the second checkpoint. A little bit less than 3 minutes on the clock. Luminosity with a pretty big ultimate advantage though coming into this next fight. So you think they should be able to kind of turn this into a hold or two.
A lot of headshots here for Lethal, putting an extreme amount of heal pressure on Luminosity and preventing them from pushing up to this corner as far as they'd have liked. They've actually got to play the second corner instead now. Zeb a little isolated. Deadeye from Vision to reclaim some of this space. I'm quite happy to see this. Free damage on Lethal as well. Pulse on Zeb means that Reese will struggle to get out of there. Kitsune Rush is going to make it doubly hard for Citrus Nation to collapse in and save Zeb. It'll be an outright teamfight win for LG.
Yeah, as Luminosity had that big ultimate advantage that we talked about. They end up using everything though, right? No, really, they end up using Terror Surge, Deadeye, and Rush. They'll have beat for this next fight, but it's going to give Citrus Nation a little bit of a window, right? When their rush comes up, there's going to be nothing on the other side, right? To kind of counter that. You're going to have beats that can counteract each other, but that rush could be huge.
Yeah, very invested ILG in just buying as much time as they can through this phase of the map. I like the flank there from Vision. Unfortunately, very quickly, they are discovered. Dante only good for one here. Again, pushing back and creating space. So even if you sort of lose the fight, finding one more kill, yeah, nicely done by Juby. That's really important. Kiriko down. Might be able to bully Jacob a little bit more here as both supports look to go to Pound Town on this one, Lucio. Jacob a tough nut to crack though, and Squid will be punished.
Yeah. And Tap here as well, right? Jacob's going to go back to the spawn. Looked like he's going to go back to the spawn, trying to escort maybe a player out, but looks like you have the space here for Citrus Nation. Is Now Citrus Nation, right? 4 ultimates coming around this final corner. This could be where they take it with some time.
Citrus Nation can still lose this fight, especially if they lead with a beat at a bad timing. But it's actually going to be Juby going first, and Vision.
Oh, Vision doesn't get beat.
Not in time, I don't think. I mean, look how many players were involved in the elimination on Vision. There's no way that Cassidy was going to get away at all. And that's why you sometimes see the Baptiste in these compositions, right? To keep your Cassidy alive there. Citrus Nation, though, pretty respectable time bank. 48 seconds after finishing the whole map. Pretty competitive stuff.
Yeah, I'm not sure Vision would have got it. It looked like he may have been actually like line of sighted behind one of the pillars, just kind of like because so much pressure is coming on him with the tracer, like backed up a little bit and just kind of moved out of the LOS. But still, the kill kind of happens at the same time. But yeah, to finish with some time, huge here for Citrus Nation. I think if you're Citrus Nation, what you're probably talking about is you're trying to get a hold or two on point A, dwindle some clock there, then control that high ground and put it away at that second checkpoint.
It was quite nice. Citrus Nation feeling comfortable in the, in the Orisa matchup, I think. And you saw like on a couple of occasions, Tap was putting a lot of pressure on Luminosity. Lethal in general was struggling, I think, to pushing into that second phase of the map, just because the high ground advantage that Vision had, and he was looking for the Cassidy every single time that Lethal sort of peaked out. But again, like once they're able to move up to the high ground, you see the Kitsune Rush engagement here. Like Citrus Nation are really well drilled at understanding their win condition. Both these teams obviously are playing for the same scenarios. And that's why we look very closely at sort of the balance of ultimates here, because generally speaking, we are watching two teams that are fundamentally evenly matched. We get to talk about the minutiae, the strategy, the timing of these ultimates.
Yeah, and I think for the scariest part for Luminosity, right, is I think that like Tap and Lethal are really kind of like stepping their game up, right? Where the Tracer for Citrus Nation's really kind of popping off. I think this map, probably more than the first one, we've seen Lethal come up with some big kills, right? Where I think that's a scary sign. Cassidy can put out so much damage and the Tracer can cause so much chaos. That could be hard to overcome, even if you got everything else rolling.
Slow and steady here.
Oh, nice spear.
That was beautiful. The follow-up was very good on Dante. Not often you actually see Orisa spears set up a kill on another Orisa. Generally, it's like get a Sojourn with it or something like that. This is pretty big for the defending side. I mean, you talk about bleeding clock. They finished the map with almost a minute to work with, so fights like that can really go a long way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you win a fight there relatively fast, pretty much for free. Lethal has a big ultimate advantage now over Vision, right? Putting down some damage, on multiple players, getting some limbs, right? So you have that kind of Deadeye to deter, so even some more time on the clock. So Citrus Nation with that first fight setting themselves up pretty well.
Zeb forced to back away here. Oh, again, King gets caught randomly by Lethal Deadeye. He's very good at finding just the little things that I don't even know if he intended to shoot Juby there.
Where is that guy?
Yep, just flying. I mean, we've seen it sometimes, right? Lucio's just like wall riding, getting caught by Sojourns or by Cassidy.
Check his PC.
Check him PC. ESIC on the speed dial. You get shot, you die. One of the bus phrases. Either way, Luminosity need to bounce back real quick. They've lost 90 seconds of this time bank, and this is starting to really get ground to a halt.
Like, Vision's had absolutely no space, right? 75% to his first Deadeye. Lethal's already 50% to the second one.
They're back up inside the hunting lodge here. Take the high ground. Decent range here for Lethal to play at. Tappy's waiting on a perfect pulse bomb opportunity. Probably waiting for the Suzu to get expended. Dante's very low. That's great stuff. Good focus there. Neutral and Tap both looking at the Orisa. Probably a couple of kunai headshots helping to strip that armor away.
Man, they played that so well. Like, let's not panic. Who cares if we give up a tick or two, right? Come out, use your own rush, and then fight this fight where now, you have beats on both sides. Like, you kind of get into this spot where Luminosity, right? Like, you obviously only are one tick away. You feel like you invest some ultimates, you can do it. There's going to be an even match in ultimates on the other side where if you invest that heavy, you don't win this. I mean, you're in a lot of trouble from maybe not even taking that first checkpoint.
Pulse was held onto for so long by a Tap, but there was a Suzu lying in wait. Here come the ultimates, though. Luminosity don't get a chance to use many of them. They are being incredibly patient. I'll give them credit where it's due. But they're down to like a minute and 20 here. So this next fight has to be successful.
I mean, their big advantage will be sound barrier here, right? Sound barrier used by Jacob on Citrus Nation, trying to keep everybody topped up there for that last fight. The advantage for Citrus Nation, right, is you've completed the map. So you feel like if you get this to like, what, 30 seconds and you give up the points, you kind of did your job in that, you get a high ground control, you win a fight or two there. you're in a fantastic spot to get a hold. So you can be, a little bit more, free with your ultimate use.
Dante here doesn't need to overextend for the time being. Knows there's a Terror Surge opportunity, but don't need to force it. Zeb's very low. I mean, just winning out the damage trades in the front line. Dante throwing himself in between and catching Tap there. It's unclear where the Tracer actually was. And Zeb could be ignored. They were too low at the time anyway. It's a good fight win, good take a point here. Citrus Nation at least don't spend their Orisa ultimate. And only 3 minutes for Luminosity to get up the hill.
Well, for Luminosity, I think pretty huge in the sense that they didn't actually end up using their sound barrier there, right? We were talking about how sound barrier is probably the biggest difference in that. They didn't even really feel the need to use it. They end up holding on to it. So you have this for this next fight where I'm curious how Citrus Nation wants to approach this. They want to jump down, take a little bit of a junk fight, burn some clock, or they want to play a little bit more patient, control this high ground.
Citrus Nation just developed their rush. Lethal not able to keep vision in check from the top of the castle as King had already made his way up there. Opening the back door here for the rest of Luminosity to make their way up. Tap again, struggling big time. Great pulse from Tap, but it just comes at a point in the fight where it's unsalvageable.
Yeah, it's actually a shot from Vision onto Lethal from low ground to high, and then King on a little bit of a flank just puts like maybe 1/2 a clip into him and finishes him off. So not even a real fight here. Is the Luminosity things starting to work out well for them, right? They're going to make their way around this corner, get close to the bridge. So it looks like Zeb and crew look down. Hey, is anybody here? Maybe the Cassie kind of trailing. Didn't see him. This is a huge fight for Citrus Nation if they want to get a hold here.
Citrus Nation, it's a powerful position. At some point though, they need to commit off the high ground. See Luminosity, look at this. Do they back up and try and take a pitch battle on the bridge? They do, but look at the Tracer. They're trying to sneak the cart forward. I think Jacob was the one sent down by Citrus Nation to slow this up. Vision, yeah, I love this. Hoping to catch one of the flankers down on the cart contesting, but Tap knew better than to expose himself there. Lethal's dead eye now for the high ground. You can LOS this with the cart mostly. Ooh, careful, Juby. You have a beat. Nicely done. Luminosity make great progress here, but now there has to be a fight by Citrus Nation. So Luminosity get what they want. They force an engagement. The defenders have no choice but to step up, and the Luminosity get to game this fight as they please. Pulse rolled away from there. Nice dodging by Lethal. And this is not actually going the way Luminosity would have liked. King trying to equalize, but Lethal found a second while the Tracer was going to work. Terror Surge is good. Needs to be a pick on this Lucio, and the Suzu is going to make that a near impossibility.
Yeah, Zeb is going to switch over to the Diva just to try and get back. Is really nice stall here from Jacob in neutral as Zeb comes back, finds Dante. I'm actually not sure that Zeb actually got the sound barrier in that previous fight that Jacob dropped down. He ended up just dwindling, in terms of health on the Orisa right on the payload, but that'll be Citrus Nation getting a hold here. At the very end, nothing to work with for Luminosity. It'll be tapped with yet another pulse bomb. It's come up pretty big throughout this series. This will be a huge
Lethal
one.
went up to the castle looking for a free pick there. Had that happened, I think Luminosity win the map outright. However,
yeah,
nothing really offered up there. Lethal having to drop back to the low ground now, and you'll see Dante, who's already below half HP at very long range. Just concentrated poke damage to make it hard for Luminosity to advance across the bridge. There was Tap's pulse bomb at one point, the only ultimate in this fight. Dante was low enough, I guess it could have
had to be very low.
Blown over by a strong breeze there. Maybe the longest range Tracer kill I've ever seen. This is going to be a struggle now for Luminosity. Lethal going to get brought down, bringing Vision down, and a lovely follow-up shot onto Juby here. So Citrus Nation, come alive here. They look very comfortable in general, and Eichenwald, great defense is what sets up this win condition for them, and have even up the series too.
Yeah. It's a really good offense there from Citrus Nation, and then they just played really well on defense, knowing the advantage that they had had completed the map with some time bank. Really good holds on first point, and then just kind of one really big fight there on second that ends up going their way and sets them up in a perfect position to win the map.
Luminosity tried to, drag them out of position. That sort of second to last fight where Citrus Nation have to commit, they have to fight outside the castle doors. That's where I felt Luminosity's best opportunity was. All economy maybe didn't favor them hugely, but they had snuck the cart so close to that next checkpoint that Citrus Nation had to give up the high ground. They had to play from a position that put them on more even footing with the attackers, which was huge for Luminosity. I like how they maneuvered there, but they just weren't able to execute clean the fight. And Lethal really coming alive in those last couple of engagements with multi-kills in both fights.
Yeah, Lethal and Tap were sick. It's also that fight that you mentioned, right? They killed Zeb pretty early, where you get the Orisa out of the way. You think like you're in a fantastic spot. But Jacob and Neutral did a fantastic job, I know, with some other players on Citrus Nation of keeping things going as we take a look at some of the highlights here on the offense from Citrus Nation. This is where that, kill happens there onto Vision. Yeah, happens right before the beat goes down. So doesn't get the benefits of that sound barrier as everybody collapses.
Yeah, I mean, again, you pointed it out, that mild LOSing that allowed that collapse onto the Cassidy was what really broke with that fight open. This was Lethal again, and sort of one of those final moments. You notice that Dante, though, we sort of mentioned it, right? Tap just like sprays randomly, like super long range and kills Dante. But just being able to put that great poke pressure down on the Orisa at long range is why, like, Kiriko is kind of nuts. Like, she has such a subtle impact because you can't always tell, like, what is a kunai headshot and what is just something else. But I would suggest that in many situations that Cassidy and even that Kiriko, like mid-range damage, can make it really hard for Orisas to get into a fight with any more than 30% HP.
How long do you think Luminosity wants to play this Orisa mirror? It looks like, at least, from the early onsets of this series, right? Citrus Nation looks very strong playing this Orisa like in the head-to-head matchup. I just don't know what else like you do, right? Like the comp is so strong, it's so versatile that it feels like you're at a disadvantage, or where you have to play something else at such like a high level, right? To kind of counteract how easy it is to play that Orisa.
So watching this morning, right, we actually saw ENCE play Sigma on our next map, which would be Esperanza, where, Space Nation weren't quite able to like find the answer. They tried to play, I think, the Ramatra quite extensively into the Sigma, and which is supposed to work well. It didn't really, and Hardy ended up having to play Reinhardt, up against that. They also had a sim, like, obviously the EMEA comps are kind of wild, but, that's sort of an option, right? But there's no guarantee that you can sort of, counteract the Orisa comp with Sigma, on a map like Esperanza. So I don't know if that's really, we'll know with the subs, right? If Dante gets subbed out, then I'll say they're trying to play Sigma. No subs, apparently.
I think Space Station's also a little bit of an anomaly, right? Like, they are not going to play the Orisa. They're going to play, Reinhardt. They're going to play Ramatra. They're going to just kind of
a lot of
do their own thing.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, that's just a team that's kind of in their own lane, kind of playing their own style. So with no subs, you expect them to kind of stay the exact same type of thing. So we'll see another Orisa head-to-head. We take a look at some of the Cassidy stats here as this was filthy
This actually blew out a lot more than I kind of realized. We were just using the eye check to keep track of the Cassidy matchup in general, but that's pretty absurd. And I would also suggest that that extra bit of damage dealt is huge, right? That is, 3K or so. That is multiple Orisas. That's 5 Orisas worth of damage, right? So, pretty impactful. Also, very involved Lethal was in many of those eliminations. So we'll keep an eye on that because it's been pretty important in terms of chunking enemy Orisas down and finding great picks on Lucio's, for example. Cassidy, one of the best heroes in the game at just like shutting a Lucio down with a couple taps. Esperanza coming up next, and with Dante not switching, we probably expect to see much the same looks.
Yeah, what we see, I think, kind of be the biggest variance for this map is, do we see Cassidy or Sojourn at the start, right? If you have the Sojourn, you can, and they have the Cassidy, you can kind of like play a little bit slower, allow them to kind of come around the corner, play for that high ground. If you have the Cassidy, you kind of like in that type of situation, you're trying to build ultimates to get a push to round that corner in an effective way. So we'll get a chance here to see at the start what both teams are hovering, but both so far have really been favoring the Cassidy for the most part.
I do want to point out that this series so far has played out really similarly to the group stage between these two teams, because they obviously both come out of Group B. Luminosity comes out ahead. They play like a control map, which LG wins in 2-1, and then Eichenwald comes up, which Citrus Nation wins 2-1. So exactly the same way as this series has played out. I don't want to spoil it for those at home, but Esperanza actually went in favor of Luminosity last time they played. So let's see if they can run that back again, because I think this, to me, is the tipping point in this series. If you find a win here, I think Flashpoint's our next map type coming up. That could sort of go either way here. Citrus Nation know what happened last time these two played. I would love to get an Esperanza win. That would be massive for them.
Yeah, it would be pretty huge here for Citrus Nation, right? To send it to that match point. I also think at that point, probably get an update on kind of for really, I guess if you're students of the game, you'd love to see Citrus Nation win, right? I know students of the game would obviously play them next, but that feels like it gives them a little bit more opportunities to qualify.
Oh, I mean, maybe. If Citrus Nation are able to play up to Luminosity and win out like that, I'd be fearing whichever team came out of this matchup. No, I do see your point. Orisa Mira, in case that wasn't already clear, no Sojourn to speak of here, which I think is a very interesting dynamic because you can see that Cassidy feels a little bit awkward at these kind of ranges sometimes. Lethal playing very defensively around that bridge, getting peppered with all this long-range utility and random stray shots.
Yeah, Zeb gets gonna get quite low. Oh, they lose Zeb, but Lethal does find one. Man, it seems like the Luminosity does such a great job at targeting the the opponent to reset. I mean, a few times we see Zeb's health bar go from, you know, full to empty in seconds.
Dante there was looking to exacerbate the Orisa difference there. And try and hunt Lethal down. Again, they're playing very safe, very defensive. That's a Suzu, though. I think Luminosity will be tracking those very closely to gear up for their next rush in.
Yeah, that's a spear, knocks Dante off the high ground. This will be a speed boost here with a rush and the Deadeye. It's going to allow them to kind of just escape with a bot. So, see if we can get any progress. Oh, but Vision just comes around the corner. 2 taps, 2 players. So, not going to be able to get anything off of this.
Is there anything better than this? Just watching a Cassidy pop off like that. Ever since this game was released, it's one of the most satisfying things you could see. I like the idea there from Lethal, right? He sees Dante throw a javelin and goes, okay, well, I can Deadeye now. I'm not going to be interrupted, at least by the Orisa. But they all just like back away, give up that ground. And no one from Citrus Nation, like, they don't check the flank. Like, they don't realize that Vision is just walking up on them here. What a blowout that ended up being.
Yeah, it's a nice attempt there for Citrus Nation, right? It just kind of gives them some space, makes them come down from the high ground, but doesn't end up working out. Is Zeb trying to dislodge Dante from this position? Is Dante down playing on the cart?
Yeah, Dante actually took so much damage because no one on LG could see Zeb, but all of Citrus Nation were positioned in order to spot Dante from like the lower windows there. So easy Orisa gap to generate. Citrus Nation able to push back just as they were under threat of giving up that first checkpoint, and this time, no cheeky Vision flanks.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess the benefit for Citrus Nation here is they didn't give up the checkpoint, right? It looks like very close to getting it, but now they'll have an opportunity, you know, with Sound Barrier, Deadeye, Terror Surge to potentially get a checkpoint of their own, which would be a huge swing.
I mean, this fight would have to be very swingy because both Tracers are going to be contesting. Oh, okay, good damage on Zeb, but I don't think there's a chance to capitalize on it because nobody else from Luminosity is up towards the bridge. Yeah, I think Neutral's just able to heal Zeb straight back up. Both Deadeyes end up kind of going for nothing. That was a very quick build of the Deadeye again, I think, there for Lethal. Now the bridge.
Gene rush for both teams.
I've used the bridge, high ground here. Lethal now sees behind him a lot of these LG players starting to surge towards them. Both teams going to trade out the sound barriers now. Very even stuff. Lethal, though, hungering for a target. And Zeb, once again, is lower in health bars. Pulse Bomb there gets eaten up. Great javelin spin there from Zeb. Yeah, that would have been the end of the Orisa. If King had anything to say about it.
Most certainly. Dante takes a headshot here from the high ground and gets quite low, but man, Zeb and Dante just taking so much damage, and the healers on both sides doing a crazy job keeping them topped up, but that's a first kill there as Neutral finds Juby.
Juby wall rides and just takes a ton of damage from Lethal. All of a sudden, Dante now has not the ability to disengage or to even rush forward and try and, you know, punish an opening there. Nicely done by Citrus Nation, but I'm not sure Juby has to be wall riding there necessarily. It's very risky against Lethal.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely agree. Is Citrus Nation, they'll end up kind of pushing up a little bit here, you know, with Zeb. They're going to get close to taking the lead. I'm not exactly sure they're going to be able to take it off of that fight as the bot moves quite slow. And yeah, Dante and co jump down. But you're going to have another fight that's going to look very similar here, you know, attacking this high ground.
And again, this time Luminosity don't have like great ultimates to actually put pressure on that bridge position. Citrus Nation, okay, I thought they were giving it up. They don't. They re-establish it very quickly behind this Deadeye of Lethal, which seems to come up every 30 seconds. Vision, need I say, has one as well. They might sneak away a checkpoint here. Is there a chance to touch? Only just. Luminosity get there behind their own Cassidy ult. Little taps there from Lethal around the corner to keep Vision honest, but he is going to be tough to break. And getting a pick on Zeb here could be huge for Luminosity. They get it. They get rid of the Orisa. It ends up being a one-sided fight as they do invest this Kitsune rush. Seems worthwhile, though, as they get the bot out of threatening territory and also could position themselves to take a cap.
Yeah, I guess the opposite, kind of looking at it the opposite way, right? Citrus Nation, they put themselves under a meter away from, taking the lead, and then also now end up having, Sound Barrier Kitsune Rush. So we'll see if you're able to get the checkpoint here for Luminosity. Looks like Zeb will come out, contest this, does not want to give that checkpoint up. It's huge.
And really easy to stall from there as the Orisa. It's just going to be an awkward position to play from as the team that currently is defending. See how they're breaking LOS by playing very close to the wall and just inching the bot forward. Saying to Luminosity, if you want this checkpoint, you have to commit. And you have to commit into a fight you don't have much information about. Capia trying to stay safe behind the wall. Everyone respecting Vision right now. Bot straight back through the underpass, and Dante says, fine, I'll drop and I'll contest this as well. We'll play a stalemate here over the choke. And also, like, if Juby can get a nice boop, sort of isolate someone by repositioning one of their teammates, it'll be a big deal. But that Kitsune Rush left over from the previous fight, Matt, is about to bite.
Yeah, and that's a sound barrier actually used on the high ground as well there from Juby and co. But the sound barrier just a little bit later for Citrus Nation.
Dante, you inting? That was right. Dante, I think, realizes if he turns his back, he gets shot and probably eliminated. So he goes forward and tries to do a little more with that Terror Surge, but doesn't. Unfortunately, no one's able to combine with it. He doesn't find a kill. Yes, he gets a bit of that extra sort of durability from Fortify, but an awkward spot to use it. I don't think most of his team can actually see him there.
No, probably not.
Lethal.
Deadeye.
This has been one of the closest maps of Esperanza I've seen in quite a while. Such a slim lead here for Luminosity. We're running short on time. 2:45 to play here. Lethal has to turn this position into a kill pretty quickly, otherwise his team is going to get rickrolled. And it's going to be Zeb go first. No surprises here. Jacob just gets away. Only just 1 HP, actually. With Lethal going down, the cleanups here for Luminosity. And they'll be pushing it on back. This time, they won't be pushing against the defender, Matt, who has a Kitsune Rush against nothing of theirs.
No, it should be Zeb getting to the point, though, being able to contest, right? So you should be able to stop this for a brief period of time. Actually, it looks like they backed up a little bit to try and come out here as a group. So Zeb actually does get out there and contest. That's a pulse bomb that goes on to Dante. So they really want to stop this checkpoint.
So they keep Dante alive, but they can't keep Vision in the fight. This is going to swing back the other way here. It's a veritable Newton's Cradle of Overwatch 2 gameplay. Such a tight affair. Citrus Nation able to explode, and without ultimates, need I say? That's under the pulse bomb, to be fair. They're able to get the bot moving back once more. And it's going to be Luminosity on the back foot here. Hope King can break this fight wide open.
This rush could be huge, though. Neutral's going to have this Kitsune Rush here for this next fight, and you don't need much, right? About 3 meters here to take the lead, so it's really about, just about nothing as King takes one shot there from Lethal on the high ground, almost fatal.
Zeb trying to usher the bot forward here. They're on the right side of it now. Luminosity going to be forced back into that corner. Back grenade here for Lethal. To punish anyone who wants to try and step up. That shot speed is so fast. Vision got flattened by Zeb here, and now the Deadeye could punish you if you try and step out. Beautiful checkpoint take for Citrus Nation, and now, with only a minute left in the entire game, they've got further to push.
And here's the brutal dilemma for Luminosity. Like, do you end up using support ultimates to try and take this bot back? Like, Citrus Nation, you can bleed some clock here. And then also, with, this 7-meter lead, you can actually probably get back to the point. And, just kind of get a contest. So we'll see if they decide to actually invest some of these support ults.
It doesn't look great, Matt, but I mean, it's the front spawn that actually is the most punishing part of this whole thing. Now Citrus Nation, can kind of chill. Luminosity have to win probably 3 fights in a row to exceed their time. It would be 2 if not for the front spawn, but that's just the way things go. Terror Surges both find big kills here. It's going to be Jacob down for Citrus Nation, just having built a sound barrier. So Luminosity can make up some of this ground. Juby will be avoiding using that beat if possible, but he's had to back away.
It's not a fight win. Yeah, it's not a fight win. As you end up using a bunch of ultimates there. The Kitsune Rush specifically, you don't really get much of anything. And now Citrus Nation with double support ultimate looking to close it out.
That went horribly.
That forward spawn is so nice.
Yeah, it really makes a huge difference. As Luminosity have to win so many more fights in order to catch up. And this is where it's going to have to start. They're doing it against a rush once more because Squid and Neutral have been out of sync with those ultimates for the entire round. That's actually been the only way to separate these two teams for most of the game. Sound barrier here, Tap gets caught. Juby pushing up with Dante, adding some damage to the mix. Now to wrap around, more disruption. Notice the Cassidy getting knocked away is going to force a sound barrier out of Jacob for only 4, and that's been enough to give them Dante. Citrus Nation making it happen with only 4 players. They don't need tap right now to make this work. Luminosity starting to crumble now. And this time, history gets subverted. Citrus Nation, the better team here on Esperanza, starting to threaten to run away with this.
Yeah, you mentioned like know how the last series went, right? This one kind of gets flipped on its head, where Citrus Nation, they're down for I feel like most of the game, right? I feel like for 75% of the game they're down, and they find themselves clutching up in a big way there. It's really when Luminosity uses that rush and then they don't even win that fight. You get another like 10-15 meters there for Citrus Nation. That's kind of the game. I mean, you absolutely need to win there for Luminosity. Must-win fight scenario. They end up losing.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like, I don't know. When I think of like great push maps, like that for me is definitely up there. It's a lot of back and forth here. Both these teams really valuing not giving away that checkpoint, because of the front spawn is really oppressive to play against once you've given that level of ground. We have the sound barriers that generally come up at the same time between these two teams, but it's alternate fights in which the Kiriko ultimates are there. So, you basically say like, well, we have to win this fight with our Kiriko ultimate. If we don't, we're going to be in deep trouble. And all of a sudden it goes from, one fight here, one fight there, and Luminosity's focus just starts to crumble towards the end of the round. I've got to say, like, again, really impressed. I've been watching the support lines very closely. It's been about getting those big beats. I think there's one fight where Jacob, I think this is his last fight, just spends a beat on 4 players to say, hey, like, I'm not going to save this for the next map. I'm going to have to use this now.
Yeah, there was a part where I wasn't sure, like, they had an opportunity to drop the beat with everybody alive, right? Right after Luminosity drops theirs, and Tap ends up falling, and they, Jacob ends up using it anyway a little bit later. I was like, oh, maybe you would have wanted that one back, but, it ends up working out in their favor because, but I think it's just like, hey, if they feel like they can kind of live and, even a little bit longer, right? Get some of that overhealth off and then use their sound barrier, it's better than, answering it with like a second later sound barrier. So,
I want to point out, Matt, that Citrus Nation obviously are the 2nd seed coming out of this group. Both these teams end up beating Timeless, right? Which are, both the results are considered upsets, I think, by most people. It's actually Citrus Nation that sweeps them in the end. Like, Timeless really, struggling towards the end of that group stage. But now we have our 2nd seed from this group threatening an upset over our first, and Citrus Nation will be very, very pleased to get to advance further in this bracket. Of course, waiting for them is Students of the Game. That's a story still developing as today's matches continue, and we'll be back on the other side of the break with more of those. Don't go too far.
Three, two, one. Dakori. No Suzu, no gold. No Suzu, no gold.
David.
Wait, wrist no gold. Pushing wrist in.
Yes.
We win.
Tracer 1. No re, Tracer.
Oh, Kiri. Take Kiri.
Lou. Kiri. Lou. Check.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh, you're the boosters.
I need you right now.
Good,
Yeah, I need you right now.
It's no, I love you. It's pretty good. Nicely done there by Citrus Nation, making this game much more interesting now. We are 2-1 in this series. Citrus Nation having won that second map as well. A great Eichenwald showing from them. And now we're heading on to Flashpoint, Matt. This was where Luminosity had a dominant showing. I think they were 3-0 in Flashpoints last time these two played. False gets subbed back in. Do you think there's a Ramatra comp brewing here?
Oh, I mean, maybe, but like, don't we have enough? No, you would think like data to say that like the Ramatra is just not great against like the Orisa-based compositions, especially if they're going to play Cassidy on the other side. I mean, Cassidy or Sojourn doesn't really matter, right? It's a little bit of a risk,
so
but maybe. I mean, maybe Luminosity just feels like maybe they need to change pace in terms of the tank. We'll see kind of how things look. But also, I think it's maybe you feel like, okay, we can't win the Orisa mirror. Like, we're just not, at the level of, Citrus Nation in that mirror. So maybe you decide to make a change there.
Well, it feels volatile. We've seen Luminosity do quite well with it. In fact, that they kept pace with Citrus Nation for the entirety of Esperanza until it seemed to us that their focus just slipped towards the end of the game. I'm not sure how they would describe it, but False might actually just roll out on 4 legs here as well and maybe put him in a position to try and win out in this Orisa mirror. That's the plan, but Tap is on the Genji. We do see this pick fairly often on Suravasa, quite often on that first point, Matt. Being able to sort of play out from the rafters has seemed pretty valuable to many of our teams.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. Typically, you see one team kind of take this opposite side and the other team take this angle here, but both teams actually fighting for this type of position, as it is Luminosity who get there first.
Pulse is desperately trying to be healed up here. He's about to run out of fortify. So, oh my goodness, as soon as that ability expires, Foster's health pool just takes an absolute nosedive. And yeah, they get picked off eventually.
Yeah.
Luminosity really try and stake their claim to the high ground on that stairwell and even throw a disruptor shot out, Matt, but Citrus Nation have the patience to wait those cooldowns.
Yeah, he kind of uses both like straight away, where you actually have Zeb kind of fall back, hold on to them a little bit, and then once he has spear spin up, healed back up, and they know that False has none of the cooldowns available, they just run him down.
Okay, well, False there maybe having to consider being more conservative. Oh my goodness, that is so nasty, the damage coming across there from Citrus Nation. Didn't even look like a railgun involved there, so I'm not sure what it was. Maybe Zeb just really focusing down with those headshots. King also needs a top up briefly. We have Kitsune Rush here. Squid has been desperately trying to minister to the wounds of Luminosity over the last couple of fights. And they're going to play like they have it. Pushing up here, Zeb instantly trying to turn his back. Neutral going to reciprocate though. Look at the speed of these railguns coming out here. This overclock is deadly. Lethal almost drops though. They have to be careful. To the high ground, they spot King, but no blade yet from King, so Lethal not considering that enough of a threat to warrant the attention.
No, and you're going to be up to last fight territory here for Citrus Nation as they're in control of the point. Is False going to have to step on, get a touch. You have this sound barrier. You ideally like to keep it for the blade, but may end up having to use it.
I might want to use it now. Vision steps up here. Maybe Citrus Nation just concede the point for the time being.
Yeah.
Okay, that seems reasonable with the lead they have.
Oof. I mean, you typically see sometimes like that, sound barrier come out for the overclock, but with the blade on the other side of things, right? If Jacob uses it there and they lose that fight, then you're really screwed, right? You have nothing here for this blade coming up next. At least gives you an opportunity.
Citrus Nation on the regroup. They don't have an ultimate advantage. It's not like they, saved an ult by giving up the fight there. They just realized they were in a bit of a weaker position. Blade coming up for King first. Something well worth using the beat for, but Juby might be allowed to hold on to his a little bit longer. Luminosity by no means in a risky position here. Another fight win and they'll take the flashpoint. That is how close the margins are here. Time to go.
Yeah, you don't get many fights on Flashpoint as they get Suzu out there with the dash. So now you know that cooldown's down for a little bit.
Rush here for Luminosity. They want to now kick this point, and they want to take the first fight to ensure it. Zeb low, the deflect came in now. Terra Surge used, but Zeb gets blown up midway through. This is great for Luminosity. Tap trying to play the deadlock with the Dragon Blade, but has to get out of the Terra Surge now, and that blade's gone for nothing. Dash in, Suzu used there quite late by Luminosity. They're in a great point, and the cycling of those abilities was perfect. Great deflect, that's a, a railgun sent back in Lethal's direction. And Luminosity get the first.
Yeah, and they absolutely did not want to use that sound barrier there, even if it was going to save Zeb's life, because they knew if they used that beat, then they were going to die to the blade anyway. That comes out, but you know, King, another blade here is we'll have Zeb make his way over to the point, not going to step onto a control first. So Luminosity, although it goes 99 in favor of Citrus Nation first, end up taking our first flashpoint. You see how fast these points tick up, right? You really, it's like 2 fights and you're kind of winning one.
King didn't have to use blade.
Yeah, that's
and it'll be against a beatless Citrus Nation, so there's real potential to just get a free pick off of this. Again, a lot of high mobility targets on Citrus Nation, so no guarantee the blade finds value, but geez, I hate it I'm saying this, but even if I make space, that might be worthwhile. Here comes King, bit of deflect action first, swing, and, well, you did create space, so zoning blade for King, but it gives a flashpoint over to Luminosity at least.
Yeah, pushes what, Lethal and Neutral very far back as you have one change here. So Tap will go back over to the Tracer here, where I think teams really love the Genji on the first point to control that high ground, but I think Tracer you can definitely get insane value of on the rest of the point.
Yeah, King only stayed on the Genji for the blade, so fair enough. Tap awfully close already to a pulse bomb though. Katsuna rushes are up at the same time. Do Luminosity reciprocate? Yes, they throw it out here. Vision very low, going to go for the overclock now. Those are going to be fired off very rapidly. Sound barrier not available though for Citrus Nation. That's the big advantage Luminosity walked into this flashpoint with, and as a result, they'll extend their lead even further.
Yeah, just a back out there for Citrus Nation. Realized that that was a fight that they were not going to win. Now the downside is, though, I mean, 70% already here for Luminosity. Pulse Bomb comes in, still going to be able to keep False up.
Yeah, but the Pulse Bomb matters because False was so low and without armor for like 3 seconds. There was nothing Squid could do to try and heal the Orisa up quickly. So even though it doesn't get a kill, it gives you so much heal pressure and a huge HP advantage.
Yeah, it's a railgun a few seconds after, right, from Lethal that finishes off False. So you do end up flipping the point here, 98% for Luminosity. So still for LG, just one fight away from taking a 2-0 lead here on Flashpoint, where Citrus Nation, you're gonna have to get a big overclock from Lethal. You also have the sound barrier to use, but you have to keep, tabs on whether it's King's Blade or the other opposing sound barrier you want to match it to.
We spent so long yesterday saying, because teams are not on the same fundamental level, it was pointless to look at the little things. Now we have to get the microscope out and look at this old timing, this old usage, and sort of forcing abilities out of opponents. Even little things like taking space matter so much in this matchup. This is really quite high level between Citrus Nation and Luminosity. A lot to discuss as these frenetic fights progress. Zeb low, but able to get some of that armor back now, ready to fight once more. Lethal with a real acute off angle. With the help of Neutral's able to bring Vision down. King gets flattened instantly. And another fight for Luminosity. At a critical time should mean this flashpoint will be theirs. That'll be, oh, wait a minute, sorry. Citrus Nation turned it around midway through.
Yeah, I was like, what? We're just giving it to Luminosity?
No, we're not. Excuse me. I mean, that's what I get for looking so close at these bloody ult charges. Citrus Nation able to even it up.
You like the colors better, so you're just going to give the flashpoint to Luminosity.
So many colors today.
Because Citrus Nation's part of which anime is it again? I forgot.
Oh yeah, they're from Avatar, bro. The Juice Benders.
Oh, I was gonna say Avatar. Yeah. That was the one I was gonna say.
Yeah, you should watch it.
I just forgot.
I think you'll like Citrus Nation. When you.
Oh yeah, I watched a little yesterday. I'll finish it.
Fire, Wind, Earth, and Citrus. The 4 main elements. Lethal getting brought down there by Vision. And yet Citrus Nation, it was rather Lethal's railgun and the follow-up of Tap that really led them with that last fight, excuse me. Here's Terra Surge, pressure down on Jake, but still has the beat to hold on to, and Zeb has a better Surge, catching False up inside that one. Tap committing to much of that fight as well. Pulse Bomb getting a huge chunk of damage.
And Tap just able to just stay alive on the point. Finish King up. You're gonna have some staggers here as well, right? No Vision. Just gonna try and keep him alive. Nice, nice spear there from Zeb mid-air. So now you kind of take like a where things are at, right? 1-1 in terms of flash points. Citrus Nation on match point, right? You look at what's gonna happen in this next fight, right? Beats to match each other. You're gonna have neutral with that Kitsune Rush. With the way you have these ultimates, like staggered up, like so many, this could be just one fight that decides this flashpoint. Realistically, right? You're gonna probably see this next fight kick off, 65, 70%. With all these ultimates, it's gonna go for a pretty long time. So this could be final fight if Citrus Nation wins it here.
The overclock from Vision. They need a good angle to make use of it here. With the Kitsune Rush, they're tempted to use it right now just because of that fire speed increase, but they hold on to it because that's been enough.
They always back out. It seems like whenever Rush comes down, they never want to use something of their own and fight it. They're always open to backing out. Citrus Nation, now they have the Rush and the sound barrier to go in.
Again, Luminosity use an ultimate like Dragonblade before to create the space, but they were hoping for much more. Great disengage from Citrus Nation. Now they can come in with a rush of their own, or Luminosity have no choice but to hold their ground because of the percentage difference here for Citrus Nation. Vision, though, beautiful work. Able to scale back here in the face of this Citrus aggression and find 2 key kills with the overclock. That is beautiful. You said this next fight might decide the fate of this flashpoint. Luminosity not giving it up yet.
For whatever reason, Citrus Nation, when the overclock comes out, doesn't decide to use Beat straight away, or maybe it was just like a second late because they end up losing one player from it. Vision nails like a really nice shot, gives them a pretty nice advantage in terms of being a player up. And then also still having that overclock running, where now it's Luminosity who takes the lead on this flashpoint. See Zeb going to be having to keep him alive. It's going to be an overclock, no sound barrier in response. You're going to see they're all trying to hightail it out of here.
Nation trying to end the map, but another good disengage. The flashpoint has flipped already, though. So Luminosity have a small buffer. If they had died there, they would have lost the round instantly. So they've made the right choice in backing up and giving themselves a chance to fight for it. Kitsune Rush for Squid. That's what they're banking on. It's thrown out instantly. Here is Zeb's Javelin goes awry, gets blocked by the Javelin spin of False. And again, you take the point. Both teams disengaging from these key ults, but they've given up the flashpoint entirely in doing so. Like, what was the plan there?
I think somebody was supposed to touch, but they actually don't get anybody to the point to get a contest and go into OT. So this flashpoint's done, but the fight still continuing
That's
here.
awkward. Citrus Nation may be a little too good at disengaging there, Matt. They do respect the Kitsune Rush a little too much. Luminosity rewarded there for their tenacity of the last couple of fights. Citrus Nation win this one. The next flashpoint will be in striking distance of it now as they head across.
Yeah, I mean, that's
what a huge
little bit of just a junk fight win. Yeah, I wonder if it was like Tap that was supposed to touch, or maybe they thought, we saw it yesterday, right? Where I believe it was Pirates in Pajamas thought they triggered OT, but then didn't. Right. Could have been a scenario like that. So they do get this checkpoint, this flashpoint now to kick things off, and they do get the high ground control. So although you lose that one, pretty good setup here for Citrus Nation.
Playing this left side room can be awkward. Again, we have a situation where our Kitsune Rushes are out of sync, so every other fight, Luminosity maybe a little bit more challenging to disengage away from that ability now. They need to back up either way. They've lost King, so their flank pressure has been neutralized entirely. Zeb more than happy to trade here some of these cooldowns with False. Both have Terror Surges.
They also kind of like bullied Luminosity back into this corner rather fast, right? False, comes around the corner, Fortify with the spear spin, uses a bunch of cooldowns.
Look at the percentage.
Hiding in a plant over here.
Great stick, has to be a Suzu there. But the percentage is crazy here, Matt. Citrus Nation in a fantastic position, and now these Kitsune Rushes are synchronized once more, both used in that side room. This time Luminosity able to take some ground and send their Tracer down to cap, and Citrus Nation allow it to happen.
Yeah, they seem very willing to give the point up. Like, you could have actually had Tap in a position there to like contest with, the opposing Tracer, but they allow King to just take it. This is going to be False actually trying to get back into the backline. It's going to be spear spin here from Zed, keeping himself alive. It'll be sound barrier for both teams.
False lost all of that sound barrier instantly and the armor to boot. There's so much pressure now going down on that Orisa. False trying to stay alive here. Vision has a good angle in theory, but most of Citrus Nation are playing on the other side of the fountain. They're trying to look for a better off angle. They're looking for Jacob. They don't find it. Spear comes clattering in, catches Vision out, and Juby eventually gets picked up on the point. Citrus Nation will flip this back, and if they can, we'll be going to a decider flashpoint.
Yes, Tap has just been on another level throughout this series. 2 kills in that fight, and make it a third there on King to end it off. And like you mentioned, that'll be another flashpoint here for Citrus Nation. You win this. It's your series, right? Luminosity, Tournament Lives, Dallas chances on the line here.
This is definitely one of the most compelling series I've seen in a while. These two teams so evenly matched. Citrus Nation, this time they opt to give up the point. Not in the same way as they did on that third flashpoint. They give it up and come straight back in. And they have all the tools they need to win it out. Now it'll come down to this first fight in a big way. And Citrus Nation, again, seem better with these disengagements at keeping their ultimates in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no problem giving up a little bit of percentage on the point, although it is scary in Flashpoint how fast it racks up. This will be a Kitsune rush here.
They're going to cap.
For Luminosity. This one will be answered, though, with a Kitsune rush from neutral.
But not until they lose Jacob already, Matt. There's like a question for me is whether Citrus Nation might be better off just taking an even fight with two Kitsune rushes simultaneously active. Instead, they try and wait out Luminosities and come in with one of their own, but that window was, I guess, utilized for Squid to find a free pick.
Yeah, they obviously probably didn't expect that kill to kind of come down at the time it did onto Jacob, where you end up losing the Lucio, you lose the ability to disengage or even just kind of get that speed through the Kitsune rush and go even deeper, right? So quite unfortunate for Citrus Nation. It's actually the one time that they didn't play like how they usually do, and that is just Squid poking out a little bit too far and dying at the hands of Lethal.
You can't count on that. These things just kind of happen of their own accord sometimes. Lethal making his own luck. And this is going to allow the cap to begin. You saw King there quickly trying to head over to contest, but they're not going to get there in time. They are a little bit too late. And now Citrus Nation will have this point, but they need to win 2 fights.
Man, that is already 77% for Luminosity. That is great. I mean,
and that's all because they disengaged away from Luminosity's Kitsune rush.
Yeah, that's wild. This does not feel like they had the point for long, but still almost 80% there as now Citrus Nation, an opportunity here to probably win the game is you're going to have the overclocks for both of these Sojourns, where Lethal has been so good throughout this series, both DPS for Citrus Nation. I'll see if he can close it out.
Sure to be a deciding one, Matt. So much riding on it. Citrus Nation's hopes of making it to Dallas hang in the balance. Here's Vision, good pressure down on Zeb now. They've gone pretty low already, but King also had to recall early in the fight. It's Lethal catching the Tracer. It's Lethal, what a beautiful shot. Now it's going to be false with the Terror Surge. Zeb holding onto theirs, and Neutral gets the first Kitsune rush. Everything working in Citrus Nation's favor now. Vision's forced to slide away. False caught by a Javelin, and Tap now looks to find a Pulse Bomb connection. Doesn't need to. Vision's going to find just the one, but it's not nearly enough, and Citrus Nation get the job done. They take Saravasa and the series.
Man, a little bit of an upset there, I would say, as Citrus Nation. We know they've been playing really well as of late. They take down Luminosity, a very talented team that they actually ended up losing to, I know, back in the groups, right, where they get a little bit of a revenge here. Probably we'll go have a kind of check with, the League Ops, Comp Ops, everybody.
We're not
probably knocking Luminosity. They'll probably knocking Luminosity out of Dallas contention, right? I mean, crazy things can happen, right? But would make it very difficult, I imagine, for them to qualify as a Citrus Nation clutching up in a big way, keeping their chances alive.
I think, though, this was, generally like a match that Luminosity really had to win for themselves, and especially only winning the one map here is pretty darn devastating for them. I know Zoe's going to be very pleased about this because she was our only desk member that makes that prediction, but we saw False get subbed in for Flashpoint to play that Orisa mirror, and still Citrus Nation were undeniably better at it. The way they disengaged away from Kitsune rushes, while it did give away an early advantage on that last Flashpoint, they were able to come back in with an old advantage and take it away. Tons to talk about here. Fantastic game, a 3-in-1 series that I'm not going to forget in a hurry. Let's bring the desk in, though, and break it all down. What a banger, folks!
That was a phenomenal series, and I'm not just saying that because I was right and they were wrong. Let's repeat that. I was right and they were wrong.
Sorry, what? I didn't...
But I also, my prediction had no, hand or foot there. I was just all the heart.
Hey, Citrus Nation, they played a big game. They played a big series. I feel like Tap and Lethal, those two together, dynamic duo on the DPS, huge pickoffs there. I mean, when they were down on that last Flashpoint, Lethal getting the Miracle Rail on just Squid, taking down the Kiriko, I mean, that's the most impactful kill you can get to open up the game there. I mean, they were...
That was no racket.
There was going to be a
There was some spaghetti on the floor. The ragu was boiling over. It was a bit crazy on the Flashpoint, stepping off the points. leaving the point for Luminosity a couple times. There was definitely a moment where I was like, oh, Citrus Nation are not going to be able to close this out. They're actually kind of choking. But they did. And that's what matters. And they get the 3-1 win. This is an upset. There's no other way to frame it. Luminosity, this is a really well-respected roster, a really stacked roster. And now Citrus Nation come in. After all, I don't even think they made a main event in stage 1. They beaten out Timeless. They beat out Luminosity. And now they find themselves in a top 4 matchup versus Students of the Game with potential to go all the way and qualify for Dallas tomorrow.
I will say, Citrus Nation, they do face the toughest road to qualify because even if they make 3rd place, that's not good enough. They need to be top 2. So they're going to need to beat either M80 or Toronto Defiant to get a ticket to Dallas. It seems possible, but I mean, those are 2 fearsome teams to be matched up against. I think even tougher test than Luminosity, but this test was passed with flying colors, especially in the Orisa mirror. The team looks so well practiced. Yep. I think Neutral on the Kiriko it has been really impressing me. I mean, Neutral back in the day, this guy was a hardcore Zen one-trick on ladder, no swapping for any reason. But look at him now. He's clean on the Kiriko. Good calls, good ult usage, great tempo plays.
The rotations are so clean.
Yeah.
Like their disengagements are so clean. Whenever Luminosity, they try to make a move, they try to make an aggressive move. Quick disengage, we re-engage, we fight on our terms. Really impressive stuff in this mirror.
Yeah, speaking of impressive stuff there, though, Johnny, I know that from the very beginning of the main event, you had your eyes on Jacob. Yay, nay, still high on him?
Jacob did well. There were some moments still in the series where it's like, I think, it's really a competitive series. I mean, you're playing against a really good team. They're going to punish you. So I don't think you can isolate one single player here and just blame them or individually look at their mistakes too much. This is really some of the best teams in North America, right? So it was a little bit better in today's matchup. But again, it's so hard to get value from here. Seb played the match. I don't disagree with that at all, though. Seb has been a standout on the Orisa so far and consistently gets so much value in these Orisa mirrors. As I said earlier in the day, if you can force out some of the enemy Orisa abilities out early, if you can isolate targets, that's going to give you a huge leg up in some of these fights. And I always feel like Seb, he takes a little bit of damage, but he never overextends or he never really finds himself in a situation where he gets isolated and targeted. It's really consistent value throughout. It's a good presence on the point, and that's what you want from your Orisa. Recognition to go aggressive when you find an opening, but also never making yourself vulnerable for the rest of your team and making it easier for your opponent. So I've been really impressed with Seb throughout the entire group stage, but also here in the main event.
Yeah, sick armor management. He never lets his armor get, or if he drops his armor, he's always going to hide and try and get back into that armor threshold, which is critical on Orisa. When you have that armor, every heal you get, 30% more valuable.
Yeah, Seb going strong in the tournament, but so does the relationship of Seb's parents. Happy anniversary to them.
Wow. Whoa,
deep lore.
Wow.
We are prepared on the broadcast.
That's great. I love that.
Gotta shout it out.
I also
celebrate love. That's what we're all about.
I want to talk about Tap that series, man.
Yeah.
Tap, I feel, really came out huge on the Tracer. I think you look at Citrus Nation, a lot of people have seen Lethal before, playing on bigger name teams, maybe a little bit more well-known. But Tap, I think, was the better Tracer today, at least, and put up a huge performance, really strong in the Tracer one-on-one, which doesn't always result in kill. So it doesn't always not always popping up in the kill feed. But if you edge out that enemy Tracer, force them back to a pack, that's another opening to go, okay, time, I'm gonna go shoot your Orisa now. And as Orisa, I mean, you're dueling plenty, right? You're fighting the enemy Orisa, you're taking spam from the Sojourn. And so when the Tracer shows up on your flank, that can really swing the tank battle. So big impact winning those Tracer duels on the flank, getting yourself a little edge in the fight, snowballs into something much more.
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is that Tap found some early picks on King, especially on Suravasa, to close things out, right? So if you're questioning Citrus Nation, maybe they're, like I said, choking a little bit, giving up the point, not quite sure about their pre-fight plan. Your Tracer coming in clutch, getting a pick or two, I mean, that's just going to make life so much easier. So Tap, definitely a standout in this series.
You know what? I got just a thing for you. Tap, post-game into you. Let's do it.
Wait, Tap is listening?
Yeah, listening. Audio. I just have a tendency of looking at the big screen.
He's tapping in?
Tap was listening. He's tapping in. That's right. Tap, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Wonderful. We can hear you as well. So, of course, congratulations on that dub. Some people might have considered you the underdog coming into this one, or not the favorite to win it, but it was a beautiful match, and you guys performed out of your minds. How much further can you take it?
Thank you very much. Well, we're just gonna try to take it as far as we can. I think we have to beat 2 more teams to make it to Dallas, so we're just gonna try our best.
I'm really curious, Tap, you know, you playing with Lethal, I know you guys have played on teams before, but how does it feel to play in like a comfortable damage duo where you guys know each other really well and you guys play off each other really comfortably? What's the dynamic like between specifically the two of you, Lethal and you on the team?
It feels very good because we're both used to each other. Yeah, like you said, I played with him before, so sometimes he will call stuff directly to me and I can just follow up on that, and we've been doing that for a while and it's really working well.
How do you guys feel about Citrus Nation's performance in Stage 2 so far? You know, what were your expectations going into Stage 2, and how was your prep for these matches? How are the feelings within the team after taking down Luminosity right now?
It definitely feels good to beat this team. I think they're a very good team. Yeah, as long as it stays Arista, I think we should be a good team. So, because Zev is just the best Arista in the game, I think.
Yeah, I mean, after the performance we saw today from, honestly, the entire team, there's no doubt about you guys having a great grasp on that Orisa composition. Now, anything out of that, we haven't seen that many other compositions from you guys, but do you have something else up your sleeve, and do you think you will need it going up against the opposition?
I think if we did have something up our sleeves, we probably shouldn't tell you yet.
Smart.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 answer. You understood the brief.
As a coach, I like this answer. I hate like a player get an interview and they're like, yeah, you know, we practiced a couple extra. We got a wrecking ball strategy we're going to pull out on this match.
Listen,
Like, oh, thanks. Appreciate that.
I got to shoot my shot. But you caught it. You caught it. Thank you so much for joining us here for a quick chat. Of course, once again, congratulations to you and the team. What a wonderful run we've seen from Citrus Nation so far, and we hope it doesn't stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
That was Tap from Citrus Nation. You gotta try to pull some information out of it. And if I'm not getting it from the players, I certainly am getting it from you guys, because y'all are the big brains, and that's why you are here. John, you're feeding us information.
Educate us.
Educate.
Let's take a bit of a closer look at the Luminosity's ultimate usage and some of their non-existent value here on Eichenwalde. So,
wait a second. Have I seen this illustration before in EMEA?
Well, maybe. I mean, it is a very Lucio Kiriko focused kind of story here. So I don't quite exactly know where we are, but we're in a situation where Luminos has used both support ultimates, and it's actually going to be here where Citrus Nation close out point B on Eichenwalde. So I guess we can close this one out, but the clip not shown here is them using their support ultimates. So just imagine they did they did an oopsie, and now Citrus Nation are capitalizing on that. So you go ahead and play it out, and we can actually see how Citrus Nation does it. I believe you have a play button. There you go. There it is. And so you can actually see that based on the fact that Luminosity have used both support ultimates, that's going to open things up for Citrus Nation. They're going to drop the Kitsune Rush. It's an easy engage. There's no support ultimates to really deal with neutrals Kitsune Rush. They are going to bring the right clip, I've been told. So don't worry. We get to see what it's like when two supports misuse their ultimates. Jake, you're going to be so thrilled. This is your favorite thing.
This is my favorite thing to complain about backstage.
Favorite thing to complain about
support
backstage.
ultimates.
It's going to come up there. And when it does, it's going, well, now I've like built up this moment where people are going to fail, which I don't really like, because generally I like hyping people up. But this is going to be the right clip.
No, let's watch them fail.
it's an oopsie. It's not really a fail. It's kind of. They could have done it better. But anyway, so Luminosity, they fall apart on Eichenwalde. Let's see it in not real time, post time. You can go ahead and play it out. Kitsune Rush, Sound Barrier, they come out, they're recontesting on point B. You can play it out. Squid is going to drop the Kitsune Rush, but it goes down. You've already lost your Kiriko. Seb capitalizes, Terra Surge, forces the beat from Juby, and you can see immediately you use double support ult, and luckily Vision is going to clean it up. Or not luckily, because it's actually really good at the game. But Vision cleans things up, so at least you win this fight. But because you were forced to use your Sound Barrier, because your Kiriko died, so you didn't have Suzu for the Terra Surge, I mean, that takes its toll so much. So now we can go ahead and play this out. We can take a look again at Neutral dropping the Kitsune Rush, capitalizing on this mistake in the very next fight. So that just tells you that, like, Luminosity, they didn't really get the support ultimate value they wanted, and Citrus Nation, they're going to capitalize that with their own Kitsune Rush, which is such an important ultimate in this meta in particular. Now, after this cleanup, we're going to see them head over to point C. So just a minute or so later, now we find ourselves in a situation where wow, Luminosity, they actually have 4 ultimates again here. Meanwhile, Citrus Nation, they haven't really built anything. So this should be a pretty simple fight for Luminosity if we're just doing ultimate economy math. So we can go ahead and play this out. They're going to engage. Vision is going to drop a Deadeye, just walking up slowly, but they don't really get any value, so King is going to use his pulse bomb onto Seb. Can we isolate Seb? They don't really get the pick. He stays alive. Meanwhile, Dante is terror searching at Cassidy by himself, and Squid has also dropped the rush. So like, okay, we won the fight, but we all right, we're defending, guys, but we only have a sound barrier. And now Citrus Nation, they're coming back and they're like, okay, really cool, guys. I think this is going to be a pretty good attack from us. So the basic analysis in this next fight is this right here. We're going to play this out. The players from Citrus Nation, they recognize there's nothing to really stop us. We're just going to press the Kitsune Rush. We're going to drop the Pulse Bomb. We're just going to run straight over Luminosity. So that is really 2 mistakes from Luminosity. They don't really get the ultimate value they want on either of defenses or on point B or point C. And that is just a mistake that Citrus Nation easily capitalize on. Not really, life is not difficult for Citrus Nation when you run over your opponent like this. So that just sets up Citrus Nation for an easy win on Icamalde.
I noticed a couple of things in those clips I really liked, how you mentioned that, Luminosity is winning these fights, but it's just too expensive. They're overexpensive. They get the one ult, but they nothing, and the next ult, nothing, next ult, okay, finally we win, but you're in too much of a deficit from there. But when I saw Neutral with this Kitsune Rush, it seems like a small detail, but he's not immediately starting the fight with the rush. He's allowing the tank trade to take place, maybe a DPS ult like a Deadeye to create a little bit of more control on the map. And then the rush comes in when it's almost too late to back out. Like, oh, we felt like we had to come touch the car. Neutral's hitting you with the Kitsune Rush, where on the side of Luminosity, it's more easy to kite. There's no forced objective where the enemy can't retreat.
So the big takeaway is getting value from your ult, kind of good. Some teams manage that better than others. Let's take a look at that bracket to see who's currently finding themselves in a good position to win it all and who is out and who is in, all the good stuff. Citrus Nation, they are staying alive and they will be facing off against the students of the game. How do we see their chances going up against them?
That's a big match. I mean, I would call Students of the Game the favorite, but Citrus Nation, they've just surprised us before, and I feel like we can't doubt them. This is the big match, though. This is the big kahuna. Most likely, I would say, that a preface of what the grand finals likely will be based on just pure strength of roster.
Yeah, we had some matches before where they were the one, but this one is also the one. There was a lot of ones, really. I mean, Toronto Defiant, they've looked untouchable last stage. MAT with their retooled roster this stage around, they look like a serious threat, and Toronto Defiant said so themselves.
They did say themselves. I mean, when you have your players on low ping and they're not waking up at 7 in the morning.
Turns out that's good.
Turns out that's really good. Video gamers, esporters, not really notorious for waking up early and playing in their best form. So Happy and Pelican, this is what we've been waiting for. Them in the United States, that's going to give a much better performance from them. So I'm looking forward to see it. I think Toronto Defiant might finally have a contender for the spot.
Well, we don't have to wait much longer because all of this is going down after a short break. Stretch your legs, grab a drink, and meet us right after this. Welcome back, one and all. I hope you're ready for all of the action the NA region has to offer. We're diving into the winners match, and this might as well be the grand finals match of this very region, because M80 will face off against the Stage 1 champion. Toronto Defiant, as I said right before we headed into a break, they looked untouchable. However, this one might be the real contender, and they know it. Toronto Defiant, though, of course, so much star power in one roster. It's kind of disgusting.
It is kind of disgusting. It is pretty disgusting. And they're so versatile as well, to the point where you're like, you almost get worried, like, oh, are they gonna like counter us somehow? Like, what are they gonna, someone's gonna bring out some funny hero to play against us? That being said, though, these guys have been scrimming for a long time now. When you only have 2 or 3 really good teams in the region, your best practice actually comes scrimming against your nemesis, right? So Toronto Defiant, M80, these 2 teams know themselves really well, and it's going to deliver.
That's right. We're also delivering something here, and that is birthday wishes, because RuPaul's mom, Nazarene, is celebrating her birthday. Let's see if RuPaul is going to gift her the victory.
Sure hope so.
I mean, they've got...
You can't lose on your mom's birthday.
Exactly. It's all stacked in their favor here. I mean, in seriousness, of course they're the favorite, but this is a retooled, resurgent M80 that's going to be coming in with confidence. Although, I mean, someone I think is the best tank in the world right now. I feel that his flexibility is perfect for Overwatch 2.
Yep.
Toronto is always leveraging it, always putting themselves in the advantage. The rest of the team can handle any heroes they need to. Vega, I think, probably the best, fair to say, the best main support in NA right now. But M80, you've got Pelican and Happy, and not just on low ping. These are world-class DPS players. This is like a top-of-the-line DPS roster. You can't really get much better than these guys. So huge eyes on Pelly and Happy to have a huge performance today. And Hawk, I mean, I think there's no better tank in the West to challenge someone on flexibility. Hawk's been grinding the main takes, getting them up to par. And so I'm really excited to see the counter swapping in the series. I think we're going to be treated to a taste of how the meta might look in Dallas when both teams are highly flexible. They can handle any strategy. Like, a lot of the teams who are pretty strong in NA and EMEA are very limited to certain styles. And I don't really see that being true for either M80 or Toronto Defiant. I think they're both very flexible, and I think they're both going to continuously counterpick throughout the series, trying to constantly find any kind of edge on their competition.
I'm just wondering, looking at those 2 rosters, like, who will be the one, forcing the tempo? Who will be the ones who force the other team to swap off of their comforts?
So when it comes to the swaps, I actually agree with Jake that it's going to be someone. And this is actually, when we think about someone's big picture career, someone has had the most success as a tank player when he's actually abused the opposing tank's hero pool. That's how Florida Mayhem, they won the Overwatch League in the playoffs last year by just being so proficient at so many different compositions that they always had an answer. Doesn't matter. Someone can play the Winston, can play the Sigma, can play the Reinhardt. And so you can play so many different styles that you almost put your opponent on the back foot. And I could see something similar here. Okay, fair enough. Hawk, you're pretty versatile. Maybe we want you to play Winston. Maybe we'll force you almost into a situation where you have to play Winston because we're playing some other composition. So this is a roster that is so good at forcing their opponent's tempo and style. I really only think that Pelican is the one on M80 who has a say in things. Pelican is the one who will set the tempo on the Tracer, and Tracer, as we know, historically in Overwatch, such an important hero for determining the outcome.
Yeah.
But I can't help it. I think Toronto Defiant, they won't be surprised by anything being thrown their way. Those are such veteran players of the sport. Like, there's nothing they can't deal with. And I think so far they've shown it. Teams have tried to bust out different things. Didn't work for them. I'm going Toronto with a very convincing 3-1 victory here.
Yeah, I think Toronto's the favorite in this match, but I do think M80 has roads in. I think you're right. It starts with Pelican. The Tracer is going to be huge. I think Happy also has to come in here and at least match Merit. I mean, Merit has really been undisputed best in NA in Stage 1, but he wasn't playing against Happy in Stage 1. And I think there's really no one else in the North American region that I think has any hope in that hit-scan duel other than Happy. So for me, the DPS duel is going to be crucial. And the support line for M80, though, is where I'm a little worried. I think they could struggle, frankly, into how good someone is with his dives. Liar is going to have to be very on point today because the pressure is going to be something he hasn't experienced before, except against probably this team.
Yeah. I decided to spice things up a little, though, and I went with M80. Please, Pelican. I'm betting on Happy and Pelican popping off. they can actually bring it to Merit and Sugar Free. I truly believe that if Happy and Pelican, they play their absolute A game, they are the better damage duo versus Merit and Sugar Free. I really believe that. So Pelican, come out on the Tracer and deliver victory for me.
I mean, you've just been like happy pilled as well. Like you just want like inhaling all those Widow.
Oh, you not?
I'm permanently happy pilled.
Right?
Look, Merit's good. I'll give him that.
Merit is also a monster.
But it's not a super out there pick. I think Toronto Defiant, as we said, they were acknowledging that the only team which can bring it to them will be M80. But will it be enough? We'll find out in just a little bit. And for all the action, I'm going to send it over to Matt and Mr. X.
Just you, actually. Yeah.
Oh, actually.
I mean, it is always just me, right? I mean, thank you, Zoe. It is me here with myself. No, I'll move over a little bit so I have some legs. I would just be move over a little bit right there. Yep. Yeah, so this is going to be a pretty awesome series. This is actually probably the tallest I've ever been, just in this type of position here. But this is going to be a crazy series. Toronto versus M80. Like they were mentioning on the desk, M80 looks to be the team here in North America that would challenge Toronto. It's just, what does that look like, right? We thought we would see it a little bit earlier in the year, that kind of challenge come to pass, but not really. Toronto just kind of rolls through everybody. This is, I guess, the first real test now for the Defiant.
I think we need to see M80 put Hawk in a position where he can succeed in this tank matchup, right? I think that's where a lot of the pressure is going to come from. Hawk is no stranger to going up against someone and rarely has been able to come out on top. I can't personally think of a time, and he was obviously on a team with Donghak. He got rotated in a whole lot to sort of, take that kind of matchup there. I think that's where one of the biggest risks is for M80. Elsewhere though, this will be the greatest challenge that Toronto Defiant has faced in the North American region, and finally, M80 have all their pieces in place, including in the United States properly, to take them on.
I'm curious for your opinion. I feel like you're going to know if... yeah, I am. I know I rarely am. Usually I say that and then I just tune out, but no, this time I'm actually serious. I think you're going to know how this series is going to go rather quickly.
Okay,
I think how this first map goes, I think you're going to know how close these two teams are, and you're either going to see a gap or you're going to see something that could go the distance like the desk predicted. Do you get that same feeling?
Yeah, 100%. Like I said, I'm really looking at in the tank role, but I do think after the first round or so, you'll sort of start to see that manifest a bit. M80 here, we've seen this on OWCS from them as well. Hawk picking this diva when there is a bit of verticality involved in the map. And generally, if she can get a pitched battle against the Winston, she fares quite well. I also like the Pelicans on the Torb. This is going to try and at least attempt to keep Sugar Free a little bit quieter. Good comp here from M80. Very different lineups for both these teams. Only one duplicate hero in the Lucio.
Yeah, definitely puts a little bit more pressure, on a Sugar Free, right? Putting that, pressure on the back line, going at Pelican with that Torb. It's also a little bit easier to kind of keep Happy up in this type of situation.
Someone went in for something, ends up coming back and getting Suzu'd, kept alive, but Toronto under a fair bit of pressure early on here. M80 actually, in theory, have counter picks in a couple of different roles. Happy, though, able to bring RuPaul down. That's not great for Toronto, who only have the Lucio to operate with now. Things are going to go from bad to worse if they stick around here.
Now that's massive, right? I know there's no way they can really kind of push in without that Kariko, so they're going to back up. M80 gets control of the point first and gets that first kill, which really kind of results in Toronto just backing all the way out. So far, so good for M80.
We haven't seen Merit be quiet too many times in his career. So far, though, it's been an inauspicious start to the round for Toronto. Force back once more as Hawk turns up to accost this Sojourn. And Paragon again now getting harassed down, eventually found by someone. A dangerous battle for someone to take against the Torb. There's actually a lot of really risky engagements that he could be taking. Now able to win out in them though in a big way. Sugar Free, Pulse Bomb stuck to the wall there, catches Liar, and someone's easily able to bring Happy down after that splash damage. Toronto now will be in control.
Yes, they try and actually drop an Ant Matrix there from Ultraviolet to kind of keep things going with a Deadeye on through it. But it's a Pulse Bomb from Sugar Free from behind, takes out the Cassidy, and then everything kind of crumbles after that. So they do get that first pick on the Pelican, then get Happy down. things fall apart. I'm curious how they go about this, right? You know, attacking with the Torbjorn. The Torbjorn's pretty good once you kind of get control of the point, right? Pushing in, being the offensive, being the proactive team with the Torb can be a bit tough.
Getting to police the off angles though and make it harder for Sugar Free rather to walk up on them is pretty important. Someone chased down, has to use Primal there as Hawk gets involved with the micro rockets. Someone though able to turn a weakness into a strength. Able to drop down now and disperse all of M80, allowing for Merit to pick up a Liar that was sent flying with an assist of the Winston in that kill feed. Toronto maintains some control here.
Someone is so good. Like, he gets into that situation there. I know the hindrance has the Primal Rage going and still able to make it in and out with his life as he's going to jump in over the top. It's going to be a sound barrier here for M80. Kind of counter the Kitsune rush comes through from the Defiant. The Defiant holding on to this beat.
Oh, that could be now. Yep, someone goes a little bit low, and the timing of that is absolutely beautiful. I love seeing teams do this. Come in with the second beat. Happy they were able to pick off Merit. Self-destruct here will allow Hawk to refresh the mech. And M80, despite, you know, having the earlier sound barrier, might be able to find some success here. Someone a little bit low, but not too bothered, is able to jump out, and Happy gets removed by Sugar Free. The Defiant not fully giving up, but they will concede the point for now.
Yeah. I mean, they get that kill on a Happy. Let's see if they try and re-engage. It looks like they just back up for just a split second, get another player back in the fight. Now they're going to go.
Going in. Hawk under pressure. Bubble already used, though, by someone here. Sugar Free highly aware, of course, that Pelican will have reset a turret. More than happy just instead to work on Hawk. They may have got to give up a bit of ground here, but have gotten into the lead now in terms of that capture percentage. And Merit has to back up again. Happy trying to take some liberties, take some space here in the middle part of the map. And the defense matrix means Toronto can start to push forward, get aggressive. Sugar Free force a recall instantly, and Merit taken down by a ribbon headshot. Happy's going to back away with the Baptiste with the Immortality Field, keeps the Cassidy in the fight. Has to be another Primal for someone, and Sugar Free follows up to remove the Cass.
Yeah, and Hawk is getting quite low. They're going to have to try and keep him up, keep him in mech, as it's going to be M80 getting it into overtime. So they kind of got what they wanted here. Hold on to the point for this long
Right,
now.
Suzu timing there as someone took a fair bit of damage trying to dive. The Defiant don't want to reach a bit further. They haven't capped the point yet. We're in overtime. Sugar Free finally gets rid of the Engineer. The Kitsune Rush allows the Defiant to surge forward. They've used all those big ultimates. Nothing really to work with for M80, and a self-imposed stagger by Hawk, who has to jump off the map.
Interesting is Toronto actually just kind of moves
This is
up.
so based.
Maybe they want to catch some of these players here up on this up on the bosses. They want to prevent them from even getting out of the spawn. Maybe see if they can find an early pick-off here that could kind of steal this first round.
An attempt at stagger maxing from the Defiant has to be cancelled out there, as M80 will be coming out of spawn in force and in numbers. Still just the pulse bomb to rely on here. Liar's beat. Absolutely crucial. He was highlighted at the start of the game as someone who really had to step up here against a scary Defiant roster. Molten Core, a lot of coverage on that. Tough for the Defiant to stand up here, and Hawk might have an opportunity to burn Merit down. He's so low and he gets the kill. Self-destruct just to secure it. Elsewhere, Sugar Free's pulse bomb finally found purchase, but M80 have navigated this beautifully. Someone mostly kept in spawn with that Primal Rage, and there is a touch. I think Sugar Free, very, very low, was able to keep things going, eventually removed, and the round taken by M80.
And this is the M80 we thought we would see, right? That could definitely give Toronto a run for their money. And, you know, we got players historically who've played, obviously, at the same level, been of the same caliber of the Defiant. So they take round number one with this D.Va Torbjorn setup. And I wonder if they kind of try and run it yet again. It looks like at least Toronto, there'll be some changes here coming in with Sugar Free potentially playing this Genji in combination with a Cassidy and Baptiste and Arisa in the mix, where M80 looks like they're going to be moving away from their comp as well.
Just a reminder, Toronto are 34-1 in map score over the course of this stage 2. They are
pretty good.
They are absolutely dominant. So this would be quite a shock here, even up against an opposition like M80, who in the past the Defiant have handled pretty comfortably in straight games. Now really feeling the pressure though. M80 are a different beast, with all their pieces now in the same locale, so to speak. They're able to get the most out of their DPS. Toronto here take this high ground position through the middle part of the map. We're going to have a rush mirror here. Someone more than happy to match tanks should it be required after the Winston round doesn't go the way he would have liked.
Yeah, I think Toronto, they're fine if, you know, M80 wants to push on in, right? That's where Merit can get good value out of that. Cassidy is, oh yeah, look at that. I mean, it's going to be Sugar Free putting some pressure onto Happy. Can't even really look at him, and that allows Merit to just get some free shots off. Takes out Happy pretty much instantly. Is Look at this pressure coming in from Sugar Free.
Yeah, I mean, you've used the word twice now, and it's very true because Sugar Free doesn't need to get kills on his own there. The fact that he makes Happy turn, or at least sort of stresses Happy's mental bandwidth enough that Mera can punish is huge. Sugar Free confidently going in, even if there's not like a dash reset guaranteed, he has the deflect, and, you know, if Happy can, you know, capitalize and sort of turn that fight around.
I mean, just creating free, easy sightlines for Mera to shoot is enough, right? You know how good Mera is. He's going to come up with some
and Sugar
kills.
Free can just dash out if if Mera does get the kill, which is, you know, a pretty big deal. It kind of justifies the Genji playing aggressive in the first place. Laya takes a bit of damage there from that Deadeye, but Mera pulls it maybe a little early. Still, M80 have not had the point yet this round. Now an Amp makes just to contend with. They are getting the heck out of there. That is not something they have any chance of winning. Forced back into spawn with Pelican dropping once more.
Yeah, they find Pelican. He's like in a corner there trying to contest.
Oh, buddy.
Someone pushes up to the spawn. This is not a great position for UV. He's going to use the immortality field, trying to keep himself alive for a little bit. As round 2 looking much more different than round number 1, as this one's been all Defiant.
Crucially for M80, at least they have a beat that they can match. They're going to be waiting for their sugar-free blade, and I would suggest that the Defiant will hold on to theirs as long as possible to make sure they can be advantaged when the fight really comes to a head. It's got to be here for M80. They have to make something happen. Looks very, very good up against the Winston with that Diva setup. That's a Hawk special. This one, though, having to win out in the mirror is a tough ask. Play from Sugar Free doesn't actually force the beat from Laya whatsoever.
Yeah, that was interesting. Yeah, well, I think they knew that Sugar Free probably wasn't going to fully commit, right? Didn't gonna get a dash on through, just use it to get some zoning, and they didn't end up using the beat. Now they do, down a player.
Okay, at least able to trade it out though. Hawk found Sugar Free in the end, but Vega is holding onto the beat. No reason to use it here. Someone is just not low enough to justify it. So they'll have a huge beat advantage now in an overtime fight. Merritt's been able to find the Lucio after the fact. Ultraviolet with a heck of a lot on his plate right now, and the damage is real for Hawk. Nothing he can do to withstand it. And even from long range, someone's being topped up through that Amp Matrix healing via Rupal. And Happy can only make these tiny little peaks. It's not enough. We have at least achieved a stall here as Pelican instantly recalled after touching the point, and here come M80 behind that Kitsune rush. The Defiant diligently just disengage.
Yeah, they back out. They don't want to fight this, you know, even though they're up one player at the moment. As Hawk coming back inside the rush. As Sugar Free back on Tracer, forces the recall of Pelican. So maybe now it's time to go for the Defiant.
Sugar Free on the off angle. Has to respect, though, someone like Happy turning around and ripping him in two. Pelican a pulse bomb now. Any target's a good target at this point, especially with someone down to half HP. There it is, there's the pulse. No real connect on it, but someone gets brought down eventually. Happy had the damage follow-up, even with the Terror Surge from Hawk to set up some displacement.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, a bit of chaos there kind of ensues, right? It was we get into OT, but it's a nice Kitsune rush there from Ultraviolet that kind of clears the point there, allows M80 to get the point in, you know, importantly, stay in this round here. It'll now be Toronto moving around the outside. Doesn't really have anything to work with at the moment. Maybe just trying to build up this Amp Matrix.
Once again, it's Sugar Free, this time close to a pulse bomb. And Amp Matrix from Rupal is almost guaranteed to clear the point. M80 had to be ready for a disengage away from that and have a way to cycle a player on to stall out. Merritt doesn't need the Amp Matrix. Again, another ability that creates a heck of a lot of space very quickly. Sugar Free now in. Oh, Hawk! That Amp Matrix disappeared right in front of him, and Sugar Free got a full clip of damage through it. Here's the Terror Surge from someone. Laya gets brought down by that. And M80 are in no position to recover now. They don't have enough time. Someone cleans them up. And that'll be one apiece here on Samoa.
Oh, I mean, that is a really interesting, very difficult Amp Matrix to deal with, right? Rupal drops it like on the M80 side of the entrance to the point, and they're able to like kind of shoot both ways on through it, right? You know, players coming from the spawn or players that backed up, and then also Hawk in a really dangerous position on the point takes a ton of damage. So really nice use of it from the Defiant to tie this one up.
Yeah, they literally dropped the Amp on Hawk. And we're on Sugar Free. We're on Sugar Free's POV, and so kind of from any angle you can guarantee a damage amp because Orisa's model is so wide. You just play from either side of the wall, and you are guaranteed to get huge amount of amp from that. Toronto looked really good there in the Orisa mirror. They were dominant for most of the round. Now they're going to mix it up. Sigma here on this map is not uncommon. And Toronto more than happy to, again, put some pressure down on Hawk, maybe force a switch or just try and make the Sigma work here.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Hawk would be totally fine taking like a Sigma head-to-head, right, against someone. I think Hawk probably prefers that than trying to play this Orisa into the Sigma.
The sim is really interesting.
I'm curious of, yeah, I think it's like happy, right? You know, building up these railgun shots at range, right? With, you know, not a ton of range on the side of the Defiant. It's like this Hawk, it's really aggressive. They just run right through someone's shield and take him out.
Trade at least for Sugar Free, but that's obviously the issue with the Sigma comp. If the enemy team's able to rush up on you with that speed boost, you're in deep trouble. Hawk found merit there, and yet Toronto was still able to flip the point early. They've got extreme mobility because of this Symmetra teleporter. And Sugar Free obviously getting to trade 1 kill after someone went down was a big deal. I have to give it up, but nice little passage of play here. Both these teams, feverish pace they're bringing.
Yeah, and I think you're going to have to try and figure out how to keep someone alive, right? Once that shield is gone, you're going to see them just kind of run him down. As look at this, it's going to be an Ant Matrix there, just dropped straight through the TP.
Oh, Merit found a headshot there. Looked like there could have been something, but Pelican gets the 1 clip and finishes off the Cassidy. Someone has to play back behind this now. TP gets rushed through by Hawk, who seems to have a good idea of how to, really make it uncomfortable for Sigma to play in any of these pockets. And with Pelican running through your backline here, Toronto might have to switch.
Yeah. I think you have to. I just don't think the Sigma is kind of the answer here, especially with how fast M80 is playing around this Orisa. You have open sightlines for Happy at range. The Sigma just allows them to kind of build up those rails even faster. So if it was me, I would say we probably need to get a little bit of a change up going. But with Sugar Free not swapping, I think you're going to see them commit.
Okay. Someone here determined that Sigma is in fact the answer. But how do they keep M80 at arm's reach by getting the most out of this longer range poke potential? Because Pelican is creeping up. Affected by a turret instantly, but Hawk rushes on in. So it was the Pulse Bomb that got rid of the Immortality Field, and there was nothing to protect them there from Hawk's Terror Surge. This is beautiful from M80. They are dominating this last round.
Yeah, this one has been a clean sweep this round so far for M80 as Toronto. I think you're so invested in this comp though at the moment, right? You know, you have the Sim ult, you're going to have the Sigma ult. There's no way you kind of give these up now, especially with 85% on the point. You're kind of all in.
Close to a Gravitic Flux here, but that's going to be Liar's beat committed to nullify that entirely. Okay, Matrix Deadeye, Ultraviolet just caught out in the open. They got the Immortality Field. I think Ultraviolet was banking on keeping that one up and staying alive, but cleverly, that was removed. So at the death, Toronto able to get back in control and hold a couple ultimates.
I mean, we'd have to get another look at that. It looked like actually Merit was like booped up potentially by Liar. And it kind of like sent him up in the sky and he was able to get one with the Deadeye there. So, because it looked like he was going to try and like boop him back. But, you know, if you kind of like walk over the side of a, ledge, depending on where you're aiming the boop, it can kind of like change the direction. Looked like it kind of sent him up instead of out. Now
Very
it's a crazy play.
It's really risky to boop a Cassidy during that Deadeye. Especially if you have like a Primal Rage and you start juggling a Cassidy and Deadeye, it can go really badly for you. Here's the overclock for Happy. Someone the only target he can perceive right now, and the Symbol's going to completely negate this ultimate.
Yeah, Simwall just splits the point as well, allows everybody to play a little bit safer as UV gets quite low, but no push coming in here for Toronto at the moment.
Big damage on someone. He still needs to respect and give a lot of proximity to this Orisa. 2 caught in the flux, if I'm not mistaken, but the Orisa, of course, just fortifies out of it. Sound barrier from Liar, who'd been holding on to it for literally the entire round for just that situation, has the prescribed antidote. Merit here, just trying to time that hindrance, maybe to make it impossible for Happy to slide up and out of the point, and someone's in deep trouble. Kinetic Grasp will only prolong his life by a short amount, and eventually Hawk will fill him with bullets. 1 for 1 though. Merit was able to find Happy, but now is at risk of being environmental, let alone killed in general. And Ultraviolet has that Immortality Field here, which will help Hawk out in a big way. And there you have it, M80.
Yeah.
What a performance here. Taking the second map away from the Toronto Defiant here throughout this entire stage. And they look good doing it. They stick to their guns and they come up with the answer.
And you see there at the end, if the Sigma has to step up and kind of play in the same space as the Orisa's going to win. No, Hawk just able to kind of like put so much damage down on someone, push him out of the way, and they're able to deal with that tank rather quickly. They're never really able to deal with Hawk when he's on the Orisa on the point there at the end.
3 different tanks from someone, right? Plays the Winston, plays the Orisa, plays the Sigma, and there's just an utter refusal to make any switches, which is fair. There's probably a belief that like you either have a good matchup or you just think you can outplay at the end of the day. But we talked about a tank gap being something someone wanted to create with counter picks. But more often than not, a lot of someone's tank picks were actually a little weaker against what Hawk brought, like the Winston up against the D.Va. That's maybe debatable. We saw the Orisa matchup, and then the Sigma getting that space taken away by the Orisa on these smaller maps really seemed to struggle to set up and facilitate the rest of that poke comp to succeed.
Yeah, they would have needed to switch off of the Sigma like straight away. It was just they were so committed to it for the rest of the round. This was some sick stuff here from Sugar Free on the Genji, able to kind of get a few dash throughs, pick up some kills. But yeah, they were so committed to the Sigma. There was nothing they could really do at that moment, right? Get up to a point where it's like 85% on the points. You're still working towards your flux. You're almost there. You kind of have to commit to that.
And Desk said they were looking for the Pelican Tracer to be a difference maker, and at many points in this round they were. That Pulse Bomb there, while it doesn't get a kill, gets rid of the only piece of defensive architecture that the Defiant can depend on, that Immortality field. So once the Terror Surge came in for Hawk, it was all too easy. Really impressive stuff here from M80. I think it's very easy to say at this point that they've come an extremely long way, and it's nice to see someone finally put the fear of God in a team like the Toronto Defiant. Now they're going to have to respect their opponents in M80.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, they're going to have to it's a little bit of a wake-up call for Toronto, right? I mean, they're just kind of cruising through everybody. Even if they see M80 on the other side, they're probably just kind of like, laughing a little bit, like, all right, like, whatever, we'll just play something. And now it's like, okay, they can beat us. Like, what do we... And I think now you look at Toronto and like, okay, can they step up? Like, that is interesting stats there for a map 1 win. Not typical of Overwatch, right?
How much of this is as a result of that second round with the Orisa Mirror, where M80 looked really dominant for so much of that map? That is generally a very significant difference between these teams. But M80, clearly, with less eliminations, were able to find the ones that counted, the ones that really mattered. We have bands of Hollywood and Eichenwalder respectively here. Toronto don't want to play Eichenwalder. Interesting. They like the Winston, but maybe they don't want to be forced into any maps where they have to take that Orisa Mirror. Because Midtown is definitely one where we've seen like Ramacha. We've definitely also seen that Sigma played here. But they look good in the Orisa Mirror. They could absolutely succeed there.
Yeah.
What are they up to?
I mean, what? Sigma, D.Va, potentially here, right? Ramacha we've seen. So potentially M80 wants to play some different things, other than the Orisa. That's how you kind of end up here. We've also seen, interesting backlines here, right? Ilari plus, Lifeweaver. We've seen, Brigitte here. So look at this. So Toronto, they'll come out with defense here with the Ashe in the mix, and then they'll have someone on the Orisa. So Baptiste Brig backline here, trying to help support this Ashe potentially if, the aggression comes through.
All right. Someone more than happy. I guess the Orisa can drop down and really contest that choke up close and personal. And sometimes these Sigma comps have to maneuver themselves into a position to find some success. I'm curious to see what the plan is. I want to hear from M80 here with some team comps. How are they going to get this poke comp set up?
Yeah, they use their places.
Hey, let's see what they're on.
All right, let's go.
What is that?
Wait, Orisa. I'm going Lucio. I'm going Lucio.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't want to play Brig against
Okay, well, yeah, he's a Lucio player.
Yeah.
They have Ashe.
Ashe?
Okay, me and Hawk can stay main. I can bait really hard Hawk. I'm gonna play kite main.
I'm going left side. Face left side.
Oh,
Are you happy?
Oh, I think we can't go side.
Oh, okay. Come back, they're gonna push. We can bait.
Back half. Ashe one.
Break.
Nice, Brig.
I think we have to...
Shield.
Oh.
Kill up, check.
We need to break, I think.
Okay.
Can't go side. This is side.
Yeah, that's fine.
I go Brig. They're gonna be even square. They're 50 square.
I go left side.
Okay, I'm not there yet. I'm a little late.
Ashe.
How far cast getting left? Can we shield our cast?
I'm going left. I'm coming.
I have no shield.
I'm playing here.
Stay main.
I go left side. They push me.
Done mine.
Keep with you.
I'm walking back, man.
I'm emptying left side.
I'm going towards point.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going towards point too. You live?
You good?
You're good.
Yeah.
Come here.
Yeah, I'm
They're walking. I need heal. Oh, I'm dead.
Up top.
Yeah, you shoot back.
I'm shooting Rissa. He's isolated.
Shoot back.
Help Holy point.
I
get
my point.
Square Bob, faster.
Happy, we can come back right window. Happy, come back right.
Yep.
Hawk live.
Yeah,
I'm back soon.
3, 2,
I packed
One.
Billy.
Oh, they're not here. They're not here.
I slept. Come right.
Yeah.
Help me. Get the... I got you.
I need you.
I can walk up soon.
We're still going left. We're still going left.
Ash.
Come here.
Oh.
Secure.
Tracer on me. Help me.
Come forward. Help player.
I can't. The Tracer's on me. No recall. Kill that guy. He's high ground. I'm
not gonna carry you, Hawk.
Yeah.
I'm almost there, Hawk. Oh, I'm unhappy.
Touch.
They use pulse arrest. They have Bob. Here, Bob.
Left side. Are you happy?
You guys live. We're coming back with ults. Just live.
Yeah.
I'm alive. Clear lives. I'm back. Can we go back with new?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come
Yeah. Go point. They don't window. They go point. Yeah. Just go point. Tracer no recall.
Cammy, I'm gonna Cammy.
Okay.
Rissa. No gold, right?
They have rally. 3, 2, 1. Break. Secure. Careful. Kerbash.
Tracer guy. Tracer point.
Tracer.
Tracer.
Push. You need it.
Tracer already. Tracer one.
Stop done.
Put you on.
Nice.
Yes.
Hey, keep trying to call, okay?
I'm happy.
Oh, that's fine. I have Kyrie ulti and I'm staying.
Nobody swap.
We didn't really want to cut off the team comms there, folks, because that is like a very complex situation for the SIG comp to navigate, and great comms is absolutely essential to it. Great job by M80. A very long fight that took a lot of work to get Hawk into a good position.
Yeah, and you can hear Hawk coming a lot of the times, especially, when I think he saw actually RuPaul and potentially Vega up in the subway. It's like, let's go right, like not pushing around that left-hand side of the fire truck, right? Put pressure on the support, split the opposing team. So really awesome. We're able to listen into some of those comms, get a really good idea of what teams are trying to do, where they're trying to force positions.
Liar is trying to do everything he can not to play Brick. He's like, oh, no, it's interesting how the callings.
Hey, I respect it.
He's also empowered to make that decision for himself, which is quite interesting. A very democratic calling structure here for M80. They're going to be rotating back to the cart now to try and get some push going. As have Hawk now switching back over to the Orisa. Tough business to try and bring someone down. Took a lot of work, and Happy was instrumental in that first fight, Matt. Some really big individual picks from the Cassidy to open the way for M80.
Yeah, some damage from Merit, but no real kills on the Ashe, right? I know we had that Bob that just got on there contested, but no big dynamites really or any connections there towards the end. So that is a Vega whip shot there that takes Liar out. So that's a huge first pick.
Brick's good.
No speed.
Brick's good. Very powerful there. Someone able to bring Hawk down to get caught inside the subway. Got found without a ticket. You hate to see it. They're pretty vigilant about that in New York City. Not. M80 here.
Yeah, you can kind of skip it.
I've seen it more of as like a formality than a hard and fast rule kind of thing.
You just can't jump over the thing. You're good.
Don't do that, home kids.
Not advice, but
for legal reasons, that is a joke.
Seen people do it.
Don't endorse it though. Anyway, well, yeah, that's my story for now. Someone playing up close here. Force back a little bit. Again, creating the space for this Deadeye is really important, but Hawk's not able to, and it's just too easy to cross and Pulse Bomb Happy down.
That's a dynamite in there. I mean, you get the damage reduction, right? It's not that much damage, though. I mean, Pulse Bomb, Dynamite, you try and wrap around that corner. Does not work out for M80. So, although they end up getting that first point, it's really awesome to listen to the comps. It did take a little bit long to kind of for that play to develop, right? So now you're about a minute to go here for M80's attack, and they're going to make some changes. So Genji Sojourn here gives them a little bit more offensive burst for the high ground.
Yeah, that first fight taking as long as it did here means that M80 has a lot of ground to make up now. The Genji here, you talked about it on Samoa, about pressure, about setting up a Happy. Deflect a few shots through the air matrix doesn't hurt either. RuPaul has to take a bit of a different angle now as the Kitsune Rush is throwing down up on that high ground, but RuPaul's actually able to find Happy from that off angle. How does he get that? Ridiculous. Eventually brought down by Pelican. The damage already done. Pelican though inside the blender. As Hawk throws that Terror Surge down, and it's easy for dash resets to come. Someone who stands his ground, tries to fight Hawk, but Asuzu was available, and still it's going to be a trade of Orisa's in the end. The Defiant, though, going to give some ground or come back in. Yeah. With some ultimates, of course, an unanswered Terror Surge, but I'm looking at Liar. I'm looking at that beat.
Well, they play that aggressive for that kill, right? Because look at this, Hawk is now going to have to come back on the Winston just to get a touch here. It's a respawn advantage, huge for the Defiant.
Not a good matchup into the Orisa. Definitely something to be avoided most of the time, and Pelican goes
they
down.
lose Pelican.
Liar. Not able to get the beat timing.
Sick.
I mean, just too much burst damage going that way. Vega gonna fall. Liar at least able to pick up a kill there, redeeming themselves in a big way. Someone finds the last Lucio standing. And with Merit taking Hawk out of the game, this should be a stop for the Toronto Defiant. There's only the Tracer, or rather the Genji, left to work with. There won't be a touch at all for them. Ultraviolet down to a pulse.
Yeah, it feels like RuPaul's come up with some really big kills, right? I know once they get to that second point on the Baptiste, able to do some really nice work. So that'll be M80 getting the first point, and then getting just about to finishing the second checkpoint. So not a terrible offense at all for M80, which a map win here, I think you really need to kind of like, if you were M80 and in between this, like stress how important this map is. We talked about how Toronto, right? They're what, like you said, they only dropped one map, right? Win 30 plus here in stage 2. To find themselves down 2-0, that is a scenario that this team, as a unit, has not really been in, right? You can kind of force that, really start to get in their head a little bit.
Yeah, and also just showing you're not afraid of them, you also don't sort of respect them that much is really important. M80 were not expecting Toronto to be playing the Orisa, right? They were like, oh, wow, Orisa, okay. That's important, and that's something that someone's able to manufacture because you never know what they're going to be playing. They have a deep hero pool, and they are always looking quite often to generate an advantage in the 1 versus 1. Sometimes playing into a counter pick and thinking that they can win. That's someone for you. Let's listen here to the story from the Defiant. How are they going to put together this attack with not that far through the map to push?
We came back and left side him.
I can warm up. I'm just gonna shoot main for a second, and then when they back, I can take left. How they call?
Big man.
Big Hans. Is that Hanzo? Hanzo Torp. Hanzo Torp,
yeah. Hold it, huh?
Freak. Come left. Yep. We're walking left now.
Hold it, attention me. They looking for brick, they looking for push.
Yeah. Torp Hanzo left.
Oh, put it back. I'm okay.
Yeah.
시간. 100 point.
Yeah, Hanzo low. Hanzo low.
시간. 시그널십. I'm shooting brick.
Can't speak.
Wait, they may be
terminally. I'm gonna push. Ready?
시간. 노십. 한조. 윈도스.
I'm swinging.
Other one.
내 윈도. 돌배 앞.
Nice.
야, 컴다. 대 윈도.
Yeah.
Okay, wait.
Give me stack sigma. Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
대 윈도.
Window.
I want to break.
Yeah, I think you stop break.
Oh, yeah.
I'll stop break.
Yeah, go break.
레이시어 블랙 플레이, okay?
This point, we've traded.
Yeah, 블랙 트레. If they trade don't touch, I would have.
Remarkably different communications here from the Toronto Defiant. Much clearer. And again, like, sort of less to talk about, but we saw the impact of that Widow here, Matt. No insta-kills, but an unreal amount of heal pressure on M80's defensive comp.
Yeah, a lot of damage that comes down from the Widow, and you're also just playing this Ilari Baptiste backline. Well, you were at the moment as Vegas switches over to the Brig, but there's a lot of damage with that backline as well. Just look at this. It's an Matrix set up on the high ground there from RuPaul. Puts Hawk in a really weird spot, and they also get a kill and a happy already.
This Matrix here, a little speculative. Easy for the Toronto Defiant to fold away from this and could be completely unbothered by it. Or dive in. Use that, immortality field just to protect them against any of that ridiculous burst damage. And this is a dominant attacking side from the Toronto Defiant. Infra side up for Merit here is a very scary prospect for MA to walk into, especially Happy in the Widow mirror.
Yeah, it was like, how are they going to bounce back from losing a map? Looks like they have just been crushing it here on their offensive side. This will be Merit with walls. Going to have infra sight here. Going to be able to see exactly what's going on.
Importantly, Sugar Free can see where Happy is. That is the play. To put pressure down on that Widowmaker is going to be important. Big fight started up here by M80 though. Happy getting pressured down. Merit though, getting caught in the locus of that fight somehow. So M80 do a great job. They say, well, they kind of know where we are anyway, so we may as well make it obvious what we're trying to do. Great rush down fight here. Not something that the Sigma comp is always able to pivot into, Matt. But that was quite convincing.
Yeah, they're you know, even with the walls on the other side, right? They're able to just kind of like push on up straight through. Is Merit now is going to move away from the Widow. It's going to go and play the Sojourn here. So I think you're kind of like, okay, we're not going to just kind of get in this Widowmaker duel, right? Because sometimes like the game just starts to be a little bit of like a lull, right? It's like Widowmaker versus Widowmaker, and everybody's kind of waiting, right? You lose time there as Pelican finds Sugarfree on the flank. So now you might have to wait a little bit longer, where this is not a done deal, right? Toronto with a great point A take, but this is like the hardest part of the map to do it.
By far. And Happy's happy to stick on the Widow. I mean, we've seen Happy try and play this pick against multiple teams on the attacking side, especially the last phase of the map, which is not historically very good for her. But he's a big fan. It's just how he likes to play. Shield there. Hastily has to be thrown up by someone, as Happy is on the hunt, as always.
The respawn advantage is crazy here for M80 on defense, right? As this is an Amp Matrix use here from RuPaul, and they end up using their rally here.
Flux.
Huge fight here.
That's a big flux, man. That is huge. Laia caught up inside that one. Ultraviolet went for an Amp Matrix by the looks of things, and Sugarfree is able to finish it off. Great little pulse stick to deal with Hawk. And eventually, the Defiant can just lean into it, this sheer weight of ultimates to try and win the fight out. Vega, okay, no longer on the brick here.
Yeah. You're gonna need to win another fight, though.
Happy switched off the Widow. Again, it's just too close now. These fights are happening with not enough room for the Widow to be able to get it. Whoa!
Wait, what?
You know, let that be proof that it happens to the best of us. The best of them, not me. I wouldn't. I mean, I might do that, but it's pretty unlikely. Okay, maybe I would do that, but that was still...
Pelican touched. And then some... Yeah, that's a loss there for M80. Which is unfortunate, but they were getting close to rally. I'm sure we'll be able to kind of take a look at that, but they were getting really close to rally. Would you get rally there where the clock's at? That's an opportunity to win that match.
Yeah, big time. Again, that fight probably needs to go pretty well for them in general. They are forced to filter out, but like you mentioned, the spawn advantage is quite significant for them. That force the Defiant.
Well, Toronto just used everything too. Yeah. Toronto just used all their ults. I mean, that was a fight where you had a significant advantage.
Yeah, again, a moment there for M80, the defending team. Just a bit of communication breakdown, or maybe like we've seen in the past, like it's based on a misconception, something just not quite going the way it's supposed to. But this is the matchup that you can't afford to make any of those, even tiny mistakes against the Toronto Defiant. Anyway, looking back over the course of the map, I loved being on board with the M80 comms on their attacking side. Really intricate how they had to work this, you know, Sigma into position. They had to deal with Bob, I think came out a couple times. Their first fight was really great to watch. We saw M80 get slowed down big time in the second phase, though.
Yeah, two very drastic styles of like calming when we do the listen-ins, right? You know, M80, I feel like very, you know, fast-paced, everybody kind of calming. It seems like on the other side for the Defiant, you know, very calm, composed. You know, not a ton of you know, useless information kind of going back and forth, right?
Yeah, we will get a chance to see how the sort of C9 played out in just a second here, but in general, right? A couple of the key things we talked about here was like what the support, you know, comps are going to look like. A lot of eyes on those here. You know, the tank matchup, someone obviously was always going to be confident, but Hawk is in his wheelhouse, I think, on that Sigma. That's really where he's able to shine. I think this fight here with Merit being able to cause so many problems in the backline with the Soj and then the Flux following after, that's what put M80 on the back foot.
Yeah, and then the next fight is the one where the, like, yeah, so you get a touch there from Pelican on the side, right?
Okay, we're moving up.
Let's see. Do we see a stun come through? Does it hit the brig? Yeah, it looks like the stun actually hit the brig coming around the corner, right? Yeah, that's a liar there that gets hit with the stun. So what's funny is like kind of like he hits the accretion and then even starts to back up because he probably thinks they're going to contest, and he actually pushes the cart forward and wins it. So that is unfortunate there for M80 as potentially you know, an opportunity if you had a rally there to get a hold, or at least make it really interesting, take it down to the wire.
Tank head-to-head between someone and Hawk, and someone look able to stay alive a heck of a lot more of the times here. And again, what we don't sort of show is the eliminations or final blows here, but ultimately someone comes up with much more of a flattering stat line if you want to use kill death as anything to go by. And that's going to happen. But here's a reality. Sigma's probably Hawk's best tank. This is probably his best look. And, you know, going up against someone, I'll just say it like that, you know, want to put yourself in the strongest position. I talked about that. Position Hawk to have favorable tank matchups. But even then, even like mirroring, you know, on your potentially best hero, you're still going to struggle against a world-class talent like someone. M80's advantages have to originate from elsewhere.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I think they can get an advantage in terms of the tank, right? I think that just potentially a tough map, right? I don't think like it's, oh, well, you're never going to win the tank battle, especially, you know, in the kind of like, you know, Sigma head-to-head. I definitely think you can for M80, where looks like here at the start on Colosseo, you have some options, right? You know, with some longer range sight lines. So it looks like both teams going to hover the Sojourn. I think that's to be expected. But Hawk actually hovering the Sigma, where the Sigma can put a ton of chip damage down, you know, as you're coming in, right? We talk about the Orisa trying to close the gap, get past the shield. This sight line is so long, it's actually pretty difficult to do so.
We actually have seen M80 come out with Sigma on this map before. They, I believe, even had a Widow for Happy in the past, and I sort of dubbed that the do we respect you comp? You know what I mean? Eventually they were forced off of it in one of their previous matches and had to play something a little bit more standard, but they will stay with the Sigma here. So, you know, again, we're dealing with the dichotomy. Can someone rush down the Sigma, get rid of that shield, or get past it here to put pressure on that tank? Or can Hawk, you know, really work with the rest of M80 here and get great damage at long range to apply pressure that way?
I mean, this is also a like an opportunity where, okay, let's let both Sojourns just try and find, you know, some damage in a shot. The downside of the Sigma is you see him just build up the charge on that shield, where Hawk's being a little bit more cautious with it.
Someone forced back there. That's the issue, I guess, is that when you've used your defensive cooldowns, you don't really have a shield to stand behind as Orisa. Might mean M80 get to make some incremental progress here, but so far it's been dogged contest around the bot. Not even out of the sort of neutral zone here. So neither team making any progress so far.
I think you're going to see just kind of this until like one of the Sojourns gets a pick, right? Whether it's like on a tracer or a support in the back line. Maybe now you can go, right? That's the M80, and then now they use the Kitsune Rush and they push on through.
Such a good job at identifying an opening to start a fight here, but Mera gets picked off. I think Hawk goes after the Sojourn. It might have been slayed in for this fight, but you've lost your Sigma here. Despite there being no Sojourn on the other side, the Orisa still has a legitimate damage threat in her own right. This means that the Defiant get to start now with this early, slim lead.
Yeah, once they actually see that Immortality field go down, and then they also have their Kitsune Rush, they just combo and they just push on right through. So really nice read there from the Defiant. They get a little bit of a lead, but not much, as we're kind of back to this you know, mid-map tussle.
Yeah, I mean, 16.9 meters just disappears in a flash here if M80 start to win a fight. So nothing really to write home about, but neither of these teams are willing to take big risks. The biggest risk that M80 took, I guess, was throwing an Immortality field down pre-combat. That ended up hurting them. Pulse there, stuck on the wall. No connect. Sugar Free able to draw Hawk out of position, but someone's not really set up to capitalize on it.
No, and well, you get a few meters here as you're getting close to potentially taking the lead. See someone step up, spear onto Hawk, knock him back. Is both teams very cautious.
Yeah, someone had to use Fortify there to not be stunned up by the accretion though. Wants to maybe hold on to the...
hides behind the barrier.
Yeah, okay. Terror Surge used for the extra Fortify. That's very clever.
Well, yeah, that's with the flux coming down, right? So you didn't actually get gripped up. Yep. That's it.
And that's what, it's not just a damage reduction effect during Terror Surge, it's literally Fortify that gets applied to you again. Someone realizing he has two instances of that to use there, shutting the Flux down, and you're more than happy to trade ults there. Flux is way stronger than Terror Surge in almost every case. Hawk, though, finds Merit again. Somehow the Sojourn is getting picked off by the Sigma here at the start of these fights. And Happy might look to try and abuse the Sojourn disparity here. Someone's got nowhere to go. Cornered on that right side.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it's pretty huge that they're getting the Sojourn at the beginning. That's 2 fights in a row where Hawk is able to find Merit, and to be able to do that opens things up for M80 in a big way, as now M80, they can push up, they can try and take high ground, right? You have this ultraviolet Ant Matrix, which should be really aggressive here. No, really awesome as they try and make their way out of the spawn. So a few different options for M80 how they want to play it. Yeah, and here's this Ant Matrix I was talking about, right? Use it when they're trying to come out of the spawn, put some extra damage down, maybe it results in a kill. But worst case scenario, it just results in free progress.
Yeah, because Toronto can't really contest from that building. They just go up there to circumvent the air matrix. Big damage though on Hawk and Ultraviolet respectively. The latter who I think ate an accretion or something similar. Or rather a spear from someone would be it. Beautiful stuff. We do spend a little bit here at Toronto, but you're able to fold away from that air matrix of Ultraviolet and still find an advantage. They might look to equalize now. Someone has pushed up quite far.
Yes, Hawk will now switch over to the Orisa. So now the only difference between these two teams is the BAP versus the Kiriko. So valuing the rush and the cleanse a little bit more and the mobility here for the Defiant, where M80, that immortality field plus the Ant Matrix combo so good, is not exactly getting the lead here for the Defiant. They back up. They're fine playing mid-map. Nice eat.
Someone negating the pulse bomb there. That's definitely a worthwhile use of the cooldown. Someone having to be really reactive with a lot of these defensive cooldowns. Just to, not get flux or to stop pulse bomb coming in. Shutting down ultimates one after another here. Orisa, such a menace. RuPaul there needs to fold back just a little bit. And again, someone gives up the ground. I like that Hawk here sees that someone's disengaging and wants to step up and continue to put these shots in. This means that RuPaul and Vega have to work that much harder to keep their Orisa in the fight. Such a close map.
I mean, we're like halfway through as well, right? I mean, 2 meters basically separating these two teams. Nobody really wants to push up through this mid-map. And look at this. I mean, just about, oh, that's a huge shot yet again. They've been able to find Merit a few times early, whether it be Hawk or Happy. So I was going to say, you were gearing up for a crazy fight, right? Everybody on both sides with some ultimates halfway through the game, about 2 meters separating the teams. It's felt like we were at the cusp of maybe a map-defining fight, but I know that kill is going to give even more progress there.
Merit's kind of famous on this map as well for having some unbelievable game-breaking moments. So far, though, he's been getting gaps. Oh, okay, Slide used in mid-air there by Happy Clever. I think he realized where he touched down would be pretty lethal for him. And here come M80, another consecutive fight win there. Nice Terror Surge. And someone doesn't get to use theirs at all.
It's knocked off the side.
How? I mean, they must have got booped before the Terror Surge started, because you shouldn't be able to be shifted during that ult.
Yeah, and M80, you can tell they're starting to feel themselves now, right? As Happy gets up to the high ground here, has the overclock to work with, and Pelican with a pulse bomb. You can really almost put the game away here, right, with a good push.
We're saying that here between these two teams, and M80, the one we're talking about favorably. But they are looking fantastic here on Colosseo. See the bot moving up behind all of this aggression. M80 more than happy to just take a stab, take a lunge, and get an extra 20 meters, it seems, on that bot. Here comes Toronto now. Merit needs to come alive. This is the time to stand up and be counted. Okay, disrupt the shot makes it hard for Merit to advance, but here Laya just has nowhere to go. Blown out into the coast, and only disparate bits of him will be raining to the ground on the other side. Toronto Defiant get in their faces. Merit's overclock surges forward. And finally, Toronto can find some room to breathe, but they've given up so much of the map.
I mean, 60 meters, right? You got less than 3 minutes on the clock. You have no ultimates to work with the way things have been going, stalling at the middle of the map. I mean, you're looking pretty nice if you're M80 right now. You got to be talking about, like, okay, how do we slow down this pace here mid-map, get another fight, just drag this out. And then if you win it, I mean, you're in a fantastic spot.
Toronto need 2, maybe 3 good fights from here on out. First one will get them close to the checkpoint, but not quite there given the spawn advantage for the defenders. Keep an eye on those Orisa health bars. Pelican hoping to play off of that and maybe get a good stick that to end someone entirely. Here's Merit though, finally!
They jump high ground.
Fair enough. I like that. Getting up into the defender's location, making use of that. Yeah, he's getting out of there. That's fine. Can be brought back here, but Toronto lose that opportunity to potentially get the checkpoint off this fight. Very cheeky steal from M80.
Yeah, you had Hawk down there and Pelican who kind of decided to just run the bot the other direction, as you're not even going to really able to make that much progress here. If you're Toronto, yeah. So just that bot just making a beeline the other way, it's pretty bad. As what you get high ground there is really nice. Ant Matrix there for RuPaul setting up Merit. You get 2 meters out of that.
That was really cute from Toronto. From M80, rather nicely played. Pulse, okay, I thought that had stuck, but Ultraviolet is able to get away with the Exo Boots. Immortality Field also used just in case. So Sugarfree probably pretty happy with that either way. Toronto, do they have the chance to, again, surge up onto that high ground once more? Because they're running out of time to make a play, to put them at least on even footing here with M80, who can kind of just chill here. There's no reason for M80 to get overly aggressive, to take undue risks. They have like a 55-meter lead.
Well, and they can just kind of like poke here, right? Like, if they just poke, do damage, even if you lose, you still have another probably 2 fights, right? And force Toronto to kind of get aggressive, make a play as the bot just still contested here. You can contest from up on top there, just looking down, and then you also have Pelican there just jumping around.
Good pressure on Hawk though. Here's Merit trying to go. Oh my goodness! That was a javelin from the low ground, if I'm not mistaken. That interrupted Merit, and Happy could capitalize. The classic 1-2 punch between Orisa and Sojourn rears its head there. And M80 are in deep, rather Toronto are in deep trouble. Sorry, M80 are in a great position. Merit's so quiet, has like one big kill, one kill that's really notable, one kill that actually lets the Defiant take some space, but every other time it's been about Happy. Someone who got highlighted on the desk is having to step up in this matchup. You've got nowhere to go with Toronto. You just need to win 3 or 4 fights in a row. It's all but impossible.
Happy and Hawk have been able to find Merit pretty early on in a lot of these fights. As we're going to head into OT. And what's terrible for Toronto is they're running into everything from M80.
It's all bad. None of it's good. Ultraviolet with the Amp Matrix here is going to be able to force Toronto off the sideline. Someone exploitable there as they've gone right where the rest of the Defiant have gone left. Sugar-Free joins up though. They want to push back as Hawk is low. Immortality Field will preserve that life, but for how much longer? M80 get him out of there. Happy in position for an overclock and sends it straight away. Sugar-Free's pulse takes Hawk low, but he's going to use a Terror Surge for the extra durability. But someone has one too. RuPaul and Vega need to be kept alive, but Happy finds the ladder. The Lucio's out of the picture now, and Happy wants to take even more space. Someone basking under the Immortality Field, but needs some more healing from RuPaul. Hanging on, just hanging on. Merit's able to trade the kill out, and Lyra is now missing, but Happy's not going anywhere. Unfortunately for him, someone is too durable, too bulky to bring down just yet. Another defensive cooldown going to be used by someone who just seems utterly unkillable, and RuPaul's going to keep the healing coming in. Someone's still in the fight. Here come the Defiant. The reinforcements are arriving. Sugar-Free back on the scene as Hawk switch to the Winston. Bro. They're giving up this ground.
And that's everything. That's everything from M80 there. Somehow RuPaul is able to keep someone up through that fight. I mean, tremendous stuff there from Toronto Defiant as the bot will be contested now. It'll be an Amp Matrix here from Ultraviolet on the side. Now they deal with someone.
Flanking someone with that. There's just nothing he could do. A great fight from the Toronto Defiant, showing us a lot of their quality there, but they are too far behind to make a difference against M80, who'll snap up Colosseo and continue to stamp their dominance over this series. Toronto now coming into this game with only 1 map lost. They've lost 2 already in the space of this series. M80 are the real deal.
I tell you what, I mean, you have a C9 from an opportunity there. M80's in a position to potentially have 3-0'd the Defiant. So the Defiant,
true,
pretty fortunate in that scenario that they get that map number 2, give themselves a chance to fight back. But man, really nice play there on Colosseo from M80. Thought Happy and Hawk played a tremendous match.
We spent some time talking about the Sigma mirror in the previous map and how it seemed like Hawk had some struggles there, but the Orisa gameplay here for M80 is top-notch. This is a map where, frankly, Merit goes off the boil, is just not able to generate the same momentum that Happy can on that Sojourn pick. Really impressed with the performances there in general, and Hawks seem to find that burst of confidence that M80 needed to put themselves now onto a match point. This is the upper final. Incredible stuff. Yeah. M80 might find themselves in the grand final with that advantage.
But I think, though, that M80 should, like this roster, should expect to be in grand finals with an advantage. I also think this is actually a pretty good series for the Defiant, to be honest with you. Like, you wouldn't want your first challenge to be, you know, at a LAN event, right? And, you know, you've never dealt with any adversity, like, prior to that, right? You know, between this and DreamHack, you got a little bit of time, right? While you're going to scrim. To go against no adversity the entire year, right? You know, you're going to face it at a moment, whether it be from a team from, you know, EU, NA, APAC, right? You're going to. You don't want it to be in a, you know, massive moment, you know, on a LAN stage, right? Where obviously this is a huge moment for them, but to have this kind of like okay, let's see how we do, under this type of pressure. It's better to have it now and get it out of the way than deal with it later.
It's actually such an often overlooked aspect of competition in esports. It kind of gives Atlanta Reign international tournaments vibes last year, right? Where everyone expected them to be so good, and then at the first sign of resistance, they, all of a sudden get exposed as maybe not being as robust, as well-rounded as we thought they were. This Toronto Defiant team probably don't mind taking an L here where the stakes aren't nearly as high, because with how far they've managed to make it through this this stage 2, I mean, they're guaranteed to be in Dallas anyway. So take your lickings when you need them. Take your lessons when they don't completely ruin your chances of competing internationally.
And for M80, like, you really believe you can contend with a team like the Toronto Defiant and all the other best teams in the world. Is, I mean, Happy just absolutely dunked on merit on that one. Where M80, it's also a positive in, like, hey, it's one thing to kind of constantly say, like, oh, we believe we can kind of handle the Defiant and some of these other teams, and then get into the series and not win, right? Like, now you win, you gain that confidence to actually, like, okay, we can beat teams like this. We have a shot, globally, right? I think it's honestly, it's like a win-win series for both teams in a weird way.
But I know, but yet this one can still go all the way. It's going to require Toronto to come out of the gate swinging on Suravasa and push it all the way to a decider. We're going to jump into that map in just a moment. We're going to give the players a break, and we'll be back with more M80 versus Toronto Defiant as M80 lead 2-1.
Save Soch.
Wait, don't let them push.
Come here.
오른손.
Spin. All under.
Secure. I have beaten. So. Nice. Push. So this time. So.
Here's your point.
Nice. Let's fucking go, baby.
Nice fucking shot. Good job.
Good shit.
Ultraviolet looking awful clean there with that Amp Matrix, couple of kills off of that. And they found the perfect opportunity at M80 to end the map right there and then. It was desperation, though, to be fair, for the Toronto Defiant, who'd spend most of that map playing from behind. The fight before that was a banger. We had like 10 ultimates plus in that engagement, and somehow Toronto managed to hold on. Those are the fights that I really love seeing in games of this level. And Lyra, in an interview recently, sort of said that we're at the point now where the only team we fear is the Defiant. But I think that fear now might have started to dissipate as they realize they can actually believe themselves in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, what they, you take a map loss, but otherwise, right? You're swinging back and you're winning, maps against the Defiant. There's no reason that I think M80 should fear them or really anybody. Like that we've seen in the past. If you have Pelican on your team, right, you have a pretty decent chance in a lot of these games, right? Regardless of who's on the other side of things. Especially with the hit scan, like Happy, who can come alive and take it to somebody like Merit, who's tremendous. You're gonna have a chance regardless who's on the other side for M8.
Big time. This has been a fantastic match so far, and all I can ask for now is that maybe get pushed to a 5th and decider here. Suravasa is just around the corner, and there's an opportunity here for Toronto to bounce back. But we just saw them play the Orisa mirror for much of Colosseo, and they struggled. Even with that Orisa up against the Sigma, they were having some difficulty putting real pressure on Hawk.
Yeah, I think you're going to see this very similar comps yet again here. I think you're going to see like Orisa with the Sojourn in the mix. I think probably the biggest thing is like, do we see like Pelican or Sugar Free pick up the Genji, right? I know Genji on the first point to try and control some of the high ground. And then Lucio is obviously a must here on Flashpoint.
Suruvasa, our next map to come up here for the Toronto Defiant. It's going to be a victory, but this is a team, we kind of just talked about this, you know, during the break or beforehand. It's a bit of an edge case where Toronto have already, you know, basically solidified their spot in Dallas. They will be there. They're the first team to qualify for that event. So to sort of realize some of their limitations here and now, not such a bad thing. It gives them a ton of tape and a ton to work on. And in fact, they're almost guaranteed to get 2 matchups against M80 to sort of see if they can improve overnight. Not an easy thing to do, but we have a bit of a break before Dallas actually comes up. There's a ton of time to work on that, and there's no guarantee that what we've seen compositionally and meta-wise will even be relevant then. So for Toronto, yes, they want to win. It is important, but a loss here isn't going to ruin their year. It's not even going to ruin their week.
I mean, a loss, though, does, like, a loss in this tournament does kind of sting in the sense that, like, okay, now all of the chatter going into Dallas is not going to be about, like, you know, how good Toronto, you know, is and can they, like, kind of win the whole thing. It's going to be like, oh, like, where do they place, right? The first match they play, there's going to be a ton of extra pressure on, right? So, like, you know, ideally, they do want to kind of come out on top. So, interesting enough, Toronto will play the Sigma here at the start. So, I thought we would actually see just kind of, you know, Orisa's on both sides, but it'll actually be the Defiant bringing out the Sigma.
How long can someone hang around here once this shield goes down? And again, he's a tank, so has those defensive cooldowns, but when they start getting eaten through, it seems like things might get a little bit scary. I mean, one of the best things you can do is hit that accretion on the enemy Orisa when she doesn't have a fortify up. That's allowed someone actually to push up, force Hawk away here as M80 fold back.
Yeah, what's also allowed it was Happy took like a huge chunk of damage where he almost actually falls. So they have to back out, try and heal him up. Now they can put some pressure onto someone. There's the immortality field gone, but they can actually get the kill on the Hawk.
Yeah. Look, I think trying to get that kill on someone, maybe sort of overexposed M80 a little bit there, but it ends up really just being a trade of tanks. But the first cap finally comes down. It was Happy, I think, just putting a toe on the point as the Defiant were playing much further back.
Yes, Pelican can stand here on the point, kind of keep this contested, but he's wrapping around as it looks like it's Merit who kind of jumps up on that pillar. Oh, it takes some damage here as Ultraviolet finishes him off as, no, I wonder where the other extra damage came from.
Yumi's been on one, man. The end of that last round and that shot there.
They had a really good series.
Very, very clean. Laya, though, wasn't able to quite get away. M80 not too bottled again because they've made that trade there. And they do want to get Laya back in position to make use of that beat here. This next fight's going to be pretty hot and heavy. Air matrices for both sides. Pelican tickling here at someone. But look how low that Sigma is. Remember, Sigma does not have that armor, does not have that inherent damage reduction. It's just shield that regens, but under this level of pressure, Sigma can't really benefit from it. Go back away. Have that air matrix now coming up. Rupal, they're going to walk ahead of it as the sound barrier means that Defiant want to play a little bit more proactively. And M80 come back in with a later beat. They hold the point right now, and the Toronto Defiant getting beaten out in those support ultimate timings, and then Happy can punish someone. Oh my goodness, Rupal flattened.
Well, it just feels like they have to put so much resources into someone to keep him up on the Sigma, right? You have to use the immortality field, the AM matrix, the sound barrier, everything, you know, even outside of the Sigma cooldowns to keep that Sigma alive, as that's going to be a switch here from someone onto the Orisa. The point will go back to M80. Looks like it'll be M80 taking our first flashpoint.
You're looking better, Matt. I think there's no other way of putting it. That Colosseo map and this one here really starts to secure that idea for me. Huge opener. This is for someone now to get off the Sigma. That is not going to work, but at least at this point in the series, someone is willing to switch out of those disadvantageous tank matchups as opposed to, you know, our first map where he sort of stuck to his guns no matter what.
What's your opinion on the Baptiste versus the Kariko?
I think it's
here.
Sorry, but I mean, I know where you're going with that. It's interesting, I think, to use it on the Sojourn, right? Because it can be hard to guarantee coverage with that immortality field. Your Sojourn's more self-sufficient, so maybe you can throw that immortality on your Orisa and give her the edge when her defensive cooldowns aren't available. But we've normally seen it paired up with a Cassidy, but you can really unleash, like, you know, at the individuals level with Baptiste, fighting through their own amp matrix, and so what Ultraviolet did at the end of Colosseo, for example. So I kind of like that as an opportunity here for Ultraviolet just to show what he's made of.
Yeah, I mean, even right there, right? The Amp Matrix just kind of creates so much space. Allows them to take the point here. They'll get a little bit of an early lead, as it doesn't look like Toronto wants to drop down to the point just yet, as the Kitsune Rush will be really difficult to deal with. It's a Terror Surge here, gets a few players low, but I think just having that Immortality field, especially if you're going to play around that Sigma, you can throw it in, be a little bit more aggressive with it. I think it pays off in a big way.
Terror Surge there from Hawk was just to force Toronto to the disadvantageous low ground there. They had no choice but to acquiesce, and M80 followed up very, very well on that inherent positional advantage they had following that, that ultimate used by Hawk. Very worthwhile use of Terror Surge, which often isn't going to guarantee you kills unless all the enemy's defensive and mobility cooldowns are unavailable.
We'll now see if Toronto can get value out of this Kitsune Rush, right? As it's going to be 90% and counting, right? Last fight territory where M80 could go up 2-0 in terms of flash points. One flash point away from winning the series right away. It feels like the map just started.
It's been awful quick. That is crazy to think of. Ripal here sees Hawk down below, sends a kunai with love just to try and put some pressure here on the healing of M80. But Toronto trying to transition to the low ground to really help out someone properly. It has to be a sound barrier to do that remotely, but Laia has one to respond with. Here's a Kitsune Rush, the big point of difference between these support compositions, and someone is low. Somebody look at someone, please! So low, eventually going to be picked off. Happy gives himself up in a trade, but it's a very favorable one for M80 at the end of the day, with Vega, a piece taken off the board. Mirror with some high-flying acrobatics is actually able to take Pelican down, but another flashpoint is secured by M80, and they're looking to end the series right here.
Yeah, someone got hit with just about everything there. Gets hit with a pulse bomb, tries to use the Terror Surge to kind of keep himself alive, and this is going to force a change here from the Defiant. So they're actually going to play the Baptiste as well. That extra immortality field. Obviously the great survivability, be able to kind of keep the tank up, and they'll actually have Sugar Free play the Genji here. So putting a little bit more pressure onto the backline. I do feel like you're going to miss some of the pressure, the constant pressure the Tracer provides.
Yeah, you're right. Sugar Free, again, has to commit to a greater degree as the Tracer, and then we can't be doing it perpetually is the issue. Happy, good damage here. That's all I can say for that for the time being, but it's a tough job for Sugar Free to chase down this Sojourn, and Happy's able to win it out. Laia got removed. Maybe Vegas sent him over the edge. It's unclear. A second kill for the Toronto Defiant. Lucio keeping them in this game. What a showing.
Yes, they're going to be able to take the point here. So some signs of life here for the Defiant as they switch over and bring in the BAP with the Genji here. So I think the Genji's probably just to put a little bit more pressure onto Happy, close the gap a little bit more, right? Have the deflect, right? A little bit of extra defensive capability. But let's see how this next fight goes on, right? M80, they'll have an Amp Matrix of their own, Pulse Bomb for Pelican, as he's been so good with it.
Terror Surges both available in this next fight. Also Amp Matrix for both Baptistes at the ready. Sugar Free going to be a bit away from a blade yet. That'll probably coincide with Laia's beat, so may not be that significant. Happy knocked out of the Immortality field. It wasn't really in there to start with. I like this. A wedge driven between both sides of M80 as someone steps up and throws the Terror Surge into the fray. Hawk no choice but to hold on to his for now. Ultraviolet's Amp Matrix. Unclear to see if they really got a ton of value from that, but Hawk is able to stay safe in that back corner. Here, though, this is all about cleaning up the Orisa. Merritt knows it's an easy kill if he comes forward with that overclock, and this will secure the flashpoint for Toronto.
Yes, it's Ultraviolet ends up using his Amp Matrix from the side, tries to keep Hawk alive, and then Pelican there as well, maybe trying to make a play out of it. Does not end up working out. So some switches from the Defiant result in a flashpoint take. Is it just too little too late, right? You have to kind of run the table here in terms of the flashpoints coming up. Pelican now will actually play the Echo. So interesting. They'll play Echo and they'll actually drop the map and play with the Kiriko. So a little bit of a different setup here from M80, a little bit more aggressive.
You can't realistically play the Baptiste with the Echo. She can't be fully self-sufficient in many of these cases, but it's going to be very hard for Sugar Free to threaten Pelican. And presumably Laia, who likes to hold big for these big ultimates, is saving it for that, but doesn't have a chance or doesn't have the inclination to use it.
He might have went for it and got a little bit fortunate there that it didn't go off, right? Because that could have been a bit of an Ajax.
Yeah, that would have been devastating, but the result is kind of the same in that fight. At the very least, Laia can bring it in and answer an overclock, or even M80 can throw caution to the wind, beat aggressively, or just have one to match Vegas. So not the worst case scenario there for M80, who just need one more flashpoint. They've got a bit of a buffer to work with here, but they need to wake up And they need to figure out how they're going to work around the comp changes from Toronto, which have given them a distinct lead on that previous Flashpoint fight. It was basically 100-0.
Yeah, and now double support ult here for the Defiant with someone's Terror Surge, so not exactly a really easy fight to go into here if you're where M80, where you can kind of start to feel the momentum potentially start to swing.
Someone and Hawk just exchanging pleasantries here. Hawk overheating and has to use some defensive cooldowns. Of course, you jump on the other side of that Amp Matrix, make it very hard to make use of. Pelican is so healthy. That sound barrier is huge. Lion managed to use theirs, though, and that's been huge, allowing Pelican to put an extra Orisa on the field and get value out of the Terror Surge. The Echo difference is really being felt in that fight.
I wonder if Sugar Free will go Tracer here, because Tracer historically is like always really good here against the Echo, and yeah, there's the swap. So I like this decision here from the Defiant, adjusting on the fly. Both of these teams just kind of like counter-picking each other, it seems like, from Flashpoint to Flashpoint. Feels like just one more fight here for the Defiant would actually give them an opportunity to go to one more final Flashpoint.
Honestly, and M80, honestly, like, if this is a long fight, they just need to win this one as well. Toronto, I know they've got a buffer here in terms of Flashpoint capture percentage, so they just give the point up. They don't want to face down this overclock. They don't have to. Conversely, M80 will have no choice but to deal with merits and maybe try and find a way around it. That's beautiful, though. Just a pick out of nowhere. Happy manufactures a player advantage for M80, and they're going aggressive off the back of it here. They're at 77% and counting. This might be it.
Yeah, no speed. It's very difficult to back out. M80 does not chase, since Liar takes a shot there. Gets quite low. But this is M80's chance to take it. Terror Surge available. Probably going to end up getting a rush here. Big ultimate advantage for the Defiant.
Here it is. Merit holding on to that overclock for just such a situation. Was looking for Hawk there, but M80 disengaged happily. They're also able to play out of range of Merit, out of line of sight. Some sticky bomb connection there, but here's the Kitsune rush, and Hawk is trying to catch Merit inside that. Somehow Merit isolated. Hawk's able to find an opportunity to get rid of the biggest damage dealer on the side of the Toronto Defiant. Sugar Free has to recall desperately there, and somehow is able to get away with it, leaving Hawk all alone on the point. Toronto get another Flashpoint. We're going all the way to 5 here in Surabasa.
Man, Hawk pushes up, takes out Merit, almost actually takes out Sugar Free as well, spears him into the wall. He basically lives with just a sliver before you can get the recall off. But while that's happening, everybody else on Toronto is just dealing with the backline of M80, and everybody falls as now we go to one final Flashpoint to decide the map, potentially the series here if M80 can take it out.
Duplicate available for Pelican. Last time it was a second Orisa that built up a Terror Surge incredibly quickly. And it allowed him to find a pick on Sugar Free, who at the time was on Genji. Pulse and recall, nothing for Sugar Free there. Can't blame him for looking for a quick opener, though. Here's the dude, get another Orisa. Now you have 2 sets of these defensive cooldowns to rotate, allow Hawk to go forward, Pelican to create a lot of space, and Toronto say, I mean, we cannot, this is overwhelming, we cannot fight this.
No, you're not going to push into like a double Orisa setup here at the moment, right? As they'll just wait for the duplicate to run out. Scary part is, right, you know, Happy starts landing some of these railgun shots, right? You can find yourself in final fight territory rather quickly. As look at this, Toronto goes wide. They're going to wrap all the way around.
You're trying to get out of like that position that Happy was playing from, that little high ground perch. They still have to deal with it, no matter how they approach the point, though. Hawk took a ton of damage.
Yeah, loses all his armor.
That's regenerating, but Hawk can't stay healthy enough to probably contest this. So M80 just give up the point on virtue of the damage on Hawk.
And I wonder if they could have, like, you know, used an ultimate there to try and like push in, keep control of the point. Is now they just push back up. It looks like Toronto will they give up the point.
So it's interesting how willing both teams are to give up that space. Oh, okay, that was nice. I think that caught onto Rupal there. Someone, maybe Sugar Free actually having a recall after getting hit by the spear. Merit gets hit by another one, but Toronto was so healthy here. They walk up, use a sound barrier in order to take this fight. And M80 probably happy with this. Probably happy to now exercise, you know, the advantage they have in terms of these beats that Liar's holding onto his still.
Yeah, and I like the swap here for Pelican, just ditching the Echo at this point in the game, right? You just need that pressure with the Tracer, no support ult on the other side, right? I think this is going to come down to the overclock. If Happy can, you know, nail this overclock, right? They have a sound barrier to deal with merits. If you can nail a few shots with your overclock for Happy, you can put this series away.
It's got to be a good beat, though. Hawk again. Look at how low he's been poked, just trying to walk up. He finally uses the javelin spin. Now someone's starting to feel that pressure, but Hawk only has a short window here. He's got to go. Soundberry now keeps Hawk alive, and he gets another Fortify with that Terror Surge. Rupal Immortality Field used, though, when someone is low. It's going to have to be a javelin spin for him. The Pulse from Sugar Free. That's big, but they've lost the Orisa. Toronto now playing with only 4 and no durability in their front line. A dangerous prospect, but M80 have lost the lion's share of the healing and the Suzu. It's a 4v4, but Sugar Free gets caught out, runs straight into Hawk, and then is eliminated. Then M80 finally have a chance here to dethrone the kings of the OWCS. Then they do so in style. M80 realize their potential now, advancing to our upper finals.
Oh, it's a huge win there, Mitch, which one that actually could have potentially even been a 3-0 as M80 came in today prepared for the beasts that are the Toronto Defiant, as Toronto, they'll suffer their first loss through these first 2 stages here. Now, rarely do they lose any maps, let alone 3 in a series, but M80, such a strong team on paper, finally showed it in the server
We spent
today.
so long, I think yesterday, the last couple of days, asking, where's the tier break here? Is it Toronto, then everyone else, or Toronto M80, and then everyone else? And now we have the answer. M80 has taken a huge leap forward now in our estimation, of course, and in circuit points and in results. This team, when they get over the Dallas, and I say when now because I'm basically, convinced that'll be happening, they are definitely going to be making waves. Let's bring the desk in and break this game down, because many of us are surprised to see the Defiant getting clapped back so hard. M80, what a result for this squad.
Many surprised. One certainly isn't, because Reinforce did predict the upset.
Gotta take the wins when you can go.
That's right, but what a victory. And this was a close one. I mean, it came down to the very last fight right there on Suravasa. What a fantastic series. Toronto Defiant having the right idea there, knowing that M80, they're going to be the team to watch out for. And they are now comfortably waiting in that grand final. And I feel like they're going to see each other again right there.
Yeah, they are the 2 favorites to do so. It was a bit of a preamble. We're eagerly looking forward to the grand final now.
Yeah.
I mean, you said it like this match doesn't matter as much. Obviously, it really matters in the grand final. But this
sets
match,
the tone.
This sets the tone, and it really proved the point that M80 are truly capable of competing, and are arguably better than Toronto Defiant. They got the win. But just a couple of weeks ago, people were looking at this M80 roster just like, well, they went to map 5 against Pip, and but they didn't have their 2 damage players in the United States. They didn't play on low ping, and that was obviously a struggle for them. This is their potential fulfilled, and I want to give massive props to Pelican. He had such amazing hero swaps throughout this series. We listened to the voice comms. He told his main support Liar, hey, we need a brig. Swaps over to the Genji here on Midtown. Even it didn't work out, but to deal with the Baptiste, the Echo as well on Suravasa. Just such a smart player. Shot calls for this team as well, but incredible tracer play as well to really set up his team for rest of success. And honestly, Jake, I mean, you said it a couple of times when we were watching the game. It felt like Toronto Defiant. They were cooking quite a bit throughout this series.
Yeah, a lot of Sigma comps coming out, and historically that's been a strong point for Toronto, being able to counterpick and find the win. But today I felt M80 matched them on that front. I think you're right to highlight Pelican. His swaps consistently gave his team advantage. And I mean, that's the difference, having strong DPS players and international superstar players like Pelican, one of the best in the world on his role, arguably the best in the world. I think with the flexibility he brings to the team, he's really that player for Overwatch 2, ready to swap to whatever we need. Hitscan, though, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about Happy. Merit, this was an uncharacteristically quiet game for Merit. I feel like we saw Happy in the kill feed way more often, finding those openings just a little bit more, and a small edge in that department really puts wind in your sails for a team like M80, and they capitalized. Incredible performance from everybody. Hawk as well, one of the few tanks that can actually take someone into all these deep tank matchups with many swaps. Very, very complex matchup here, but Hawk navigated it, looked like effortlessly.
Absolutely. And I mean, heading into this, you did pose a question, Jake. Can M80 deal with the pressure that will be put mostly on Liar and UV? And they found an answer. They just put so much more pressure on the opponent that they never had to really care for that. Hawk, of course, being an integral part of making it happen.
Yeah, I think for Hawk as well. I mean, you saw throughout the series, you start out the series, you play Diva, you come out with the Cassidy and Torb, and it actually works out for you this series. But then also you saw Toronto Defiant, they swapped over to this Symmetra and Sigma composition. Hawk, again, crucial in engaging and utilizing his abilities correctly to give you an advantage in that Orisa series. This Midtown was a sensational map. Even though Toronto Defiant obviously won it, it got real close here on point B. Costly C9 perhaps, you wanted your Sigma or Brig to touch when Pelican was forced to recall away. But for the most part, I mean, the engagement, the decision making, it looked a little bit too close for comfort on Esperanza. That fight, we talked about it back in the back, like that final fight in Colosseo. Sorry, yeah, Colosseo, not Esperanza. That final fight in the corridors, and you use a lot of ultimates, and it kind of slips away from you a little bit. They find a way to claw it themselves back.
You could feel, I think, how much pressure M80 was under this series. With some of those, like, they played so well in most of the series, but some of those fights, like the final fight, this should have been really easy. Like, they had massive ult advantage, and they did. I think they were feeling like the intense of, we can win this. Like, we're gonna win this, and a little bit of nerves there to be imperfect in those fights, but it doesn't matter. They get the wins on those maps anyway. Doesn't end up defining the series. They're able to bounce back, and I think Hawk, for me, I thought, okay, someone's incredibly good at tank. I thought it'd be really hard to gap him, but I think Hawk on the Orisa, when he caught those moments of tempo, I mean, he was in there and it looked great. So Hawk on the Orisa, for me, impressed in those matchups.
I mean, the entire team really came together here. So let's actually head back on to Surabaya and relive those final moments.
I'm post.
One.
Chase it away. Secure on point. Live. Back. Calm down. We have Lucio here only.
So slow. Marking Soch.
I boop. Tracer.
Walk.
Push. So.
This one. So. Kill Soch.
Maxim.
Let's go.
Nice. Let's go. Nice job, guys. Good shit, baby. Good shit.
Good stuff indeed, M80. And now we are getting ready for our winners interview. Gator is actually joining us for this one. First of all, congratulations. What an incredible match we just got to witness from M80. So you got to be feeling pretty good right now, securing that grand final spot. We assume you're going to meet Toronto Defiant there again, but looking at your preparation for this match, we saw a lot of counter swapping. Did you have anything specific planned for that team, or were you just ready for anything?
I think we're just pretty much ready for anything. They refuse to take mirrors for the most part. A bit cowardly, but besides that, we were expecting to be in like an HQ battle, because it's just at that point, that's just how the game is played at this point, so that's all good. I don't think we saw anything we didn't see before. Nothing was really going to surprise us. I really just think we have the better roster, and this team's only been together for 3 weeks. We've somehow found a way to get them to the East Coast in a suboptimal setup, but we're making it work, and
Yeah, so I'm curious about, getting this win puts you guys potentially at the top of NA if you can continue on and secure the victory in the grand finals. How do you think this puts you guys in position in the global stage, right? Thinking ahead to Dallas, you guys are qualified, playing against some of these titans being forged in Korea right now. How do you see those matchups going? Have you been scrimming at all? I know the ping is crazy, so you might not, but I'm just curious how you rate those international teams.
It really depends. I think if the hero ban system goes into place, that our two teams can actually win it all quite convincingly. But I think EU is really, really strong in this meta. It's going to be hard to beat them without any kind of bans. I think it'd be very easy to beat them if we were able to implement that ban system, which I think it should be like that, because that's how League is. And I feel like at this point, it's time to start banning heroes. Like you can't just pick one hero and play it. But I think Korea is obviously the strongest. I'm not delusional. I think those two teams are probably the teams to beat. Maybe there's three. We'll see who makes it. But I think that's kind of where we stand.
All right, going back to America a little bit. There's been a lot of chirping going on in the scene, a lot of talking, overall in the scene. Do you feel like you kind of proved a point with this win here over Toronto Defiant and some of the other teams maybe talking smack?
Yeah, so it's kind of one of those things. Like, you guys would know this. You've been around a while. It's like the newcomers, they can yap, but like when it comes down to it, they just choke. You know what I mean? Like, to be frank, I almost honestly retired, but I saw a lot of smack, so I had to come back and take care of business. Me and Hawk were both considering it, and at this point, we really came back just to prove a point, and I feel like the point's been made now. Obviously, the Toronto players are insane, not to them, but just in NA in general, there's a lot of yapping, but there's not a lot of a lot of career results. That's all I'm gonna say.
I mean, enough said there, Gator. They be yapping, you guys are barking and biting, and it showed on the server today. Gator, thank you so much for joining me here for a quick chat,
Sai.
and of course, best of luck in the grand finals.
Thanks, Jake. Thanks for your advice.
Thanks, Gator.
There you have it. Olgard coming back to make a point.
You can talk all you want, but someday you got to get up and walk. You got to get up and put up a performance in the grand finals. And I honestly, I think it's fair to say no one has done that to Toronto yet. So I think this is great for the scene for NA that we could have potentially 2 serious competitors in international Overwatch.
Yeah, but I think you're right, and I want to follow up on that point. Like, legitimately, this is the roster that could, compete with some of those international teams. This is not going to be North America qualifying with 3 teams, and you're like, well, Toronto Defiant, good luck, and we'll see about the other stuff. M80 are putting themselves in a position to compete with some of the best teams in the world. We've talked enough about Pelican and Happy, but also, Hawk, that flexibility in the tank role, like that's going to give you such a good advantage going into Dallas, being good at so many different compositions. And I feel like this is a really smart team. Like they put themselves in good positions to succeed with their compositional picks. They're not, at some of these other teams we've been talking about it, like they're really good at this Orisa comp. They're really good at playing Sojourn Cassidy, and they have a Tracer player, but like when push comes to shove, when you have to compete against Korea, like can you really like adapt accordingly? M80 is a team that I feel can adapt accordingly and put themselves in positions to succeed against some of the best in the world.
I mean, there's so many players there which are the obvious ones to highlight, but also people like Liar, who in their professional career in the Overwatch League, they find themselves on teams where they weren't able to,
Valiant last year?
showcase. I'm not naming any teams in particular, but thank you so much. Yeah, but it's great to see them finding the success as well and being able, to really play it up. So very, very great to see. We're now heading into a very quick break, and when we're back, we're gonna finish things strong with our last match here in the NA region. It's gonna be Citrus Nation going up against the students of the game.
Doesn't matter what you do, doesn't matter what you say. No, it doesn't. Think about you every night and day. I can't help the way I feel, 'cause my love for you is real. This feeling in my heart won't go away. Can't help what I'm feeling, I just wanted you to know. I can't break the spell that you have on me. I'm the one for you, girl, can't you see? It's as easy as 1, 2, 3. Baby, you're my every little everything. Take a chance, I'll never let you down. Baby, there for you when you turn around. Fall for you when you fall for me. 'Cause baby, you're my every little everything. I know there's something in the way you look at me. What's it gonna take to make you see? What's it gonna take to make you see? Break the spell that you have on me. Girl, can't you see? It's as easy as 1, 2, 3. Baby, you're my every little everything. Take a chance, I'll never let you down. Be there for you when you turn around. Fall for you when you fall for me. 'Cause baby, your body really make me wanna shout. I know you're gonna show me what you do, gonna show me what it's all about. 'Cause you're so hard to the touch, I'm never gonna get enough. You really got it going on. Take me up to the top, give me everything you got. Can't stop moving till the night is gone. Just can't stop. When you do what you do to me, feel it in my veins. The rhythm of your body is driving me insane. Just can't stop. you're mesmerizing me. You know you're looking so fine. Show me what you're gonna do, girl, don't hesitate. You got me dizzy this time. Hey. 'Cause you're so hard to the touch, I'm never gonna get enough. You really got it going on. Take me up to the top, give me everything you got. Can't stop moving till the night is gone. Oh, when you do what you do to me, I feel it in my veins. The rhythm of your body is driving me insane. Oh, can't stop the motion, no, it's not reality. Know you're gonna ride me till the dawn, 'cause girl, you're sexing me. Where the things I'm gonna do, let me shock you, baby. Gonna turn it up tonight, yeah. Shock you, girl. Gonna make you see the light.
Yeah, our team's not the only ones who are turning it up tonight. Blowout Boys, of course, dropping their new tracks. Absolute fire.
Let's go.
there
Break
in our
music.
break.
So good these days.
So good.
On point.
So good. Yeah. I can't, what are we doing here?
Matt's in the dance move.
Matt's in the back. He's like hyping himself up. I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny. We're about to set you up for our last match of the day. It's going to be an elimination match between Citrus Nation and Student of the Game. However, we have to preface this one with some, well, let's call it unfortunate news regarding Citrus Nation, Jake.
Yeah, so we've learned that due to a scheduling conflict with collegiate matches, the Lethal, who arguably star hitscan player for Citrus Nation and the most veteran player on the team, is going to have to sub out of the match. Yeah, and shot caller. Is going to have to sub out of the match to make a collegiate land they're flying to. So rough situation all around for Citrus Nation. I think this was an underdog fight for them, but still, they had impressed us so much so far.
They have momentum.
I mean, who knows? But this is a big L to take before a rough, what would be a hard match regardless.
So for the stakes, Citrus Nation, if they wanted to advance to Dallas, they would have not only have to beat Students of the Game and Toronto Defiant. So this is like they would have to, if they want to qualify for Dallas, it'd have to be such an incredible uphill. But anyway, it starts now against Students of the Game. And
Danny
instead, we got Danny coming in. And Danny is a contenders player. Been around for a while, been on Citrus Nation for a long time, also on a team called Amplify. So they've been around the block, okay? I think we're just looking at this sub as pretty unfortunate because of how impactful Lethal has been for this team. Because Lethal has been a standout hitscan player, and now we have Danny coming in instead. But the rest of the roster has been on point as well. We've been talking about Seb. You know, I kind of believe them when they say that Seb might be one of the best Orisas. Well, they said best Orisa. I don't want to go that far. But one of the best Orisas in the region. It's really stood out how they've been able to win the neutral fights in these Orisa duels. Tap, we talked about it. You know, a star player for this team when they actually beat Luminosity just a couple of hours ago. So this is a really stacked team, but a bit of an unfortunate sub. You lose one of your best players.
Yeah, they are going up against those Students of the Game who I probably would have favored in this matchup regardless of the starters. And so Students of the Game looking even stronger. If anything, this puts a lot of pressure on Students of the Game. It's like now it should be a free game. It's, you know, you shouldn't lose any team fights. And there's that question that will students be a little bit unfocused, or will they make unforced errors because maybe there's so much expectation that they'll win now. I do think the veteran presence from Brack and Cal probably going to prevent that. And PGE, such a monstrous hitscan player, Danny is going to have his work seriously cut out for him because students of the game, Cal said it, they really want to qualify to Dallas. Well, Cal just said they will qualify to Dallas. So they're a team with a lot of confidence and a team that, frankly, I'd love to see on LAN. I think it'd be super exciting to get Infected first LAN.
Yeah.
Infected, PGE, Scissors would all be their first LAN. I'm not even sure Rack or Cal have played on LAN.
No, I don't think they qualified for one, do they?
I'm not sure, but regardless, a lot of new faces, and this really is the team of up-and-comers in North America. I mean, with Timeless eliminated, this is that team who's wanting to break into the next level, and for them to get their feet wet in international competition, it's a moment of learning. Let's say the first time you play against a full Korean team and you just get ruffle stomped, and you're like, oh, that's how the game's supposed to be played.
Ruffle stomp?
Whoa! You need to get educated, all right?
All right.
All I'm saying is, look, I want to see them go to Dallas, but
yeah.
All I'm saying is it's not so fun when you play the full Korean squad. You learn how the game is meant to be played.
Yeah, I mean, again, unfortunate situation here, of course, for Citrus Nation. I dare say they probably do not have practice with Danny inside the roster, so maybe they just pull out something crazy. That said, the opposition students of the game, they showed us a lot of different looks, a lot of different compositions that they've played. So, yeah, I mean, Infected on a Wrecking Ball. I'm here for it. We just saw it yesterday. Let's see if they pull it out again, or if there is absolutely no reason to go that far. Let's find out with Mitch and Matt.
She said me first this time.
It's true.
Owned.
You guys Weaver believers?
Well, I mean, that's because
what?
Are you guys Weaver believers?
With,
I'm a Weaver believer,
thriving.
actually. I see no reason to bust that out here. That could be, very powerful. Also, I think we've even seen it in like the Sigma comp, oddly enough, like the Weaver there, like just with this ridiculous like healing throughput to let you basically win like any war of attrition. It's really powerful.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could play the Life Weaver here, just given the circumstances, and I know Rag Attack's love for the Life Weaver. Yeah, so you could potentially see it come out. I don't think it's like amazing. Like, I wouldn't be like, hey, everybody, jump on live, start playing Life Weaver. Don't think that's the advice.
I mean, there's very defined weaknesses for Life Weaver, which is fine. There actually are a number of supports who's like they have like this heavy mobility in the vertical direction, and it's interesting because it gives them flexibility and the ability to take advantage of a lot of terrain, but doesn't give them great escape potential from a lot of dive comps. So,
has there ever been a player under more pressure than Danny right now?
Let me think. I mean, Jerry had a lot of high expectations. It also sounds like Danny, you know what I mean? But like, Jerry basically became an instant star, and all of a sudden,
I think back to like, Game 5 Dialogics, Shanghai, Florida, like that level of pressure.
You've done this. If you just dredged that out, that is like 2018 vibes. Yeah, sure. I guess that logics and Dia.
Hey, Toronto was on pace to do the inverse Shanghai.
That's true.
They were almost 44-1, but they ended up losing.
Yeah, I remember that game. Florida really did not want to lose that one. They were adamant about it. A lot of pressure on them. Citrus Nation here. Again, they're going to have to find a way to set Danny up for success.
Spoiler alert. Jeez, you didn't have to tell everybody Shanghai lost.
I mean, I know you should remember who Shanghai beat for the first time, folks. That was a pretty memorable moment, and the team it was to was quite hilarious. But this is the match we're talking about right now because it's the one that's happening in front of me in real time, live. That's right, folks. Citrus Nation, you have to find a way in. Nicely done, Danny with the first.
Yeah.
Taking down PGE.
Yeah, and Tap finds one as well.
Well, look, I think that was a Lucio involvement there. Jacob gives up their life ultimately, but I think they boop PGE forward there off that safe position on top of the point.
Yeah, I think PGE thinks he's just going to have like a 1v1 out there on the high ground, and that is not the case, as students of the game does take point first, but it's a nice collapse there from Citrus Nation. Players from both sides just kind of converge onto the point. And now you'll keep Zeb all topped up now as you can take this high ground control.
Pretty sure the desk talked about this, but students of the game don't actually have to win here to qualify for Dallas. Even if they lose and Citrus Nation go on to lose to Toronto, which is likely, they will qualify. So that takes a lot of pressure off them here. But as it was pointed out on the desk, I think by Jake, they don't want to be dropping team fights. They don't want to be dropping maps here to Citrus Nation, who are, of course, dealing with some extenuating circumstances. They want to come through this lower bracket with some strength. Here's the Kitsune Rush now. Pressure is on. Citrus Nation starting to get a bit more aggressive as students of the game began that cap, and beautiful pulse bomb. Nothing Danny could do about that.
Yeah, Tap lands a pulse bomb as well. Doesn't result in a kill, but finishes off PGE. But Scissors able to connect with 2 as that'll be Students of the Game taking the lead here. I also think even if let's say Citrus Nation, you look at it as Students of the Game and you're like, all right, well, even if we lose this, we feel pretty good about Toronto. Why have your fate be handled by another team, right? You just kind of come in here and take care of business here against Citrus Nation and secure your spot. Also probably even, potentially even help your seeding, right? Depending on how you place here the rest of the way. So Students of the Game, sound barrier for both sides. That was actually Zeb using the Terror Surge in the previous fight. So not on the table here as Neutral actually finds Scissors. So Scissors getting pretty aggressive, but PGE answers the big kill.
Danny gets dropped down again. Ronde was looking to start that fight. Important that Students of the Game can at least find an equalizer there early. PGE very low, backing up to the point, able to benefit from the sound barrier, and Citrus Nation now have one of their own. This will allow them to forge ahead. Danny still coming off respawn here, probably on the site about now. Hopefully they can have some impact here because Zeb is on an island.
Few kills there with the overclock there from PG and Infected pushing on through, and like the desk was talking about, it'd be awesome really to see either of these teams make it to Dallas. The Students of the Game look like potentially taking this first point. Players who we've seen for a very long time in the Overwatch scene, like Rakatag and Cal, don't believe they actually even played at any of the Overwatch League lands, considering Vegas was not really that great. Then Cal joined quite late in just kind of the year, and then all these like young faces and players from all over, right? All different kind of, whether it be contenders, collegiate, everybody kind of converging with the teams in EU and APAC. It would be really exciting to see some of these players
What do you
compete.
think Students of the Game's jerseys are going to look like? They're going to get jerseys. It's a major.
Yeah, I mean, they'd have to. I mean, look, they can hit me up. I'll figure out a way to get them some jerseys. I'll take on that burden.
I just want grad caps and the robes. That's all I want. They're easy. Don't worry about headsets. Those are overrated.
They should play in the robes. That would be pretty epic.
Students of the Game. Well, that's a future that's very much on the table here.
I'd fund that. If they want to play in the robes, I'll go on the record.
I warn you.
I'll find them the graduation robes.
Even a higher. Really not cheap.
Look, we'll find them used here somewhere in New York, and my mom works for a school district. We'll figure it out.
All right, you heard the man. Hit Matt up. Danny, though, again, finds the first kill of the round. Cal suffering at the hands of the railgun.
I feel like I'm going to end up with a huge bill for some kind of like high school
normally you're a bit
robes.
better at business than this, man. You're going to have to find a way to resell them, turn a profit. Maybe you should start a school for, kids that can't read good and other things. And then you could have them to be used for later on once they can read good. Yeah.
Okay. Not sure that's a great business venture. Jacob just takes out Scissors at range. I think that was like actually a spear that connects from Zeb, and then some just kind of Cheerios there from Jacob. So yet again, I mean, look, even with Citrus Nation, right? We talked about the situation. Danny with some really nice accolades, some good performances coming in, and they get the point first on both of these first controls. So Citrus Nation looking like they don't really miss a beat, right? As I think it just even puts a little bit more pressure on Tap, as they've been very good today.
I don't know what Tap was looking for there necessarily. Maybe a little bit concerned about the Cassidy. They just blink across the gap and then back to the point. Okay, play around the Katsuna Rush now. Citrus Nation still in control of the point here, and it will be forcing the sound barrier out of Rakatag. Okay, double support ults, and PGE instantly finds value through the amp matrix. Danny just lingering a little too long out in the open. Punished by the amp shots from the Peacekeeper. The Citrus Nation here are in deep trouble. No need to stagger this out. You take 60%, you're happy with it, you reformulate your strategy.
Yes, everybody just kind of gets wiped away there from Citrus Nation. But Citrus Nation, you just end up using that rush, right? You have everything here for this next fight. So we'll see what kind of avenue do they decide to take, right? Do they want to kind of like fight for this right-hand side? Do they want to kind of like poke move up from that mid? It looks like it's going to be the right-hand side approach here for Citrus Nation. Get that speed boost. They're going to lead in with an overclock. Danny gets hit with a spear, but they're able to keep
Danny's
him up.
still able to fire off those shots, so the ultimate's not going to get cancelled from that brief stun. Pulse, Danny steps away from it perfectly. There was going to be a Suzu anyway, just in case it was a stick. Zeb catches Rakatag inside the Terror Surge, and Citrus Nation are back to business.
Yeah. There's a huge Terror Surge. Like, typically you don't really hold it for that long, right? But he's got the benefits of the sound barrier and just able to hold it and do mass damage and pick up some kills even after, you know, with a kill during the Terror Surge. So just like that, Citrus Nation flipped the point back. It's still putting up a really good fight here.
They're looking more than serviceable right now. And they're definitely poised to take this round away if things keep going in their favor. What benefits them, of course, is that students of the game don't have any huge ultimates outside of the Terror Surge, and like you pointed out, you only really get the big damage when your Orisa has a sound barrier. She can afford to hold that ultimate for longer and longer. Tap, though, instantly dying. I mean, that's why Tap was so scared earlier on, I think, playing up close to where, you know, it was all students of the game starting to filter out. No Tracer means no backline pressure. Cal had the Immortality Field, which bought plenty of time. Danny had to waste time removing that. And very quickly, Citrus Nation swept away.
Yeah, as PG finds two, right? I think that's kind of like a big, you know, battle, right? Where, you know, can Tap put the pressure onto PG to open up some space there for Danny, right? PG so good, one of the players I think, you know, for the start of the OWCS, fans have just kind of gravitated towards, right? Just, you know, some of his awesome play. Can he kind of come up with those types of kills, right? To really send this team to Dallas.
Pulse there for Scissors, recall after the fact as it didn't quite connect. Still looking to put pressure on that back line of Citrus Nation, but Neutral is about to let this Kitsune rush go. As soon as Zeb gets close enough here to really start a fight properly, bam, comes down instantly. Air Matrix going to be completely ignored, circumvented by the attacking Citrus Nation. They are not affected by it. The Rack had a sound barrier up just in time. It's going to be a trade. PGE is down, but both supports for Citrus Nation have been dealt with. And in fact, it can just send this now. Even just for disruption, if nothing else. That could be a problem. But Scissors is healthier and is forced to recall already. Elsewhere, Zeb went for a Terror Surge and was able to find Cal off the backside of it, but the Orisa will be dragged down. Too much damage. Jacob has to go hog wild to stay alive here, and the 2v1 does not favor him.
No, it looks like you actually have Neutral back in the mix, but man, Scissors cannot miss at the moment. Is just coming back with the recall. Few kills there. PGE with a Deadeye to end it. So students of the game will take map number 1. Some wild Tracer play there from Scissors. We talk a lot about PG and what he can do with the hit scan, but the Tracer play from students of the game is sick as well.
It's been really, really good. PGE, honestly, like, you know, dealing with being outranged at times by the Sojourn, so maybe didn't get to highlight nearly as much there. But the one clip from Scissors was beautiful. There wasn't even a 1 versus 2 for that Lucio. There was a Kiriko in position to sort of Suzu there. Yeah. So very important that you get rid of that Lucio as quickly as possible and take the advantage there. Really scrappy fight, but I think, broadly speaking, I'm sure they'd rather have Lethal in play here. Yes, there's a possibility this match could go differently, but Danny has absolutely held their own, I think, so far in this game. And it's been able to find some key picks here. I mean, we can see this right at the start of the game. The setup there, though, from Jacob was something else. The double boop of 2 players up in the air, making them easy shots for Danny. But they have definitely been able to capitalize on the opportunities served up to them by the rest of this Citrus Nation team. But they're still dealing with Infected and Scissors, who are playing fantastically. Rack's beats were on point for the entirety of Nepal. This is going to be a tough opponent to try and bring down.
Absolutely. It's a very veteran backline, right, with Rack Attack and Cal, and, you know, comboed with a lot of really impressive, you know, younger players in the scene, right, where I know Infected can make some crazy plays in the tank role, and then we talk so much about the damage dealers, but you know, I think it's kind of that veteran leadership from that backline, right? You know, Cal has had some awesome moments, and, you know, Rack Attack as well. So they even love to play some of the weirder kind of comps. This is the ending sequence, right? I know that's this is a wild sequence of events, right? You have Rack Attack here, you know, helping Scissors. That's the Suzu. His Neutral kind of TPs on in, and then PG walks up with a Deadeye to put it away. So stats look pretty one-sided, but this was not a one-sided map, as Citrus Nation more than held their own.
It doesn't take much, actually, for that KD to blow out if one team just wins like 2 fights back-to-back, because it hinges on eliminations. So you can get a lot of eliminations for winning one team fight. Like, if everyone gets involved in every kill, that's like 25, right? So, you know, 2 teams can be very, very even for so much of the map.
That was pretty good math.
Thanks. Yeah, appreciate it, Matthew. Again, so like that kind of stat can, you know, vary greatly. We saw these 2 teams very closely contested together, I think, and a good start in that second round here for Citrus Nation. They couldn't keep it up. But this next map is one that I've really liked them on. Yeah. I think the biggest example of Citrus Nation being great on Paraiso was against Pirates in Pajamas, where they just stuck to that Orisa comp against, you know, the Winston dive. They navigated that really well, even if at times it was hard to attack against it. They looked fantastic there.
Yeah, and I wonder if students of the game will be like a little bit baited into maybe playing some of that dive kind of centric play here on Paraiso, because historically it is like really strong, right? You know, playing that, you know, Winston or Diva controlling the high ground, right? But in the last time we saw Citrus Nation play it, they played a lot of the Orisa, and they really took advantage of a lot of the dive comps we saw on the other side from Pirates in Pajamas. So I think if you just kind of have that knowledge, if you're students of the game as well, like you've been pretty good on this Orisa, like no reason to change things up, right? I think you kind of keep moving forward with that.
Yeah, we've seen effective with a ton of different picks here. I think like the Des talked about even the Wrecking Ball making an appearance on occasion. I don't know if this is the kind of game with the stakes that are upon this match to go for a pick like that, but students of the game, especially after, you know, how Nepal went, should feel confident enough mirroring those Orisa-based compositions, relying on PGE and Scissors to provide a lot of that impact around just the great Orisa gameplay that we're seeing from Infected. So students of the game, I feel like still in a pretty favored position. Sometimes teams look much closer together on those control maps, and then the gap starts to become noticeably wider when we start to move to some of these hybrid and escort maps.
Yeah, that is true. Potentially you start to see like a gap open or widen between these two teams as we move on, in this series. Look, I think if you're students of the game and you've practiced, some of the dive on these maps, I think you kind of go with it, right? I don't think you kind of just change because of, the Orisa looked really good in map number 1 or whatnot. And I think just like, even if you looked at like, oh, well, the stakes of the series, I don't think you kind of take that into account. I think you just kind of have to play your own game, even if you like have some wacky kind of comps planned for things like this, because you almost have to look at students of the game like this is kind of your, quote unquote final, so to speak, right? You win this, you're in. So treat this with everything. Like throw all your strats out on this one.
Students of the game qualified as the top seed out of their group. I will say it was the group that didn't sort of feature anything like, Timeless or LG or M80 or the Toronto Defiant, right? Like it was a group that like on paper looked like students of the game would be able to advance from it. But since then they've been put to the test in this lower bracket. They've had to take down some really quality teams. We're also, if they win here, we get a chance to again take their measure against a powerhouse like the Toronto Defiant, because a lot of the discussion here in North America is, well, where does the tier break exist? Because we'll end up at our Dallas Major with, again, like our top NA teams, and students of the game are standing right now to be among them. We want to know not only how do M80 and Toronto compete internationally, but how good is the depth of talent in North America? Well, how well can students of the game perform at such a high stakes international scene?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if students of the game advance in this series, right? Like they have to start playing well against those Torontos and the M80s and whatnot, right? Like these are the types of caliber of teams they're going to face from here on out, right? You don't have a lot of time to really going to get on that level, so to speak, but you're going to have to work it out. And, maybe meta shift, right? Venture comes into the mix. Things change a little bit.
What is this?
You can open things up. So this is what they ran. They ran this the other day. They ran Lifeweaver Ana. That's kind of like a backline they've kind of gone towards with Infected on the Winston. So they're going to play that, dive in terms of tank, right? More to just kind of like keeping control of high ground and being able to put some pressure with the same type of PGE Sojourn and Scissors on the Tracer on the defensive
Let's hear what
side.
Citrus Nation have to say when they encounter this defensive comp.
I'm going to my stairs.
I'm not there.
They've left here. I'm walking 3, 2.
I break pedal. Ana's close.
Okay.
Israel.
He slid. Ana close top left still.
I'm shooting him.
He's on the pedal.
Yeah, I'm actually just beaming him.
Yeah, just keep trying it. I don't think that's good.
No nade.
Can
I'm behind
you
him.
OG that? He has to get pulled out and then we push top right, okay?
Monkey.
Oh, well.
They pulled down.
I'm literally just walking on the court.
We're speeding on them.
Monkey on me.
What's in cat?
Monkey down.
Yeah, I have backline stuff.
Give me point.
Careful. Wall one.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm dropping on the back trading.
Yeah. I'm kind of off. I boots online. Oh, I can't. What the heck?
Yeah,
I mean, Citrus Nation call very effectively what students of the game have to do about Cal getting stuck in that corner.
Yeah, I loved that. Even though it doesn't end up working out, right? Zep kind of calling like, hey, but once they kind of grip, we're going to walk forward, right? And they get them into a great position. It's just Scissors able to take out one, and everybody just getting kind of chunked down. They're not able to find a kill. Then just the health bars dwindle, and then Students of the Game able to push on back out. So Students of the Game will have a nano boost here, potentially for Infected in this next fight.
That'll allow Infected to cycle into an earlier, primal range than they otherwise would have had. A lot of focus on breaking these pedals here as well. Citrus Nation don't want to allow for that sort of rapid vertical translation of any key targets they'd otherwise be able to descend upon. Ooh, dangerous, very dangerous. Zeb fortunate to get out alive there. Body blocked by Infected, I think, allowing Neutral to get caught.
Yeah. He's just standing in the doorway, not everybody able to make it out. I think Neutral got stuck. And I like the way that they're playing this like Winston-based composition on defense, right? They're not being aggressive. They're kind of like letting Citrus Nation be, almost playing like a counter dive, right? Letting them be the team that's aggressive, pushing on in as they have that pedal watching the back. Now going to be able to kind of like walk up over that, or maybe have to use a blink or two to cross. So Danny now will play the Echo. So no hit scan here for Citrus Nation. Under 2 minutes to go.
90 seconds, in fact. Zeb here already trying to take the stairs, but PGE punishes, and Jacob didn't even really make a huge mistake there. PGE just ruins Lucio as he tries to, wall climb out across that large expanse. Yeah, the big tree means big problems for Zeb. Off you go.
There's nothing Zeb can really do there. He gets stuck behind the tree and not able to help the rest of his team get split off. So that's another benefit of the Life Weaver ultimate, right? Can just block off an entire choke point. As this is probably the best chance for Citrus Nation. Sound Barrier, Kitsune Rush, Terror Surge. With a minute to go. So look at this, Cal in a position where you're gonna try and get a big bio grenade.
You can grip him out.
He'll get cleansed though.
Yeah, it'll need a Suzu. You can just grip Cal out, so this doesn't even become like a one and done spot anymore. Maybe now? Yep, here it is. Okay, Kitsune Rush as the grip does get applied. Cal, I don't know if you wanted to be there after all.
Yeah, it was one and done.
1 for 1, though. It's actually, 2 for 2 trade, excuse me. Primal here for Infected. PGE, in the meantime, dominating in Citrus Nation. Had an opportunity, a real opening there, Matt, but they're unable to capitalize. And PGE gets ignored as far as I can tell. Multiple railgun headshots. Continuing to take over another game is PGE.
Yeah, as they're trying to find this kill onto Tap, as gets the health pack at the right time. So he's the one who's going to have to touch here for Citrus Nation. You have Jacob here as well, as Sound Barrier's on the table.
This time, overtime absolutely secured. Sound Barrier by Jacob as they were hit by a biotic grenade. Suzu also committed for just the Lucio. Okay, speculative pulse bomb there from Scissors, hoping to catch Jacob on the way down, but this Primal, you cannot do anything about it. Oh my god. You can have all the mobility in the world, and you'll still crumble once Infected hits Q. Pulse bomb there on the outside of the bubble, and a very easy hold here for Students of the Game.
Solid work.
Yeah, some really interesting, Life Weaver mechanics at times there from Rack Attack. The amount of healing that Life Weaver can provide. He's also like pretty tanky, surprisingly, right? When Dash now does a little bit of a self-heal type of thing, so we can be really difficult to take out. Gets the nano boost there at the end for celebratory reasons. Citrus Nation not able to even get a tick, so pretty poor result.
There was a time, obviously, where Lifewave was so easy to hit because of the pedal, the way the pedal sort of extended his hitbox outside of maybe what the model normally was. A little bit harder to hit now, and quite durable, as you mentioned. Let's listen into Students of the Game as they're poised to take part of EZO very quickly.
You can left click.
No, but and then I can't right click. Or left click. What do you mean make it left click?
You can dual thing. You can dual bind. You didn't know that? You're a noob. Wait. PG, we got a noob on our team.
Wait, you can do
what?
that?
Do what? You can bind 2 things to 1 button.
Yeah, you can do that? I honestly did not know that, bro. What?
Oh, we're
What?
we're noobs together.
Wait,
That's
what?
crazy.
You can bind.
Come here.
You can.
Would this be the first draw of OWCS?
Yes, PG.
What?
Yes, PG.
Would this be the first draw?
Wait, PG, hit that jumper. Hit that jumper.
Hey, PG, I TP you to an off.
Wait, I'll give you bubble. I'll give you bubble.
Wait, PG, hit that jumper. That's Wingstop.
Hey, say that. Say no more.
I'm not buying it though. You can buy that.
Now you good?
No,
You're allowed to have Wingstop. Wait, I have an insane Mercy skin. Wait, PG, come here. Trust me.
Yeah.
Jump on that.
Wait, that's a widow. What? Widow. Wait, let me get echo in. Let me get echo in.
No.
Okay.
They're on a Lari. I can jump a Lari in two. Can you go Lari?
Yeah, I can go. Can you give me pedal?
3, 2, 1.
Nading?
I'm
not scared, actually.
I'm
setting up above the
Give me time to let me go flank right. Let me flank right.
Look, guys. Look, still.
Oh, no, just torp.
Riz is going behind. I have full intent. Full intent.
All right, I'm gonna jump above their high ground. I need setup.
Pedal, if you want, Pedal is here.
All right, wait.
They're on Weaver.
Just farm me nano.
Yeah, you might die, but
wait, shoot
shit, my bad.
Oh, why'd you do that?
I'm going Widow.
All right.
Let me go under. Oh, fuck.
Oh my god, guys, please just stop.
Hey,
just stop.
Just chill.
Wait for nano.
Let me peek.
Wrist in.
I'm fine. We're fine.
Oh, I guess they didn't know about Danny's Widow. That is clean stuff from the super sub coming in at the last moment.
As you got Jacob on the Life Weaver on defense as well, right? So little Life Weaver Lari. We've seen this kind of combo as well. So I see there the pedal just launching Zeb up to the high ground.
PG trying to fire under it to put some pressure down on tap, and Scissors finally gets rid of Danny. The menace, the Widow causing them so much trouble, and now there'll be a little bit more work to do here for Scissors, but this should be pretty much broken wide open. Make it 3, why not? Iliari falling here, Pulse now stuck on a Bioed Orisa. And that'll be that. It is all done here on Paraíso as students of the game show us that Winston dive with the Life Weaver defense and turn it into a very, very quick attacking side. That was a one-sided game.
Yeah, really fun comps though from both teams, right? I get to see some Life Weaver in action. Rag Attack seems to be like the #1 Life Weaver. Always wants an opportunity to run it. You know, ran it in the past at times. Now running it in OWCS now, a little bit more viable now than it was in the past. No, Life Weaver's gone under a ton of changes at this point to just kind of the numbers where. Yeah, they play around the grip, they play around the pedal, you know, with that on a nano boost in the mix, kind of help that tank, and they make quick work of Citrus Nation here on
Now, we'll
Paraíso.
say that, and we mentioned it, right? Allowing your Ana to play these like really aggressive off angles to guarantee big biotic grenades, and then basically making that unpunishable by gripping them out. Seems like a very powerful strategy. It was punishable, though, in the sense that we saw immediate follow-up from Citrus Nation. They pushed into the position of that Ana after the life grip had been used, and they're able to rush in and take both supports down. And it doesn't matter, because PGE out there is finding 3 kills. 2 of them are like railgun headshots. You know, you obviously can't find those insta-kills nearly as easily as Sojourn anymore, but PGE going absolutely wild. And then there's like a Primal Rage from Infected that, yeah, towards the end of the round here, you see it just gets so much value. Danny on the Widow looked really good. We obviously didn't get to see a ton from their perspective. We saw them happen on the kill feed though, and students of the game like, hey guys, let's just win here. I think that was probably Infected being like, can we play seriously?
Yeah, let's wrap this one up, right? Let's leave nothing to chance as we take a look at some of the Widowmaker stats.
Oh, Danny's alias is just so good.
I assume it's Danny. That is Danny there. So did have some moments there on the Widowmaker.
Never changed, Danny. Yeah, do we actually see PG on the Widow? I think that was maybe just like even like a general.
Yeah, we did for a little bit.
I don't know if there was enough time for them to get 16 eliminations, but I mean, yeah, that's what the scorecard reads out here. So nice to get a little bit of Widowmaker play. And we'll see now what we get on Esperanza. This, of course, is students of the game's map pick. Colosseo, of course, having been banned out here. So a lot on the line for students of the game. Win here guarantees their presence at the Dallas Major. It's a great honor to sort of achieve that. They'll be surrounded by some incredibly formidable opponents, but what an opportunity to continue to develop as a team. You have veterans of yesteryear in global Overwatch play, but even they have not had the chance to represent at a LAN like this. Every one of them desperately wanting to be there.
Oh, I mean, it's a huge step up, right? No, in competition. No, but they've worked extremely hard, right? Throughout stage 1, throughout here in stage 2. You know, keeping it together and I know looking extremely good as just one map away from securing that spot. And I think on this map, right, I don't think there's going to be any shenanigans from both teams. I think you're going to see strictly these Orisa comps.
Looks like you're right, Matthew. Lucio Kiriko for students of the game. And the Baptiste variant of this composition for Citrus Nation to maybe pair a little bit, as we've discussed, with the Cassidy more effectively.
Yeah, and I think if Students of the Game wants to, you know, Cal, they're a really good Baptiste player, so could see this switch up. But here at the start with a little bit more range, you know, being able to kind of like play that Kuriko, get in and out with that Sojourn can definitely be beneficial.
Again, a lot of pressure on Danny to deliver. So far, they've looked quite good. I mean, I think what is expected of you, or what will be required of you more specifically against PGE, though, probably goes a little bit beyond that. That's not a knock on Danny at all. It's just what it takes at this level to find success. Citrus Nation 0-2 in maps here. So this is match point now for Students of the Game.
Yeah, as both teams just kind of poking around center map here is they have to do a decent job of controlling Scissors, right? I mean, Tap has been pretty good throughout the day, but Scissors went absolutely crazy on Paraiso. Can't allow him to do that to your backline again.
That was nasty. Like a 3K in one of those fights, I think, salvaging what could have been a pretty bad situation.
Building this beat pretty fast. Just letting Rag Attack suck up all this healing.
That is pretty huge. Jacob's still a little bit behind the 8 ball here, but Students of the Game probably want to be reactive with their beat rather than proactive, so likely won't need to use it until Jacob has one too. But something worth noting, just the sheer amount of healing being put out. Here it is Neutral trying to play from this Amp Matrix. Going to be forced away from it though by what looked like a spear. Scissors follows up, gets rid of the Baptiste now, and it's going to be dangerous here for Zeb to hang around any longer. They had no choice though. Students of the Game looking very clean here.
Yes, they push in behind their Kitsune Rush in Sound Barrier. They're able to take some of that high ground. So for Citrus Nation, you just kind of give up that fight, and they hold on to a Sound Barrier of their own. So holding on to it probably because, you know, PG is going to be coming in with that overclock, right? You want to have that extra over healing, over health to deal with this big Sojourn ult.
To the high ground here for PGE. Can you play around this Sound Barrier at all? Tap also always a threat with a Pulse Bomb in hand. They're looking at the high ground here, so kind of hard to get a good fight as the defenders now until the attackers commit, and they do. By goodness, they commit. They go hard. Students on the game here, no beat of their own, so it's going to be tough now to win against the very durable Citrus Nation who are ready for this engagement. Citrus Nation got exactly what they wanted there.
Yeah, I mean, they have to commit there, right? If they don't, you know, you just kind of let them use that overclock, push on through. I mean, you're starting to run through the map in a fast pace. So Students of the Game, they end up losing that fight. Citrus Nation with some good ultimate usage come out on top. They'll start to get some bot progress and control the high ground.
I don't even know if Students of the Game really had to commit in that fight. We're just hoping to force the beat. It's kind of unclear, really. Either way, Citrus Nation wanted the fight to be brought to them. And it was. Danny here. Again, playing this bridge angle, not as easy as Sojourn to really dominate it because you don't have to disrupt the shot and you have some damage fall off at that range. Danny slides forward. Ooh, that's dangerous.
Oh, that's an Orisa.
Yeah, here's the Terra Surge. Danny! Suzu able to roll out of it. Nicely done. Infected, getting picked off for playing over aggressive, and Zeb turns it around on Cal. That was great from Citrus Nation. Great looks in that last fight.
Yes, even though the Infected gets in the backline, they're still able to keep Danny alive throughout all of this, even with the Terror Surge. As Scissors move the bot back just to try and you know, stall out some progress for just a little bit, as now the bot will get back to where it was. So even though you win that fight, you don't really get much of anything from it in terms of progress.
Yeah, Citrus Nation still playing catch up here. Students of the Game almost got a full objective, almost a full checkpoint in that previous engagement because they had such a one-sided fight that they won. They push on. Continue rush here for the bridge would be fine for Citrus Nation if they want to exacerbate this position, and Students of the Game don't really want to give them like an easy way to run up on them. Defensive Kitsune rush from Students. Zeb caught out in no man's land.
Yeah, rush from
no armor, neutral low. They've got to back away here. All those cooldowns for Zeb being used, but they are going to chase this Orisa down, and there's nothing left to keep them alive. Pulse, beautiful stick. Scissors gets a freebie there as well as neutral. Cops some of that AoE damage. And in theory, this is a very easy kill to pick up, but Jacob's going to make it impossible to follow.
Yeah, as it looks like Jacob's going to make it out there with his life, so not going to be able to follow with anything major, but still able to survive as the Pulse Bomb was sick. Kitsune rushes to match each other. I think for Citrus Nation now, you're just worried about giving up checkpoint. Yeah, they've come out. They want to fight this. They don't want to give this position up.
Fortify used though for Zeb. That's a big problem. There's no cooldowns left for the Orisa. The Sound Barrier now is something they're going to have to lean on. But PGE already found a pick. See, Zeb dies basically instantly as soon as that Sound Barrier expires. And it's tough for Zeb because they have no choice. If they don't use that Fortify coming out of the door, they get speared back and they give up the checkpoint.
They just explode. Yeah, I mean, they'd also just get so much damage coming through that doorway, right? You know, like a disruptor shot, some damage from PGE, tracer damage. I mean, there's nothing they could do there. As oh, nice shot into neutral, almost finishes neutral off as they'll be tapped. That's a pulse bomb that actually connected onto Infected, but nice Suzu there from Cal, keeping everybody okay. Is this going to be a wraparound here from Citrus
Pushman
Nation?
Infected's ready for it. Yeah, just gets a little bit of damage with that Terror Surge, but more importantly, disrupts Citrus Nation as they try and run in together. Tat, though, finds both backliners. Tracer's here running wild on both sides. Pulse? Oh my goodness. I like the idea from Scissors, but no way that was catching on. Projectile size is getting smaller and smaller as the game develops. It's a little bit harder to find those speculative sticks. Tap will still get PGE and Citrus Nation. Now with a bit of catch-up to do.
Yeah, still a 50-meter lead, though. I mean, that is huge there. 4 students of the game, under 4 minutes. Now every time they win this fight, right, the bot will go deep back into the Citrus Nation territory as Citrus Nation desperately needs the checkpoint here. I think that would be pretty huge if they're able to do so. As Scissors, we see from their POV, just gets on the cart, just contests it for just a little bit.
They want to play the high ground, though, which makes it harder to force this bot over. Zed does drop here. Cal was very low for a moment, but able to get brought back to full health. So you do have a Kitsune Rush to lead with here. Probably want this on the low ground now. Probably on the other side of the bot in Infected's direction. PGE is not in a great place to fight here. And I think Infected knows that. They're going to back away here. Cal has a rush of their own, though. There's going to be an overclock here. The damage on the Zeb is good, but they're not here. The Deadeye, they have no idea. Danny finds PGE at extreme range. Terror Surge, Zeb, unkillable virtually. Infected can't say the same for them, though. Tap's going to be able to bring them down. While Scissors will find 1, 2, no less. Citrus Nation, with 3 players, should still be able to push up. Oh my goodness, eventually the Tracer's got to die. No, surely. What the heck?
I mean, Kill takes 3 on the way out, though. Look at this. Now you have Rag Attack back. Yeah, you're going to get a contest.
Great spear, though. That makes it virtually impossible here.
Yeah,
you can't slide up on this, and Citrus Nation get the checkpoint. Danny with a sneaky Deadeye, undetected.
Yeah, but we're not going to get much of anything else. Is with the way that Scissors just killed all those players on the objective, you're able to have Rack Attack come back, not exactly stop the checkpoint, but get it so everybody else, PG and Co can come back, and now we get a fight mid-map. I think you're approaching like a must-win fight scenario for Citrus Nation, right? You have to win. You cannot allow the bot to go deeper into your territory with under like a minute to go. I think you'd be in a really tough spot.
Scissors hears the sound of the Peacemaker firing off. Right now, just trying to stop Tap from flanking. Scissors feeling a bit more defensive here. Forced her back up for a little bit more healing. Giving ground now the Cassidy to move into that space, but the stick is good. Suzu had to be there. Danny breathes a sigh of relief now. The Cassidy gets to continue to run wild. Sound barrier. Infected stuck instantly. Tap with 2 Infected backing up in a rack. Apparently, Citrus Nation finding a glimmer of hope here, but the bot is heading the wrong direction for them. They've got to recover that. Cheeky stuff there, I think, from Scissors, leading the bot away from the fight.
Yeah, would love to get a replay of that, but I believe actually that's Rack Attack going for the sound barrier who gets stuck there, and then Infected blows up as well. That is a huge play there from Tap, as I think regardless of what happens with Citrus Nation, right, a lot of these players, stocks have gone up in a big ways. Tap that is sick.
Tough pill for Rack to swallow. Some individual brilliance here from Citrus Nation have kept them in this game thus far, but now we're into our last minute on Paraíso. Students of the game threatening to do some sogging on land with a win here. Danny forced off that line of sight. Big overclock. There's no way Zeb's getting away there. 2 overextended for the positioning of the Sojourn, and PGE finds another. Danny falls. And now Citrus Nation back where they started. It's a slim lead now for students of the game, but they are poised to extend it. We'll have matched Kitsune rushes in this next fight, so it's anyone's fight.
Yes, but they do have PG set up here on the high ground, and you don't really have to kind of jump down and fight this if you're no reason the game, right? Citrus Nation's the team that needs to be aggressive here in this scenario.
Very true. No incentive in order to do that. Still, students of the game want to drop. Deadeye for Danny from the high ground. Interrupted. Beautiful spear there from Infected. Barely turns around to pay attention to the Cassidy. And turns that ult off. Somehow Zeb caught again. PGE just doesn't miss with these railguns that Sojourn play has been immaculate. Pulse there, predictive. Swift step away for neutral, but it's not going to be enough. Students of the game are headed to land, folks. A 3-0 victory over Citrus Nation. In some tough circumstances for the nation. Students of the game, they'll be happy to take the dub and move on in this lower bracket.
I mean, that wasn't even an overclock at the end, right? Those are just, railgun shots that are built up so fast there by PGE and just connecting with, multiple players. Scissors also having a great series. Students of the game looks like they're trying to hit that next level, right? We talked about that tier break. Where is it? In North America, can they contend with the Toronto Defiance and the M80s? I think now, obviously, we'll get to see how they fare globally as well, which will be really exciting stuff. I'd also say for Citrus Nation, they had a tremendous run, right? I know, obviously, Lethal not here in this match, but had a great stage 2. I think a lot of their other players as well, performed quite well. So, difficult situation. I don't think anything to hang their heads about.
No doubt about it. But Citrus, students of the game rather have a seat at the table to play with the big boys in the OWCS Major at Dallas. Let's head over to the desk though and break this game down here at 3-0. Students of the game. Lock it up.
An unsurprising result, obviously, due to the circumstances that Citrus Nation is finding themselves in, as Mitch and Matt already talked about. But students of the game, they're going to make that run, not through the main event, not only through the main event, but also we get to see them in Dallas, and we got to see how they're going to stack up against the international competition. So our top 3 are therefore locked in. We know who will be representing the region in Dallas, but they still have to play it out here in NA for money and, of course, the circuit points.
I will say the last time students played Toronto Defiant, it was pretty decisive in favor of Toronto. So we'll see if Toronto was shaken at all by their loss to M80 or if students have found some way in. But for students of the game, for all these players, it's a huge accomplishment to get top 3, to secure your place at DreamHack Dallas, to play on LAN. I'm excited to meet these guys in person, say hi. I think these are some players we'll continue to see more of. And the same can be said, though, for the folks on Citrus Nation. I think Tap, huge game here, even without Lethal. Even when things were in flux, Tap still was a really strong performer in this series. So his Tracer, I think, is one to really watch out for in the future of competitive Overwatch in North America.
Yeah, this is such a big moment for all the players on Students of the Game, because as much as you're always believing in yourself and the direction of your team, going into stage 2, Timeless obviously finishing second in stage 1, had a lot of circuit points. Luminosity, one of the favorite contenders to qualify for Dallas as well, perhaps after Timeless. But with Timeless losing out in groups, and then Citrus Nation, they are the ones to take out Luminosity, really just set up Students of the Game to qualify for Dallas. And obviously, looking back at stage 1, there were a couple of tough matchups for Students of the Game. The way they lost in stage 1, they got beat out by M80 in the winners bracket, and then you lose out to Timeless in the lower bracket. You don't have a lot of choice of opponent there. You're playing 2 really good teams. But now, this is the one in stage 2 where they qualify for Dallas, defeating Citrus Nation right here. And Scissors on the Tracer stood out player of the match.
Masterful Tracer performance in this series. Really, even I think Tap is one of the other top Tracers here in the mid-table, but Scissors really looks like just an incredible Tracer. It's a great time when you have a Tracer player this good on your team, and it's something they are going to need in Dallas, because Scissors, he's going to face the toughest test I think he's ever faced playing international LAN against right? Like when you start to really hit this level, those are the players you're going to go up against. So I think this is going to be super exciting to see these guys on LAN, to see them play against international competition. It's a huge milestone in their careers, and I think one to celebrate.
Yep.
Yeah, and how fortunate we are that we get to witness that and call all the action. We are now going to have a winners interview, and it is with no other than Scissors, who we haven't seen yet. So welcome to the show. Congratulations on the dub. How do you feel right now?
I'm chilling. Feels good. Yeah. Awesome.
Chilling, feeling good. The phone in the background is going off as well, because don't want to distract you. Don't worry, you can take those right after. That commitment to the interview. I've never seen someone more committed. Love to see it. Cesar, let's talk about the series. Obviously, unfortunate on the side of Citrus Nation that they didn't get to play, with their full strength. But moving on, now your next hurdle to make it to the grand final here in the main event is going to be Toronto Defiant. You played them already once. What were your takeaways from that first series, and how do you feel you're going to fare in the second one?
I don't think I can compete. I'm just going to gap. I don't know. Let's put Mirror in again, please. I don't want to.
So I'm just curious how you feel, going to LAN now, being locked for Dallas. That's a huge milestone for you guys. Is that something you thought about coming into this tournament, that there was like a live possibility to make it to Dallas? And now that you've got the qualification, how's the mood for you and for the team thinking about going to LAN and having your first appearance there?
I mean, I always thought it was possible, but like as soon as like Timeless got taken out early, like the chances like skyrocketed a lot. Then Citrus beat Luminosity, and it was basically like, I don't know, I feel like it was basically guaranteed at that point. And I'm really excited to chill with PG and Derpy. Hopefully Derpy. I miss that guy.
Yeah. Talk to me a little bit about like the team overall. We talked to Cal yesterday, and he just said it's like a really fun team to be a part of. Really, we're having so much fun. We got 2 support players who likes to joke, play Lifeweaver, have a lot of fun, of course. But also, students of the game. You're trying to improve. Always have the goal of being a better player. Talk to me through the team environment and like what makes it so much fun to be part of students of the game.
I think a bunch of people just bring the good vibes, just like a vibe gap. I feel like that's our strongest suit, just the vibes.
Honestly, I said it to
vibes
Cal
carry.
yesterday. I said that to Cal yesterday. Vibe check is being passed. It shows on the big screen as well when you guys are taken to the games. It looks like you're having fun with it. How do you think your team will stack up against the international competition? Is that anything you even thought about up until now?
I mean, hopefully we can put up a fight. I don't know though. I haven't really like played at that level really. I mean, I did for like a little bit, but like barely. So I don't know. Just do our best, I guess.
And that's the best anyone can do, Scissor. We are so excited to see you and the squad in Dallas, and we're also excited to see you continue on here in the main event. Once again, congratulations, and thank you so much for taking the time for a quick chat.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Of course.
Really cool.
Awesome to hear from Scissor, and also seeing him for the first time ever. I hope whatever placement money they get will pay for that new phone, because that was a...
Hey, Chris, bad. It's a priority. It'll be okay. It'll be okay.
It'll be okay. Yeah, they built them different, they say.
Yeah,
they do actually.
It's a big performance for them. It's a huge win, and to make it to LAN, I think it's going to be super fun to see those guys compete and to see what they can do, against international competition. I think he knows it'll be a tough road for them against the best in the world. But hey, they made it this far. They've earned their spot, and now it's exciting. Can you give Toronto a run for your money? That's the type of team you're going to be going up against in Dallas. So this is a match where, regardless of the results here, students of the game, I think this is an important match when it comes to at least be a threat, at least be having some potential. If they could just get a map off Toronto or make the maps very close, I think that would bode really well for their appearance in Dallas.
Yeah, and also like a win like this in qualifying for the Dallas in the first place, it's a big win for these players because it gives you the confidence that you're kind of heading in the right direction. Because when you're part of so many different teams and you're looking for teams and you're thinking like, oh, is there a better situation for me? Do I want to go play with some other players? Obviously, these guys are really close friends with each other, but being granted like the confidence that like, hey, we're on the right path, we're doing the right thing, we're really peaking, we're doing the most we can. That is such a great feeling. So just embracing this event, an opportunity to face some international competition, but really just get out there and face some other players, like getting onto the main stage. That's going to be an amazing experience for these guys, and it will help them move in the right direction for stage 3, stage 4. And even getting closer to DreamHack Stockholm.
Yeah, I mean, going up against steeper competition and better competition, that is how you improve as well. Diamonds are formed under pressure. So far, they're looking shiny to me, and some more gems we got to see in the NA region are going to be on our screens in just a little bit as we're revisiting some highlights.
Oh, Happy highlights? Any time of the day.
Man, it's so great seeing Happy compete again. It's a pleasure. This guy, he's so fun to watch, plays so many different heroes. Every hit scan just looks effortless for him. Toronto defied. Indeed. I mean, what a win here for M80, right? I think
this was crazy.
They were. I feel like I had started to genuinely doubt this roster after. I mean, frankly, they underperformed. I think for quite a while. Yes, there's the ping issue, but they just weren't gelling fully as a team. And today, the way they took it to Toronto, I mean, you could tell even Toronto was flustered. And so far, no one has done that to them. No one has put them on the back foot like that. Made it look like you can actually take these comp matchups. Toronto always is leading like that. They're always winning. They always have a better comp. They're always, counterpicking you and staying ahead. And I think M80 adapted admirably and are going to take that momentum going into the grand final.
I think it's also so great for the region because it is really hard to stay on top. And it is really hard when you don't really, if you're Toronto Defiant in this case and you've been the best team for like months in the region, to stay sharp, to stay locked in. And now, with M80 really competing for that #1 North American slot, that's just going to fuel the Toronto Defiant team even more motivation to put in even more hours. Hey guys, we need to do better. We need to figure out what works for us. This is really healthy for the scene going into DreamHack Dallas.
Absolutely, but you know, as my former teammate from Atlanta Marine said in the post-game interview, Gator did say they came to make a point, and I think they made that point pretty clear. I can't wait to see what they got for us in the grand final. Let's actually take a look at the schedule to see what awaits us at the final day of the main event.
The best of the best. Here we go. Top
Last
3
three,
EMEA,
each
top 3
region.
NA. It's going to get some banger matches.
I do feel though that both regions, I would be very surprised to see the third place team make upsets.
Yeah,
It's kind of a top 2 situation.
Jake, you didn't have to say that.
Sorry guys, I keep it real. I keep it real. It would be unreal to see Peps or Students of the Game pull an upset. It's always possible though. I mean, I think a lot, like this stage, even more than last stage, I feel we've seen some momentous upsets.
Yeah.
And so I think you can't take anything for granted, especially in this meta where team play is everything.
Yeah. And as much as, EN's the favorite against Peps, Peps has so much to play for. Their spot is not locked in for Dallas. Twisted Minds eagerly awaiting, eliminated of course. Are we going to
Twisted
qualify
Minds
for Dallas?
Praying on the downfall of Team Peps.
Yeah, they're praying for the downfall of Team Peps. So, motivation is not always the thing. It's very hard to fight uphill if you're the worst team in Overwatch. But there's always a chance, Zoe. There's always a small chance.
There is always a chance, if you want to believe. If you truly want
You gotta believe.
You have to believe. That's right. That's the spirit. Now we are done for the day, guys. Thank you so much for once again sharing all of your insight and then some thinking back on that Torp and Ryan discussion for absolutely
That's insight, all right?
Thank you.
That is insight.
Rent-free in my head. Something that also lives rent-free in my head always is SK, because she's incredible, and that's why we are going to rate her. She said she's going to hop into ranked games, so head on over there, join us in the raid, wish her good luck, send those good vibes. We will be back again tomorrow, 10 a.m. PT, for our final day of the main stage, stage 2. Main event, stage 2. Almost nailed it. Goodbye. See you.
That's my
Goodbye.
Lucio. Bye-bye.
On either sides of that magnetic grenade, just get a lot of utility.
Exodial is farming on the Cassidy. Every other shot is a headshot. It was keeping like 3 people at bay, and then he gets instantly frozen. Nothing left to save Hardy. Unfortunately, Bob still comes out though, as they've ended up trading a kill with Kevster. Got to be careful though. Kai in amongst that lamp activates that turret form. Bob's not going to be able to get a decent angle on him, but Sparker is. Kai ends up falling over, and Vestola's now the only one in the front line. No one's left. Vestola ends up falling over, and by some miracle, Space Station are able to win this without Hardy.
One bar. Nice. Oh my god.
Stop them.
I still plan to get you home safe.
I don't know what muscles go into twerking, but maybe the hip muscles, like,
It's not the same as swinging.
He's got a big armor, like, he's thick. Like, he's out there swinging,
Who had to recall early in the fight. It's lethal. Catching the Tracer. It's lethal. What a beautiful shot. Now it's going to be false with the Terror Surge. Zeb holding onto theirs, and Neutral gets the first Kitsune Rush. Everything working in Citrus Nation's favor now. Vision's forced to slide away. False caught by a Javelin, and Tap now looks to find a pulse bomb connection. Doesn't need to. Vision's going to find just the one, but it's not nearly enough, and Citrus Nation get the job done. They take Saravasa and the series.
Thank you, Zoe. It is me here with myself. I'll move over a little bit so I have some legs. I would just be move over a little bit right there, yep.
Gets another fortify with that Terror Surge. Rupal Immortality Field used, knowing someone is low. It's going to have to be a Javelin spin for him. The Pulse from Sugar Free. That's big, but they've lost the Orisa. Toronto now playing with only 4 and no durability in their front line. A dangerous prospect, but M80 have lost the lion's share of the healing and the Susu. It's a 4v4, but Sugar Free gets caught out, runs straight into Hawk, and then he's eliminated. Then M80 finally have a chance here to dethrone the kings of the OWCS. Then they do so in style.
Obviously, the Toronto players are insane, not to them, but just in NA in general. There's a lot of yapping, but there's not a lot of career results.
completely squished. Your tattoo will be ruined.
I'm not. I'm just testing them out, Ben. I'm trying to figure out what to do. Otherwise, I'll just stand like this.